Chapter 1. I am reluctant to die involved in the battle of superhumans. Today, an unidentified figure was spotted soaring through the sky. According to eyewitnesses at the scene, the figure donned an impressive suit of iron armor, appearing quite flamboyant. In the cramped confines of a small room, a blonde, blue-eyed news anchor reported on television. Suddenly, a figure on the bed stirred and forcefully switched off the television. Damn it, another superhuman. What a bizarre world we live in, where every day unfolds something strange. Luo arose, reflecting on the memories of the past 3 months. Originally, he had been in his room, reliving a classic film from the island nation, when a mud truck unexpectedly crashed in, killing him on the spot. When he awoke again, he found himself in the land of the free, America. However, in this territory, extraordinary phenomena frequently manifested. For instance, the burly man who had been sitting beside him just a second ago could suddenly transform into a blue, alluring woman in the next. While enjoying a meal, the wall might suddenly shatter, and a spider-like figure would come crashing in, having thrown a monster inside. And then there was the armored figure he saw on the news today. Damn it, isn't that Mystique, Spider-Man, and Iron Man all rolled into one? Luo grimaced. Throughout these 3 months, he had come to fully comprehend the nature of the world he had entered. Mutants, the Avengers, Gotham City, the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, everything imaginable was present. How utterly absurd. Dealing with one mutant was already complicated enough now. He found himself entangled in a myriad of convoluted elements. Who knew how he might meet his end someday? It is essential to note that he was merely an ordinary person, utterly defenseless. Luo could truly wish to avoid a scenario where, in the heat of passion with a lovely woman, he could suddenly be crushed by a boulder thrown from elsewhere. That would indeed be most frustrating. Initially, Yin sought to join one of these organizations, but they dismissed him as an ordinary individual, either concocting some excuse to shoo him away or offering him a few dollars to encourage him to keep his distance. That it was only thanks to the meager fund provided by those superheroes that Luo managed to sustain himself, even occasionally indulging in deep conversations with a red-haired woman at the tavern. Alas, while he could not join any extraordinary organizations, at least his life remained relatively comfortable. Suddenly, a vibration emanated from his phone. Luo picked it up to find a message from a girl named Alice. She was someone he had recently flirted with at the tavern. One must admit, there's one aspect of America that stands out: the ease with which one can engage with beautiful women. In this freedom-loving nation, where sexuality is openly discussed, these women often do not expect any commitment after a night spent together. Occasionally, they might even reward Luo with a few dollars, satisfied by his impressive attributes. Luo, waiting for you at the tavern tonight. Accompanying the message was a sultry selfie of Alice, with a plunging neckline and curves that seemed ready to burst forth. Along with her lightly freckled face, the image left little to the imagination. Alice claimed to have reached adulthood, yet according to Rocco's estimation, she was likely not yet 16 at all. I'd rather not go. I certainly do not wish to find myself one day seized by the FBI. With a sigh, Rocco prepared to turn off his phone. However, 5 minutes later, he had donned his attire and was ready to make his way to the tavern. Of course, Rocco was not drawn to the girl's physique. Rather, he aimed to impart some wisdom, encouraging her to return home and focus on her studies. Indeed, that was his intention. But as he passed the entrance, Rocco habitually secured a handgun at his waist. In this land of freedom, anything was possible, and without the shield of truth, he felt a profound sense of insecurity. On one side of the street loomed tall, luxurious skyscrapers brimming with technological marvels, while on the other side lay a dilapidated street exuding a foul odor. Along the sides of the street, numerous homeless individuals squatted. These were not the typical beggars one might encounter, for among them were both ragged souls scarcely clothed and those clad in immaculate suits. Initially, Rocco felt pity for them and offered a bit of his wealth, but he soon witnessed them turning away to purchase narcotics with the money. Since then, Rocco had ceased to harbor any sympathy for these vagrants. "Hey, have a heart, sir." As Rocco passed, one homeless man extended his hand in a plea for alms. "Curse your mother." Rocco shook his fist and shouted in anger. Do not blame Rocco for his harsh words. Should one approach these homeless souls with a more amiable demeanor, they might cling to you, leading to unpredictable consequences. These were the survival lessons Rocco had gleaned since arriving in this world. With this wisdom, he had managed to live comfortably thus far. Yet, he remained unaware of whether tomorrow or an unforeseen calamity would arrive first. Rocco continued on his path. The tavern was not far, just around the next corner. Today is a fine day, perfect for charming the ladies of the tavern. Unconsciously, Rocco began to hum a little tune. But at that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. Suddenly, the surrounding buildings began to collapse, and the pedestrians on the street erupted in screams. This was a situation Rocco had never encountered before, and he was swiftly knocked to the ground by a shockwave. A searing pain enveloped him, and blood-vivid crimson blood gushed forth. His hands, his FACA, steady voice resonated, followed by the emergence of a towering figure wielding a shield before Rocco. Captain America! In an instant, Rocco recognized him. Yet, at that moment, the swarm of insects suddenly went into a frenzy, violently tossing Rocco aside before unleashing a wave of light as an attack. Faced with a dual dilemma, Captain America found himself momentarily engulfed in hesitation. Ultimately, however, he raised his shield, positioning it protectively in front of him to block the incoming assault. Meanwhile, Rocco, having been cast away, was hurtling through the air like a cannonball. As he neared a solid wall, Rocco glanced back and realized that a collision would undoubtedly reduce him to a mere cloud of dust. The kind that leaves not even a trace of bone. Behind. Damn it, I don't want to die yet. Why must the battle between super beings claim the life of an ordinary person like me? Shit, Alice, they'll teach you English in the next life. Ding, detecting that the host is in a state of peril, the system has awakened. Ability 1, dual passage into the fairy tale world. Ability 2, devour. Chapter 2, successful dual crossing, an unknown world. Ability 2, devour, the capacity to absorb anything and receive corresponding gifts. System, having perused numerous works of transmigration literature, Rocco was well aware of what this entailed. Yet, at present, he was utterly disinterested in the sudden acquisition of these abilities. All he yearned for was for this wretched body to cease its torment and simply survive. Beep, detecting the host's intense will to survive. Would you like to activate the dual crossing gate? Yes. Without hesitation, Yi Yun exclaimed. At this moment, his rationality had all but evaporated. And despite his ignorance of the dual crossing gate's nature, Rocco could not afford to ponder further. As long as he could continue to live, what did it matter what it was? Beep, detecting the fairy tale world. Detection successful. The dual crossing gate has been activated. In the next instant, a minuscule white dot abruptly appeared in Rocco's trajectory. This dot was so small that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Rocco's body seamlessly entered this white point, and within a mere 0.0001 seconds, he vanished from this realm. In the air, after vanquishing the alien insect horde, Captain America hurried to the location to search for Rocco. However, the atmosphere was devoid of Rocco's presence. Not a trace of him could be found upon the ground. I still couldn't save him. Captain America lowered his head, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. At that moment, a woman clad in tight black attire, her chest a tempest of emotions, suddenly leaped down from a tall building, landing beside Captain America. Oh, Captain, this is not your fault, Black Widow consoled, placing her hand on his shoulder. This was a world enveloped in white, where snowflakes continually descended from the horizon, and the frigid winds howled, bringing with them an unrelenting chill. Beneath the snowflakes lay a town reminiscent of the medieval era, with houses neatly arranged throughout. The streets were blanketed in white, nearly devoid of life. Even when individuals did appear, they hurried past, swaddled in thick garments. The only source of light and warmth emanated from the wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys of those homes. Brr, it's so cold. Rocco stamped his feet, shaking off the snowflakes clinging to him. Just moments ago, he had traversed through the so-called dual crossing gate to arrive here. However, Rocco was now perplexed by the sudden emergence of the system, which had bestowed upon him two extraordinary abilities. One was the dual crossing gate to the fairy tale realm, the effects of which he had already witnessed. It was through this gate that he had wrested life from the clutches of death and survived. Although he was uncertain which damned world he had entered, at least he was still alive, wasn't he? The second ability, devour, remained a mystery to Rocco. To devour anything and receive corresponding gifts. He contemplated this phrase, attempting to place a snowflake in his mouth. It was cold, and aside from making his teeth chatter, it yielded no other effects. Clearly, devouring was not as simple as merely ingesting in such a manner. In this moment, one cannot help but ponder the pressing concern of finding a warm refuge rather than indulging in idle thoughts. Before his translocation, Rocco resided in a summer-clad America, and thus, he remains adorned in summer attire, a t-shirt and shorts. The chill enveloping him is palpable, causing him to shiver incessantly. Casting a glance at the nearby houses, Rocco resolves to take a chance. Perhaps a kind soul might offer him shelter. However, this plan carries its own risks, as he is a stranger in this world. Dressed in peculiar garb, and he may not comprehend the language spoken by its inhabitants. Should fortune abandon him, he could easily find himself reported by a homeowner and subsequently subjected to dire consequences. Fortunately, luck favors him. Upon knocking on the first door, a compassionate individual opens it for him. Inside, the room exudes a warm ambience, adorned with cozy decorations. A bright electric light hangs from the ceiling, and a soft, spacious sofa graces the living room. Beside it, a table holds a steaming pot of savory soup and a grand turkey. Directly in front of the room, a roaring fireplace radiates comforting warmth. This is the entirety of the home as furnishings. Sir, why are you dressed so lightly on such a cold day? Sasha, the lady of the house, in her oversized nightwear, casually fastened with a few buttons, inadvertently reveals a hint of white lace beneath. Her relaxed attire, amidst such warmth, carries an intriguing allure. At this moment, she approaches Rocco, offering him a cup of hot tea. Thank you. Rocco expresses his gratitude succinctly, yet remains vigilant in this unfamiliar world. He notes that she is alone, and on this snowy night, a woman clad in revealing garments has invited a stranger into her home. Such circumstances could either reflect genuine kindness or hidden intentions. Do enjoy some hot tea. It is said to be beneficial for the body and can alleviate weariness, Sasha remarks with a gentle demeanor as she observes Rocco. Then I shall not hold back. As the warm tea flows down his throat, Rocco instantly feels invigorated. The infusion carries a hint of pine. Slightly bitter, yet subtly sweet, far superior to the cloyingly sweet milk teas of America. With another sip, Rocco's thoughts begin to flow freely, leading him to engage in light conversation with Sasha. Though casual, their discourse serves as a means for Rocco to glean information about this world. Through their dialogue, he learns that he currently resides in a town named Aback, an ordinary locale. However, to his astonishment, the technological advancements here are quite remarkable. Electric lights, automobiles, and water heaters are already commonplace. Certainly, such appliances are quite rare, as they are exceedingly expensive in the present day, affordable only to affluent households. Most families still rely on kerosene lamps for illumination and heat their meals over an open flame. Thus, Rocco surmised that this might be a nascent phase of the steam age. However, a wave of confusion washed over him. In the fairy tale world he recollected, he had never encountered the name of Aback town, especially not in the context of early steam technology. Of course, it was also plausible that the passage of time had led Rocco to forget certain details. Alas, he still found himself unable to discern which fairy tale realm this was. Rocco murmured to himself, and at that moment, he suddenly felt an intense warmth radiating from his body. This sensation of heat made him instantly realize that something akin to an aphrodisiac had been infused into his hot tea. Do not inquire how he knew this. During those 3 months, he had inadvertently consumed a drink offered by a lady, which had induced this very feeling. And now, this familiar fervor returned. Sasha, you. A captivating fragrance enveloped him as Sasha leaned against Rocco's shoulder, one hand delicately resting upon her soft lips, while the other slowly began to unfasten the buttons of her garment. Oh, what a flawless physique, what a handsome visage, Sasha murmured, and then she lunged forward, her entire alabaster form pressing against him. Chapter 3. The mistress beside the pillow seeks to slay me. On the outskirts of the town, in a remote and shadowy locale, a diminutive structure stands, a place so dilapidated that it scarcely resembles a house. Perhaps a rickety shack constructed of wooden planks would be a more fitting description. Beneath the howling winds, this frail shelter creaks ominously, burdened as it is by a thick blanket of snow that seems poised to collapse it at any moment. At this juncture, a slight figure emerges before the decrepit abode, shivering in the frigid air. This fragile silhouette cautiously extends a pair of small, frost-bitten hands. Their surface is reddened by the biting cold, and slowly pulls down a voluminous scarf that obscures her face. Thus, the countenance of a little girl is revealed. Her visage, gaunt and flushed, embodies every term that evokes pity, frail, wretched, and dirt-streaked. Yet, amidst this desolation, there resides within her features an unmistakable clarity, her eyes. Her sapphire blue eyes, glistening like precious gems, blink in the snowy night, exuding an extraordinary purity. At this moment, the little girl gently pushes open the door, a door that is more aptly described as a tattered wooden barrier. As she opens it, a creaking sound fills the air. Yet the girl seems unperturbed by this familiar noise. Once inside, she leans against a tattered cushion and cautiously surveys her surroundings before retrieving from her bosom a morsel wrapped in patterned cloth. It is a piece of blackened bread, dusted with snowflakes. This constitutes the entirety of her dinner for the evening. Despite its unappealing appearance, the girl cherishes the bread, savoring each small bite, relishing the faint aroma it possesses. Though dry and unpalatable, she eats with great enthusiasm. Upon finishing the bread, she carefully gathers the crumbs that have fallen onto her clothing, consuming them with care. Next, she produces from her pocket a square object wrapped in patterned fabric, a handful of matchboxes, preserved securely from the snowflakes that swirl around her. Today, she sold a box of matches and, by a stroke of fortune, encountered a kind-hearted stranger who bestowed upon her the piece of black bread. Reflecting on her day, she acknowledges the struggle but is grateful to have survived yet another day. As for tomorrow, the little girl remains uncertain about what it will bring. Weariness, cold, and hunger intertwine within her. Soon, she drifts into a haze of slumber. In the dim, desolate room, devoid of light or warmth, she whispers the names of her loved ones: grandmother, father, mother, turkey. And at last, a dream begins to unfold. In her dreams, the young girl donned a resplendent outfit and resided in a lavish abode, feasting upon succulent, oil-drizzled turkey. Here, she was liberated from the worries of sustenance and attire. Free from all concerns, the girl casually picked up a doll beside her, a female figure clad in nightwear. She gently manipulated its limbs, indulging in playful antics. Yet soon found herself unsatisfied, her gaze drifting to a small knife nearby. Meanwhile, on the bed, Rocco remained somewhat bewildered, desperately attempting to organize his thoughts. On the very first day of his arrival in this unfamiliar fairy tale realm, he found himself in bed with the woman who had taken him in. What was even more astonishing was that he was the one compelled into this situation. Though physically comfortable, Rocco struggled to accept the absurdity of it all. He had thought America was bizarre enough, but this place was even more surreal. With a sigh of exasperation, he turned away from Sasha, intending to sleep. As drowsiness enveloped him, his eyes soon fluttered shut. In a hazy state, a creaking sound suddenly emerged from the bed. At first, Rocco paid it little mind, attributing it to Sasha shifting in her sleep. However, the noise grew increasingly pronounced, ultimately rousing him from his slumber. "Sasha, are you sleeping?" He turned, ready to admonish her for her lack of quietude, only to find her standing at the edge of the bed, eyes tightly shut, gripping a dagger in her hand. The sharp blade glimmered with a cold light under the dim illumination. In an instant, Rocco was fully awake. "Sasha, what are you doing? Calm down. Don't do anything reckless," he shouted, urging her to remain still. Yet, he soon realized she was merely standing there, motionless, neither brandishing the knife nor setting it down. Could it be that she was sleepwalking? Rocco murmured, slowly circling behind Sasha, intending to relieve her of the dagger. Just as his hand was about to make contact with the weapon, Sasha suddenly moved, and the knife followed suit. "Damn!" Rocco recoiled sharply, barely evading the blade's arc. "Sasha! Sasha!" he called out loudly, hoping to awaken her, but regardless of how forcefully he shouted, she remained unresponsive. At that moment, with the knife still in hand, Sasha began executing a series of intricate maneuvers. She slashed forward, leapt onto the bed, thrust downward, spun around, and continued her fierce onslaught. In the blink of an eye, Rocco witnessed this astonishing display of agility. Is this something a person can do? He marveled, astonished. This woman must have undergone rigorous training. The movements Sasha performed were akin to those he had only seen in skilled assassins or superhumans. It was truly difficult for him to reconcile such extraordinary agility with someone who appeared so delicate. Meanwhile, as Rocco was lost in his thoughts, Sasha gradually approached him. With a sudden lunge, Rocco found himself swiftly pinned beneath Sasha. In the next instant, a sharp dagger, glinting ominously, was slowly raised by Sasha, inching ever closer to Rocco's heart. "Shit, I cannot perish here," Rocco shouted, exerting all his strength in a desperate attempt to push Sasha away. Yet, to his dismay, no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not budge Sasha even slightly. Meanwhile, the dagger crept closer to his chest. "No. It cannot be that I am truly destined to die here." Rocco once again fought with all his might, but Sasha's weight remained unyielding. As the dagger approached, a flicker of despair ignited in Rocco's eyes. Clang! Suddenly, the dagger clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound, and immediately after, Rocco felt Sasha's weight descend upon him. The unexpected pressure stirred Rocco into action. To his astonishment, the terrifying force that had immobilized him vanished, and he could now push Sasha away. Without a moment's hesitation, Rocco forcefully thrust Sasha aside and quickly darted to safety. Damn it, this absurd system, this ludicrous fairy tale world, this outrageous mistress, this surreal dance with blades. Chapter 4. The power of devouring and physical transformation. That night, Rocco found himself in a state of unrest. In an effort to avoid a recurrence of his somnambulistic episodes with a knife, he decided to bind Sasha. Though such an act was not particularly kind to her, Rocco felt compelled to prioritize his own safety. After securing Sasha to the bed, he hesitated to sleep in the bedroom and instead opted to make do on the sofa for the night. As he passed by a bookshelf, Rocco inadvertently stumbled over an object. What could it be? In the darkness, his foot had encountered something solid. Leaning down, he retrieved it and brought it under the light of a kerosene lamp. The beam illuminated the surface, revealing a copper metal plate resembling a book. A blurred image was affixed to it. What is this? Rocco brushed his hand over the picture, and as he did, the image became distinctly visible. It depicted a man clad in military attire, his countenance strikingly handsome. At that moment, Rocco noticed several lines of text beneath the image. Alice Reed, the valiant warrior, fell in battle for his country. In an instant, Rocco's intuition sparked, and to confirm his suspicions, he began rummaging through the room. Moments later, he laid out the items he had found on the table before the sofa. a photograph of a couple, a copper medal, a certificate of consolation, and several items typically used by men. As he examined these objects, Rocco began to piece together the narrative. Sasha was a married woman. Her husband a man named Alice Reed, a soldier who had sacrificed his life in combat. In the wake of his death, she had received a medal and a certificate signifying his accomplishments, along with a substantial sum as consolation. This financial windfall had afforded Sasha the comfort of residing in such a spacious home, seemingly lacking for nothing. However, the tragedy of losing her husband at a young age had left her vulnerable to loneliness, leading her to seek solace in the company of other men. This revelation elucidated why Rocco had discovered these items that did not belong to Sasha. Now, he found himself entangled as one of those men. It was no wonder she had taken him in, no wonder she had offered him that dubious cup of hot tea, no wonder she had shared her bed with him. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Rocco felt an instinctive aversion towards this woman. While he did not consider himself virtuous, he harbored a profound disdain for actions that, however, the ability to devour had yet to be utilized. It was rather peculiar. Other systems at least featured a beginner's tutorial. Yet mine felt as lifeless as a corpse. Loke could not help but voice his frustration. In the next moment, a familiar voice chimed in. Ding. The system has always been online. It's just that you haven't inquired. Host. Upon hearing this, Loke scratched his head, realizing he had misinterpreted the situation. So, how does one employ this devouring ability? Ding. To devour, the host must place any one palm upon the object intended for consumption and then concentrate. So simple. Loke suddenly recognized that he had overthought the matter. All those previous experiments now seemed rather foolish in hindsight. Without further ado, now that he understood the procedure, Loke immediately commenced his attempts. After a brief search, he settled his gaze upon a plate of beef on the table, uncertain of what transformations might occur post-devouring. He selected what he deemed a safe object to experiment with. He aimed his right hand at the plate of beef, focusing intently. Devour. With a burst of light, the beef before him began to dissipate, flesh and bone gradually vanishing, until finally, it completely disappeared from sight. Was it successful? At that moment, Loke felt a gentle surge of power manifesting within him. This newfound strength was remarkably mild, and the entire process unfolded in an instant. He experienced no discomfort whatsoever. With each breath, Loke could distinctly sense this power. Although subtle, he recognized it as a direct result of the devouring effect. Raising his hand, he slowly pressed it against an apple on the table. As he exerted pressure, the apple began to wither, ultimately bursting into a mass of pulp. Success. At this moment, a look of elation spread across Loke's face. He had once attempted to open an apple with his bare hands, yet at that time, no amount of effort had yielded results. Now, he could effortlessly crush this apple. If such an effect could be achieved with a plate of beef, what might he accomplish with an entire bison? The thought ignited a fervor within Loke's eyes. Nevertheless, he had no intention of seeking out a bison just yet. While the dawn had yet to break, he resolved to try his hand at other objects. For a considerable span of time thereafter, various items within the house would mysteriously disappear, be it metallic utensils, fruits, vegetables, or even coal for firewood. By the window, the sun gradually ascended the horizon. Yet, even with its emergence, it merely thawed a fraction of the snow. The chill and winter winds still enveloped the town. At this moment, a figure ambled down the street, occasionally pausing to linger at various spots. Beside a building, Loke came to a slow halt, glancing at his skin. Due to the consumption of metal, he could distinctly feel his skin had grown somewhat more resilient. Of course, it was not yet to the point of being impervious to blades or bullets. In order to reach such a level, Rocco estimated that he would need to consume at least 1,000 pounds of metal. Visually, Rocco felt a significant enhancement. At least now, he could clearly discern objects 50 meters away. However, that was the extent of it. This improvement merely made Rocco aware of his own transformation. It did not instill in him a sense of true strength. Clearly, achieving the caliber of super beings was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in a short span of time. Nevertheless, he decided to explore and see if he could find something to devour. Rocco murmured to himself as he continued onward. Logically, he could consume anything, including structures like houses. But Rocco harbored doubts about whether he could withstand the gifts bestowed upon him after such consumption. He certainly did not wish to be overwhelmed by those gifts before he had finished his feast. Chapter 5. Strategy Task in the Heart of the Town. Rocco endeavored to blend in, walking along the streets like the surrounding inhabitants. Prior to acquiring greater strength, he wished to remain inconspicuous, concealing his differences from the locals. As he strolled, a cacophony of lively sounds suddenly reached his ears, and before him materialized a bustling marketplace. Vendors vociferously hawked their wares, fresh bread, crisp apples, and eggs, predominantly common agricultural produce. Rocco surveyed the scene, yet found nothing that piqued his interest. He sought a genuine live cow, not mere dismembered meat lying on a butcher's block. While consuming such remnants would yield some rewards, the process would be excruciatingly slow. and he risked exposure by passers-by during the act. Frustration welled within him. He lamented his own weakness, reluctant to reveal his abilities. With a sigh, he turned to explore another avenue, where his desires might be fulfilled. At the edge of the street, a foul-smelling shed came into view. Inside, 3 robust yellow cows were tethered, mooing plaintively. Nearby, 4 tall brown horses stood majestically. Venturing further, he spotted 5 plump, white pigs indulging in their feed. A surge of excitement coursed through Rocco's veins. He had anticipated a challenging search, yet here lay not only the cows, but other bountiful prospects as well. Not a single guard was in sight. Was this not the perfect opportunity to act? Without hesitation, Rocco approached the yellow cows, extending his right hand with deliberate slowness. Devour. In an instant, the cow before him began to dissolve, flesh, bones, and organs disintegrating before his very eyes. Even its soul began to fade. The entire process transpired almost instantaneously. Moments later, 3 cows had become 2. As he reveled in the transformation within his body, he felt his muscles swell, his stature heighten, and his once fitting garments now strain against his form. With each breath, he sensed an augmentation of strength. Eventually, this surge of power began to stabilize. He exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented clarity, a refreshing vigor derived from his act of consumption. The yearning for strength grew increasingly evident in his eyes, and once more, he directed his hand toward the remaining yellow cow, invoking the command to devour. In another brief moment, the last 2 yellow cows vanished from existence. The sensation of power surged within him, more substantial than before. In that instant, Rocco felt capable of shattering the stone wall before him with a single punch. He estimated that his newfound strength equated to 2 tons. Though not on par with the likes of Spider-Man or Captain America, he had undeniably transcended the realm of mere mortals. With renewed focus, Rocco's gaze shifted to the 4 brown horses. If devouring yellow cows yielded strength, what prowess might he gain from consuming the brown horses? Devour. Once again, in a fleeting moment, the 4 brown horses completely disappeared from his sight. Gazing at his now muscular thighs, Rocco felt an overwhelming surge of speed, reaching a terrifying level. He believed he could effortlessly catch up with a speeding vehicle, if not a superhuman. After the disappearance of the yellow cattle and brown horses, Rocco turned his attention to the 5 white-haired pigs. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand towards them. Devour. Moments later, he sensed a renewed surge of strength, albeit less pronounced than before. After some contemplation, Rocco concluded that the diminished effect was due to the repetitive nature of the consumption. The similarities rendered the outcome less significant. George, come and see. I have splendid treasures that will surely satisfy you. Suddenly, a voice echoed from beyond the wall. Rocco discerned the direction and noted that 2 individuals were hastening towards him from the entrance. One among them appeared to be the proprietor of the ranch. However, Rocco was poised to disappoint them, for he had completely devoured all the animals. As for any pangs of conscience, having lived in America for 3 months, Rocco was utterly oblivious to the very concept of guilt. Why pay for what could be taken for free? Finding a back exit, Rocco turned and made his way outside. Shortly after his departure, old Lenny entered the ranch with his longtime client, George. Moments later, an irate voice resonated within the ranch. Who has stolen my livestock? Rocco, of course, was oblivious to this commotion. Even if he were aware, he would remain unfazed. An ordinary person would truly be powerless against him now. At that moment, Rocco stood in the street, his eyes filled with confusion. Passers-by occasionally glanced at him with peculiar expressions. Yet, he was too preoccupied to notice. As an invisible panel appeared before him, undetectable to others. Current world, the Little Match Girl. World progress, 0. Quest objectives, 1. Assist the townsfolk in alleviating their nightmares. Upon completion, gain 60 progress. 2. Save the Little Match Girl. Upon completion, gain 40 progress. Rocco rubbed his temples, taken aback by the sudden emergence of the panel. It explicitly revealed the fairy tale world he inhabited. The Little Match Girl was indeed the tragic figure who perished on a wintry night. Rocco murmured to himself, contemplating that simply saving her seemed straightforward. He merely needed to find her and prevent her from freezing to death in the snow, thus completing the task. Of course, it appeared to be that simple. However, the first quest, to resolve the nightmares, presented a more formidable challenge. Firstly, what precisely constituted a nightmare? As Rocco understood it, it referred to the terrors experienced in dreams. Yet, if that were the case, consulting a physician would seemingly suffice. If it were truly that uncomplicated, why would it command 60 of the total progress? Moreover, as the annotation indicated, upon reaching a conquest level of 100 in this world, one could randomly acquire the most precious item within it. This notion piqued Rocco's curiosity immensely. In the realm of the Little Match Girl, what could possibly be deemed the most invaluable treasure? Could it be the roasted turkey that the little girl yearned for? If that were the case, Rocco would be utterly exasperated. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rocco shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. There was no point in pondering over these matters here. The little match girl would not simply appear before him out of thin air. Furthermore, regarding that nightmare, he would certainly need to seek someone out for answers. In any case, he could not remain idle in this spot. He resolved to search for the little match girl. Rocco murmured to himself, recalling that the little match girl was dressed in very thin clothing, carrying a small basket filled with matches. Being a girl, she was undoubtedly petite. And given her difficult life, her attire would likely be tattered, perhaps even rendering her frail and emaciated. Such a figure should be relatively easy to locate within the town. With this thought in mind, Rocco promptly set off on his quest. Chapter 6. The first encounter with the little match girl in the streets and alleys. Near the bakery and the police station, Rock searched every conceivable location. Yet, as night fell, he had still not caught sight of that figure. Little match girl, where could you possibly be? With the arrival of evening, the weather seemed to grow increasingly frigid. Snowflakes danced downwards, illuminated by the streetlights, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. It was indeed beautiful, yet unbearably cold. Rock pondered why this winter felt so harsh. Despite wearing a thick coat and having significantly enhanced his physical condition, the cold seemed to seep into his very pores. Yarr, it's so cold. On such a frigid night, the streets were devoid of any human presence. And even the small creatures were scarce. Perhaps they had succumbed to the cold during their wanderings. The little match girl must surely be indoors. For how could she venture out in such bitter weather? Rock murmured to himself, seeking refuge in a hotel to escape the snow. On a night like this, he found it hard to believe that the little girl would be out selling matches. At another part of the street, there stood a somewhat luxurious inn. In contrast to the howling winds and swirling snow outside, this place boasted a warm fireplace, the aroma of fragrant tea, and delicious food. There was even a sensuous lady, her eyes brimming with tenderness, singing passionately. Rock settled into a corner and ordered a cup of hot tea from the proprietor. As he sipped, he surveyed the patrons around him. There was a rotund, tipsy little boss, and a young man clad in plain attire, his innocent face fixated on the lady. Compared to them, Rock's somewhat peculiar appearance seemed to blend in. Did you hear? That woman whose husband died is at it again, mingling with another man. Hey, I heard she is quite adventurous this time, even delving into SM. Mom, what is SM? No, these are just adult tales. Don't listen. Rock listened to the conversations, which primarily revolved around gossip and boasting. The woman whose husband had passed was likely Sasha, whom Rock had met the day before. As for SM, it was mere nonsense. Had he not feared being at the receiving end of Sasha's wrath, he would not have even considered binding her. Presently, he felt no inclination towards that woman. Amidst the chatter, Rock caught wind of an intriguing tale. It was about a neighbor's child who had sleepwalked again, this time wielding a knife and slaying a small cat. While it seemed a case of animal cruelty, Rock found it fascinating. During the child's nocturnal wandering, his parents discovered his actions, yet despite their fervent attempts, they could not halt the child's behavior. After all, he was merely 5 years old. Could his strength possibly surpass that of 2 adults? Such incidents were not uncommon. Within the span of a single cup of tea, Rock had overheard no less than 5 similar sleepwalking occurrences. It appears that this is what the system referred to as a nightmarish torment. Rocco recalled the circumstances under which she encountered such an event, realizing that rather than being a formidable force, her adversary's actions were simply unstoppable. Moreover, the movements of her opponent were awkward, as if a puppet was being manipulated by unseen hands. What, then, is this nightmare? For a moment, Rocco found herself enveloped in confusion. Good-hearted souls, would you care to purchase some matches? Just a single box can ignite a fire for cooking and bring warmth. It's merely 12 cents. Begone, you dirty beggar. You're ruining my mood. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted within the inn. Drawn by the commotion, Rocco lifted her gaze. It was a tattered little girl, peddling matches to the rotund innkeeper. Wait a moment, matches. A ragged little girl. These characteristics mirror those of the match girl from the fairy tales, do they not? Get lost, you wretched child. No one here wishes to buy your matches. Leave at once. Or shall I force you out? At that moment, a plump, blonde woman appeared, viciously berating the girl. As the innkeeper, she would not allow anything that might tarnish her business. Beautiful lady, please buy just one match. The girl trembled, shrinking back. Though terrified of the woman before her, she was loath to give up. Get out of here. Seeing the girl's hesitance, the innkeeper's rage escalated, and she reached out, preparing to strike the child. The poor girl dodged, her azure eyes scanning the patrons in the inn, hoping that even one of them would purchase her matches. That way, she could buy a meager, stale piece of black bread to stave off her hunger. Yet, among the customers, not a single soul was willing to buy her matches. Indeed, many regarded her with scornful gazes. Some intoxicated patrons even laughed heartily at the innkeeper's abuse of the girl. Get out. The innkeeper's voice rang out once more. Observing the girl's reluctance, she brandished a metal clamp, poised to bring it down upon the child. Nevertheless, not a single person intervened. It was as if they were witnessing a commonplace occurrence, merely observing the innkeeper as she assaulted the girl. I shall leave. Fear was evident in the girl's eyes, yet at that moment, the iron clamp descended, aimed at her shoulder. Realizing she could not evade it, the girl closed her eyes, resigned to endure the impending pain. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of metal striking the ground echoed, and the anticipated pain did not materialize. Instead, a tall, cold silhouette appeared before her. Was it he who shielded me from that blow? The girl murmured, gazing up in bewilderment at the imposing figure. Upon witnessing the iron claw being struck down, a flicker of anger instantly manifested on the landlady's face. Damn it, that brat did it. I did, Loco replied coldly. It was indeed Loco who had intercepted that blow. His interference was not merely out of meddling. Rather, he was compelled to fulfill a mission. Naturally, even if he were not bound by this obligation, he could not bear to witness such a frail girl being bullied. Very well, so you wish to step in, do you? Jeff, take care of him. The towering figure before her instilled a twinge of fear in the landlady, yet recalling the strength of the individuals at her back. She regained her bravado. All right then, allow me to teach this arrogant fool a proper lesson. Chapter 7, Locke's reflection amidst the crowd. A robust, muscular man suddenly rose to his feet. The moment he stood, the previously boisterous patrons fell into a hushed silence. Jeff, clutching a bottle of liquor, sauntered towards Locke. Upon meeting the gaze of this equally tall man, Jeff scoffed derisively. Kid, this is my territory. If you wish to avoid trouble, you ought to kneel and apologize. Then offer $100 as recompense. Jeff barked menacingly, yet the anticipated submission failed to materialize. Instead, the expression on Locke's face remained remarkably calm. Ah. So you wish to make a name for yourself? Then prepare to meet your demise. Without warning, Jeff swung the bottle towards Locke with malevolent intent. The act transpired in a heartbeat. For an ordinary individual, enduring such a blow would be inevitable, yet Locke stood unperturbed. With a swift motion, Locke extended his hand and effortlessly caught the descending bottle. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he suddenly crushed the bottle with a fierce grip. The sound of shattering glass echoed crisply as the fragments cascaded to the ground. Good lad, brace yourself for another punch. Jeff, undeterred, clenched his fist and charged at Locke with every ounce of strength, aiming directly for his opponent's vital point. A hit would surely render Locke unconscious, if not worse. However, as Jeff's powerful punch was unleashed, it was swiftly ensnared by an overwhelming force. Is that all you've got? Locke remarked coldly, with a mere flick of his wrist. The sound of cracking bones resonated through the air as Jeff's arm shattered instantly. Ack! A searing pain enveloped Jeff, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing in agony. Noting that Jeff had lost his ability to fight, Locke turned his attention to the plump woman behind him, the proprietress, who was still in a state of bewilderment. The events had unfolded too rapidly for her to comprehend. One moment Jeff was standing, and the next, he writhed in pain at her feet. Proprietress, do you still wish to expel her? Locke asked icily, one hand poised in readiness to counter any potential resistance. However, the proprietor, now thoroughly frightened, was devoid of any rebellious spirit. With a thud, she suddenly knelt down and began to plead pitifully. Brother, it was my ignorance, my offense to your presence. I shall not dare again. Witnessing her contrition, Locke slowly retracted his hand. In truth, he had no desire to escalate the situation. Hence, he had merely incapacitated Jeff rather than taking his life. Ending a life may be a simple task, yet the ramifications that follow can be quite troublesome. At this juncture, Locke preferred to avoid entanglements. Additionally, he was mindful of the little match girl standing behind him, wishing not to frighten her on their first encounter. In the subsequent tasks, he could only complete them with the assistance of the little girl. Therefore, he instructed, arrange for her a clean room, equipped with hot water for bathing, sustenance, and fresh clothing. Rocco pointed at the girl and spoke coldly. All right, all right. The landlady cast a glance at the girl, a flicker of disdain appearing in her eyes. However, when she turned to Rocco, she found herself confronted by a warning glare. Fearful, she swallowed hard and immediately donned a forced smile. Please take her to room 303. I shall promptly deliver food and clothing. With that, the landlady prepared to lead the girl away. Yet, as the landlady extended her hand, the little girl instinctively recoiled in trepidation. Observing this, the landlady felt a surge of anger rising, but was suddenly reminded of the imposing figure beside her, which made her tread carefully. Brother, this. Rocco noticed the girl's fearful demeanor. It was no surprise. Her previous behavior indicated that she had likely endured repeated beatings from the landlady. Under such oppression, anyone would become fearful. It's all right, just follow her, Rocco said gently, crouching down to meet the girl's gaze. Feeling that his words required reinforcement, he added, I will be here for you. The girl nodded in response and followed the landlady upstairs. Before departing, she glanced back at Rocco, clearly anxious. This time, Rocco maintained eye contact and offered her a faint smile. Once the landlady and the girl had left, the inn fell silent again. The gossiping women, the singing damsels, and the boastful little boss all paused, casting wary glances at Rocco. The only exception was Jeff, who lay on the ground, moaning in pain with one arm severed. Witnessing this scene, Rocco shook his head. He did not wish to make such a conspicuous entrance before these people. As an outsider, his unfamiliar face could easily be identified by the local police, and he had yet to reach a point of invincibility. If a group of 10 or 20 were to ambush him, he would truly be at a loss. Yet, in order to fulfill his mission, he had no choice but to show himself. Well, it has come to this. I must first attend to the matter at hand. Rocco approached Jeff slowly and helped him to sit up. What do you want? Jeff's eyes were filled with despair as he regarded the imposing figure before him, feeling a sense of fear for the first time. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an unstoppable force emanating from Rocco, akin to that of a demon, instilling a deathly chill within him. Do not move, Rocco commanded coldly, tearing a piece of fabric from his clothing and grabbing a nearby wooden plank to secure Jeff's arm. After a brief moment, seeing that Jeff could now stand, Rocco nodded approvingly. Your arm is temporarily stabilized. However, to heal completely, you will need to visit a hospital. At this moment, Jeff found himself utterly perplexed. The individual before him had just broken his arm and, with a semblance of kindness, proceeded to stabilize it. What could this possibly signify? Nevertheless, Jeff refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he nodded and hurriedly made his way to the hospital. Compared to Rocco, he was far more inclined to preserve his arm. After Jeff departed, Rocco turned his attention to the customers present. To be candid, he harbored a desire to eliminate them all, for they had taken note of his actions. Once they left, they would undoubtedly spread word of the incident, potentially alerting the authorities, which could result in his apprehension. Yet, ultimately, Rocco could not bring himself to act upon this impulse. Lacking any terrifying weaponry or a method to erase their presence without a trace, the prospect of brutally silencing them one by one seemed daunting. Even if he were to strike them down, the sheer number of individuals would require over half an hour, during which countless variables could arise. At this juncture, Rocco lacked the confidence to navigate such uncertainties. What transpired today? What occurred? We came here to drink. There is nothing of consequence. Yes. I was inebriated and cannot recall a thing. Observing the customer's discretion, Rocco chose not to further complicate matters for them. Grabbing a cup of hot tea from the bar, he ascended the stairs slowly. Chapter 8. Naming the little girl room 303. As Loco stepped through the threshold, the little girl approached him, drawn by the sound. Oh my! You little one! The proprietress exclaimed, but her tone shifted to one of obsequiousness upon noticing the figure behind the girl. Haha, my dear brother. I was just about to give her a bath, but she seems a bit shy. At this, the proprietress glanced at Loco, eager to gauge his reaction. Loco waved his hand dismissively, prompting her to move closer. Brother, what are your plans? Observing her fawning demeanor, Loco couldn't help but chuckle. She was the quintessential bully. One who cowered before the strong but would swiftly turn hostile if one were to falter. Yet, at this moment, Loco felt no trepidation regarding her potential wrath. Such individuals, though perilous, could also prove quite convenient. Hence, his decision to have her look after the little girl. However, the child seemed to harbor some aversion towards the proprietress. Have you prepared clean clothes? Loco inquired. Yes. They're all neatly arranged, just awaiting a bath and a change, the proprietress replied, her chatter incessant. Loco raised a hand to silence her. Well done. Please prepare a meal for this child. I imagine she is quite hungry. Of course, the proprietress said eagerly, promptly descending the stairs to make the necessary arrangements. As he watched her retreating figure, Loco shut the door behind him. Now, within the confines of the room, only Loco and the little girl remained. It was only at this moment that Loco took a serious look at the child before him. The little girl was clad in tattered clothing, her face obscured by a large red scarf. Despite it being winter, he noticed no warm garments upon her. Her exposed skin bore the marks of bruises, a testament to the biting cold. Further observing, he noted her bare feet, standing starkly against the chill of the floor. Whether from pain or some other reason, her feet trembled intermittently. Witnessing this scene stirred something within Loco. He recalled a fairy tale he had once heard, which had painted a grim picture of a girl much like this. Yet seeing her in the flesh left him astounded. Does it hurt? Loco asked, crouching slightly to meet her gaze. The little girl shook her head, her large eyes reflecting both curiosity and fear. Do not be afraid. I am Loco. What is your name? He suddenly inquired, realizing he had yet to learn her name, as it seemed absurd to refer to her solely as the little match girl. I do not have a name, she replied, shaking her head, but then, as if recalling something, she murmured softly. They all call me the girl selling matches. Upon hearing this, Rocco helplessly shook his head, realizing that he needed to name her, otherwise it would be awkward to address her. At that moment, the little girl, who had been standing quietly, suddenly began to scratch her arm, her movements becoming increasingly frantic. A look of pain flickered across her face, and Rocco understood that her frostbite was flaring up. Unfortunately, it seemed the room lacked any frostbite ointment. After pondering for a moment, Rocco decided to ask the innkeeper later. Since she managed such a large establishment, surely she would have some supplies. However, there was an urgent matter at hand. He needed to help the little girl take a bath. Though Rocco possessed remarkable patience, he was struggling to endure the overwhelming stench emanating from her. It was as if the odor of a sewer was mingled with that of rotten eggs and the foul scent of summer sweat. The little girl appeared to sense her own odor, shrinking back slightly. Can you wash yourself? Rocco scratched his head and inquired. Although he had assisted many American ladies with their baths, facing this little girl left him at a loss. Before him stood a pitiable child, and all he felt was sympathy and concern. Any other unsavory thoughts were entirely absent. The little girl replied softly, her head bowed. Seeing her nod, Rocco let out a sigh of relief. Helping her bathe would have been more excruciating than death itself. He then led the little girl to the bathroom, tested the water temperature, and quickly retreated. Listening to the sound of splashing water from within, he finally felt at ease and stepped aside. Beside the sofa, Rocco waited for the girl to finish while contemplating a suitable name for her. How about Snow Maiden, given that she was brought back on a snowy day? However, he quickly dismissed that idea. The girl selling matches could simply be called Match Girl. No. Rocco shook his head repeatedly. Such names were far too unappealing. Reminiscent of Mystique or Black Widow. For a moment, he found himself in distress over the task of naming her. He had never anticipated that coming up with a name would prove so challenging. Just then, a gentle knock echoed at the door, and the innkeeper entered, carrying a portion of food. Sir, the hot meal is ready. She placed the food on the table and stood humbly to the side. Upon seeing her, Rocco suddenly had an idea. If he couldn't think of a name, perhaps he should ask for her input. After all, wasn't it said that women possess an innate advantage in naming? With this thought in mind, Rocco turned his gaze toward the innkeeper, startled by his intense stare. She instinctively recoiled, truly intimidated by his presence. However, through his inquiries, the innkeeper soon grasped his dilemma. You wish to name that little girl? Rocco nodded. Suddenly, the proprietress fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, she murmured, Alimia. Hearing this, Rocco shook his head, finding the name overly lengthy and cumbersome to pronounce. Lillian? The proprietress gazed at Rocco, hesitatingly suggesting, Lillian. Rocco slowly repeated the name in his mind. It seemed rather agreeable. After finalizing the name, Rocco retrieved a stack of bills from his pocket and handed them to the proprietress. Oh, this is too much. Your stay here is our honor. Observing the proprietress's incessant chatter, Rocco hurriedly waved his hand to stop her. Although her words were sweet, she clearly harbored a greedy glint in her eyes. As for the payment, Rocco merely sought to avoid unnecessary complications. Often, matters that can be resolved with money should not be made overly troublesome. Soon thereafter, the proprietress accepted the money with an expression of delight, preparing to depart. Just then, Rocco suddenly remembered the need for frostbite ointment and promptly called her back. The proprietress nodded and dashed downstairs in a flurry to retrieve it. Watching her jubilant demeanor, Rocco couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that, in any world, money proved to be equally effective. Chapter 9. The beautiful young girl. During the waiting period, Rocco decided to experiment once more with his devouring ability. This time, he unexpectedly discovered that the gifts received from certain consumables came with an accompanying effect. For instance, after Rocco consumed flames, he was first engulfed by an intense heat, followed by the emergence of a foul-smelling black mud on his skin. Initially, Rocco thought the mud was a result of his inadequate bathing, but once the searing sensation subsided, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. It was as if all the accumulated pain and pressure within him had been released in that moment. To his astonishment, consuming the flames had yielded unexpected rewards. Rocco clenched his fist, feeling an indescribable exhilaration. Brother, I've brought what you asked for. Just then, the proprietress burst in, immediately detecting the unpleasant odor that filled the air. She pinched her nose and frowned upon entry. Hearing her voice, Rocco slowly turned his head, revealing the full extent of the black mud covering him. Realizing her faux pas, the proprietress quickly covered her mouth with her hand, muttering apologies. Noticing this, Rocco paid little heed, his attention drawn instead to the box in the proprietress's hand. Brother, here is the frostbite medicine you requested, along with some other useful remedies, she said, her thoughtful tone prompting Rocco to nod in appreciation. Though the proprietress was not particularly attractive, her diligence in her work was commendable. All right, I will call you if I need anything else. Okay. With that, the proprietress carefully closed the door and departed. In the room, only Rocco remained. Suddenly, he recalled something. Why was there no sound coming from the little girl taking a bath? There were neither the splashes of warm water nor the sounds of movement. Could something have gone awry? Alarmed by this thought, Rocco hastily knocked on the glass door of the bathroom. Is everything all right? Do you need my assistance? As soon as the words left his lips, a soft voice emerged from the bathroom. Big brother, could you please hand me my clothes? Realizing the clothes were still on the sofa behind him, Rocco stepped forward, swiftly grabbed the garments, and passed them through the glass door. Moments later, as Rocco sat on the sofa sipping hot tea, a figure gracefully emerged from the bathroom. The little girl stood there, her long, damp hair cascading freely, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Her large, azure eyes blinked rapidly, seemingly absorbing the surroundings, her youthful innocence fully on display. The clothes she wore seemed ill-fitting. Yet even so, Rocco could not help but notice her beauty. Compared to the disheveled, foul-smelling girl from before, this was her true self, pure and innocent, possessing a beauty akin to that of a porcelain doll. One could easily imagine the exquisite visage of the mother who gave birth to such a little girl. Yet, in this seemingly perfect family, only the young girl remained at this moment. Big brother, what are you looking at? At this question from the little girl, Loka suddenly realized that his current demeanor might be somewhat inappropriate. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he quickly guided the girl to the table, gesturing for her to eat the food before her. Is this for me? The little girl asked, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she pointed at the food on the table. Of course, go ahead and eat, Loka affirmed with a nod. However, the little girl did not move. She stood frozen in place, concerned that she might find the food unappetizing. After all, the fare at this inn was indeed rather subpar. Even he himself found it lacking. Loka reassured her, it's too late now. I promise to take you for a real feast tomorrow. Just then, Loka suddenly heard the sound of soft sobs. He turned to see tears streaming down the little girl's cheeks. Oh, why are you crying? Loka, having never encountered such a scene before, felt flustered. Previously, he had only witnessed the tears of women, never the sorrow of a small girl. Please, don't cry. I'll go buy you something delicious right now, all right? He exclaimed, intending to rush out to procure a treat for her. However, just as he turned, a small, cool hand grasped his arm. Big brother, thank you. This is already wonderful. The little girl's words struck a chord deep within Loka. Observing such a sensible and well-behaved girl, he finally understood why so many cherished the idea of having daughters. On the table, the little girl, seemingly famished, was devouring her food with the appetite of a ravenous wolf, prompting Loka to smile at the sight. Remembering the name he had chosen for her, he spoke it aloud, Lillian. At this moment, the little girl paused, softly repeating the name. How do you like it? I thought long and hard about it. Loka gazed at her, filled with anticipation. Yet, unexpectedly, the little girl began to cry once more, tears cascading down her cheeks. Faced with this scene, Loka felt a wave of panic wash over him. While he could face off against criminals, soothing a weeping little girl was an entirely different, monumental challenge, truly a task of infernal difficulty. Fortunately, after a brief spell of sobbing, the little girl stopped. Big brother, thank you. I have a name now. I will be called Lillian from now on. At this moment, Loka could distinctly sense a note of joy in her voice. By the way, big brother, what is your name? Lillian inquired earnestly, lifting her head to look at him. Upon realizing that he had yet to introduce himself, Rocco proceeded to offer a brief introduction. He mentioned his name and age, but refrained from disclosing any further details, although he felt a pang of sympathy for Lillian. Rocco understood that revealing his personal information was out of the question. Human nature is incredibly susceptible to temptation, and he could not guarantee the consequences that might arise from divulging such information, even if Lillian would not willingly share it. There was always the risk that if she fell into the wrong hands, his troubles could multiply. Of course, he had his own share of troubles at present. Brother Rocco, Lillian repeated, not inquiring further about his reticence. Having endured a challenging upbringing, she was acutely aware of what knowledge was appropriate for her to possess and what was not. After their meal, Rocco observed Lillian drift into slumber before he slowly made his way to the bathroom to wash away the foul black mud that clung to him. He couldn't fathom why Lillian showed no signs of disdain towards him. In the bathroom, Rocco stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. His chiseled features and robust physique exuded an aura of strength. His body was well-proportioned and upright, with every inch radiating vitality. The slight excess weight around his midsection had transformed into distinct muscle definition, reminiscent of a man who had diligently trained for over a decade. His muscular build, reminiscent of a powerful gorilla, emanated an imposing presence that could be felt even from a distance. This was the current state of Rocco's physique. This is the sensation of power. Regardless of the circumstances, Rocco still yearned for the formidable strength of heroes like Captain America and the Hulk. Although he had once hesitated to dream of achieving such greatness, he now possessed the capability to reach that level. Chapter 10. Within 10 steps. My fist moves faster. The following day, while Rocco was resting on the sofa, he was abruptly startled by a series of hurried sounds. Approximately 3 or 4 individuals, perhaps lacking experience, exhibited an exceedingly chaotic and hasty manner in their footsteps. Initially, Rocco paid little mind to this commotion. The average person posed no threat to him anymore. However, he soon discerned a familiar sound, the unmistakable clatter of metal components in contact with gunpowder. It was the sound of firearms. In an instant, Rocco sprang from the sofa and made his way towards the bed. At that moment, Lillian had already awakened, sitting on the edge of the bed with a dazed expression, as if the reality around her felt surreal. As Rocco approached, she immediately composed herself and regarded him attentively. "Lillian, something may transpire shortly, but I implore you to remain calm and composed. Can you do that?" Rocco was not particularly concerned about the 3 or 4 individuals outside. His sole apprehension stemmed from the echoing sound of gunfire. While he prided himself on his strength, he was not invulnerable to bullets. He was neither Captain America nor the Hulk, and even they would not withstand the force of gunfire with mere flesh. Escape? The thought flitted through Rocco's mind, only to be dismissed almost immediately. The only 2 exits available were the door and the window. He might have been able to flee alone, but Lillian was by his side. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to ensure her safety. His mission could only be accomplished with her presence. Leaving Lillian behind would leave the completion of his task uncertain. Yes, brother Rocco. I will definitely remain calm." Lillian nodded earnestly, though small. Rocco could sense the resilience within her. Reflecting on the pitiful state in which he had found her the previous night, a sudden idea struck him. After a brief moment, as if the individuals outside had readied themselves, a firm knock resounded at the door. In response, Rocco donned his jacket and slowly ventured outside. Beyond the door stood David and his 4 team members, clad in police uniforms, arms crossed, and displaying evident impatience. Each bore a small handgun at their hips. Earlier that morning, the police station had received a report from a rather rotund proprietor who claimed that a dangerous man, standing at 6 feet tall, had assaulted someone at the inn the previous night. Typically, such matters would hardly warrant their attention. However, the persistent little owner had remained at the station, threatening to report them if they did not respond. Fearing the repercussions of a formal complaint and potential salary deductions, David reluctantly led 3 officers on this assignment. With 4 officers deployed and armed, their response could be deemed rather extravagant. Ugh, must we really run out for such trivialities? David sighed. The sooner we finish the questioning, the sooner we can wrap up for the day. Several colleagues stood by, engaging in casual conversation, and David joined in as well. In the presence of the men within the room, they exhibited no concern, jesting amongst themselves, secure in their numbers and the truth they bore at their sides. If coercion through force failed to intimidate, they were prepared to demonstrate the potency of their convictions. "Officer, is there something amiss?" At that moment, a man towering at 6 feet tall, robust in stature, emerged before David. The mere sight of him reinforced an oppressive aura. Instinctively, David's hand moved toward his waist. Yet he was momentarily taken aback by the fear evident on the man's face. Recalling the timid individuals he had encountered previously, David's expression grew increasingly menacing. "Ahem. Do you understand the gravity of your situation?" David questioned, leaning on his hip with a tone bordering on brusque. True to form, upon hearing this, Rocco displayed a visage of utter fright, trembling and shaking his head in denial. Observing such a physically imposing figure behave so timidly elicited laughter from David and several officers present. Rocco, however, maintained his gaze toward the ground, silently absorbing their mirth. It is often the case that people lower their guard around those who appear timid. Thus, Rocco was effectively concealing his true intentions. Should he charge forward recklessly? He could not ascertain whether his fist would strike faster than a drawn gun. "Don't play games with me, confess honestly, or you shall face dire consequences," David continued sternly, his remaining vigilance waning as he relaxed his stance, hands now resting on his hips. The atmosphere was one of casual disregard, with no one on high alert. Witnessing this, Rocco allowed a subtle smile to surface. His objective was being fulfilled. "Officer, I am but an ordinary citizen, truly unaware of anything." He feigned fear once more, subtly repositioning himself into a more advantageous stance. "Spare me your pretense. What villain would emblazon the word villain upon their visage?" David scoffed, having never encountered such a formidable yet cowardly individual. His derision intensified as he scrutinized Rocco. However, in the next instant, Rocco sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the stillness, a sound like thunder resonating through the air. The punch landed squarely upon the face of one officer, who crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The sheer force of the blow rendered the officer utterly deceased. This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving David and his remaining colleagues in stunned silence. Rocco was indifferent to their shock. Having dispatched one adversary, he unleashed another blow, this time with both fists. The sound of bones fracturing echoed, not his own, but that of his opponents. In mere moments, 2 more officers lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the floor. Having dealt with 3 adversaries, Rocco turned his attention to the last remaining officer. David, now filled with horror, was not a fool, realizing the peril he faced. His hand instinctively reached for his waist. At last, he acquired it, the pistol that symbolizes truth. In that instant, David felt an undeniable surge of confidence. Stop. If you take another step, I shall not hesitate to pull the trigger. David brandished the firearm, his finger poised on the trigger, aiming it at Rocco. Confronted by the ominous barrel, Rocco merely smiled faintly. In the presence of 4 adversaries, he might have feared the bullets, yet now, facing just one individual at such a close range, he was intrigued to test whether his fist could outpace the gun. The smile on Rocco's face transformed into something eerily chilling in David's eyes, reminiscent of a devil he had never encountered before, grinning with a disconcerting demeanor. Don't move. Take another step, and I truly will shoot. Yet, Rocco did not falter, continuing to advance towards David. Witnessing this, David grew increasingly agitated. And in a sudden surge of adrenaline, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The explosive sound reverberated, and at that moment, it felt as if the air itself had stilled, leaving only the sound of their pounding hearts. Is he dead? David murmured, glancing towards Rocco. However, in the next instant, Rocco simply grasped a bullet and, with a swift motion, struck David squarely in the face. With but a single punch, David's consciousness faded, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Rocco exhaled softly. This being his first act of killing, a sensation that was both terrifying and intoxicating. Gazing at the bullet in his hand, Rocco nodded. It was indeed an antique from the 17th century, a pistol neither swift nor powerful compared to contemporary weaponry. Thus, he had easily seized it. However, had it been a modern high-tech firearm, Rocco would have lacked the confidence to capture it. Chapter 11. A significant enhancement of weaponry after dealing with the 4 individuals. Rocco reached for their waistbands. Regardless of the circumstances, the power of truth warranted caution. After all, despite its diminutive size, should someone covertly strike, it could lead to dire consequences. Rocco discovered a total of 4 handguns, along with an impressive stack of cash on their persons. It was evident that they had confiscated it from some other source. Truly, these individuals were commendable public servants for the people. Rocco mused as he extracted the handgun he had brought from America. Arranging the 5 handguns before him, Rocco was suddenly compelled to experiment with what he might gain by absorbing these firearms. Although he could currently rely on his fists for combat, he still lacked a suitable weapon. He sought not the extraordinary prowess of Captain America's shield or Wolverine's claws, but merely a weapon that could serve him temporarily. With this thought in mind, Rocco extended his hand towards the 5 handguns. Absorb. In the next moment, a flash of light illuminated the space. The 5 handguns vanished before him, replaced by a dark, ominous glow that exuded an aura of death in Rocco's hands. Gradually, a black desert eagle emerged, its body adorned with spiraling red patterns that rendered it both eerie and lethal. Was this the outcome of absorbing 5 guns? To be frank, it deviated somewhat from Rocco's expectations. In truth, he had yearned for a rifle or a more powerful artillery piece. The former for its aesthetic appeal and the latter for the sense of security it imparted. Nevertheless, he resolved to test the weapon's might. Rocco reached out and grasped the gun. It was heavy, unlike the one he had previously wielded or the few he had just confiscated. This one felt nearly twice as weighty. Were it not for his exceptional physique, he might have struggled to lift it. Given its considerable heft, he wondered about its power. A fiery determination ignited in his eyes as he placed his finger on the trigger, preparing to pull it. At that moment, a youthful voice broke through the atmosphere. Rocco, are you done? Upon hearing this, Rocco almost tucked the handgun away, but Lillian stepped forward, witnessing the scene. At that moment, Lillian appeared somewhat dazed. Taking in the sight of the 4 fallen individuals, blood splattered around them. The blood staining Rocco's face and the gun he held unmistakably conveyed to the young girl that he was responsible for all of this. Realizing he had been discovered, Rocco felt a pang of concern. Such a gruesome scene was undoubtedly terrifying for a little girl. It seemed he would have to soothe her once more. He sighed softly. Yet Lillian seemed oblivious to the horror, displaying neither tears nor fear. Instead, she produced a handkerchief from her pocket and, standing on tiptoe, began to wipe the blood from Rocco's face. Rocco, your face is dirty. Let me help you. Upon hearing this, Rocco was momentarily taken aback, as the girl before him seemed to have transformed, exhibiting newfound strength. Lillian, are you not afraid? Rocco crouched down, gazing at the girl before him. Afraid? Lillian nodded. Indeed. She was just a child, and fear was natural. Even he felt a twinge of nervousness during his first kill, let alone her. But as long as Brother Rocco is by my side, I am not afraid. Lillian's voice rang out once more, and this time, Rocco was utterly taken aback. As long as Brother Rocco is by my side, I am not afraid. Rocco comprehended the weight of her words. They signified her complete dependence on him and the bond they had formed, a partnership akin to that of Leon and Matilda from Elon, the professional. No, I'm not a pedophile. Please don't thrust any narratives of young girls falling for older brothers upon me. Lillian, do you like me? Suddenly, a slap landed on Rocco's face, and Lillian appeared quite upset. What are you talking about, brother Rocco? I only see you as a brother. Upon hearing Lillian's response, Rocco felt an immense relief. Being seen merely as a brother was perfectly acceptable. With this understanding, Rocco turned his attention to the 4 men lying on the ground. He had slain a few police officers, and this matter needed addressing. Rather than waiting for the police to come and apprehend him, he figured it was best to pay them a visit personally. With that thought, Rocco took Lillian's hand and descended the stairs. At that moment, the landlady was pressed against the wall, intently listening to the sounds emanating from upstairs. The moment she saw the police arrive, she understood the reason for their visit. However, she did not warn Rocco. In fact, she secretly hoped to witness his capture. Despite having earned a substantial pile of cash from Rocco, she disdained his arrogant demeanor. Just moments ago, there had been sounds of struggle upstairs, but now it had fallen eerily silent. Had someone been killed? Panic gripped the landlady as Rocco appeared downstairs, witnessing her every action. Check out. Rocco did not engage in prolonged discourse with the landlady. Instead, he pulled out a stack of bills from his pocket and tossed them onto the table. I was just dusting the wall, the landlady stammered, taking the money while feeling a pang of guilt. Yet, Rocco paid her no heed and turned to leave with Lillian, leaving the landlady standing there in a daze. On the way, Rocco casually inquired with a passerby and quickly learned the location of the police station, making his way there immediately. The police station in a Belder town, being the sole law enforcement agency in the area, was bustling with activity. Various individuals flocked there to file reports, but if one expected to hear of grand crimes, they would be sorely disappointed. Most cases involved trivial matters from daily life: who had been cheated on, whose cow had been stolen, or whose child had gone missing. There were even reports of lost shoes. At that moment, a police officer had just seen off an elderly woman and was about to indulge in a smoke while contemplating his fishing plans when he noticed 2 individuals standing at the entrance. Their faces obscured. Driven by curiosity, the officer approached them and inquired, "What brings you 2 here?" Upon hearing his voice, Rocco cast a glance downward at him. A first-level officer, it appeared he held the lowest rank in this place, not one to be taken seriously. Rocco sighed with a tinge of disappointment, as if sensing the officer's disdain for him. This provoked the officer, who immediately grew irate and shouted that he would need to inspect Rocco's identification. Identification? I fear I may not be able to provide that for you. The officer's anger flared at this retort, and he brandished handcuffs, advancing towards Rocco. Though merely a first-level officer, he carried himself with an air of superiority, and he could not abide the audacity of this towering figure before him. As the officer reached for the handcuffs, Rocco smiled faintly. He had been awaiting the opportunity for his adversary to lose his temper. With a swift motion of his left hand, a terrifying force surged forth, instantly ensnaring the officer. What are you doing?" The officer cried out, struggling against the intense pain radiating from his arm. "What am I doing?" Lead the way. I wish to meet the person in charge here." Chapter 12. Breaking into the police station for negotiations. Andreev had been feeling quite distressed lately, as the town was increasingly plagued by incidents of sleepwalking violence. Initially, it had only involved small animals, but it soon escalated into brutal confrontations among the residents. Even he, who had long been a skeptic, had encountered the phenomenon himself just last night. A man had suddenly charged at him, wielding a weapon and thrusting it towards him with terrifying force that he could not defend against. Had he not managed to flee swiftly, this chief of police might have met his demise on the spot. Alas, being a chief was no easy task. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking startled Andreev. Damn it, who is that inconsiderate brat? Just as he was about to express his anger, the door swung open, and a figure crashed into him, sending him sprawling to the ground. What the hell? Andreev exclaimed in fury, but he suddenly sensed something amiss. Rocco clapped his hands while examining the decor of the chief's office: the desk, the potted plants, the wall paintings, the coffee table, and even a bed in the corner. Goodness, a bed. Rocco was taken aback, realizing that regardless of the world, officials always seemed to share the same traits. After surveying the room, Rocco turned to the figure struggling on the floor. "Andreev, is it?" he inquired, only to be met with a torrent of profanity. "Shit, fuck your mother." Unfazed by the verbal assault, Rocco picked up a vase and approached the man. He then brought it down heavily upon Andreev's leg. The chief let out a blood-curdling scream. "Fuck, what the hell?" Rocco was momentarily stunned by the foreigner's reaction. Why was he mixing English and Chinese? However, observing Andreev's defiance, Rocco concluded that perhaps his initial strike had been too gentle. Without further ado, he swung the vase down again, and again, striking repeatedly. During this time, Lilith stood quietly to the side, her expression neutral and her demeanor unresponsive. Eventually, Andreev could no longer endure the onslaught and called for a halt. "Oh, have you organized your thoughts?" Rocco chuckled, gradually lowering the vase. "What do you want from me?" Andreev stammered, his voice trembling with reluctance. Sensing the defiance in his tone, Rocco raised his hand once more and struck again. This time, Andreev emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Stop, stop, handsome, just tell me. At that moment, all traces of defiance had vanished from Andreev's face. Seeing this, Rocco finally set the vase down and leaned closer to Andreev's face. Now, the chief could clearly see the young man before him, who, despite his youth, possessed an overwhelming strength and showed no mercy in his actions. Had he not been resilient, he might have already lost consciousness. My name is Rocco, and I wish to discuss a matter with you. At this moment, Rocco slowly began to speak. And in the astonished gaze of Andreev, he recounted all his previous actions, the assault on Jeff, and the killing of 4 police officers. Upon hearing this, a look of terror spread across Andreev's face. Although he was the chief, he had witnessed no more than 10 homicides in his career. Yet now, a single individual, Rocco, had taken the lives of 4, and they were all officers of the law. After detailing the murders, Rocco shifted the conversation to Lillian. Over the past few days, he had contemplated the task of rescuing the little girl selling matches, which he believed he had accomplished. However, the system had not acknowledged his success. Thus, Rocco deduced that saving the girl entailed providing her with a life filled with happiness. He realized he could not remain by her side indefinitely as she grew up. Therefore, he required assistance from the police station to build a home, ensure a steady supply of food, provide clean clothing, and facilitate her education. He needed Lillian to experience the life of a normal child. Are you asking me to assist her in these matters? At that moment, Andreev felt an urge to chastise Rocco for his insanity. If these were his intentions, he could have simply stated them outright instead of enduring a beating first. While the financial burden of raising a little girl was a concern, it paled in comparison to the value of his own life. Yes, just those things, and furthermore, I do not wish for anyone to bully her. Rocco's tone was grave on this point. At this juncture, Lillian appeared utterly stunned. The confines of the room were small, and she had naturally heard every word exchanged. As she realized that Rocco had ventured into the police station and committed these acts solely to secure her a normal life, her eyes began to glisten with tears. However, you have taken so many lives and now expect me to care for this child. Do you not find that peculiar? Andreev finally voiced his confusion, unable to contain his disbelief. How could Rocco think he would agree to such a request? Moreover, even if he did acquiesce, Andreev could later exploit the situation or, when Rocco was distracted, abduct Lillian. He found it hard to believe that Rocco could remain by Lillian's side at all times. Rocco had his own considerations regarding this. This was precisely why he had come here. Chief Andreev, during your tenure, you have been diligent and nearly without blemish. Under your governance, this town has maintained its stability and harmony. Upon hearing this, Andreev smiled with satisfaction. These were indeed his accomplishments during his time in office, and they could very well lead to his election as the next city commissioner. However, his smile soon faded. Recently, I have heard unsettling reports of disturbances in the town. A child sleepwalking and killing a cat, a husband sleepwalking and murdering his wife, incidents of arson and robbery occurring at night, and so forth. Surely, you are more aware of such matters than I. As Rocco concluded his statement, the smile on Andreev's face vanished entirely. These matters have indeed been a source of great distress for Andreev of late. As the upcoming municipal elections approach, he has chosen to suppress these issues rather than report them, employing his own methods to keep them under wraps. Initially, he believed this would be a straightforward endeavor. However, as he delved deeper, he came to realize that these challenges were far beyond the capabilities of any individual to resolve. Who among the somnambulant can fear physical harm? Who among them possesses the strength to shatter towering walls with a mere fist? Who among them can move faster than an automobile? Each of these bizarre occurrences has weighed heavily upon the director's conscience. Yet, how does this person before him possess such knowledge? And what is the purpose behind their revelations? Observing Andreev's silence, Rocco offered a faint smile. Director, if I were to say that I could assist you in resolving these issues and restore tranquility to the town, would you believe me? In silence, Andreev found himself reflecting deeply. Strangely, he suddenly felt that this individual might indeed be capable of such feats. Perhaps, it is time for us to discuss the particulars. Chapter 13, The Construction of a New Home begins. After reaching an agreement with the director, Rocco departed with Lillian. During their discussions, the director assured him that he would assist Lillian in building a house and arranging her school enrollment, all of which would be expedited starting today. Rocco believed this task was not particularly daunting, confident in the director's capabilities to accomplish it. As for the possibility of the director suddenly retracting his promise and surrounding them with a multitude of officers after their departure, Rocco felt no concern. Upon observation, he noted that the entire police station possessed merely a handful of small firearms, lacking any substantial weaponry. Understanding this, Rocco realized why they were unable to resolve the nightmare's troubles. With such a configuration, even a minor terrorist could potentially dismantle their precinct. Rocco, where do we go now? Lillian inquired, her gaze curious as she looked up at him. After wandering for a moment, Rocco found himself feeling somewhat aimless, as if he were searching for direction. After a brief contemplation, he decided to accompany Lillian to her home, although he had promised the director to address the nightmare's woes. Current intelligence suggested that such events typically transpired during daylight hours. It was no wonder. Who, after all, sleeps during the day? Let us go home, Lillian. Home it is. A short while later, under Lillian's guidance, Rocco came upon a dilapidated little house. The low walls bore several gnawed holes, evidence of rodents. The roof was constructed of narrow wooden planks and an unknown woven straw. The door, pitiably resembling a door, fell to the ground with a soft push from Rocco. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, realizing that on his very first visit, he had inadvertently damaged it. Lillian, let me explain. Upon hearing this, Lillian appeared to have anticipated the scene. She crouched down, picked up the wooden door, and skillfully reattached it. All done. She clapped her hands, looking at Rocco with an air of nonchalance. Observing her ease in handling the situation, Rocco surmised that she must often encounter such predicaments. It seemed that before Rocco entered her life, she had been living independently for quite some time. Rocco then lowered his head and stepped inside the house. Upon entering, he was greeted by a pungent odor, reminiscent of the scent he first detected when he met Lillian. It was foul, musty, and sour, akin to a blend of sewage and filth. As he surveyed the room, he noted the absence of any lighting fixtures and a woefully sparse amount of furniture. The cramped space contained a three-legged stool, a patched mattress, and a darkened stove, with little else to be seen. You live in a place like this? In this moment, even Rocco, who had witnessed the slums of America, could not help but feel astonished. In such an environment, how could one possibly survive? After merely a brief stay, Rocco was enveloped by a chill dampness. Outside, the world lay blanketed in white snow, embodying the frigid winter, while inside, the atmosphere was cold, dark, and fraught with peril, a condition unbearable for any individual. Yes, this is my home, Lillian remarked, as she retrieved a match and ignited a kerosene lamp that seemed to have materialized from nowhere. The feeble flame instantaneously illuminated the darkness, radiating warmth and hope. For the first time, Rocco felt the sacredness of fire. Accustomed to warmth and a comfortable life, he found it difficult to fathom how the young girl before him managed to endure her existence in such dire circumstances. Countless dark nights passed without food, clothing, warmth, companionship, or hope. Rocco could not comprehend how Lillian had persevered. Even Lillian herself was uncertain how she had survived until now. Brother Rocco, let us go outside. Staying here too long is not good for your health, Lillian suddenly exclaimed. At her words, Rocco paused, realizing that this girl was likely far stronger than he had imagined. Nevertheless, Lillian was right. He indeed needed to venture out. He resolved to commence work that very day, aiding Lillian in constructing a shelter. Although he lacked knowledge in civil construction, he believed that in this world, there was little that money could not resolve. Lillian, wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Rocco stepped outside and made his way towards the town. He recalled that there was a construction market there, replete with laborers seeking work and materials for sale. After some inquiries, Rocco swiftly located the market. It must be said that although this market was small, it was well equipped for its size, containing virtually everything necessary for building a house. Rocco, in accordance with his requirements, first hired a dozen workers, then procured a considerable amount of construction materials. Once these tasks were completed, he hired several trucks to transport the materials and workers back to Lillian's home. In total, Rocco expended $1,000 on labor, materials, and transportation. To him, this sum was not substantial, for the prices in this town were relatively low amidst the backdrop of economic development. However, should any further expenses arise, Rocco might need to return. His initial foray into this dual existence had been rather hasty, leaving him ill-prepared. Should he return, he vowed to acquire more supplies. Part of the funds would assist Lillian, while the remainder would be required to confront the peculiar nightmares that haunted him. At noon, the snow that had fallen incessantly finally ceased, and the sun, a rare visitor, began to rise. Under its rays, the earth brightened slightly. At that moment, Rocco's construction convoy arrived at Lillian's home. The rumbling of the vehicles and the chatter of the workers soon drew Lillian outside, gazing at the unfamiliar iron structure and the multitude of unfamiliar faces. Lillian felt a flicker of fear. Fortunately, amidst the crowd, she spotted Rocco's figure. After he briefly explained the situation to her, Rocco returned to his duties concerning the construction. Eager to expedite the completion of the house, he took it upon himself to oversee many tasks. Under Rocco's direction, the dilapidated old house was swiftly demolished, and the workers began clearing away the debris from the site. Watching the home she had inhabited for many years being torn down, Lillian momentarily lost herself in thought. Yet, soon her expression transformed, filled with joy. In comparison to the crumbling old house, Lillian undeniably yearned for a new dwelling. After all, Any sensible person desires to reside in a space that is both new and spacious. The decrepit house, which could not even provide warmth, was a place she wished never to inhabit again. Chapter 14. A new home. Throughout the day, Rocco busied himself at the construction site. With his formidable strength and towering height of 6 feet, he had transformed into an almost mechanical force devoid of emotion. Heavy materials that could not be moved? Rocco would handle it. Areas out of reach? Rocco would ascend. Even when a vehicle became ensnared in a muddy pit, Rocco was there to extricate it. The laborers residing in the town had never witnessed such a brutal display of strength, and their curiosity about this giant was piqued. Yet, Rocco merely smiled, offering little in response to their inquiries. Finally, as evening approached, Rocco awaited the arrival of Andreev. At that moment, Andreev appeared, his left arm wrapped in a thick bandage, presenting a rather comical sight. However, this was a restrained version of Rocco, whose punch could effortlessly breach walls. "Rocco, it seems I've kept you waiting," Andreev remarked, feeling somewhat awkward as he surveyed the bustling construction site. He had promised Rocco to expedite arrangements, yet here he was, arriving only after the foundation had been laid. "Ah, Director, aren't you a busy man? It is indeed our privilege that you could spare time to assist me." Rocco feigned anger, maintaining a stern expression. Upon hearing Rocco's words, a flicker of fear crossed Andreev's eyes. "Rocco, after you left, I worked tirelessly to make arrangements. I've already taken care of Lillian's enrollment. She will be able to start next week." The flustered demeanor of Andreev drew curious glances from several nearby workers. However, they regarded him merely as an ordinary man, unable to fathom that the esteemed director could become so flustered over a few words. Acknowledging that enrollment could indeed be arranged for the following week, Rocco nodded, recognizing that the director had indeed put forth genuine effort. In this era, securing even a simple enrollment could take an ordinary person an entire year's endeavor. In the 19th century, education remained a privilege reserved for the elite, while the impoverished struggled merely for survival. "Why are you so anxious, Director?" "I'm merely expressing my gratitude," Rocco said, patting Andreev on the shoulder with a smile. Relieved that Rocco was no longer pressing him, Andreev exhaled deeply. Nonetheless, he dismissed Rocco as flattery, as mere bluster, for he was acutely aware of how merciless this seemingly amiable young man could be when provoked. "Not at all. Serving the people is our duty," Andreev replied. And after a courteous exchange, he directed his construction team and designers to join the site. He then took a moment to bid farewell to Lillian before gradually departing. As night fell, Rocco finally stepped away from the construction site, where the workers had long since dispersed after a day of toil. To speak candidly, Rocco harbored a desire for the construction to proceed around the clock. Such an approach would undoubtedly expedite progress. However, the townsfolk seemed unable to fathom the notion of continuous labor for 24 hours. Indeed, when Rocco mentioned that many individuals adhered to such demanding hours, they merely scoffed. Earning money is all well and good, but one must have life to enjoy it. What is the point of toil if one's existence is forfeit? Rocco, on the other hand, did not feel fatigued. Perhaps it was due to the transformation of his current physique. Despite a day filled with busyness, he felt an enduring vitality within him. "Rocco, brother." Just as he was sipping water, a familiar voice called out to him. It was Lillian, her little legs pattering as she approached him. Without delay, she extended a piece of bread towards him. "Rocco, brother, here is some bread for you." Observing the bread in the girl's hand, Rocco was taken aback. He had assumed that at such a late hour, she would already be asleep. He was pleasantly surprised to find that she had been waiting for him, even preparing a midnight snack. "Sweetheart, I'm not hungry. You should eat it." Rocco gently ruffled Lillian's hair, offering her a comforting smile. "No, you eat. You've been busy all day. You must be famished." Despite her insistence, Lillian remained resolute in her desire to place the bread into Rocco's hands. Relenting, he accepted the bread, dividing it into 2 equal halves, one for Lillian and one for himself. Worried she might not eat, he hastily consumed his portion. The bread was cold and hard, a stark contrast to the delightful loaves found in any American convenience store. It barely qualified as food. Yet, Lillian relished it, carefully tearing off small pieces to savor. Witnessing the joy in her eyes, Rocco understood that, for her, this simple white bread was indeed a remarkable delicacy, especially considering her usual diet rarely afforded even black bread. After their modest meal, Rocco took Lillian back to the inn where they had previously stayed. As the houses were still under construction, Rocco had opted for a monthly package at the inn. In the biting cold, he had no desire to sleep amidst the frigid construction site. The warmth of the inn, with its cozy hearth and hot water, suited him far better. In the ensuing days, Rocco oversaw the construction by day and returned to the inn for rest by night. At last, on the 28th of this month, the house was completed. On the following day, a remote area of the town, usually devoid of visitors, buzzed with activity. Workers, uniformed police officers, clergymen, and passers-by all congregated there. their gazes drawn in unison to the structure before them. It was a modest 3-story villa, encompassing 100 square meters, each floor designated for a specific purpose. In front of the villa lay a small courtyard, currently barren and devoid of adornments. Even within the rooms on the 3rd floor, one would find them largely empty. Loco intended for Lillian to design her own house and garden. At that moment, Director Andreev, impeccably dressed, stepped before the assembly to deliver his speech. However, the content was predominantly superficial pleasantries. To ensure that the mansion would not attract undue attention, Loco specifically requested Andreev to associate the property with certain institutions. On the surface, Lillian was merely a resident user, yet in reality, the ownership of the house rested firmly in her hands. Of course, Andreev assured that this arrangement would remain concealed. Loco harbored no desire for anyone to become fixated on the pristine mansion after his departure, hence the fewer individuals aware of the actual circumstances, the better. Following the director's speech, other heads of institutions approached to speak, among whom Loco's attention was singularly drawn to a certain pastor. From him emanated an unusual aura that captivated Loco. Chapter 15. The strange priest. Today, let us gather here to witness the construction of this new edifice. Lillian, this unfortunate child, is fortunate enough to be its first occupant. As a priest, I beseech the Almighty, praying for the safety, health, and happiness of this child. Before the grand mansion, the priest held the Bible in one hand and placed the other over his heart, earnestly reciting prayers. As he chanted the sacred verses, the onlookers began to close their eyes, silently joining in spirit. However, amidst this reverent assembly, there lingered a solitary figure who neither prayed nor meditated, but instead fixated his gaze upon the priest. Loco scrutinized the priest's actions and, for reasons unknown, sensed an unusual aura emanating from him. This essence was unlike anything he had encountered before. If one were to describe it, it could only be likened to the scent of magic. There was undoubtedly something amiss with this individual, Loco asserted. In America, he had participated in various prayer gatherings, yet he had never felt such an aura surrounding those priests. This warranted further investigation. Loco resolved to delve deeper into this matter. However, he refrained from immediate action. Firstly, there were too many people present, and any overt move could expose him. Secondly, he was unfamiliar with this priest. What if the man possessed formidable magical powers? Despite his own belief in his physical strength, he had no means to contend with such mysterious sorcery. As the event drew to a close, Director Andreev led a group of children in a joyous circle, singing cheerful melodies. Lillian, now among them, beheld the radiant smiles of her companions, and for the first time, she experienced genuine joy. At this moment, having completed the prayers, the priest bid farewell to Andreev and made his way toward the church. Following his departure, a shadow trailed behind him, stealthily observing. At St. Peter's Church, Priest Ovis cautiously surveyed his surroundings before entering a secluded chamber. Lighting a solitary candle, Ovis finally shed his voluminous robes, revealing his frail physique illuminated by the flickering flame. His body resembled that of a skeletal frame, with skin adhering to his bones in a grotesque manner. Were it not for his skin, he might scarcely be recognized as human. Gazing upon his form, Ovis expressed a look of profound regret. Yet suddenly, an eerie voice echoed, and upon realizing its source, Ovis's expression shifted to one of terror. On the table, the previously still Bible began to turn its pages, eventually halting on a page inscribed with demonic imagery. Ovis, does the power of God feel pleasant? Resonated a voice from the scriptures. This voice was identical to the earlier one. No, this was clearly the power of a demon. You deceived me. In the eyes of ordinary people, the holy and benevolent priest Ovis secretly engaged in dealings with something sinister. Ha, ha. The entity did not express anger. Rather, it erupted into laughter. However, that smile appeared exceedingly terrifying, reminiscent of the malevolent demons confined in hell. Ovis, have you seen that girl? The entity inquired slowly. At that moment, Ovis's expression suddenly twisted in anguish. Ultimately, as if reaching a resolution, he shook his head. I have not seen her. Such a being does not exist. You are merely overthinking. With the finality of Ovis's words, the chamber trembled violently. A chilling, raspy voice echoed, and the pages of the Bible began to turn slowly. Astonishingly, Ovis found himself levitating in midair, his hands gripping tightly around his own neck. His visage contorted in agony as he struggled, yet no matter how forcefully he fought, his hands would not budge an inch. Finally, Ovis let out a hoarse utterance. I command you to release my neck. With a sharp crack, his hands were flung away as if cast aside, and Ovis crashed against the wall. This is a small lesson for deceiving me. Next time. The latter part of the sentence faded into silence. Yet Ovis understood the ominous implication of next time. That little girl, named Lillian, was but a pitiful child. Suddenly, Ovis was raised again by the mysterious force and hurled to the ground. Sensing the entity's wrath, he ceased to resist and began to speak obediently. Moments later, a chorus of satisfied laughter erupted from the Bible. It is her, Indeed, the one who manipulates nightmares, the sacred dream seed. Upon hearing this name, Ovis's face transformed, revealing an expression of disbelief. Just then, a surge of power erupted from the Bible, hurtling toward Ovis. Instinctively, he ducked to evade it. Clang, clang, clang. Ovis soon realized that the force was not aimed at him but emanated from the wall behind him. At that moment, Rocco was bracing himself against the strange power with his fists. He had not anticipated that despite his caution, he would still be detected. Although uncertain of the nature of this force, Rocco was acutely aware that it was beyond his current capacity to withstand. An intruder, how intriguing. Though merely a mortal, this body surpasses Ovis by far. Become my servant, and I shall grant you immense power. The entity continued its monologue from within the Bible. Rocco intensified his efforts, striving to resist. Servant, you can go to hell. Enough with your incessant rambling. Are you a grandparent's pet? At that moment, Rocco felt exasperated. The strange force remained invisible, yet palpably real. Moreover, its strength was formidable, rivaling his own. What on earth is this? Suddenly, Rocco sensed the power augmenting, and he began to struggle. However, he caught sight of the turning pages of the Bible. With every increment of strength, a new page was turned. Could it be that its power derives from the sacred tome? No one had revealed the answer to Rocco, yet at this moment, he had placed all his hopes upon that very scripture. Cursed be it! Rocco roared, summoning every ounce of strength within his being. From head to toe, every muscle was called forth by Rocco's will. At this instant, his power surged dramatically. 4T, 6T, 8T. Rocco felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch, striking fiercely at the sacred book. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the scripture was torn asunder. That strange force vanished abruptly at that moment. Phew, it is accomplished. No, beware of what lies behind you. Chapter 16, The Demise of Ovis. The sacred dream seed Ovis suddenly let out a piercing scream. Upon hearing this sound, every fiber of Rocco's being ignited with movement. He crouched down, feeling an eerie presence brush past him from above. What on earth was that? However, the entity offered Rocco no time to react and lunged fiercely towards him. In that moment, Rocco realized that the thing intended to possess his body. Panic surged within him. From the beginning until now, he had been utterly perplexed about the true nature of this entity. Furthermore, why had the priest Ovis chosen to alert him? Was he, perhaps, a benevolent figure? Ovis, what is that thing? Rocco shouted while deftly evading in the dim chamber. Although the entity was bizarre, for some inexplicable reason, it seemed to lack the speed to match his own. This, at least, was a small mercy for Rocco. That was the demon vein, a minion of the 7 infernal devils, Samuel. He was wrathful, formidable, and possessed the power to obliterate. Wait, Ovis, to cut to the chase. What is its weakness? Rocco interrupted Ovis, who was rambling on without getting to the point. All he wished to ascertain was whether the adversary had any vulnerabilities. Weakness? It might not have any. Ovis waved his hand dismissively. At this, Rocco felt a surge of frustration. What did it mean to have no weaknesses? He certainly did not wish to meet his end at such a tender age. He thought desperately. Anything, just think of something. Once more, Rocco placed his hopes on Ovis. He could not believe that the priest, having served for so long, had absolutely no leads. Suddenly, Ovis seemed to recall something and shouted, "Holy water." Bullets infused with holy water might be able to pierce through it. At this revelation, a spark ignited in Rocco's eyes. He possessed a weapon, a product of having devoured 5 handguns. Until now, he had not wielded it even once. Now, it appeared to be the moment for it to unleash its power. However, what exactly is holy water? Ovis, what is holy water? Rocco inquired once more. Yet, at this moment, his interlocutor fell silent. Damn it, don't falter now. Despicable human. Let me first borrow this feeble body to claim you. The sinister, grotesque voice reverberated once more, this time emanating from Ovis's own lips. Witnessing this transformation, Rocco realized that Ovis had been possessed by the entity. Shit, at least tell me what holy water is. Rocco was immensely frustrated. He had discovered the means to defeat the adversary, yet he was now missing only the holy water. Surrender your body to me, the eerie voice commanded, compelling Rocco to move once again. However, it seemed that with the possession came an augmentation of speed, and the entity was now less than a meter away from him. Gazing at the imminent threat, Rocco felt a sense of dread wash over him. Grasping the Desert Eagle, Rocco fired 2 shots at Ovis. Remarkably, the bullets struck Ovis's body, noticeably slowing him down. Sensing this, Rocco continued to shoot, buying himself time while his eyes searched the peculiar chamber. He could hardly believe that such a strange place would lack that particular item. At the entrance of the secret room, a silver vial suddenly came into Rocco's view. Inside the vial was a pool of transparent liquid, colorless and odorless. The words holy water were even inscribed on the edge of the vial. Could this truly be it? Rocco gasped inwardly. Yet, who would leave such a vital item here, thoughtfully labeled? Ha ha ha, human, you cannot escape. with the approaching figure closing in. Rocco realized he had little choice left. So be it, he would gamble everything. Resolutely, he quickened his pace, submerging the bullets one by one into the vial. As he waited for the bullets to soak, he dodged while launching verbal taunts at his opponent. Indeed, Ovis grew enraged by the insults. Murmuring an incantation that instantly increased his speed, Rocco felt a shiver run down his spine, aware that the hands were now but a step away. Please hurry. Rocco darted past the vial once more, and suddenly it radiated a sacred glow. Witnessing this, Rocco knew he had succeeded. He swiftly extended his hand, loading the bullets into his handgun, just as that hand made contact with his body. A chilling, ominous fury washed over him, flooding his mind with negative emotions. Rocco shook his head vigorously, suppressing the darkness with sheer willpower, and then aimed at Ovis's body, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The distinctive sharp sound of the desert eagle reverberated throughout the chamber. Following the gunfire, a harrowing wail echoed, reminiscent of a baby's cry. Ha ha ha. Moments later, the sound gradually faded until Rocco could hear it no more. Had he succeeded? Cautiously, he approached Ovis, whose chest was riddled with bullet holes. His face contorted in a grotesque grimace. Whether he was dead or alive was the question that piqued Rocco's curiosity. He held his gun firmly, fixated on Ovis's still form. There were 3 bullets left in the handgun. Should Ovis show even the slightest movement, Rocco would not hesitate to fire. Suddenly, Ovis, sprawled on the ground, began to writhe. Witnessing this, Rocco's heart raced, and he instinctively placed his finger on the trigger, ready to pull it. Yet, he then heard a familiar voice. Wait, it's me. Ovis? Rocco scrutinized the figure before him, questioning. It is I, Ovis. Upon hearing this, Rocco finally confirmed it was indeed the same Ovis who had just mentioned the holy water. You're not dead? Rocco felt a twinge of confusion as he recalled the penetrating power of his bullets. He had witnessed the near-complete perforation of his opponent's chest, leaving no trace of integrity. Ovis swallowed hard, avoiding any glance at his own body. That Wayne. He is not yet deceased. You must return immediately to safeguard that girl. Is it Lillian? Rocco inquired, having just heard that name. Additionally, he had caught wind of a peculiar term, holy dream seed. Lillian, I sense the essence of the holy dream seed emanating from that girl. This entity possesses the capability to manipulate dreams, conjuring virtual illusions at will. Even the most formidable can be swayed by it. At that moment, Rocco's expression shifted. It dawned on him that the sleepwalking incidents plaguing the town originated from his immediate surroundings. How deceptively innocuous Lillian appeared. Chapter 17. Devouring Steel, ascending once more. Lillian, no matter what, do not allow that Wayne to find you. After uttering these final words, Ovis could no longer endure and closed his eyes. All vitality had vanished from his body, leaving no glimmer of hope for revival. At this moment, Rocco fell into silence. The sudden influx of information was overwhelming. First, the demon Wayne, then Lillian, and lastly, the peculiar sacred dream seed. Everything unfolding before Rocco was reshaping his worldview. He had thought America to be absurd enough. Yet the world of a little match girl was equally surreal. He had believed he could gradually resolve the sleepwalking incident, but now all attention had converged upon it. Alas, I must return. Lillian is in grave danger. Rocco kept Ovis's last words in mind, for he could not allow the power of the sacred dream seed to fall into Wayne's hands. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Rocco observed his surroundings. The cathedral appeared to be quite ancient, with many decorations on the ceiling beginning to crack. Meanwhile, Ovis's message gradually became clear to Rocco. Among the early batch of priest apprentices, Ovis had been the least esteemed, overlooked by all. However, upon returning from a procession one day, he had undergone a transformation, growing stronger and more imbued with a sacred presence. Step by step, he became the most respected priest in the town, earning the faith of its residents. Thus, he was a wayward soul seeking salvation for himself. Rocco mused, his understanding of Ovis sharpening. He could not ascertain whether Ovis was a good or bad person. Nonetheless, when he ultimately revealed the method to slay the demon, he had accomplished his own salvation. Exiting the cathedral, Rocco did not leave empty-handed. He had acquired the vial of holy water. This was his sole means of countering Wayne's threat for the time being. Before rejoining Lillian, Rocco needed to visit another place. There, he could find replenishment, and perhaps even further enhancement. The double doors swung open. A flash of light, and Rocco's figure abruptly vanished from the street. Beneath the towering edifices, Rocco returned to the perilous location where his fate had once shifted irrevocably. Oh, it feels good to be back. He shed his heavy coat, revealing his own attire beneath. His first stop was the arms station in the black market. Though the Desert Eagle was formidable, he sensed the potential for further improvement. In the black market, Rocco procured a rifle, a handgun, a shotgun, a sniper rifle, and an abundance of ammunition. After settling the payment, he sought a secluded corner to amalgamate his Desert Eagle with the new acquisitions, activating the power of Devouring. The black floral light blossomed in Rocco's hands. This time, a revolver emerged, intertwined with hues of black and red. Rocco grasped the weapon, which was thrice the weight of the previous Desert Eagle. The power? He glanced at the revolver's barrel before decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, reverberating like a seismic tremor. Rocco's ears buzzed from the sonic blast. Before him, a gaping hole with a 5-meter diameter manifested. Was this truly a firearm? The force was akin to craters left by certain artillery shells. The sound of crumbling structures began to resonate as Rocco observed the edifice before him teetering precariously, as though it would collapse at any moment. Cursing under his breath, he bolted, sprinting at a velocity exceeding 100 miles per hour in a chosen direction. He had no desire for his actions to be discovered. The prospect of attracting the attention of various organizations was daunting. The Underworld, the Avengers, the X-Men, Hydra, the Justice League, any organization, whether he could conceive of it or not, could be on the hunt for him. Presently, he lacked the power to resist them. In the chaotic rental apartment, Rocco gasped for air, gulping down water with urgency. He was utterly exhausted. His recent sprint was undoubtedly the fastest he had ever run. Surpassing 100 kilometers per hour, he had dashed through the streets like a whirlwind to return here. It was his first experience running at such speed. Though he had been swift in the confines of the secret chamber, the limited space had prevented him from fully extending his limbs. Just moments ago, he had unfurled every muscle. My skin, though robust, is still not impervious to blades and bullets. Rocco murmured to himself, and in the next moment, an idea struck him. At the American Secondhand Metal Recycling Center, the largest metal reclamation facility in the nation, a staggering volume of over 100 million tons of scrap metal lay piled high. Here, an unexpected visitor had arrived. Rocco feigned the demeanor of a lost traveler as he entered the premises, disposing of the individual in charge with casual ease. He plunged into the sea of steel. Extending his left hand, Rocco activated his devouring ability. This was the most substantial consumption he had ever undertaken. A cacophony of faint rumblings resonated amidst the discarded metal. One by one, the vast expanse of metal began to vanish. Accompanying this phenomenon were transformations within Rocco's own body. Starting from his arms, his yellow skin gradually became enveloped in a silvery sheen. Soon, his chest, legs, head, and even his hair were cloaked in a delicate layer of white. Suddenly, an intense pain surged through him, as if his very flesh were being torn apart. Stop! Rocco abruptly withdrew his left hand, and at that moment, the agonizing sensation dissipated. The newly formed white layer on his skin vanished entirely, concealed beneath the surface. Rocco clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles ringing out clearly. The force within him had not increased. However, Rocco was acutely aware that he was undeniably more formidable than before. If he had once been a spear endowed with speed, he was now a harmonious amalgamation of speed, spear, and shield. With a resounding crack, Rocco struck his fist against the cement ground. The earth quaked as it fractured, creating a chasm exceeding 8 meters in diameter. Though his strength had not escalated, he had previously been incapable of producing such a vast cavity. The transformation stemmed from his argent-hued skin. That's enough. I can return now, Rocco murmured, subsequently conjuring a dual passage. The dual passage manifested once again at that moment. Moments later, following Rocco's disappearance for half an hour, an even more potent aura descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the ground. Instantly, a pit over 10 meters deep emerged. This was merely the result of his casual descent. Soul gazed at the gaping hole before him, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Could it be that the Hydra organization was embarking on new endeavors? Chapter 18. The town plagued by nightmares gazing upon the familiar street before him. Rocco realized that he had indeed returned to the world of fairy tales. Without pausing, he quickened his pace towards the newly constructed villa. Along the way, he observed the somewhat bizarre scenery surrounding him and gradually came to a halt. White wisps of smoke had mysteriously emerged throughout the town. Initially, Rocco believed it to be mere ordinary smoke, yet he soon sensed a deceleration in his speed. What is this? Why am I being affected? Rocco pondered. But at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, for strange figures began to materialize before him. From the houses, from the streets. From places unknown to Rocco, shadowy figures slowly emerged. They bore vacant expressions, some were neatly dressed, while others were clad only in undergarments. Yet that was not all. Almost every individual clutched an object. Some held pots and bowls, others carried garments, while a few brandished glimmering blades. At that moment, a woman approached Rocco, a knife in hand. What is happening? Rocco's eyes widened in horror. Had he truly been away from this world for only 4 hours? How could such peculiar occurrences transpire in such a short span? He recalled that when he departed, the world had appeared entirely normal. This indicated that something must have occurred in his absence. That demon. Suddenly, Rocco's thoughts turned to the fiend he had encountered. Ovis had claimed that he was not dead. Now, It seemed he was indeed alive and had orchestrated all of this chaos. With a swift motion, the woman wielding the knife lunged at Rocco. Her speed so great that it stirred up a cloud of dust in the air. However, in the present moment, her velocity appeared sluggish. In a mere twist, Rocco effortlessly evaded her assault. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped her wrist, attempting to wrest the knife from her grip. Yet, she seemed to sense his intentions and resisted fiercely. It was only then that Rocco recognized her. The familiar nightgown belonged to Sasha, the very person who had sheltered him for a night, just as she had done before. She now lunged at him with a knife. To his astonishment, a month had passed, and he found himself reliving this scene. The past was no longer relevant. The Rocco who had once nearly met his demise at her hands was no longer the same. Realizing he could not overpower her for the blade, Rocco ceased to hold back, raising his fist and delivering a forceful blow to her face. The sheer power of his strike sent Sasha hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Observing her motionless form, Rocco turned to leave. However, at that moment, he was startled by a series of cracking sounds. To his disbelief, Sasha began to rise from the ground in an uncanny manner and charged towards him with alarming speed. Her eyes remained vacant, and the injury she had sustained seemed to inflict upon her no pain whatsoever. As Sasha drew ever closer, Rocco did not flee. He merely stood there, as if he had relinquished all desire to resist. However, in the next moment, a terrifying sound erupted. With a thunderous crack, Rocco drew his revolver and pulled the trigger. Subsequently, Sasha was sent flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing the utterly defeated form of his adversary, Rocco realized she could no longer rise. Although this bizarre nightmare could transform a person into something strange, bestowing them with speed and strength that could rival Rocco's. Even the most skilled martial artist fears a butcher's knife. Moreover, his weapon was a revolver that had consumed numerous arms in its wake. In principle, Rocco should not have been able to kill her, yet now, the principles lay firmly in his hands. After dispatching Sasha, the shadows surrounding him began to riot. The once aimless figures, drifting without purpose, gradually coalesced into an orderly formation. Once the formation was established, they advanced towards a singular direction, Rocco. Faced with a battalion of over 100 figures, Rocco did not falter. Instead, a fierce fire ignited within his eyes. He holstered his revolver and firmly planted his feet into the ground. Gradually, the power within him surged, and at that moment, a silvery sheen began to manifest upon his skin. The entranced horde continued its advance, now less than a meter away from Rocco. This proximity was perilous. Should he falter, today would mark his end. However, Rocco was no longer the feeble figure he once was. In the next heartbeat, silver enveloped every inch of Rocco's skin. Finally, he unleashed a punch, infused with speed and strength. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding cacophony echoed as the formation of 100 disintegrated in an instant, scattering in all directions. Some were smashed against walls, others hurled several meters away, and a few even shattered on impact. This punch represented the pinnacle of Rocco's physical capabilities. After delivering this strike, he felt his legs weaken momentarily. Yet, he quickly regained his strength, standing tall once more in no time. At that moment, the earth began to resonate with sounds of movement. Through his keen sight, Rocco perceived figures emerging from 10 meters away, hastening towards him. This time, their numbers exceeded those of the previous encounter. Damn it, I can't fight them all. Time to flee. Witnessing this, Rocco wasted no time and opted for escape. He was not a mindless warrior, waiting idly for the enemy to approach. His immediate priority was to find Lillian. The reason for his earlier confrontation was merely to test his strength. Now that the assessment was complete, it was time to retreat. Preserving his energy was the wisest course. As Rocco fled, the shadows finally converged upon the spot he had just vacated. Upon discovering his absence, they began to disperse once more, aimlessly drifting into the void. Following the echoes of memory, Rocco discovered the location of the newly constructed mansion. Gazing upon the towering edifice, resplendent and radiating hope, he could not help but nod in approval. Just a month prior, this place was a mere desolate expanse, marked only by a dilapidated shed. No passerby would venture here. Those who did would hastily retreat. Yet now, the area had transformed into a vibrant scene, boasting a strikingly beautiful mansion and expansive, well-paved roads. Absent the haunting specter of nightmares, this would be the ideal sanctuary for Lillian. However, the current chaos in the town, with its wandering sleepwalkers, weighed heavily on Rocco's mind. He understood the urgency of locating Lillian and remedying the situation. As he approached the mansion's entrance, determination gleamed ever more fiercely in his eyes. Lillian, await my arrival. Chapter 19. The fierce battle with Vane. Pushing open the door, Rocco entered the room, commencing his search for Lillian's figure. The first floor yielded nothing, nor did the second. At last, on the third floor, in a secluded bedroom, Rocco beheld her silhouette. Lillian lay peacefully asleep upon the bed, adorned in a lovely white dress. her long hair cascading carelessly around her. A faint smile graced her face, embodying the essence of happiness and joy, manifesting beautifully like a picturesque scene. It was so enchanting that Rocco hesitated to disturb her serenity. Yet, he steeled himself and approached her. "Lillian, wake up." Rocco called her name, believing that if the nightmare stemmed from the sacred dream seed, awakening Lillian might restore normalcy to the town. This was his conviction, and thus he acted accordingly. However, despite several attempts, Lillian remained unresponsive. In desperation, Rocco resorted to pinching her soft, smooth cheek. Just as he was lost in the delightful sensation, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly engulfed him. In the next instant, an invisible force struck out, and before Rocco could react, he was hurled against the wall. "Ha, human, I have found the sacred dream seed. I no longer require your body," a terrifying, chilling voice echoed. Rocco, propping himself against the ground, gradually rose to his feet. The earlier assault had been so abrupt that he had barely registered it before being thrown. Fortunately, his physical strength had greatly improved, allowing him to withstand the impact. Yet, he felt far from unscathed. Gazing at the dark shadow looming above Lillian, Rocco realized that Vane had arrived, having reached her before him. The situation had taken a dire turn. He needed to contend with Vane while safeguarding the slumbering Lillian. Balancing these two objectives weighed heavily on Rocco. Nevertheless, he could not falter. What skill did it take for Vane to abduct a young girl? If he had any prowess, let him face him one-on-one. Rocco shouted defiantly at the shadow. The only course available to him was to deliberately provoke his opponent, diverting the battleground outside to prevent collateral damage to Lillian. Such a clumsy strategy did not escape Vane's notice. "Haha, human, there is no need for you to provoke me." Hearing this, Rocco clenched his fists tightly. His intentions had been uncovered, and it seemed that relocating the battlefield was becoming increasingly impractical. Yet, in the next moment, the shadow erupted with laughter. "Come forth, human. I grant you the opportunity to challenge me." In the following instant, a ring of black mist enveloped Rocco. This mist was ominous, and when he reached out, it clung to his hand, searing him painfully. Stung by the burn, Rocco ceased his inquiry into the nature of the black mist. Instead, he acquiesced to the other's intentions. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself outside the grand mansion. At that moment, the black mist gradually dissipated, revealing Rocco's figure firmly grounded upon the earth. In that fleeting instant, Rocco did not perceive any sensation of movement. He surmised that it must have been a teleportation spell. In midair, a shadow slowly materialized, ultimately coalescing into the form of Ovian. He did not cast a glance at Rocco, remaining suspended high above as if looking down upon him. In his eyes, though Rocco exuded power, he was merely a slightly formidable insect. To humanity, an insect is just an insect. Regardless of its might, it remains insignificant. Likewise, to the demon Ovian, humans were no more than pests. Thus, Ovian extended this opportunity to Rocco to challenge him. "Now, let me witness your strength, human. Would you like me to allow you 3 strikes first?" Ovian remarked with a playful smile, suddenly feeling inclined to toy with this human. Rocco responded, "I would require that." Ovian. Boom. In a moment of unpreparedness, a solid fist, propelled by speed, struck him squarely. The impact landed directly upon Ovian's form. "Damn, I wasn't ready," Ovian shouted, only to be met once more with Rocco's formidable punch. This time, Ovian was slightly prepared and barely managed to deflect the blow. "Huh. Is that all your strength?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Rocco's fist collided with him again. Pain surged through him, though it was just a fleeting sensation. "Kekekek," Ovian declared, 3 strikes have passed. Now it is my turn." Rocco remained silent. Once again, Rocco unleashed a powerful punch. And this time he did not relent. Instead, he continued to rain down blows upon Ovian in a relentless barrage. Under the onslaught of consecutive strikes, even Ovian found himself struggling to maintain his footing. "Despicable human, what are you doing? You promised 3 strikes. Rocco replied, "I never agreed to only strike 3 times. At this moment, Ovian was thoroughly enraged. In his eyes, Rocco was devoid of morals and principles, utterly lacking in integrity. "Despicable human, I have changed my mind. I will make you suffer slowly and painfully until your demise." Ovian's expression turned ferocious, and he spoke with a terrifying tone. After uttering those words, he noticed that Rocco remained silent, which pleased him. "Indeed, you are frightened," he thought. "Human, even if you beg for mercy, I shall not spare you." Boom. A powerful gust from a punch surged forth, sending Ovian flying several meters away. "Damn it, I will ensure you have no place to die." In the face of the furious Ovian, Rocco had but one retort: "You speak too much nonsense." At this moment, Rocco's countenance was grave. With the barrage of punches just delivered, he had held nothing back. Nearly every strike had been delivered with his full might. Even his proud silver transformation had only served to leave Ovian somewhat disheveled. What to do? Physical attacks seemed utterly ineffective. Rocco could certainly strike with his fists. delivering blow after blow to his opponent. While this might eventually result in the opponent's demise, Rocco had no doubt that he would exhaust himself long before achieving that outcome. Why not try holy water? With that thought, Rocco stealthily reached into his pocket with one hand while the other remained clenched into a fist, ready to strike at Wayne once more. Upon witnessing the same old tactic, Wayne shook his head, bemused. How laughable. Now you shall experience my true power. As he spoke, Wayne's lips moved, and a complex incantation began to flow from his mouth. Gradually, a strange black mist began to coalesce in the air, unmistakably brimming with formidable energy. At that moment, Rocco had already appeared before Wayne. He unleashed a punch, sending a powerful gust that rippled through the air. Yet, Wayne merely deflected it with a gentle motion, effortlessly grasping Rocco's fist. At that instant, the black mist materialized in Wayne's hand. Human, to perish upon this black lotus is a privilege. Rocco's eyes widened in horror. He could sense the overwhelming force emanating from the black lotus. If it fully gathered its power, his death would be inevitable. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, Rocco abruptly withdrew his gun, gripping the stock firmly. Boom! A bullet, drenched in holy water, shot forth from the seemingly ordinary firearm. Wayne initially dismissed it, but moments later, his body stiffened, and a dark liquid began to flow slowly from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 20. A new ability, teleportation. How is this possible? Wayne, spitting black blood, gazed vacantly at the gaping wound in his chest. A massive hole had pierced through him, revealing the buildings behind him through the inky darkness of the injury. Human, you. Wayne raised his hand, his eyes filled with resentment as he attempted to point at Rocco. However, before he could fully lift his arm, another bullet, drenched in holy water, struck him. This time, it penetrated directly through the center of his forehead. Rocco's finger tightened on the trigger, aiming intently at Wayne. Should the foe make even the slightest movement, he would immediately pull the trigger, sending him to meet his maker. Boom. Wayne did not await his third bullet. Instead, he plummeted from midair, crashing heavily to the ground. Is he dead? Rocco refrained from approaching Wayne's corpse, wary that he might be feigning death to launch a surprise attack. Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Bang! Bang! Rocco squeezed the trigger twice more, and this time, Wayne's body was utterly obliterated. Only then did Rocco feel reassured enough to approach. At that moment, Wayne's remains lay scattered, with a hand here and an organ there, oozing black blood. So, this creature still possesses a physical form? Rocco murmured, as typically only tangible beings bleed upon death. If it were a monster in a spectral state, it should have disintegrated into ash. However, this entity could presumably be devoured. Rocco had little interest in Wayne's corpse, but he was deeply intrigued by the sinister magic he wielded. Teleportation, invisibility, levitation, these powers had left Rocco in quite a predicament. If he could harness such abilities for himself, he would ascend into the ranks of the superpowered. With this thought, Rocco hesitated no longer. Devour. As the devouring commenced, Wayne's remains, along with his viscera and black blood, gradually vanished until not a trace remained. Suddenly, an excruciating pain erupted in Rocco's mind, akin to countless insects crawling within. Damn it, this is the gift brought on by the devouring. Rocco struggled to maintain control, yet the agony showed no signs of abating. If this continued, he felt as though his head might explode. No, I must devise a solution. Suddenly, he recalled the residual holy water from earlier. It had been scant to begin with, and after 2 consecutive uses, only a small amount remained. Rocco was uncertain how to utilize it. Previously, he had shot Wayne with bullets soaked in it. However, now he certainly could not fire bullets into his own brain. Could it be ingested? The thought struck Rocco unexpectedly, and he gazed at the colorless, tasteless holy water with a shiver. After much internal struggle, he finally made his decision. Furrowing his brow, he downed the liquid in one gulp. Ah, surprisingly delightful, exclaimed Rocco, initially bracing for an unpleasant taste, only to find it quite palatable. At that moment, the throbbing pain in his mind gradually diminished. After a brief interval, the discomfort vanished entirely. It was then that Rocco discovered he had suddenly acquired a remarkable ability, teleportation, allowing him to displace any object over short distances at will. Let us give it a try, he thought, promptly manipulating the surrounding items to experiment. He began with small objects, such as stones, and gradually progressed to larger structures. During this experimentation, Rocco even controlled a stray cat, discovering it too could teleport. Ultimately, through his trials, Rocco discerned the extent of this newfound power. He could relocate any object, living or inanimate, from minuscule atoms to structures as vast as a 3-story building. Notably, the smaller the object, the greater the distance it could be transported. A speck of dust could be teleported 500 meters away, while a large boulder could only be moved a mere 100 meters. The maximum range was 500 meters. Beyond that, he lost control over the object. Truly remarkable. How could Wayne, possessing such an ability, ever be defeated? At this moment, Rocco couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, thankful that Wayne had merely transported him outside the house. Had he been moved to a height of 100 meters, he might have met a dire fate. Aside from teleportation, he had not gained any other powers. Nonetheless, Rocco felt immensely satisfied, were it not for Wayne's underestimation. He might not have so effortlessly acquired such an extraordinary capability. Even in death, you've inadvertently done me a service, Wayne. Rocco scoffed softly, realizing he must remain vigilant in the future. Otherwise, this hard-earned ability might benefit others instead. With a sigh, Rocco set aside these concerns. He had far more pressing matters to attend to, namely awakening Lillian. In the bedroom, Lillian lay as a serene sleeping beauty upon her bed. It seemed the previous battle had not disturbed her. How should I awaken her? Rocco pondered, momentarily at a loss in front of the young girl. After a pause, he resolved to gently shake her awake. This method was undoubtedly the most straightforward, though Rocco was uncertain of any potential side effects. Oh well, let us give it a try. With determination, he placed his hand on Lillian's shoulder, preparing to rouse her. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. Rocco, what are you doing? Lillian opened her eyes, looking curiously at her brother's actions. Although she was unsure of his intentions, she trusted that whatever Rocco was doing made sense. Lillian, you're awake. Upon seeing her alertness, Rocco felt a weight lift from his heart. Moreover, her lively demeanor reassured him that she was safe and unharmed. However, what has become of the somnambulant residents of the town? Since the instigator, Lillian, has awakened, they ought to have recovered as well. Contemplating this, Rocco instructed Lillian to remain in place before swiftly soaring into the air. Moments later, Rocco returned to Lillian's side, yet his expression bore a weight of concern. The turmoil within the town had not subsided. Lillian's awakening seemingly failed to resolve the underlying issues. What to do? Rocco found himself once again engulfed in distress, having yet to accomplish a single quest. A profound sense of failure enveloped him. Rocco, are you not happy? Lillian's voice chimed in, observing her dazed and carefree demeanor. Rocco felt a fleeting pang of envy towards her. Oh, it's nothing. You're lying, Rocco. Let me guess. Is it about those somnambulant residents in the town? Chapter 21. The power of the sacred dream seed within the confines of the room. Rocco's expression was utterly blank, his face a canvas of bewilderment. How could Lillian be aware of his distress? How could she know the plight of the townspeople? Could it be? Rocco's hand stealthily crept towards his bosom, his gaze fixed intently upon Lillian. He harbored suspicions that Wayne might not be entirely dead, and that the Lillian before him could be a mere fade. However, the Lillian before him exhibited no menacing actions. Instead, she continued to murmur softly. In my dreams, I saw the townspeople. In that world, I was filled with joy. Each of them smiled at me and played with me. In times when I struggled for food and warmth, I often found solace in such dreams. In those moments, I was blissful, longing to remain enveloped in slumber forever. Yet, upon encountering my dear brother Rocco, you repelled the wicked, provided me with warmth, and offered me delightful sustenance, even granting me a cozy home. During our time together, I restrained myself from sleeping too much, fearing that when I awoke, you would vanish like a fleeting dream. But during your absence today, I succumbed to sleep once more, and in my dream, I encountered them again. They still smiled at me, showering me with kindness, even wishing to keep me in the realm of dreams. Yet, inexplicably, this time, I yearn to awaken. Compared to the illusions of dreams, what I truly desire is the tangible sensations of reality. Brother Rocco, it is you who has restored my hope in this world. As her words fell, a warm, white radiance emanated from Lillian. Initially confined to the room, the light gradually expanded, enveloping the entire house. At this moment, Rocco's grip loosened. He grasped Lillian's hand and led her outside the villa. In the town, the white light intensified, while the fog that had lingered dissipated unbeknownst to them. In the wake of the light's passage, the entranced townspeople gradually regained their normalcy. Their eyes regained clarity, and their movements were no longer sluggish. They exchanged bewildered glances. Confusion etched upon their faces, as if they were utterly perplexed by the events unfolding around them. Rocco, hand in hand with Lillian, traversed every corner of the town, and eventually, they found themselves once again at the entrance of the villa. Upon Rocco's careful observation, it became evident that all the residents had returned to their usual selves. The structures that had been ravaged during their trance also restored themselves, and astonishingly, even the hundreds whom Rocco had slain had been revived. Noticing the peculiar happenings around him, Rocco turned his gaze towards Lillian, feeling an inexplicable sensation emanating from her. Sacredness, hope, warmth. Could this truly be the power of the sacred dream seed? Such a phenomenon seemed almost otherworldly. Rocco, suddenly disenchanted with the newly acquired ability of teleportation, found the prowess of the sacred dream seed far superior. To control another's dreams is to seize control of their very being, and the extent of this power is remarkably vast. Even among the superpowered, none could achieve such a feat. Ding, the mission to conquer the nightmare's troubles has been completed, with a world conquest rate of 60. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Oh, the mission has been accomplished. Loco was not surprised. By this point, he had nearly completed all that he could possibly do. If he were not granted further tasks, he feared he might lose his sanity. Regrettably, one task still remained unfulfilled according to the system: to save the little match girl. Initially, Loco believed this would be the simplest task to complete, yet here he was, with all tasks finished except for this one. What, he pondered, did this salvation truly entail? That evening, in the newly constructed mansion, Loco and Lillian prepared a grand feast, marking their first meal in this place. At the table, Lillian ate with abandon yet exuded joy. A large turkey had nearly been devoured entirely by her. Even Loco found himself impressed, marveling at how such a small frame could accommodate so much. Cheers, Lillian. With no wine available, Loco raised a glass of milk in place of wine, toasting with Lillian. Once the meal concluded, Lillian had truly assumed the mantle of the home's mistress. Henceforth, even in Loco's absence, she would possess a warm sanctuary to call her own. Additionally, in the afternoon, he paid a visit to Chief Andreev, ostensibly for a friendly call but actually to convey a subtle warning. He sought to ensure that Andreev harbored no ill intentions towards Lillian. Fortunately, under his subtle pressure, Andreev exhibited no signs of resistance. In fact, to express gratitude for resolving the town's incidents of sleepwalking, the chief rewarded him with a substantial sum, 100 gold coins. Indeed, a considerable fortune in this era. However, Loco was skeptical. He suspected Andreev had ulterior motives. It was hard to believe that a man who could nonchalantly produce such a sum had only that amount to offer. After dinner, the two tidied up and retired for the night. The bed was spacious, and even with both Loco and Lillian sharing it, there was ample room. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, a wave of drowsiness washed over Loco. He was uncertain how long he would remain here. Nevertheless, he was determined not to leave without securing that ultimate reward. Perhaps he would even find himself overseeing Lillian's schooling, assisting her with her homework. This role seemed akin to that of a father, did it not? Loco suddenly realized that he was far more than a brother. He was, in essence, experiencing the joys of fatherhood ahead of time. At that moment, he felt a gentle poke from the girl behind him. Turning his head, he looked at Lillian with curiosity. She was cocooned in her blanket, resembling a rice dumpling wrapped snugly. Upon witnessing this sight, Loco couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, no laughing. Lillian raised her tiny fist, adopting a pouting expression. All right, I won't smile anymore, she declared. Rocco nodded, preparing to drift into slumber. Yet, Lillian poked him once more and murmured, Brother Rocco, I wish to hear a story. Upon hearing this, Rocco felt a profound sense of helplessness. It seemed that the tendency to sleep during the day and be full of energy at night was not merely a trait of modern individuals. Even the characters in fairy tales exhibited such behavior. Very well, I shall tell you a story, Rocco conceded, sitting up against the headboard, and began his tale. Once upon a time, there was a sweet and beautiful little girl who, in the frigid winter, trudged along in a pair of oversized shoes. Chapter 22. Mission accomplished. The final reward the following day. The town, long shrouded in the grip of winter, finally embraced the arrival of spring. The sun cast its warm rays upon the earth, melting the ice and snow, heralding the revival of nature. Within the elegant mansion, a slant of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bedroom. Ah, what a delightful slumber! Loco stretched languidly as he rose from his bed. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. The fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days dissipated entirely with this restful sleep. Just as Loco was stretching, he suddenly heard a soft whisper. Turning to the side, he beheld Lillian, bathed in sunlight, her sleeping form exuding an aura of tranquility. In his retelling of the story from the previous night, he had made a slight alteration. The little girl did not perish in the cold night, filled with sweet dreams. Instead, she was rescued by a kind-hearted couple, leading to a life of happiness thereafter. Ding! The mission to save Lillian has been completed. World Conquest Level 100. The voice of the system resonated, and a barely contained smile spread across Loco's face. He had spent an entire month here for these two tasks. Transitioning from the depths of winter to the onset of spring, it could be said that his time in this world was nearly equivalent to that in America. Haha. Let me see what the final reward is. Loco recalled that upon reaching a world conquest level of 100, he would be granted the most precious item in this realm. Hardly had the thought crossed his mind when a radiant light blossomed in his hand. Gradually, a gem of deep azure hue materialized before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Sacred Dream Seed. Sacred Dream Seed creates illusions, manipulates dreams, with the control range increasing as the host's mental power grows. When the host's mental power reaches a sufficient strength, the range becomes nearly infinite. My goodness, an almost boundless range. At that moment, Loco's eyes were filled with astonishment. He knew that this very artifact had enabled Lillian to manipulate the entire populace of a town. If she, being weaker, could control an entire town, did that not imply that his range would be even greater? Loco mused to himself. With this theory in mind, he hesitated no longer and began his experimentation. However, how was this gem to be used? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled having seen Dr. Strange manipulate the time stone on television. Since both were gems, it stood to reason that their methods of use would be similar. Sacred Dream Seed. Activate. Loco struck a pose, chanting the incantation. However, the Sacred Dream Seed remained unresponsive. Could it be that the pose was incorrect? With this thought, Loco attempted various gestures from his memory. Until the very end, beads of sweat trickled down from Loco's forehead. Yet he failed to achieve the experiment. How infuriating. Gazing at the still unresponsive divine dream seed before him, Loco questioned whether he had been misled. Loco, what are you doing? Lillian inquired, her voice innocent and curious. Is this some kind of amusing gesture exercise? Unbeknownst to him, Lillian had awakened from her slumber and was staring blankly at Loco. At that moment, Loco felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had Lillian witnessed his earlier actions? Yes, he stammered. Seeing her nod, Loco wished he could find a hole to hide in. Oh dear, family, who understands my plight? I was mocked by a child. What I performed was clearly a sealing technique, not a gesture exercise. Loco, this is how you should use this thing, Lillian suddenly declared, seizing the sapphire from Loco's hand before he could react. In the next instant, a flash of light enveloped him. Hey, where did my item go? In his palm. The azure gem had vanished, leaving only emptiness. Lillian, what have you done? Panic surged within Loco. He had remained composed in the face of Vane. But now, witnessing the disappearance of the divine dream seed, he was genuinely alarmed. Loco, focus, give it another try, Lillian urged, her hands clasped before her chest. Her tone calm and encouraging. Initially taken aback, Loco decided to heed her words upon seeing her earnest expression. Closing his eyes, he concentrated intently, channeling all his focus into the task. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in the darkness before him, the azure divine dream seed re-emerging from the void. Loco, try to manipulate an object freely. Lillian's voice rang out again. He turned his gaze toward a nearby stool. Focusing intently, he commanded it to move. The divine dream seed flickered slightly, and within moments, the stool began to levitate off the ground. It's really moving, Loco exclaimed joyfully, but his concentration faltered, and the stool crashed back down. Haha, Loco, you're so clumsy, Lillian teased. Clumsy? Loco felt a sense of humiliation as he pointed to himself. Embarrassed to be ridiculed by a little girl. Just watch, he retorted, determined to try again. This time, he effortlessly lifted the stool, making it perform various flamboyant maneuvers in midair. With his initial success, Loco's attention shifted to a bird outside the window. Manipulating inanimate objects was trivial. Controlling animals would be truly impressive. Concentrating his focus into a single point, Loco directed it toward the bird. At that moment, the bird, which had been fluttering about, suddenly sensed an invisible force, causing its wings to cease flapping as it was drawn backward, upward and downward, under Loco's control. The bird executed acrobatic feats that rivaled those of a gymnastics champion. Half an hour later, Loco, unable to sustain the effort any longer, finally ceased. Panting. He felt sweat cascading down from his forehead. In just a fleeting moment, Loco felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloping his spirit. This weariness was far more profound than the physical exhaustion he had previously experienced. It appeared that this mystic artifact was not something to be wielded lightly. Loco murmured to himself, realizing that the use of this sacred dream seed demanded a considerable expenditure of his mental energy. Clearly, he needed to seek out means to augment his psychic strength. Yet, he pondered, why was Lillian capable of utilizing this power so effortlessly, commanding the entire town's inhabitants with ease? Moreover, having acquired the sacred dream seed, did that imply that the one Lillian possessed had vanished? Lillian, do you understand what this is? Loco asked her earnestly, feeling the need to discuss this matter with her. Brother Loco, the one I had has already disappeared. I can no longer sense its presence, Lillian replied, looking up with a serious expression. Disappeared? A wave of concern washed over Loco. He feared for Lillian's safety without the sacred dream seed. Sensing Loco's apprehension, Lillian shook her head gently. Indeed, it has vanished, but for some reason, I still feel a faint trace of its essence within me. Therefore, there is no cause for alarm. Chapter 23. The pursuit of wealth. Upon learning that Lillian had safely lost the sacred dream seed without any peril, Loco felt a wave of relief wash over him. He subsequently spent a few more days in the town, during which he accomplished several significant tasks. He successfully accompanied Lillian to enroll in school, confronted Chief Andreev at the police station with pointed inquiries, and ensured that the mansion was fully furnished and equipped. Before long, 3 days had slipped by unnoticeably. That evening, After successfully lulling Lillian to sleep, Rocco made the decision to depart. Before leaving, he penned a simple farewell note to Lillian, placing it in an envelope alongside 50 gold coins, sufficient to support her from the beginning of her schooling until she reached adulthood. As for her life beyond that, Rocco hoped that Lillian would be capable of facing it independently. In America, Rocco's figure suddenly emerged within a disheveled rental space. After more than a month, what was already a chaotic environment had become even more untidy. A sudden shift stirred up clouds of dust, causing Rocco to cough. Clearly, it was time to find a new place to reside. He felt the weight of the gold coins in his pocket. Having given 50 to Lillian, he still possessed another 50. If evaluated simply, each gold coin was valued at approximately $900, totaling around $45,000. However, the coins he held could not be regarded merely as standard currency. They were gold coins from the 19th century, possibly even older, thus classifying them as antiques. With the distinction of being antiques, their value would undoubtedly appreciate significantly. With this thought in mind, Rocco formulated a plan to visit an antique shop located in the heart of the city, where he hoped to receive a satisfactory price. After spending a restless night, he carefully packed the coins and made his way to the antique store. A few minutes later, a figure clad in black, moving hurriedly, entered the establishment. Inside, a white-haired elder with spectacles was gently polishing a white vase. The expansive shop was staffed by several tall attendants, each standing vigilantly, their eyes glinting with caution. In the land of freedom, America was renowned for its $0 purchase events, making shops filled with precious antiques susceptible to the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Thus, while these individuals appeared to be mere attendants, they were effectively serving as security personnel. A cursory glance revealed that these individuals were likely a group of retired soldiers. These American veterans, possessing extensive combat and reconnaissance experience, were naturally suited for security roles. However, the number of veterans present in this shop seemed excessive, indicating that the proprietor wielded considerable influence. Nevertheless, such matters were of little concern to Rocco. His intent was purely business. Approaching the counter, he retrieved a small bag from within his coat. "I wish to sell some items, but I am uncertain of the price you might offer." Rocco has already made up his mind. Should the buyer attempt to haggle, he will seek buyers elsewhere, for antiques of his caliber are never in short supply. "Oh, young man, there is no need for haste." The white-haired elder opened his bag, revealing a glimmering array of gold coins before his eyes. Astonishing. The elder's eyes sparkled as he picked up a magnifying glass and began to examine the coins with great care. Coins minted during the 17th century. So numerous and in such pristine condition. The elder scrutinized them meticulously, clearly enamored by their beauty. According to market value, each coin is worth approximately $5,000. However, this collection holds significant research value. If you sell them to me, I can offer you $8,000 per coin, totaling $400,000 for all 50 coins. With that, the elder paused, gazing intently at Rocco. The implication was clear: accept $400,000 and depart, or take the 50 coins with you. Gasp. $400,000, Rocco could scarcely believe his ears. His initial estimation placed the value of each coin at a mere $1,000. Yet now, the price had multiplied exponentially. It was a deal. Rocco readily agreed, as these coins were a gift to him, and he felt no remorse. Negotiating was a trivial matter when the sum involved was a staggering $400,000. The exchange was swift and seamless, with no opportunity for deceit during the entire transaction. Naturally, had they dared to engage in trickery, Rocco would have ensured they understood the consequences of their actions. Given the substantial amount, the funds were transferred directly to Rocco's account. After exiting the antique shop, Rocco chose not to return to his previous rental accommodation. He had no intention of revisiting that filthy and cramped space. Although the money he possessed was still far from sufficient to purchase a luxury mansion, it was ample enough for him to rent an opulent flat in a prestigious area. As for home ownership, he pondered, why buy a property when he had no plans to marry? Upon entering the rental building, Rocco was abruptly halted by a figure. "To use the restroom." "Go through that door," snapped a blonde woman, her corpulent figure straining against her clothing. Goodness, even in America, such a rotund presence exists. Rocco, bewildered, simply wished to rent an apartment, yet here he was confronted with a dismissive attitude. Wasn't it said that Americans respect one another and refrain from such behavior? Ahem. "I am here to rent an apartment," Rocco stated, striving to quell his rising irritation and maintain a calm demeanor. Times had changed. He now considered himself a person of distinction. Engaging with such a rude individual would be beneath him. "Oh, we do not cater to the impoverished here." At this moment, Luoka's fists were clenched, and he had no doubt that if the other party continued with their sarcastic remarks, he would unleash his anger. However, just then, a softer voice broke through the tension. "Sir, are you here to rent a room? Please come this way." Oh, that voice, that demeanor, comforting and inviting, unmistakably belonging to a beautiful woman, awakening a desire to indulge. Indeed, when Luo Ku turned to look, a stunning woman in professional attire, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, appeared before him. Her ample bosom was tightly accentuated by her blouse. Looking down, he noticed her long legs, elegantly encased in black stockings, subtly revealed beneath the fabric. Even in her professional outfit, her alluring figure could not be concealed. Luo Ku swallowed hard, unable to resist the allure. Chapter 24. Securing the 200 square meter luxury apartment, sir. My name is Linda. May I ask how you would like me to address you? Rocco. Very well, Mr. Rocco. Please follow me. Linda led the way, enthusiastically introducing various features. However, Rocco barely registered her words, his gaze fixated on her neckline, standing at just above 1.60 meters, while he himself was 1.80 meters. He couldn't help but notice her strikingly fair complexion. Not only was it fair, but it was also rather ample. With such a prominent figure, it would be challenging for her to fail in her endeavors. Ahem, Mr. Rocco, what are you looking at? Linda paused mid-sentence, suddenly aware of his attention. Caught off guard, Rocco felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After glancing around, he finally conjured an excuse. I was admiring your company's advertisement. It is indeed both immaculate and comprehensive, and it is evident that your firm is quite substantial. Haha, Mr. Rocco, you flatter us. Our company's capabilities are indeed among the best. Linda was amused by Rocco's awkward attempt at an explanation. As she laughed, from Rocco's perspective, her alluring figure swayed enticingly. It reminded him of the jelly he had eaten as a child, quivering in a cup. He felt a twinge of worry that it might suddenly collapse. Mr. Rocco, based on your preferences, we have a luxurious flat located near Manhattan. Linda, holding a tablet, swiped through the information as she continued her presentation. Manhattan? Yes, indeed, Manhattan. Seeing Rocco's interest piqued, Linda's eyes sparkled, and she began to elaborate with fervor. 200 square meters, furnished with all modern amenities. You can move in today, and it would be absolutely perfect for you alone. However, amidst Linda's enthusiastic description, Rocco's thoughts wandered. If he recalled correctly, a certain superhero, Iron Man, resided in Manhattan. Was there not a Stark Tower nearby? Yes, it is less than a kilometer away in a straight line, Linda confirmed, nodding. Though she was puzzled by Rocco's sudden inquiry, she dismissed it, focusing instead on the potential for profit. All right, it's decided. I will move in today. Really? Linda questioned, unsure if she had heard correctly, and sought clarification. She had never encountered someone who made a decision on a property so swiftly. Of course, Rocco replied with a slight smile, locking eyes with Linda as he leaned closer, cornering her against the office chair. Ah, sir. Linda found herself momentarily flustered by Rocco's sudden advance. However, gazing at his handsome face and the muscular definition of his arms, her cheeks flushed with warmth. The people of America predominantly revere the physique of robust individuals. Thus, Linda's admiration for Rocco, whose body is as muscular as that of a bull, becomes evident. Just imagine being enveloped in the embrace of such solid muscles. It would surely transcend into sheer bliss. This afternoon, I am moving. Would you care to accompany me? Noticing that Linda did not reject his advances, Rocco stepped a little closer. Their faces were now almost touching, and he could feel her warmth, indicating they were quite close. Sir, Linda's cheeks flushed, her chest pressing fully against Rocco's body. The once ample curves were now compressed, nearly contorted. Overwhelmed by Rocco's masculine aura, Linda appeared particularly flustered. Call me Rocco. Miss Linda. He positioned her against the chair, determined not to let her go. After all, he would not let the opportunity slip away. By the way, you haven't answered my question yet, Rocco said, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Yes, Linda nodded gently, her voice barely a whisper. At this, Rocco released her from the chair, but their intimate interaction had attracted numerous curious glances. Although displays of affection between men and women are commonplace in this country, being scrutinized by so many in a public hall was still somewhat overwhelming for Rocco. Rocco, I'll go assist you with the paperwork now. All right, Linda. Her face slightly flushed, hurried away. Rocco smiled faintly. The girl exuded sensuality even in her professional attire, and he could hardly imagine the beauty that awaited when she shed her clothing. The evening promised to be delightful. Moments later, after Linda completed the formalities, Rocco paid and officially received the keys to his new residence. Since Linda had yet to finish her shift, he followed the navigation to his apartment in Manhattan. Room 5503, Rocco pushed open the door, revealing a spacious 200 square meter abode. At the entrance stood a marble-tiled platform, and as he ventured further, he discovered British sofas, Danish carpets, and Italian ceilings. The azure and cream hues harmonized beautifully, embodying a contemporary aesthetic. Goodness, is this what the affluent call a grand apartment? Rocco marveled like a country bumpkin, exploring the space with curiosity. On the sofa, he poured himself a glass of red wine and savored the moment in tranquility. The deep crimson liquid swirled gently in the glass, and as he took a sip, the exquisite flavor of high-end wine enveloped his palate. What a delight. After reclining on the sofa for a while, Rocco suddenly noticed a large floor-to-ceiling window beside him. Without a second thought, he approached the window to admire the view. From his vantage point, a significant portion of New York's skyline unfolded before him, featuring towering skyscrapers piercing the clouds alongside chaotic, disheveled slums. In a city where brilliance coexists with darkness and luxury contrasts starkly with poverty, lies the enchanting metropolis of New York. At this moment, a uniquely styled edifice catches Rocco's eye. The building rises majestically from the ground, resembling a towering tree. At its pinnacle, a prominent sign reads Stark Tower. In this city where every inch is precious, it stands as the sole high-rise wholly owned by a single individual. Stark, Iron Man, Rocco murmurs. Previously, he had only glimpsed this figure on television, and now they are merely a kilometer apart. The sensation of having someone from the screen appear so close is truly remarkable. Suddenly, Rocco observes a crimson figure soaring from the top of Stark Tower. The speed is astonishing. Even with his keen gaze, he loses sight of it in an instant. At my current speed of 100 kilometers per hour, I would still be unable to keep up. Rocco muses, compelled to admire Stark's brilliance. For it is he alone who has propelled Stark Industries to its current stature. Furthermore, he single-handedly crafted a compact nuclear reactor, the Iron Suit, and an array of nanotechnology weaponry. Alas, he did not deem me worthy when I sought to join him, Rocco sighs, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Yet, he quickly regains his composure. With his burgeoning abilities, it is merely a matter of time before he matches Stark's prowess. That day, without a doubt, is not far off. Chapter 25. Linda's Day of Suffering. Knock, knock, knock. Rocco, hesitating before the floor-to-ceiling window, was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Could it be Linda? Approaching the door, he swiftly pulled it open. Mr. Rocco, how do you find the house? Haha, as you would naturally introduce, it is simply splendid. Before him stood none other than Linda, her appearance and voice perfectly matching their prior arrangement. At this moment, Linda had shed her professional attire, donning a somewhat demure JK uniform. Her hair cascaded freely over her shoulders. Glancing down, free from the constraints of a blouse, her ample curves were fully revealed. Even through a layer of fabric, Rocco could vividly imagine the pristine skin concealed beneath her skirt. The hem of her skirt reached 2/3 up her thighs, artfully balancing modesty and allure, subtly revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. This tantalizing exposure evoked a sense of yearning within him. Rocco recalled that this position was referred to as the absolute territory. To his surprise, not only did the Sakura girls adorn themselves thus, but so too did the American girls. Just as Rocco was entranced by the sight, Linda reached down to adjust her skirt, lowering it slightly. Instantly, that enigmatic area was shrouded from view. No, do not cover it. I was thoroughly captivated. Rocco longed to express his thoughts. Yet he was drawn to the playful glint in Linda's eyes, teasing and alluring. It felt as though he were the prey and she the hunter, unaware that he had already been marked. Suddenly, Rocco felt a chill run down his spine. He only desired to indulge, not to be ensnared. The two gradually made their way to the sofa. Observing the half-consumed wine glass on the table, Linda picked it up and gently swirled it. In Rocco's bewildered gaze, she consumed it in one swift motion. Wait, I've already had some. Oh, is that so? Linda poured herself another glass of red wine, her eyes glistening with temptation as she approached Rocco. She then leaned down gracefully, the moist, velvety sensation enveloping him, accompanied by the faint aroma of wine. Goodness! Rocco had never experienced such a sensation, and for a moment, he found himself utterly entranced. Reflecting on Linda's previously demure demeanor, he shook his head. It seemed he could no longer judge a person by appearances alone. At least with this one, he had not anticipated her striking contrast. As their encounter progressed, Rocco could no longer resist, and they engaged in an impassioned struggle. This contest lasted from dusk until dawn, with Linda ultimately begging for mercy. Only then did Rocco relent. Satisfied, observing Linda's flushed countenance, he offered a faint smile. Having enhanced his vitality, he found himself brimming with energy, capable of easily managing a dozen encounters. If she thought she could exhaust him, she was still far too naive. After bidding Linda farewell at noon, Rocco found himself alone outside the Stark building. To be honest, he yearned to acquire Stark's nanotechnology. It was a truly extraordinary technological force, powerful and capable of augmenting his strength in a remarkably short span of time. However, Rocco ultimately refrained from committing such a foolish act. The Iron Man suit, the nano armor, any one of the other Avengers would be more than sufficient to overpower him. Alas, he still felt inadequate. At this moment, he realized he needed to enhance his abilities. Speaking of power, Rocco suddenly recalled a particular metal. Compared to the nano armor, that substance seemed far more accessible. With this thought, Rocco ceased his hesitation and, having chosen a direction, sprinted forth. As night gradually descended, the time for the youthful revelry of nightlife officially commenced. During the day, the city belonged to those adorned in glamour, but as night fell, it donned a different visage. In truth, it was the realm known as Hell's Kitchen, home to the most notorious gang in New York. Here resided a figure of infamy, who proclaimed himself the underground emperor, ruling over his dark dominion. Robberies, murders, organ trafficking, drug dealing, any conceivable criminal activity transpired under his command. Yet, even with myriad crimes pinned upon him, he thrived, indulging in a life of opulence and decadence. Jin Jing, a villain referenced in Marvel, was indeed a source of consternation for many superheroes. On this night, the sovereign of this territory encountered an unexpected guest. A man clad in a black tactical suit advanced, wielding 2 rifles with lethal intent. Shit. Who is this man? A devil perhaps? Regardless of his identity, anyone who dared to challenge Jin Jing's authority, even if he were a deity, would meet his demise. A barrage of bullets was unleashed, yet the assailant seemed to possess an otherworldly ability, deflecting every shot. Conversely, with each round he fired, an adversary fell. Hold on. He.S. running low on ammunition. In that moment, the sound of gunfire ceased from the tactical figure, who momentarily stood in place, stunned. Seizing the opportunity, a throng of individuals, previously sheltered, surged forth. Ha ha ha, he is out of bullets. Charge, brothers. Take him down and claim our reward from Jin Jing. A thunderous roar echoed, every hand brandishing a gleaming blade, aimed at the lone figure. Curiously, the solitary opponent remained still, exhibiting no signs of movement. Then, at last, Roko's hands sprang into action. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 assault rifles were unleashed with Fran at this moment. Those who had just charged towards Rocco lay lifeless in a pool of blood, utterly beyond salvation. The individuals surrounding Rocco suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This human, seemingly just a solitary figure, exuded an aura of invincibility, as long as he remained standing. Victory appeared unattainable. The battle had raged for a full 2 hours, yet the adversary had suffered merely superficial wounds, while they had lost a substantial number of their comrades. If the conflict continued, it seemed inevitable that all present would meet their demise here. Damn it, flee! Someone in the crowd shouted, prompting the throng to disperse in a tumultuous wave. Huh? You think you can escape? Rocco scoffed, closing his eyes as he stood firm. In the ensuing darkness, a radiant gem began to materialize, the sacred dream seed. As the illusion unfolded, those present fell into a stupor, and then, as if possessed, began to swing their weapons at one another in a frenzy. The sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed through the clearing, reminiscent of vegetables being chopped. Yet only Rocco understood that these were the sounds of heads tumbling to the ground, marking the death of his foes. Chapter 26. Moments later, the cacophony of slashing ceased, and the once lively clearing fell into an eerie silence. The only sound that pierced the stillness was a labored gasp. This was the first time Rocco had unleashed the power of the sacred dream seed in battle. Although it was his inaugural attempt, the results were starkly evident. None of those present managed to flee, all perishing on the spot. However, the toll on his mental fortitude was immense. Even after less than 5 minutes of exertion, he found himself collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Compared to his previous experiment, he had undoubtedly grown more adept in manipulating the sacred dream seed, a testament to his enhanced mental acuity. Unbeknownst to Rocco, his mental prowess had inexplicably surged, a significant increase he had not anticipated. Otherwise, he would not have so recklessly employed such a tactic. After resting for a brief moment, Rocco wiped the blood from his face and slowly rose to his feet. He had come in search of Kingpin, the emperor of New York's most formidable criminal organization, who might possess vibranium. Vibranium, a remarkably powerful metal in the Marvel Universe, stands alongside adamantium and URU as one of the 3 most potent alloys known. Each of these metals boasts extraordinary capabilities. For instance, Wolverine's prowess is largely attributed to the presence of adamantium, which allows him to emerge unscathed in countless skirmishes. URU, on the other hand, was used to forge Thor's hammer, instrumental in the battle against the formidable Thanos. Vibranium has appeared even more frequently. Captain America's shield and Black Panther's entire suit bear its mark. Its characteristics of energy absorption and vibration dampening are precisely what Rocco seeks to acquire. His previous consumption of steel had augmented his physical constitution, enabling him to withstand bullets and evolve into having a silvered skin. Now, he needed the assistance of vibranium to further bolster his defensive capabilities, a step toward becoming even more formidable. However, with his current strength, he lacked the confidence to procure vibranium from Wakanda or Captain America. Thus, he had no choice but to place his hopes on Kingpin. He sighed, hoping that Kingpin would possess what he sought. Rocco murmured to himself as he stealthily made his way toward a shadowy corner. In Hell's Kitchen stood a towering building, the tallest structure in the area, overseeing everything beneath it. This was the domain of Kingpin, the self-proclaimed sovereign of Hell's Kitchen. At that moment, Kingpin occupied the highest floor, surveying the world below. From this vantage point, All people and things appeared diminutive, a perspective he relished, an intoxicating sense of superiority and dominion over all. In his hand, Kingpin held a freshly lit cigar, its wisps of smoke curling languidly in the air, through which emanated a gaze imbued with authority and oppressive intensity. This was the true essence of the underground emperor's commanding presence. What has become of that individual? Suddenly, Jean Bing stirred his lips, and a voice that exuded both cold indifference and commanding authority gradually emerged. The team has been dispatched, and I trust we shall receive news shortly. His tall subordinate, clad in a black suit, bowed deeply, exhibiting utmost caution in his response. Despite his imposing stature, brimming with muscles and strength, he felt a profound trepidation in the presence of the slightly shorter Jean Bing. He had witnessed the latter's methods, truly bloody, frigid, and ruthless. To him, human life was inconsequential. And in serving such a man, even he had to tread carefully. Just a mere mouse, handle it appropriately, Jean Bing remarked with a calm gaze. At his level, most individuals and matters were hardly worthy of his attention. Thus, a troublemaker was akin to a mouse of little concern. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone shattered the tranquil atmosphere. The subordinate quickly answered, speaking in hushed tones. Moments later, horror flickered across his face. Upon standing before Jean Bing, he struggled to maintain his composure, bowing even lower as he reported to the sovereign before him. After a brief moment, Jean Bing's brow furrowed slightly. Yet, this was merely a fleeting expression. He soon regained his placid demeanor. A diminutive mouse had annihilated all the personnel they had sent, many of whom met their ends in gruesome fashion. However, this only elicited a fleeting glance of interest from Jean Bing. The little mouse had transformed into a disobedient kitten, audaciously attempting to locate its master and eliminate him. Absurd. Truly absurd. Jean Bing was a man forged from the crucible of bloodshed. He had encountered many superpowered individuals. While they possessed extraordinary abilities, he feared them not. Power, wealth, and technology. Jean Bing had access to it all, and as long as they stood on American soil, he was unafraid. Indeed, one of his partners was an individual endowed with supernatural powers, an association known as the Hand. Go forth, since the mouse wishes to become a kitten. It is my duty as the master to properly train it, he commanded. Yes, the subordinate replied with utmost respect before turning to depart. Jean Bing loathed verbosity. It was best to execute orders promptly, lest the wrathful underground emperor unleash his exceedingly cruel methods. As soon as the subordinate opened the door, he encountered a rather peculiar figure. You are. His sentence trailed off, not due to a lack of desire to continue, but rather because he found himself rendered speechless. A hand seized his throat, lifting him slowly. With a crack, this renowned top aide of Jean Bing, who had stood firmly by his side, slumped to the ground, his neck askew. Casting it aside carelessly, Rocco fixed his gaze ahead, observing the individual before him, who was leisurely puffing on a cigar. His physique was as broad as a sofa, yet he stood at a mere height of just over 1.60 meters. The bald head atop his shoulders gleamed like a light bulb in the night, resembling a short winter melon. How repugnant, Rocco murmured to himself, contemplating whether this man was indeed Jean Bing, who appeared just as grotesque as he had seen on television. Ugly? A cloud of swirling smoke escaped Jean Bing's lips, and his brow furrowed slightly. Appearance. This was the first time in many years that he had been labeled as unattractive. Oh, no. Those who had previously dared to call him ugly had met with rather grim fates. Yet now, this sudden intrusion of a young cat dared to broach the subject once more. Young man, how do you wish to meet your end? At that moment, the cigar slowly slipped from his fingertips. Die? Huh. Rocco let out a cold laugh. And in the Any chapter 27, the beaten Jean Bing, the room lay in utter disarray. The sofa, glass, tables, and even the walls had succumbed to destruction. Rocco stood still, gazing quietly at Jean Bing, who was not far from him. The recent clash astonished Rocco. In his memory, Jean Bing did not belong to the realm of superhumans, merely possessing formidable physical strength. Yet, this very individual had managed to withstand one of Rocco's punches. Ah, you are quite exceptional, Rocco marveled. Since entering the domain of superhumans, Rocco had found that mere mortals shattered at his touch. No one had ever been able to endure his strike. Yet now, an unexpected occurrence unfolded with Jean Bing. Youth, do not let your fervor overwhelm you. Our battle has only just commenced. Jean Bing coldly regarded the young man before him. It had been years since he had experienced the visceral sensation of flesh meeting flesh, something he had long desired. The next moment, Jean Bing lunged fiercely at Rocco. In that instant, he embodied the most powerful physical form on earth, wielding an array of martial arts with mastery. Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, free fighting. His ferocious power unleashed in a tempest, Jean Bing had become utterly relentless, each strike aimed directly at Rocco's vital points. However, each time, Rocco narrowly evaded the onslaught. Even so, the aftermath of Jean Bing's attacks reduced the room to ruins. Confronted by Jean Bing's sheer madness, Rocco did not resort to flashy techniques. He possessed only raw, unadulterated strength. Pure power reigned supreme over all embellishments. The two clashed repeatedly, the ceiling began to fracture, and the reinforced concrete floor slowly started to give way. Until, with a resounding crash, the entire structure began to collapse under their tumultuous struggle. The top floor, renowned as the most fortified section of Hell's Kitchen, crumbled at that moment. The building was about to collapse. Having concluded the battle, Rocco grasped Jean Bing and teleported to a safe location below. The advantages of teleportation became evident. Not a single shard of debris struck Rocco, as he deftly evaded the cascading dust and rubble. This was his inaugural use of teleportation in a dire situation, and fortunately, it did not disappoint him. In Hell's Kitchen, there was no shortage of vacant and secure spaces, for few dared to be neighbors with Jean Bing. Casually selecting a safe room, Rocco unceremoniously deposited Jean Bing onto the ground. Rocco did not respond to Jean Bing's inquiry. Instead, he lowered his head, casting a faint gaze upon him. What if I choose not to speak? Jean Bing's eyes bore into Rocco with fierce intensity, clearly refusing to yield at that moment. Very well. Rocco nodded, acknowledging that the other could indeed remain silent, though he was uncertain of the actions that would follow. With that, Rocco seized a steel rod from the ground and thrust it directly into Jean Bing's eye. Is that all? Jean Bing scoffed, yet the tremor in his voice betrayed the agony he was enduring. It appeared that even the renowned Jean Bing was not impervious to such torment. Noticing Jean Bing's obstinacy, Rocco chose to disregard his words, responding instead with his actions. The steel rod slowly penetrated the eye socket once more, this time at a deliberate, measured pace. He meticulously controlled the rod, boring a hole within Jean Bing's eye. Blood had already stained Rocco's hands, yet he paid it no heed. The bloodied rod continued its relentless journey inward, during which Rocco added a cruel twist. A whole bottle of industrial alcohol dripped slowly onto Jean Bing's wound. With each drop, Jean Bing emitted a pained grunt, until a piercing scream echoed throughout the room. Stop. I'll talk. Jean Bing cried out, his robust body trembling violently at that moment. Observing this, Rocco gradually ceased his assault with the steel rod. Rocco held little interest in extinguishing Jean Bing's life. His primary objective was the elusive vibranium. Do you have it here? Rocco murmured, his voice low and discreet. He wished for this matter to remain concealed from prying eyes. However, his concern was unfounded. Within the confines of the underground kitchen, even if one were to perish before others, they would remain indifferent. In this realm, only profit and wealth mattered. Life itself was trivial. Vibranium, Jean Bing echoed, a name he recognized well. As the supreme ruler of the underground kitchen, everything here lay under his dominion. He recalled that during a recent smuggling operation, such a substance had indeed been present. Yet, as he observed the keen interest flickering in Rocco's eyes, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. I do have that here, but... Before Jean Bing could complete his sentence, Rocco plunged the steel rod into his eye once more. You have no right to negotiate with me. The sudden surge of pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from Jean Bing, one so horrific that even Rocco found it unsettling. I will tell you. In the depths of Hell's Kitchen, there exists a trove of our most precious contraband. Upon hearing this, Rocco gradually halted his torment. Take me there, he commanded coldly. Subsequently, Jean Bing, with his battered body, led the way, while Rocco trailed behind, a dagger poised menacingly against him. For this individual, there exists not a shred of compassion. Should pity be bestowed upon him, it is undoubtedly oneself who shall suffer the consequences. In the subterranean kitchen of the second basement, a singular hue prevails, an impenetrable darkness. Here, cages forged from steel and concrete are densely scattered. To describe it as a basement would be to underestimate its essence, for it resembles a prison more aptly. The lights lining the path stand as eerie beacons, akin to guiding lanterns leading one to the depths of hell, both strange and entrancing. Arrival is at hand. The voice of Jean Bing resonates faintly, and at this moment, he appears utterly grotesque and terrifying, akin to a demon from the inferno. Neither human nor ghost. Where is it? Luoka gazes at the cement chamber before him, resembling a cage, and coldly retorts, it resides within your mind. Chapter 28. The sudden appearance of Wanda and Quicksilver. A dramatic shift occurred at this moment, as a piercing shout from Gimp heralded the launch of a crimson laser. With remarkable agility, Rocco sidestepped just in time, narrowly evading the searing beam. The wayward laser struck the wall behind him, instantly melting and incinerating it. A chill ran down Rocco's spine as he beheld the sheer destructive power unleashed. Had he not been prepared? It could very well have been his own body that had been targeted. Gimp, you shall perish. Rocco hurled a dagger with all his might, the blade soaring through the air like a high-velocity missile, embedding itself into Gimp's form. In a moment of brutal finality, it pierced through his body. And the notorious supervillain, who had caused so much strife for numerous superpowered beings, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. With Gimp dealt with, Rocco assumed a defensive stance. His senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings. The laser's sudden emergence had come without warning. Given Rocco's acute hearing, he realized that if the assailant were merely an ordinary person, he would have detected them. Thus, only one possibility remained. The figure was also a superpowered individual. Show yourself, Rocco bellowed, yet the entity seemed to vanish, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. What followed was an unsettling tableau. Rocco, poised for battle, silently confronted the lifeless darkness enveloping him. Suddenly, a red laser shot forth from the abyss once more. This time, it was swifter than before, and even Rocco found himself unable to evade it. Recognizing the peril, he quickly enveloped his arm in a silvery sheen, positioning it before his body. He managed to barely deflect the laser's lethal advance. "Come out," Rocco shouted, while scrutinizing the damage to his arm. His silvered skin bore faint scars from the encounter, subtle yet sufficient to heighten his vigilance. Since acquiring his silver transformation, he had held unwavering faith in his defensive capabilities. Yet now, within this shadowy basement, a mere laser shot had marred his defenses. In the darkness, no voice answered Rocco's call. The oppressive silence thickened, and a tense atmosphere permeated the air. Buzz! The laser shot forth once more. This time, Rocco did not attempt to shield himself with his hand. Instead, he relied on his speed to evade within the confines of the basement. He dashed forward, the laser in hot pursuit, akin to a hunter chasing a frantic prey. Rocco transformed into a panicked little rabbit. Yet, was he truly as defenseless as he appeared? The answer was no. As he darted past a steel and concrete cage, Rocco suddenly perceived a hue that did not belong in this monochromatic realm. In the entire basement, only he and Gimp bore distinct colors amidst the encroaching darkness. With Gimp now deceased and Rocco fleeing in desperation, only one explanation remained. This strange color indicated the source of the attack. "It's you," Loco shouted. As the silvery sheen enveloped his fists, he struck fiercely at the steel and concrete structure. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent shattering resonated, and in that moment, the cage forged from steel and concrete completely fractured. Debris scattered in all directions, yet Loco paid no heed to it. His gaze was intently fixed on the ruins below. Suddenly, two streaks of red and blue burst forth from the rubble. They appeared as mere lines due to their astonishing speed. In Loco's vision, they were mere flashes. Two individuals? Loco assumed a combat stance, recalling the formidable power of the previous red laser, and now, that lightning-fast speed made it abundantly clear he was facing two opponents. Their velocity was so remarkable that even Loco found it challenging to track, for someone capable of reaching speeds of 100 kilometers per hour. It was evident that their swiftness far surpassed that threshold. Today might not end well. Fully transformed into his silver form, Loco charged towards them. As he drew closer, he brandished his revolver and fired at his adversaries. The terrifying bullets, accompanied by sonic booms, hurtled forth, yet despite Loco unleashing all his might, the two figures slipped past him like fish in water. Each of his powerful attacks failed to even graze them. "Damn it," Loco cursed. This method of combat was exceedingly frustrating. Imagine possessing immense strength, yet your opponent need not match it. Merely evading with speed suffices. Moreover, they were not devoid of formidable power. The red laser shot forth like the sharpest spear, severing the surrounding steel and concrete with each blast. Even as Loco desperately dodged, his body bore several burns from the scorching attacks. He had no doubt that if this continued, he would likely perish here. At this point, he was prepared to employ his dual portals at any moment. Should he find himself overwhelmed, he would escape through them. After all, was his life not more valuable than vibranium? "Come out, or I will undoubtedly obliterate this place," Loco shouted, though in truth, he possessed no devastating weapon. It was merely a strategy to buy time. Remarkably, his words seemed to have an effect. The two streaks ceased their movement, slowly materializing before Loco. Only then did he discern their features. One possessed a somewhat gaunt visage, his hair in disarray, yet even so, his handsome demeanor shone through. The other, clad in somewhat tattered attire, still exuded an extraordinary presence. His striking reddish-brown eyes were particularly captivating, and upon closer inspection, he had a figure that would tempt any man to falter. Curvaceous in all the right places, it was a form that no man could resist. However, at that moment, Loco had no inclination to dwell on such matters. Quicksilver, Wanda? With merely a glance, he instantly recognized the other party. If it were these two individuals, they undeniably possessed formidable destructive power and astonishing speed. It could be asserted that their combat prowess, even amidst the plethora of talent in the Marvel Universe, was remarkably outstanding. In particular, the image of an enraged Wanda tearing apart the purple creature was vividly etched in Rocco's memory. However, in the current timeline, such events had evidently yet to transpire. What perplexed Rocco was why these two were not supposed to be at Hydra, engaged in human experimentation. Why then? Were they present in Jean Bing's underground kitchen? Chapter 29. Saving Quicksilver and Wanda is saving oneself. Abandon your resistance. Perhaps we may yet spare your life. Quicksilver intoned with a stern visage as he slowly recited in the dimly lit basement. Beside him, Wanda remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Rocco. Rocco, however, was deep in thought, contemplating how to confront the two before him. In terms of brute strength, he knew he could not best them in a direct confrontation, hence, only one path remained: intellect. From Rocco's understanding, these two were indeed champions of righteousness, yet they now found themselves entrenched within Kingpin's domain, actively engaging against him. This could only indicate one thing: they were still under the control of a nefarious force. This control, Rocco surmised, must be a formidable psychological manipulation. Thus, he resolved to approach the matter from a mental standpoint. Quicksilver, Wanda, what brings you here? Rocco feigned familiarity as he greeted them. Sure enough, upon hearing his amiable salutation, their expressions momentarily flickered with surprise. However, this reaction was fleeting, and they quickly reverted to their cold demeanor, regarding Rocco with icy dispassion. Recognizing the opportunity, Rocco pressed on. Quicksilver, do you remember our collaboration in the battle against Ultron? Wanda, I was the one who cared for you the most during that time. Have you forgotten? This time, Rocco's performance was even more exaggerated, his voice trembling slightly. Observing this, Wanda's eyes widened in bewilderment, as though she were grappling with a profound realization. At this juncture, Rocco began to wield the power of the sacred dream seed, the most potent technique at his disposal on the psychological front. The sacred dream seed represented his most powerful and enigmatic ability. If employed wisely, it could potentially extricate him from his current predicament. Under the influence of the sacred dream seed, Wanda gradually became entranced, her gaze clouded with confusion, revealing that she was ensnared within an illusion. Indeed, Rocco had crafted a layer of mirage to assist Wanda in reclaiming her lost memories, memories deliberately erased by a subterranean terror organization. Quicksilver, sensing his sister's disquiet, prepared to rouse her from her stupor. However, Rocco's illusion reasserted itself. He had meticulously woven two illusions, enveloping both individuals within. Through this ethereal construct, he aimed to guide them in rediscovering their identities, for only by restoring their true selves could he hope to glean a sliver of survival from their grasp. Within the illusion, Wanda bore witness to the vile treachery of Hydra, who masqueraded as allies while ruthlessly exploiting her to enact vengeance, slaughtering innocent lives in the process. Meanwhile, Quicksilver faced a similar torment, witnessing the brutal murder of his sister at the hands of Hydra operatives, motivated by her failure to heed their commands. At this harrowing sight, both Wanda and Quicksilver shattered into despair simultaneously. Quickly, awaken! At this moment, beads of sweat, resembling yellow soybeans, trickled down Loco's forehead. The use of the sacred dream seed demanded an immense expenditure of mental energy, which was undoubtedly a considerable burden for him at present. Furthermore, this marked his inaugural attempt at conjuring illusions for two individuals simultaneously, resulting in an even greater drain on his mental faculties. If I do not recover soon, I shall be unable to endure, Loco urged, as his mental energy reached its limits, teetering on the brink of collapse. This is dire. It seems I must resort to the dual passage. Is this truly the predicament I have found myself in? Loco sighed, preparing to summon the dual passage. Suddenly, a blinding flash of crimson light erupted, and Wanda ascended from the illusion, gently descending before Loco. At that moment, Wanda regarded the man before her with a scrutinizing gaze. Hello, Loco greeted, feeling somewhat unnerved under her intense scrutiny. Meanwhile, Quicksilver emerged from the illusion, joining Wanda at her side. Now, Loco was under the watchful eyes of two individuals, their stares reminiscent of those directed at a criminal. Hey, I say, could I get some response from you too? Loco finally broke the silence. Thank you, Quicksilver responded, uttering a word of gratitude. Loco was taken aback. Did he just hear what he thought he heard? Thank you? Does that mean Quicksilver has regained his memory? You too remember now? Loco inched back slightly, aware that he could summon the dual passage at any moment to escape. Yes. During the Hydra's human experiments, they implanted mental suppression chips in both of us. Fortunately, we have now recovered our memories. Then why did you appear here in Kunlun? Loco inquired, posing his final question. After a prolonged silence, Wanda, who had remained quiet, spoke up. It seems they made some sort of deal. And then we were temporarily sent here. Loco paused, momentarily bewildered. A deal? What could that entail? Did these two organizations engage in any prior transactions? All right, benefactor. We must take our leave. There are matters we need to address, Quicksilver stated, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. Acknowledging this, Loco nodded. The appearance of these two was indeed unexpected. He had nearly met his demise at their hands, yet fortuitously, he had saved them both and, in turn, preserved his own life. Very well, farewell until we meet again. Loco stepped aside, allowing them passage as he bid them farewell. Although he harbored desires to recruit them for his own endeavors, he recognized that he was not yet formidable enough to compel their allegiance. Thankfully, they owed him a favor, two favors, in fact. Perhaps, when he next finds himself in peril, he could call upon their assistance. All right, benefactor, we are off. With that, Quicksilver turned, taking Wanda with him as they soared into the distance, vanishing from Loco's sight in mere moments. Gazing at the extraordinary speed of his counterpart, Loco could only feel envy. Currently, his maximum velocity was limited to a mere 100 kilometers per hour, a speed that, while impressive, paled in comparison to Quicksilver's capabilities. The latter could dash at nearly 300 kilometers per hour, and that was without any enhancements. Following the upgrade of his abilities via isotopes, Quicksilver's speed surged to an astonishing range between 4,950 and 6,000 kilometers per hour, surpassing the speed of sound. Ah, what was the purpose of my visit again? As the two departed, Loco suddenly recalled this pressing question. Moments later, he realized he had come in search of vibranium, but with the guide, King, now deceased. How would he find it? Alas, it seemed he would return empty-handed. Loco murmured to himself, preparing to leave the area. At that moment, two streaks of red and blue appeared before his eyes, and soon Quicksilver and Wanda materialized in front of him. What is it? Loco inquired, confusion etched across his face. Are you seeking vibranium? I know where it is, Quicksilver replied before darting off in a specific direction. In just 10 seconds, he reappeared before Loco, holding a small box. This is vibranium. Chapter 30, Devouring Vibranium, nearly 50 tons of power vibranium. Loco gazed at the box crafted from a peculiar material before him, a surge of joy swelling in his heart. As one of the most formidable metals within the Marvel Universe, possessing this would undoubtedly elevate his physical prowess once more. With a gentle breath, he watched as the box gradually opened, revealing a seemingly unremarkable stone before his eyes. Is this truly vibranium? The appearance of the vibranium before him deviated from his expectations. He had envisioned it emanating an otherworldly glow. Instead, the stone resembled an ordinary rock, dark and devoid of any distinguishing features. Indeed, I witnessed them placing the vibranium inside. Quicksilver nodded, affirming Loco's suspicion. Well, it's time for us to depart. Handing the box to Loco, Quicksilver took Wanda's hand, and they hurriedly left the scene. Observing their hurried demeanor, Loco surmised that Hydra was likely facing a significant purge. How audacious of Hydra to provoke the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Once the two had departed, Loco's attention returned to the stone within the box. Despite its appearance being far removed from that of vibranium, he resolved to give it a try. With that thought, he gently placed his palm upon the stone. Devour. At that moment, the stone erupted with a dazzling radiance. Witnessing such an intense reaction filled Loco with exhilaration, compelling him to concentrate fully on the act of devouring. Moments later, the stone had entirely vanished from the box. Loco, however, was now engulfed in a searing sensation coursing through his body. The heat was overwhelming, akin to being submerged in molten lava at 1,000 degrees. He felt every bone and inch of skin ablaze with intensity. The excruciating pain forced Loco to buckle, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, he found himself utterly incapable of rising, relegated to enduring the relentless heat emanating from every part of his being. Pain. Loco had never experienced such torment. He harbored no doubt that if he were to lose consciousness here, he might never awaken again. Damn it, for the sake of power. Gritting his teeth, Loco resolutely persevered. Previous instances of devouring had indeed brought discomfort, yet this time, the agony was unprecedented. 1 minute, 2 minutes, half an hour, an hour. As time slowly drifted by, Loco writhed on the ground. The scorching heat not only affected him, but also melted the ground beneath, creating numerous large pits. Curse be this. Loco cursed vehemently, realizing that his endurance had transcended physical limits and had become a battle of willpower. The body has its limits. Yet the strength of the will is boundless. At long last, after enduring an unfathomable amount of pain, Loco's body began to undergo a transformation. The silver sheen upon his skin faded, giving way to a resplendent golden glow. Standing at a height of 1.90 meters, Loco now resembled a small giant from a distance. With a fierce determination, he clenched his fists and exhaled deeply through the skin on his arms. He could discern the golden blood coursing through his veins. This transformation had not only altered his appearance, but had also changed the very essence of his blood. Curious about his newfound strength, he recalled that after his last transformation, he had created an 8-meter deep crater with a single punch. What would be the outcome this time? Without hesitation, Loco assumed his stance and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, causing the entire ground to tremble as it cracked visibly under the impact. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, until a nearly 20-meter wide chasm appeared. It is worth noting that this ground was specially designed for the underground kitchen and could withstand even missile strikes. Yet now, Loco's full-powered blow had created such an immense pit. Conservative estimates suggested that his strength had reached 50 tons, surpassing even Captain America, Iron Man, and Spider-Man. However, he still fell short of the Hulk, whose strength was formidable. Rocco was not disheartened. The Hulk's physique came with unique enhancements. Conceptually, the angrier the Hulk became, the stronger he grew. While the Hulk possessed immense physical strength, Rocco had more than just brute force at his disposal. He wielded teleportation, a revolver, the holy dream seed. Formidable physical prowess, nearly 50 tons of power, and speeds approaching 100 kilometers per hour. In the realm of superpowered beings, Rocco was indeed a prominent figure. Of course, this was merely theoretical, as real battles often introduce unforeseen variables. For instance, Thanos could overpower the Hulk. Yet Captain America could hold his own against Thanos with his human physique. Vision possessed a range of powerful abilities. Yet he fell victim to a successful ambush by General Corvus Glaive, showing no capacity for resistance afterward. This paradox was both irrational yet entirely rational. After a comprehensive assessment of his physical capabilities, Rocco donned his attire and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he paused to survey the vast underground kitchen, a realm steeped in bloodshed, violence, and various illicit activities. The air was thick with malevolence, and while one criminal had perished, new ones would undoubtedly rise in their place. Death alone would not alter this place. However, fire could. Next, Rocco manipulated oil barrels, pouring their contents throughout the corners of this domain. Subsequently, a bullet from his revolver struck the center of one of the barrels. As flames erupted, the area was engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion. Firelight flared as everything ignited. The ice powder, sins, filth, and darkness, all that belonged to this place, were utterly consumed by the merciless flames in that singular moment. From this day forth, the underground kitchens shall no longer harbor Gene Bing, and New York shall be devoid of such clandestine establishments. The troubles that the superhumans cannot resolve will now be addressed by Rocco. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., on a highly fortified island, agents armed with the most advanced weaponry vigilantly scan their surroundings. Here, top-secret fighter jets ascend and descend, tanks, cutting-edge artillery, and every conceivable weapon imaginable are present. At the heart of the island lies a pitch-black fortress. At this moment, merely 100 meters beneath the surface of the fortress, a bald man clad in black gazes at the large screen before him, his face a mask of astonishment. Subsequently, Fury retrieves a communication device and coldly states, "Natasha, investigate what is occurring there." Chapter 31. The mutated black wolf. With a soft exhalation, Rocco's voice emerged. Moments ago, having prepared meticulously, he activated the dual portal. And after a brief flash of light, he found himself in this place. Towering trees stood like giants, their lush branches and leaves evoking awe, as if they had thrived for countless centuries. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting dappled shadows that made it feel as though he had stepped into a realm steeped in mystery. The air carried a dark and damp essence, tinged with subtle notes of decay and earth. Rocco's mood began to shift towards tension as the sights before him hinted at the oddity of this place. In stark contrast to the flickering shadows of the town he had left behind, everything here embraced a deeper enigma, rendering the atmosphere oppressive. As always, the system remained silent, offering no guidance akin to that of a lifeless entity. Rocco was oblivious to which fairy tale world he had entered and the formidable beings that might dwell within. All was shrouded in uncertainty, yet what he firmly grasped was the power resting in his palm. This formidable strength instilled a flicker of confidence within him. Yet, the landscape appeared uniform, leaving him to ponder his next direction. Suddenly, a faint sound of combat reached his ears from afar. Though subtle, it resonated distinctly in Rocco's attentive mind. Driven by curiosity, he resolved to approach the source of the commotion, regardless of the circumstances. The clash presented an opportunity to observe the indigenous inhabitants of this world. Through their actions and attire, he could glean insights into the nature of this realm, provided it was not an outrageously transcendent fairy tale world. Guided by the sounds of battle, Rocco hastened his steps. After half an hour of pursuit, he found himself concealed behind a massive stone. Peering through the crevice, he gazed upon the scene unfolding before him. In the clearing ahead, a fierce confrontation was taking place. The combatants were a man wielding a bow and arrow and a snarling black wolf, baring its teeth. From Rocco's observations, it was apparent that the man was a hunter, and the black wolf was his quarry. Suddenly, the wolf, crouched low, surged forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance to the hunter in an instant. Its sharp claws glinted menacingly in the interplay of light and shadow. Rocco had no doubt that a single strike could spell doom for the hunter. In that critical moment, a smile flickered across the hunter's lips. It seemed as though he had anticipated the wolf's onslaught, and with a swift sidestep, he evaded the attack. The wolf, thwarted in its assault, became enraged and repositioned itself to charge at the hunter once more. However, this time, it was met with an arrow poised on the bowstring, radiating a razor-sharp brilliance. Whoosh! The hunter released the bowstring, and the arrow shot forth with remarkable force, embedding itself deep within the heart of the black wolf. With a resounding thud, the creature collapsed heavily to the ground, letting out a pained howl as the arrow pierced through its body. At this point, there was no longer any reason to continue watching. It had been an impressive display of hunting prowess. The hunter's skills in evasion and archery were extraordinarily refined, each movement executed with precision and grace, devoid of any hesitation or clumsiness. Yet, to Rocco, both the hunter's tactics and the black wolf's assault appeared woefully inadequate. Even if they had joined forces, Rocco could effortlessly vanquish them. Thus, there was truly no further interest in the unfolding scene. It was akin to how humans might observe ants subduing other insects out of sheer boredom. The ants, united in purpose, would overpower creatures larger than themselves and transport them back to their nest. Humans would comment on the remarkable strength of the ants, yet once the commentary was rendered, they would lose all interest and depart. This was not a reflection of the ants' lack of strength. Rather, it was a matter of the two entities belonging to entirely different realms of existence. The disparity between the hunter, the black wolf, and Rocco was akin to that between ants and humans. Just as Rocco turned to leave, a peculiar scene unfolded. The black wolf, which should have succumbed to death, began to tremble violently. Suddenly, with a cacophony of cracking sounds, human-like limbs sprouted from the creature's body. Yet, unlike humans, these limbs were adorned with sharp, menacing spines. These spines appeared exceedingly ominous. A careless encounter could result in grievous wounds. Cursed hunter, perish. At that moment, the black wolf stood upright, towering over the hunter. As if that were not enough, it began to articulate human speech. The hunter's eyes widened in horror at this sight. He swiftly drew back the bowstring and loosed a flurry of arrows, but what had once been a source of pride now proved to be utterly ineffective. As the arrows merely tickled the wolf's hide, the distance between them closed rapidly, and the terror in the hunter's eyes intensified. With his quiver emptied, the hunter desperately withdrew a dagger from his cloak and lunged at the black wolf. However, the sharp blade merely ricocheted off the creature's hide as if striking steel. In that instant, the hunter was sent flying by the wolf's charge. Struggling to rise from the ground, the hunter was thwarted by the pain radiating from his legs, rendering him immobile. As the black wolf approached ever closer, despair fully enveloped the hunter. Yet, at that critical moment, a figure burst forth from behind a boulder. With a powerful kick, the figure sent the black wolf hurtling away. Subsequently, Rocco retrieved an arrow that had fallen to the ground and, after a casual glance, tossed it aside. With precise foresight, the arrow penetrated the skull of the black wolf with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the wolf's body could not withstand the violent impact and shattered into countless fragments. All done. Loco clapped his hands and slowly approached the hunter. At that moment, the hunter's eyes were filled with astonishment. Everything that had just transpired occurred in the blink of an eye. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the black wolf that had once pinned him to the ground had disintegrated into pieces. Are you all right? Can you still stand? Loco inquired, lowering his gaze. Initially, he intended to depart, but upon witnessing the sudden mutation of the black wolf, his curiosity was piqued. The black wolf could not have transformed spontaneously. It either possessed such genes innately or was subjected to some external influence that precipitated this change. To unravel the mystery behind this transformation, one must start with the indigenous hunter before him. Hence, saving him became an imperative task for Loco. Chapter 32. The Werewolf and the Imposter. It is a werewolf, a being that exists within the depths of the Almas jungle, one of the most formidable tribes. They possess the ability to grow human limbs, particularly evident on nights of the full moon. It is said that certain exceptional werewolves can fully transform into human form, blending seamlessly into the crowd. This particular group of werewolves wields immense power and has mastered a peculiar method. In the clearing, the voice of the hunter gradually emerges, perhaps due to his pain. His speech is slow, yet Rocco pays little heed to this. His entire focus is on the werewolves that the hunter speaks of. According to the hunter, before transforming into a werewolf, they are ordinary black wolves. However, upon their transformation, they develop human limbs. At this moment, the werewolves still retain their distinctive features, wolf heads, sharp fangs, and the barbs on their limbs. Yet, among this tribe, there exists a rare subset capable of completely assuming human appearance, looking indistinguishable from actual humans. Hiss. If that is the case, the human population would indeed be in great peril, Rocco murmurs. It is worth noting that even in his original world, the ability to transform into human form at will is a profoundly terrifying threat. Haha. The hunter suddenly bursts into laughter at this remark. Such beings are nearly non-existent. Confused, Rocco gazes at him, questioning why. The hunter gradually straightens, explaining that those who have transcended the existence of werewolves can be termed imposters, and to my knowledge, the last appearance of an imposter was a millennium ago. A millennium ago. At this moment, Rocco is somewhat taken aback. If this is true, Then the werewolf tribe has existed for 1,000 years, a truly terrifying span of time. Suddenly, Rocco realizes an unsettling question. Is the imposter from 1,000 years ago still alive? If so, they must have become extraordinarily powerful. Alas, they perished, slain by a woman. The hunter replies. This revelation leaves Rocco astonished once more. An imposter, so formidable, was defeated by a woman. How powerful must she be? Is this woman still alive? Rocco suddenly finds himself intrigued by her. A woman capable of vanquishing an imposter is certainly not an ordinary individual. If she still lives. Rocco dares not imagine whether she is human or something else entirely. I do not know, the hunter responds, regarding the whereabouts of that woman. All I know is that she last ventured into a dense forest, and thereafter, no one has seen her again. Upon hearing this, Rocco feels a pang of disappointment. He had thought he might have stumbled upon a significant discovery, only to find that the woman is already deceased. It is well known that having disappeared without a trace is nearly tantamount to being dead. I have shared so much yet have not properly expressed my gratitude. The hunter, tending to his leg wound, looks toward Rocco. In response, Rocco waves his hand dismissively, signaling that it is of no consequence. This was a task he was accustomed to, especially now that he could enter their world of humans through the hunters. There, he might trigger the current system quest. Benefactor, I am Romans. Residing in a village less than 10 miles from here. The hunter began to introduce himself, and through his words, Rocco learned that his village was predominantly inhabited by hunters like him. They had survived for generations by hunting, selling their catch in a larger town. I am Rocco, and I seem to have lost my way. Rocco disguised himself as a lost traveler, omitting the fact that he could effortlessly deal with werewolves. Romans, perceptive as he was, did not pry further. In their world, there existed imposters, women who killed imposters, and it was entirely reasonable for Rocco to be one who hunted werewolves. Rocco, since you saved me, why not visit my village? It would be my way of expressing gratitude for your life-saving deed. A gentle smile spread across the hunter's face. Seeing this, Rocco did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he engaged in polite conversation before ultimately accepting the hunter's warm invitation. Then, please lead the way, Romans. After departing from their original location, approximately an hour later, a radiant village came into view. It was not that Rocco walked slowly, but he had to attend to the injured Romans, which caused the delay. Otherwise, they would have arrived sooner. By now, darkness had completely enveloped the sky, rendering the outline of the village increasingly distinct. The modest settlement was encircled by a thick wall, with torches planted every few meters around its perimeter. Countless torches illuminated the entire village, creating an almost rectangular formation, seemingly to ward off some threat. What intruder approaches? As Rocco neared the village, a weary voice suddenly rang out. It is I, Romans, he quickly replied, stepping forward. Upon hearing Roman's name, the voice softened. Soon, with the sound of rustling, a group of individuals donned in attire similar to Romans appeared before Rocco. This group seemed to recognize Romans, as they gathered around him eagerly. Welcome back, Romans. We thought you would be devoured by werewolves. Ha ha, it's good to see you returned. A cluster of people surrounded Romans, chattering and laughing. Rocco's presence felt out of place amidst the joviality, but he remained indifferent, standing aside and observing their merriment. Eventually, Romans managed to extricate himself from the crowd and approached Rocco. This is my brother, Rocco. Today, he rescued me from the werewolves, and from now on, he shall be my benefactor. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their attention to Rocco, who had not gone unnoticed moments before. Upon realizing that the individual before him was merely a young man, he instinctively regarded him as a wayfarer in need of assistance. In this village, where the law of the jungle prevails, such a wayfarer symbolizes vulnerability. Vulnerability, no matter the context, is often met with disdain. Ah, it is Brother Rocco. My heartfelt thanks to you, they exclaimed. Quickly, as he is our benefactor, we must extend our finest hospitality. Someone, go summon the women to prepare roasted meat and fine wine. We shall host our esteemed guest. The lively exchange among them, filled with fervent enthusiasm, rendered Rocco somewhat bashful. Nevertheless, he would not rebuff their kindness. Such customs deserved respect, and Rocco had always held traditions in high regard. Chapter 33. The bonfire night. As night descended upon the village, the center came alive with villagers encircling a crackling bonfire, roasting meat upon makeshift grills, and toasting with fine spirits in joyous camaraderie. The star of this gathering, of course, was the valiant Rocco, who had saved Romus. With the onset of the festivities, the villagers joined hands and sang a melodic tune that Rocco could not comprehend. Yet, the radiant smiles adorning each face and the infectious joy of their circle drew him in, compelling him to join their rhythmic dance. As the song concluded, the bonfire night officially commenced. Children gathered in clusters, delighting in playful antics, while the women assumed the role of diligent homemakers, distributing food and libations to all present. The men, on the other hand, clustered together, some exchanging bold tales, while others leaned closer to Romus, captivated by his recounting of the day's harrowing encounter. When that werewolf lunged at me, I truly believed my end was near. But in that very moment, Rocco emerged from behind a great stone. With a single, powerful kick, he sent that beast flying 10 meters away. I've never witnessed such might in my life. Then, Rocco picked up the arrow I had dropped, astonishingly. Without even a glance, he casually flung it, striking the werewolf squarely in the head, causing it to explode on impact. I was utterly astounded by the sheer ferocity of such strength, and to think I had crossed paths with someone so formidable. As Romus recounted his tale, the villagers listened in wide-eyed amazement, many of whom were robust hunters themselves. They understood well the formidable nature of werewolves, and it was remarkable that Rocco had dispatched one with such apparent ease. In that moment, admiration for Rocco blossomed amongst the villagers. Observing their astonished expressions, Rocco could only shake his head in bemusement. He had intended to remain modest, yet his prowess simply could not be concealed. As a few cups of fine wine were consumed, Rocco gradually succumbed to the village's infectious spirit, engaging in their conversations. Throughout the discourse, Rocco maintained his composure, deftly deflecting the villagers' inquiries with brevity. However, he gleaned valuable information from their exchanges. He learned that their village was named Aru, where generations had relied on hunting for sustenance, with their catches routinely sold in the nearby town. In this community, almost every individual was a hunter, albeit with varying ranks: novice, apprentice, professional, and master. The novice rank denoted those newly initiated into the hunting trade, lacking the knowledge and ability to hunt independently. Conversely, at the apprentice level, hunters had acquired the skills necessary for hunting ordinary creatures, yet they remained ill-equipped to face mutated werewolves. For instance, Romus, who was an apprentice, found ease in pursuing common black wolves, but faltered when confronted with a werewolf. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Rocco, Romance would undoubtedly have succumbed to the claws of a werewolf. At the professional level, hunters possess remarkable physical prowess, capable of single-handedly confronting mutated beasts. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Within the village, no hunters of this caliber exist. To trace their whereabouts, one would need to venture beyond the town. As for the master level, it remains a mythical concept, with no villagers having ever laid eyes on such beings. By now, Rocco has developed a fundamental understanding of the combat strength within this world. He can effortlessly overpower novice-level hunters and even those at the professional level. Perhaps only the legendary master level could pose a challenge. Yet, the villagers speak of these figures as mere folklore. Surely, he could not be so unfortunate as to encounter one. The bonfire gathering continued until midnight, during which Rocco noticed numerous young women casting glances in his direction. In this world, strength is revered, and thus, a figure like Rocco, capable of effortlessly vanquishing werewolves, naturally attracts admiration from many. Furthermore, his striking handsomeness would make him irresistible even to the women of America, let alone those of this realm. Nevertheless, Rocco refrained from acknowledging them, maintaining his composure. Wary of any unforeseen circumstances, given his current physical condition, he could consume not just a few pounds, but even several tons without succumbing to intoxication. Eventually, the bonfire festivities gradually came to a close, with the women departing and the men collapsing in drunken stupor upon the ground. The children had long since vanished, their whereabouts unknown. Under the villagers' arrangement, Rocco found himself in the most opulent room of the village. However, given the limited conditions, what the villagers deemed luxurious appeared rather modest to Rocco. Nonetheless, having a place to rest was already a blessing. He had no cause for complaint. Reclining on the firm bed, accompanied by the distant chirping of cicadas from the primeval forest, Rocco gradually drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate span of time, he was abruptly awakened by a series of faint, delicate sounds. Approaching from outside the village were soft footsteps, drawing nearer. Rocco sprang from his bed, realizing that the only nearby human presence resided in the town. Any other humans would be far removed from this place. Thus, the source of the sound could only be attributed to a beast tide. The beast tide, as recounted by the villagers, is a calamity that occasionally descends upon human settlements. Whenever a beast tide occurs, swarms of ferocious creatures launch an assault on human habitats, resulting in significant devastation. Almost every instance of a beast tide leads to catastrophic losses for the human settlement. The direst situation arises when a mutated beast emerges from the tide, sealing the fate of the settlement to inevitable destruction. In the current scenario, Rocco could not ascertain the level of the beast tide, but he understood the urgency of awakening the villagers. With this thought, he swiftly rose and dashed out of the house. Due to the influence of the bonfire gathering, the village's basic militia patrol has now been rendered completely ineffective. At this moment, the entire village has fallen into a profound silence, occasionally interrupted by the faint sound of snoring. However, Rocco is not preoccupied with the snoring. Rather, He is focused on the ominous sounds of a beast horde approaching from the outskirts of the village. Based on his estimations, the horde is merely 100 meters away. A dangerously close distance that places the village in imminent peril. Wake up. This is urgent. Rocco called out from the center of the village. With his enhanced physique, not only does he possess great strength, but his voice carries with the resonance of a great bell throughout the village. Moments later, the villagers gradually awaken. Many still bewildered by the situation, yet instinctively gathering their weapons and converging towards Rocco. In the village center, individuals clutching their weapons were expressions of irritation, eager to ascertain who has disturbed their rest. It is at this moment that they catch sight of Rocco, gazing intently into the distance. Pushed forward by the crowd, Romas cautiously approached Rocco. "Brother Rocco, is there an emergency?" Rocco, still fixated on the horizon, replied calmly, "They are coming." Chapter 34, The Great Beast Tide. An ascending aura at the behest of Rocco, the villagers collectively gazed into the distance. At that moment, the periphery of the village was enveloped in an eerie stillness. The sounds of cicadas, frogs, and small creatures had vanished entirely, replaced by an unsettling silence akin to death itself. Although everything appeared normal on the surface, a few seasoned hunters began to sense a peculiar anomaly. Suddenly, like a stone disturbing the calm of a pond, a wild beast crouched low, inching towards the village. With the emergence of this singular creature, a multitude of beasts followed suit, surging forth like a deluge towards the village. In mere moments, they were less than 50 meters away, and those present could clearly discern the ferocity of the approaching beasts, long fangs, blood-red eyes, and drooling jaws. Among the familiar black wolves, there were tigers, leopards, and a host of other nameless creatures that Rocco could not identify. Despite their diverse species, Rocco could distinctly sense an ominous chill emanating from them. A signature aura of the beast tide. Beast tide, someone among the villagers shouted, awakening the collective consciousness of the community. In this moment of existential peril, the villagers swiftly organized themselves. The patrolling militia and hunters sprang into action. Bows, blades, and iron rods were grasped as makeshift weapons by all who could wield them. Within moments, the village walls were lined with a dense throng of prepared villagers. At that instant, a look of concern spread across the faces of nearly all present. Observing this scene, Rocco nodded in approval. Truly, this was a village steeped in generations of hunting. Their response was swift, with the beast tide barely 20 meters away. This meant that within this brief 30-meter span, the villagers had readied themselves. Behind the walls, amidst the fences, and within the houses, every villager, be they adult or child, man or woman, held their breath, silently watching the tide of beasts surge forth. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. At this juncture, without any command being issued, the hunters instinctively drew their bows. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of arrows being released, a torrential downpour of projectiles rained down upon the advancing beasts. In an instant, the foremost creatures were struck, collapsing to the ground, grievously wounded. Witnessing the success of the initial volley, excitement surged through the villagers. Each hunter possessed ample experience in the art of the hunt, rendering them exceptionally skilled in marksmanship. However, the wounded beasts, now enraged, accelerated with ferocity towards the village. In mere seconds, the vanguard of the beast tide reached the base of the wall, mere inches away from the villagers perched atop. At this distance, a single leap from the feral creatures could easily drag the villagers down. Loose the arrows. The hunters once again strung their bows and loosed their projectiles towards the encroaching horde. Meanwhile, the villagers armed with machetes and iron rods frantically struck at the ground below, attempting to fend off the beasts. At this moment, the war between the villagers and the beast tide had commenced in earnest. Yet, from the very beginning, the disparity in power was overwhelming. After merely 3 waves of assault, several beasts managed to scale the wall, inflicting injuries upon the resisting villagers. Nevertheless, the villagers fought valiantly, slashing at the creatures until they fell. However, the number of beasts breaching the wall only increased, and as the villagers, mere mortals, fatigued under the relentless strain, the inevitable conclusion loomed: total annihilation of their village. Yet, in this dire moment, a figure suddenly descended amidst the tide of beasts, crashing down with such force that it created a significant crater upon impact. The beasts were sent sprawling by this unexpected onslaught. Who could it be? Confusion flickered in the minds of the villagers atop the wall, most of whom were hunters lacking such formidable strength. It's him. The Rocco brothers, Rama thought. Recognizing the figure as Rocco, the one who had previously saved his life, the figure did not pause. Instead, he began to unleash a flurry of punches amidst the beast tide. Witnessing Rocco's ferocity, the beasts crumbled before him as though made of paper, unable to mount any effective defense. This sight instantly invigorated the villagers' spirits, transforming their previously despondent morale into a fervent battle cry. At this moment, Rocco stood at the heart of the beast tide, voraciously consuming the slain creatures. Initially positioned on the periphery, his inadvertent consumption imbued him with an extraordinary sensation within. It felt as if a being of sheer strength had finally grasped the nuances of combat, allowing him to execute techniques at will. Indeed, it was the art of battle. Previously, Rocco's assaults lacked any finesse, relying solely on brute force. While this approach had granted him success, it posed a grave risk when confronting equally powerful foes. Much like the Hulk, who could not overcome Thanos sensing the formidable power of Rocco, the beast-tide gradually circumvented his position and surged towards the village. Witnessing this scene, Rocco was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly that terrifying? Indeed, in his current state, he appeared quite fearsome, his body drenched in blood. Surrounded by the remnants of beasts he had yet to consume. If one were unaware of his humanity, they might easily mistake him for a beast himself. As the creatures evaded Rocco, the burden on the village intensified. In mere moments, a section of the wall collapsed, and a multitude of beasts surged like a tide towards the breach. Observing this, Rocco could not allow them to succeed. With a mighty charge, he reached the opening. Positioned at the breach, Rocco unleashed destruction while simultaneously devouring his foes. Within just a few seconds, the aura of battle surrounding him surged to new heights. Eventually, a pivotal moment arrived when Rocco's presence reached a critical threshold. No matter how much he consumed, that energy could not increase further. At this juncture, Rocco ceased his devouring, opting instead to unleash the full force of his internal power. In that instant, the beast-tide finally experienced a flicker of trepidation. Indeed, many beasts began to retreat slowly. Yet, how could Rocco allow them to escape? Surrender now, wretches, for despair is your only fate. Chapter 35, The Divine Palm of the Heavens. The crisis of the beast-tide. A single step taken by Luoku unleashed a tremendous force that radiated across the ground. This formidable energy spread to every corner of the earth, striking the beast-tide standing upon it before they could react, shattering them into pieces on the spot. With but a single step, the majority of the beasts present suffered a devastating blow. Yet, the carnage did not cease. In the open space, Luoku dashed forward with great speed, each movement through the throng of beasts leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. At this moment, he wielded a revolver. Each bullet he fired crashing heavily into the beast-tide, creating ripples of chaos. The battle had devolved into a one-sided affair, with thousands of beasts pitted against a solitary Luoku, who utterly decimated the tide. Above the walls, silence reigned. With all the beasts now focused on Luoku, the villagers found themselves with ample leisure. Witnessing Luoku effortlessly subduing the beast-tide left them in a state of astonishment. Not a soul uttered a sound. They were transfixed by the spectacle. The beast-tide, the gravest threat to humanity, appeared as fragile as paper before Luoku, who seemed to embody a demon. Romance. Where did you find such a formidable individual? He is astonishing. In comparison, we are utterly weak. Whispers of disbelief floated through the crowd. At this moment, Romance bore a look of sheer shock, for he was one of the few who had witnessed Luoku's power up close. Previously, he had perceived Luoku as merely a powerful human, but now it was evident that his strength was beyond comprehension. The one-sided slaughter orchestrated by Luoku was nearing its conclusion, with fewer than 100 beasts remaining alive. However, at that moment, a beam of moonlight suddenly pierced the darkened sky. The once dim jungle was illuminated, the primal wilderness appearing even more profound under the moon's glow. This moonlight not only bathed the jungle but also shone upon the remaining beasts in the clearing. In an instant, a transformation occurred. The beasts, which had previously been sprawled on the ground, began to emit terrifying roars. Following this cacophony, their limbs elongated, allowing them to rise to a human-like stance. Each beast's fangs grew sharper, glistening menacingly in the moonlight. Within mere minutes, the beasts present had undergone a grotesque metamorphosis. Werewolves, tigermen, leopardmen, snakemen. The already fearsome creatures now appeared even more horrifying. The villagers had never encountered such a scene. Even those atop the walls trembled uncontrollably. They have mutated. With so many of them, are we not doomed? A diminutive hunter among the villagers quivered, his bow and arrow slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Fear is contagious. From one individual, profound dread begins to spread among all. Most of those present are novice hunters, capable of confronting ordinary beasts, yet utterly powerless against the mutated creatures. Indeed, many of them have never even laid eyes on such aberrant beasts. A single mutated werewolf can easily dispatch a novice like Romulus, and now there are nearly 100 of them. With such numbers, how could the gathered individuals not tremble with terror? Let us flee while someone stands in our way. We must escape now, exclaimed a frail hunter. Upon uttering these words, a wave of panic surged through the villagers. The notion of retreat filled the crowd in an instant. Yes, fleeing offers a glimmer of hope for survival, while remaining in place spells certain death. As for Rocco, trapped at the heart of the beast-tide, it was no surprise he was forsaken. Even though Rocco had previously displayed extraordinary strength against this multitude of mutated beasts, even he would be torn apart. No, My brother Rocco is still holding on. How can we abandon him? Suddenly, a resolute voice rang out. Though soft, it was remarkably clear amidst the crowd. Romulus, do you truly intend to go and rescue him? Isn't that courting death? Do you wish to lead us all to our doom? The frail villager shouted again. Indeed, upon hearing this, the already frightened villagers grew even more timid. Already, a dozen or so had begun to lower themselves from the surrounding wall, preparing to flee. Witnessing this, Romulus shook his head in resignation. In the face of calamity, each sought their own escape. Yet, as a human, how could he abandon his savior? With this thought, a look of determination emerged on Romulus's face. Without hesitation, he seized his weapon and leapt down from the wall, advancing towards Rocco's position amidst the astonished gazes of the villagers. Romulus, what are you doing here? Rocco, who was observing the mutated beasts, finally noticed the figure beside him. In response, Romulus offered a bitter smile. My savior is here. How could I possibly leave you behind to escape alone? Though his voice was faint, it resonated with unwavering resolve amidst the chaos of the beast tide. Hearing this, Rocco was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed overheard the villagers' conversation, and in the past, he had harbored a deep disdain for the notion of abandoning comrades to flee. Yet now, he seemed indifferent. The primary reason for this shift was Rocco's immense strength. Not only could he dismiss the less than 100 mutated beasts before him, but even if another 100 were to appear, he would remain unperturbed. It was truly laughable that those ignorant villagers believed themselves to possess any semblance of power. However, Romulus, standing beside him, garnered Rocco's respect. True strength does not solely stem from physical prowess, but rather from the fortitude of one's spirit. Clearly, Romulus had achieved this. Before the monstrous creature with bared fangs and claws, Rocco walked slowly in front of Romans, when suddenly a faint voice echoed, Romans, wait for me for 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Romans appeared perplexed, struggling to grasp the meaning behind the words. Yet, in the next moment, Rocco's silhouette soared into the air. High above, Rocco's entire form shimmered with a delicate golden hue. Then, at a certain instant, Rocco extended his palm, crashing down upon the mutated beasts below. Accompanied by intense velocity and a visible searing heat, that hand struck the ground with tremendous force. In that moment, a faint sound emerged, heavenly palm. This was the technique Rocco had mastered after consuming thousands of wild beasts. The terrifying power unleashed at that moment erupted among the horde, accompanied by a cacophony. The remnants of the mutated beasts fell like rain upon the clearing. The crisis of the beast tide was entirely averted at that instant. Chapter 36. Embarking on a new journey once the crisis had subsided, Rocco gradually made his way towards the village. At this moment, the villagers along the path exhibited a palpable caution. Their initial respect for Rocco and his companions had transformed entirely into fear. Respect, while acknowledging authority, still permits a semblance of resistance, but fear emerges as a profound, instinctual trepidation, extinguishing any flicker of defiance. This psychological shift resonated among the villagers. As Rocco passed a diminutive hunter, he paused momentarily. Observing this interaction, the surrounding villagers hastily dispersed, clearing the area around him. Not a soul dared to utter a word of dissent. They were acutely aware that to disturb the individual before them would lead to a singular, grim fate, death. Witnessing this, Rocco could only shake his head in resignation. This was the influence of power. When one reveals formidable strength, people will respect and gravitate towards them. However, when such power is capable of annihilating those they perceive as terrifying in an instant, fear takes precedence over respect. They would not approach him. Rather, they preferred to maintain a safe distance. After gently patting the hunter on the shoulder, Rocco turned and proceeded towards his room. What transpired with the hunter in his absence was no longer a concern for him. Inside the room, Rocco found himself wide awake. Given the recent events, it seemed likely that he would soon depart from this place. His original intention for coming here was to trigger the emergence of a quest. Yet, even after vanquishing the beast tide, the quest had yet to materialize. Moreover, the villagers had completely altered their demeanor towards him. Under such circumstances, there was little reason for him to linger any longer. The town that Roman had mentioned might serve as an appealing destination. However, he resolved to wait until daylight to venture there. The nighttime jungle was fraught with peril, especially in a primordial forest where mutated beasts roamed. Despite Rocco's self-proclaimed strength, he acknowledged that should another formidable creature arise, he could not guarantee victory. Rocco often held firm to the belief that there are always those stronger than oneself, and caution is never unwarranted. Lying upon the uncomfortable bed, he soon drifted into slumber. The next day, as the sun began to rise, Rocco swiftly gathered his belongings in preparation for departure. The village was already bustling with post-disaster reconstruction. Villagers were diligently rebuilding walls and repairing homes. As Rocco walked past them, they stood at attention with utmost care, quietly awaiting his passage. This scene left Rocco feeling a sense of helplessness. compared to this atmosphere. He preferred the warmth of amicable interactions. It appeared that as he made his way to the town, he would need to be vigilant in concealing his true capabilities. Rocco murmured to himself, then took the map that Roman had provided earlier and set off. The journey to the town spanned approximately 200 miles, making it the nearest town to the village despite the considerable distance. In Romance's words, this path is fraught with peril. Nearly every time hunters venture toward the town, they suffer inevitable losses. However, for Rocco, such concerns are utterly trivial. After effortlessly dispatching a giant snake, he retrieved a map from his pocket. The map delineated the route to the town, with every hazardous location marked distinctly in red. Yet, at this moment, Rocco's interest lay elsewhere. His destination was the final stop. Sitter Village. Sitter Village, a bustling town with a population of 5,000, serves as a trading hub for nearly all surrounding villages, making it the liveliest and most densely populated area in the region. There, Rocco might encounter a system quest. Setting the map aside, Rocco oriented himself and prepared to proceed. Just then, a faint voice began to resonate in his ears. Holding his breath, Rocco strained to listen intently. At last, through his efforts, he discerned the words, "Help. Is anyone there to save me?" Upon hearing this, Rocco stomped his foot in frustration. The last encounter had involved a plea for help, and now he faced yet another. Did they truly perceive him as a readily available rescue brigade? Damn it, if you're going to die, then die. It's none of my concern. Rocco scoffed before continuing along his path. However, shortly after, he turned back, confirming the source of the voice, and activated his teleportation skill. Moments later, Rocco found himself standing before a precipice. The advantage of teleportation lies in its ability to disregard terrain, swiftly transporting one to the desired location. Compared to Rocco's speed, this skill allowed for almost instantaneous arrival. Yet, its limitations were evident. It could not be sustained for long, with a maximum range of merely 500 meters, and, as far as Rocco knew, that distance could not be increased. Before the cliff, the voice of distress grew increasingly urgent. After verifying its source, Rocco crouched down and peered over the edge. To his astonishment, he could not see the bottom of the chasm. Given Rocco's keen eyesight, he could usually discern objects clearly at a distance of 1,000 meters. The fact that he could not see the base of this cliff indicated its height exceeded that mark. Surely, at such an elevation, could anyone possibly survive? At this moment, Rocco began to doubt the authenticity of the cry for help. Falling from this height, it seemed implausible that anyone could remain alive. Even he would require some extraordinary means to descend safely. Leaning against the cliff's edge, Rocco continued to listen to the voice. He soon noticed it had grown weaker. Initially, he could make out the words being spoken, but now he was unable to discern their content entirely. This indicated that the person below was in dire straits. Without immediate rescue, their fate was sealed. Very well, let it be said that Rocco is simply one who cannot resist meddling in the affairs of others. Having spoken, Rocco enveloped his fists in vibranium, resembling climbing axes as he plunged them into the rock face, commencing his descent. Upon reaching a depth of 500 meters, the abyss below remained unfathomably dark. At this sight, Rocco swallowed hard, continuing his downward journey. Despite possessing formidable strength, the uncertainty of the environment inevitably instilled a modicum of trepidation within him. Upon descending to 1,000 meters, he once again heard the cries for help from below, growing increasingly distinct. Upon this realization, a smile graced Rocco's face. He had feared that upon reaching the other's location, he would be met with a lifeless corpse. Such a scenario would undoubtedly provoke his ire. Continuing further down, at a depth of 1,300 meters, a platform gradually materialized, and upon that platform, Rocco finally discerned a figure. "Do not fret, I am on my way." Chapter 37. You dare to call this 36D adult figure Little Red Riding Hood? As Rocco shouted, he swiftly descended onto the platform. It was only upon fully standing on the platform that he could discern the appearance of the woman before him. Lying on the ground was a woman adorned in a striking red form-fitting gown, her head crowned with an indiscernible red hat, and draped in a dark crimson cloak. Standing at over 1.7 meters tall, her skin was as fair as freshly fallen snow, and her golden hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, accentuating her alabaster complexion. Her bosom was prominent, the red gown straining against its fullness, round and uplifted. Below, her slender waist and curvaceous hips were only partially concealed by the flowing gown, which could not disguise her enchanting figure. Further down, her long, straight legs extended languidly, exuding an effortless beauty unmarred by any flaw. With a delicate visage, porcelain skin, and an innocence tinged with allure, Rocco found himself swallowing hard at the sight of this enchanting girl, possessing the adult allure of a 36D figure. Was this truly a damsel in distress? She was nothing short of his dream goddess. Ding. Little Red Riding Hood detected. Task triggered successfully. Instantly, a system panel materialized before Rocco. Current world, Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. World Progress 0. Tasks 1. Befriend Little Red Riding Hood. Upon completion, gain 30 progress. 2. Participate in the hunter competition and secure the championship reward. Upon completion, gain 30 progress. 3. Eliminate the imposter. Upon completion, gain 40 progress. Rocco was utterly taken aback. The girl before him was none other than Little Red Riding Hood? Was this the same adorable and innocent Little Red Riding Hood from his memories? This was a vision of pure, seductive innocence. Even her legs alone could captivate Rocco for an entire year. However, at this moment, Rocco shook off his awe, now that he realized she was Little Red Riding Hood. His immediate priority was to rescue her. Otherwise, if she perished, what hope would he have of completing his tasks? If he failed the tasks, what reason would he have to remain in this world? With this thought, Rocco gently wrapped Little Red Riding Hood in his cloak and cradled her in his arms. Lacking proficiency in medicine, he knew he must find a doctor to save her. The most likely place to encounter a physician was in the town of Sitter. Resolutely, Rocco set forth, unleashing his utmost speed as he sprinted toward the town. The once towering cliffs now appeared as mere flatland before him, and he swiftly ascended. The subsequent path was devoid of obstacles, and within a mere half hour, a towering town emerged before Rocco. The grand gates bore the inscription Sitter Town. At last, a flicker of joy sparkled in Rocco's eyes. He had finally reached his destination. And now it was time to find a doctor to tend to the girl in his arms. On the streets, Rocco searched urgently, his demeanor slightly frantic. As curious gazes occasionally turned toward him, the majority of attention was drawn to the girl in Loco's arms, a beautiful young woman whose allure was undeniable, regardless of her surroundings. Even though she appeared somewhat frail, her beauty remained striking. Finally, after navigating another corner, Loco discovered a building marked as a clinic. Without hesitation, he rushed inside. Along the way, he encountered numerous patients nursing injuries, some wrapped in bandages, others sipping herbal concoctions. This sight only heightened Loco's anxiety until, guided by the directional signs, he arrived at the examination area. Doctor, please help the girl in my arms," Loco shouted as he entered. Instantly, several gazes turned towards him, some filled with curiosity, while others showed evident interest in the girl he held. However, no one stepped forward to engage with him. Frustration welled up within Loco. Why were the doctors here ignoring him? Suppressing his irritation, he shouted once more, but the outcome was the same. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Loco slammed his hand on a nearby wooden table, which splintered instantly under the force of his strike. The spectacle finally stirred the onlookers into action. Many patients hurriedly made their way outside, leaving only 2 men clad in green uniforms and wearing oversized hats. What do you intend to do?" One of the men mustered the courage to ask loudly. In response, Loco pointed at the girl in his arms. "Can't you see? I'm looking for a doctor to treat her." "To treat her? We are," the man muttered softly in response to Loco's outburst. Loco paused, taken aback by the unexpected demeanor of the doctors before him. In his mind, physicians were typically clad in white coats, masks affixed to their faces, exuding an air of seriousness. Yet, these 2 men, dressed in green and wearing large hats, were indeed the doctors. Seemingly reading the confusion in Loco's eyes, the men revealed their identities. It was only upon seeing the word pharmacist on their credentials that Loco felt a sense of relief. So in this world, doctors were referred to as pharmacists. No wonder he had received no response when he called for one. Having resolved the misunderstanding, Loco, under the guidance of the pharmacists, gently placed the girl with the red hood onto a soft bed. Following a series of examinations that Loco could not comprehend, the 2 pharmacists nodded in agreement and retrieved a vial of blue liquid from the table. With Loco watching intently, they slowly administered it to the girl. After completing this task, one of the pharmacists approached Loco and murmured, "Sir, your companion is now out of danger. She simply needs to rest and recuperate." Loco was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had been mistaken for the girl as partner. However, this misunderstanding was not unfounded. Anyone carrying a girl in such a manner would naturally be assumed to be a close acquaintance. Moreover, given that Loco and the girl appeared to be of similar age, it was entirely reasonable to consider them as companions. "By the way, pharmacist, what ailment does she have?" Observing Little Red Riding Hood's slumbering state, Rocco inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing serious. Many individuals here experience this condition, which we refer to as fainting syndrome. Typically, this symptom is most prevalent among hunters, yet it is not grave. Even if you hadn't brought her to us, she would have naturally recovered after a day's rest." Upon hearing this, Rocco began to grasp the situation, though his internal perplexity only intensified. After the pharmacist departed, Rocco found himself engulfed in deeper confusion. Firstly, how did Little Red Riding Hood end up at the base of a cliff situated 1,300 meters deep? Furthermore, her body bore no external injuries, suggesting that she, like Rocco, had descended in some manner. Lastly, the pharmacist mentioned that fainting syndrome only manifests in hunters. Why is that? And when did the seemingly fragile Little Red Riding Hood transform into a hunter? Perhaps all these questions would only find answers once the girl before him awakens. Chapter 38. The Bounty of Little Red Riding Hood. Where am I? As Little Red Riding Hood gradually regained consciousness in the hospital bed, her gaze wandered through the unfamiliar surroundings, her face etched with confusion. She recalled harvesting herbs on the cliff to sell for money, yet somehow, upon awakening, she found herself in this place. Ah, my herbs. Suddenly remembering, she reached into her bosom and retrieved a small cloth pouch. A wave of relief washed over her upon seeing the pouch still intact. This pouch was a cherished gift from her mother, who had since departed from this world, making it the sole remnant of her mother's love. Opening the pouch, she discovered the herbs she had gathered, still in pristine condition. Thank goodness. With these, I can make some money. Little Red Riding Hood murmured to herself, quickly rising from the bed. Her immediate priority was to locate an apothecary to sell her herbs. Freshness was paramount. Only the most pristine herbs fetched a good price upon arrival at the apothecary. This was a lesson she had learned through her struggles for survival. Stepping out of the room, she surveyed her surroundings and soon realized she was in a health clinic. She felt a sense of gratitude toward the kind soul who had brought her here. Once she sold her herbs, she would make sure to thank them properly. Though she was unsure of what had transpired during her unconsciousness, she surmised someone must have heard her cries for help and brought her to safety. However, it seemed that this benefactor had chosen to remain anonymous, leaving before she awoke. Of course, this was merely Little Red Riding Hood's conjecture. Meanwhile, in the apothecary, Rocco was diligently inquiring about the upcoming Hunters Tournament, an illustrious event in the kingdom where nearly every hunter aspired to participate. The tournament began with local selections in towns, and only those who passed the selection were qualified for the grand finals in the capital. The prize for the champion was exceedingly lavish, an immediate title of Marquis bestowed by the king, along with a life of opulence and privilege. But that was not all. The champion was also granted the freedom to choose one of the king's daughters for marriage, renowned as the most beautiful maidens in the land. To achieve such a fate would be nothing short of a miraculous ascent from commoner to noble. As the apothecary spoke, a glimmer of excitement illuminated his features. Although he had resigned himself to a life as an apothecary, the mere thought of such grandeur ignited an undeniable yearning within him. Rocco, observing the apothecary's fervor, understood his longing well. After all, even in America, many ordinary folk dreamt of such transformative lives. Nevertheless, Rocco firmly believed in the adage that one's path is forged beneath their own feet. Were it not for the system's mandate compelling him to participate in the Hunters Tournament, he would not have bothered to inquire about the details. Excuse me. I have some herbs I wish to sell, came a faint voice, interrupting his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the pharmacist bid farewell to Rocco and approached the individual. Meanwhile, Rocco, feeling rather bored, decided to step forward and observe the unfolding scene. To his surprise, he soon recognized that the girl before him was none other than the Little Red Riding Hood he had rescued. At that moment, she was engaged in a discussion with the pharmacist regarding the pricing, and judging by her expression, it was evident that she was being offered a significantly lower price. Price negotiation is a common occurrence among pharmacists, and Little Red Riding Hood was well aware of this. However, the price being offered was exceedingly low. Herbs that could typically be sold for $50 were being reduced to a mere $20. It was worth noting that $50 would suffice for her living expenses for an entire month. Could you possibly consider a higher offer? You know how arduous it is to gather these herbs, she pleaded. Enough. This is the price, and there will be no further discussion. The pharmacist replied sternly. Faced with no other option, Little Red Riding Hood reluctantly acquiesced. Just as she was about to hand over the herbs, a large hand suddenly appeared, snatching them away from her grasp. Stop. Those are my herbs. Little Red Riding Hood exclaimed anxiously, recalling how she had nearly fallen from a bottomless cliff to procure them. Pharmacist, your pricing is rather unreasonable. At this moment, Rocco, holding the herbs, stood before the pharmacist. He had overheard their earlier exchange and could not tolerate the pharmacist's blatant attempt to undervalue the herbs. However, Rocco was also motivated by the prospect of gaining favor with Little Red Riding Hood, believing that his intervention would earn him goodwill in her eyes. Upon hearing Rocco's remarks, the pharmacist's previously cold demeanor shifted instantly. He recognized that this was not someone he could afford to offend. He had witnessed Rocco shatter a wooden table with his bare hands in the consultation room, and he did not wish to provoke a man capable of such feats. When it came to choosing between his life and money, he naturally chose life. Ah, I must have misjudged. This herb is worth at least $100. Allow me to fetch your payment. The pharmacist exclaimed, his tone now deferential. Seeing the pharmacist's sudden acquiescence, Rocco smiled subtly. This gesture would surely enhance his standing in Little Red Riding Hood's eyes, and with a few more such incidents, becoming her friend would be an effortless endeavor. Cough. The money should be given directly to this young lady, Rocco added, turning to the pharmacist. Taken aback, The pharmacist glanced at Little Red Riding Hood's graceful figure and quickly understood. He promptly placed a stack of coins into her hands. At that moment, Little Red Riding Hood stared in astonishment at the bulging coins in her hand. $100, an amount that could take an ordinary person months to save, had just materialized effortlessly before her. All of this was made possible by the man who had just seized her herbs. "Why do you wish to assist me?" Little Red Riding Hood inquired. Her head bowed in perplexity as she walked alongside the man after exiting the pharmacy. "Let me ponder that for a moment," Rocco replied, coming to a halt, prompting Little Red Riding Hood to pause as well. "Perhaps it's simply because you possess an appealing countenance?" Little Red Riding Hood, her cheeks flushed, retorted, "You rogue." Observing her blushing reaction to his playful remark, Rocco found it quite amusing. He had encountered numerous young women, effortlessly exchanging risque jokes, even in intimate moments, without a hint of embarrassment. Yet, this particular girl, with merely a compliment, blushed a rosy hue. Goodness, he mused. He would have to believe in the existence of innocent girls in this world from that day forth. Chapter 39. A bet with Little Red Riding Hood. "Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Little Red Riding Hood, feeling embarrassed under Rocco's gaze, inquired with a hint of confusion. "Huh, is it not permissible for me to gaze upon such beauty?" Rocco responded playfully. "Pervert. Humph." At that moment, she had entirely relegated Rocco to the category of insincere men. The fleeting affection that had briefly arisen within her heart dissipated entirely. Nevertheless, "I must express my gratitude. I need to seek out the one who rescued me and thank him properly." Despite her misjudgment of Rocco as a philanderer, Little Red Riding Hood bid him farewell with utmost politeness. Upon hearing this, Rocco smiled faintly, choosing not to reveal that he was, in fact, her savior. Encountering such a naive girl, he thought it would be too dull not to tease her a little. "May I inquire how you intend to express your gratitude once you find him?" At this, Little Red Riding Hood, who was about to leave, froze in place. How could she thank him? To be honest, she had yet to contemplate it, and even now, she was uncertain of what he looked like. Noticing her hesitation, Rocco smirked. "In our culture, a benefactor's life must be repaid with one's own." "Ah, repay with one's own life," she echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed." Rocco nodded, feigning seriousness. For a moment, Little Red Riding Hood found herself engulfed in contemplation. The man had indeed saved her life, had he not intervened. She might very well have perished at the edge of the cliff, her fate unknown. Moreover, aside from the $100 she possessed, she had nothing of value to offer. Ultimately, her only redeeming quality was her own appearance, if the man truly desired it. Perhaps she would have no choice but to offer herself. Finally, as if arriving at a momentous decision, Little Red Riding Hood spoke softly. "If he finds me appealing, then I shall repay him with my life." At this proclamation, Rocco was taken aback by the determination reflected in her eyes. It took him a moment to realize that he had ventured too far with his jest. "Oh, I was merely joking, after all. That is merely a custom of our people. You should proceed in whatever manner feels appropriate." Little Red Riding Hood nodded in agreement. "You are correct, given my appearance. He might not even find me appealing. Offering myself may indeed be an overestimation." Upon hearing this, Rocco felt a wave of despair wash over him. Could this conversation not take a more pleasant turn? Initially, he had intended to make a light-hearted joke, yet now Little Red Riding Hood seemed to be taking him seriously. "By the way, do you have any idea who saved me?" Suddenly, she turned to face Rocco. "If I claimed it was I, would you believe me?" Rocco replied, striking a confident pose. "You? I do not believe you." Witnessing the disdain in Little Red Riding Hood's expression, a bitter sensation welled up within Rocco. How could she not believe he was her savior? If this continued, he would find himself dealt a most unfortunate hand. No, it cannot be this way. Rocco immediately resolved to seek confirmation from others. The first individuals that came to his mind were the two pharmacists who had previously treated Little Red Riding Hood. At that time, they had witnessed Rocco gently placing her down, thus they must have known he was the one who saved her. With this thought in mind, Rocco seized Little Red Riding Hood and hurried towards the examination room. Inside, the two pharmacists were attending to patients. Upon seeing this scene, Rocco felt a breath of relief. "What are you doing? You're hurting me." At this moment, having been pulled along by Rocco, Little Red Riding Hood finally voiced her irritation. Unfazed by her words, Rocco simply pointed towards the pharmacist in the room. "Go ask them who brought you here." "Fine, I'll ask, but it definitely wasn't you, you big rogue. Care to make a bet?" "Humph, I accept." Seeing Little Red Riding Hood take the bait, Rocco smirked, for he had been waiting for her to say that. "Here rests the deal. If I am indeed the one who saved you, you must give me a hug." Upon hearing this, Little Red Riding Hood chuckled. "So simple? If it really was you, I'll just kiss you instead. Are you brave enough?" "Haha, I would welcome that." With newfound confidence, Little Red Riding Hood stormed into the examination room. After a brief exchange, however, the confidence on her face gradually faded, ultimately leaving her in complete silence. Before long, Rocco awaited her return. At that moment, Little Red Riding Hood emerged. Her head hung low, too ashamed to meet his gaze. So, who saved you? Who brought you here? Will you still dare to bet with someone in the future? Seeing Little Red Riding Hood's dejected demeanor, Rocco chose not to press further. He was not the type to disregard someone else's feelings. All right, a deal is a deal. Come here and let me have that hug, he murmured. Although Little Red Riding Hood had wagered a kiss, he was not the kind of person to act shamelessly. He would not ruin any goodwill that had been built up, especially if he wanted to maintain a friendly rapport with her. With that, Rocco opened his arms, awaiting her embrace. However, to his surprise, Little Red Riding Hood stood on her tiptoes and abruptly planted a kiss on his cheek. Then, her face flushed crimson, and she dashed out of the room. Rocco remained momentarily stunned, utterly taken aback by the kiss. Before he could fully grasp the situation, her soft, berry-scented lips had already departed from his cheek. Rocco touched the spot where Little Red Riding Hood had kissed him. To his surprise, he found the sensation of being kissed by a girl quite delightful. That singular kiss assured him that Little Red Riding Hood undoubtedly harbored feelings for him. With this revelation, he decided to seize the moment and pursue the opportunity to win her over. Hee, here I come for mission 1. With that, Rocco dashed out, determined to follow Little Red Riding Hood's trail. At the entrance of the clinic, Little Red Riding Hood paused, relieved to see that Rocco had not yet arrived. Touching her flushed cheeks, she found her mind in a tumultuous state. This was her first experience of such intimacy with a man. Despite her striking beauty, Little Red Riding Hood had never ventured into romantic relationships, let alone engaged in actions such as kissing. This was not to say that she lacked curiosity about such matters. On the contrary, she yearned for them deeply. Whenever she strolled through the streets and observed girls adorned in beautiful attire, playfully flirting with their partners, she felt a profound longing. Yet, she was bound by circumstance. Since her birth, her father had vanished without a trace, and her mother had succumbed to illness brought on by years of toil. As for the grandmother her mother spoke of, Little Red Riding Hood had never laid eyes on her. All that remained was a dilapidated cottage and the young girl herself. To survive, she tirelessly toiled for a living. Her membership in the Hunters organization stemmed from this necessity. The earlier descent down the cliff was motivated by tales of medicinal herbs rumored to fetch a good price. One could say that had Rocco not appeared, she might very well be lying at the bottom of the cliff, awaiting the arrival of death. Chapter 40. The curious longbow. As dusk descended, the streets of the town grew increasingly deserted. Although it was a town, the safety it offered was immeasurable, bolstered by the presence of a guard squad. Yet, the nights in this country remained perilous. Consequently, the shops had shuttered their doors early. At this moment, 2 figures strolled along the street. Little Red Riding Hood, have you not yet reached your home? You wouldn't have me, your savior, spending the night on the streets, would you? Rocco, who had been wandering the quaint town of Sitter for nearly an afternoon, expressed his exasperation. The figure ahead, Little Red Riding Hood, halted, her expression tinged with a hint of remorse. I apologize. My home is somewhat off the beaten path, but we shall arrive shortly. Hearing her earnest words, combined with her pitiable demeanor, Rocco could only wave his hand in resignation. Let us proceed. The pair continued along the street. As they walked, Rocco felt a pang of hunger and inquired if there was any food at Little Red Riding Hood's abode. The answer was predictably negative. Her home harbored no provisions. At that moment, Rocco spotted a shop that had yet to close its doors. He ventured inside and spent $10 on a substantial assortment of food. Carrying these provisions, they finally arrived at Little Red Riding Hood's residence, situated in a secluded area. Before him stood a somewhat dilapidated house, its walls peeling and worn. Rocco couldn't help but shake his head. Why does it seem that every fairy tale character I encounter has a lamentable history? The previous encounter with the little match girl revealed her tragic plight. Orphans, living in squalor, unable to afford warmth or food. Little Red Riding Hood's circumstances were not identical, yet bore striking similarities. Orphaned, with an absent grandmother, and a home in disrepair. Thankfully, this version of Little Red Riding Hood possessed the means to survive. Please, come in. Oh, by the way, what is your name? Rocco. Once inside, Little Red Riding Hood turned on the lights and courteously offered Rocco a chair and a glass of water. She then took the food Rocco had purchased into the kitchen. In the living room, Rocco surveyed his surroundings with mild curiosity. The presence of a table, chairs, a cupboard, and an oil lamp indicated that this home was equipped with the essentials of a proper household. Quite satisfactory, not entirely barren, Rocco mused. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a longbow mounted on the wall. Before him, the bow, approximately 2 meters in length, sparked his curiosity. He carefully removed it from its resting place and tested its draw. He understood that drawing a bow required considerable strength, and this particular longbow demanded an extraordinary amount of force. Yet in Rocco's hands, it was surprisingly manageable. He could not only draw it, but could easily snap it if he so desired. After a brief period of play, boredom set in, and Rocco prepared to set the bow down when a voice suddenly broke the silence. You just drew it? Rocco turned his head and beheld Little Red Riding Hood standing still. Indeed, did this bow hold a significance that rendered it untouchable? A sense of taboo instinctively urged Rocco to set it down. He was aware that Little Red Riding Hood was orphaned, and thus this item might very well belong to her late parents. He had always held a deep reverence for possessions of the deceased. Ah, it's nothing. Little Red Riding Hood shook her head, dismissing any concern. Upon hearing this, Rocco nodded but still proceeded to hang the bow upon the wall. He couldn't shake off the peculiar expression on Little Red Riding Hood's face, which felt oddly unsettling. Dinner is ready. We can eat now, she suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something important. With that, she hurried into the kitchen, bustling about. Moments later, the dining table was adorned with an array of dishes. Some of them Rocco recognized, while others were entirely unfamiliar, likely unique delicacies of this world. I shan't be polite then, he remarked, rubbing his hands together as he inhaled the enticing aroma of the food. Soon, the two embarked on a whirlwind of consumption. It must be said that Little Red Riding Hood's culinary skills were extraordinary. The ingredients Rocco had casually purchased transformed in her hands into a feast worthy of a master chef, each bite delectable and compelling, inciting a desire for the next. During the meal, Rocco inquired about the origins of the long bow, still puzzled by her earlier strange demeanor. That bow. It is said to have been left by my grandmother, she replied softly, delicately picking at her food, as if recounting an ancient tale. Only my grandmother could draw it. At first, I was skeptical, but the hunters I encountered later were indeed unable to pull it back. Over time, she had merely treated it as a decorative piece. Is it truly only your grandmother who could draw it? Rocco's mind was filled with questions. He understood that while such a bow might be challenging to draw in America, many could manage it. Thus, he had perceived it as an ordinary long bow, yet it now appeared anything but. Moreover, it was astonishing that none of the subsequent hunters possessed the strength to wield it. My mother once said that if someone could draw it, they should take it with them. Now, you have drawn it. It belongs to you, Little Red Riding Hood declared, finishing the last bite of her meal. Belongs to me? Rocco found himself utterly bewildered. This scenario felt eerily reminiscent of the fabled tale of Thor lifting Mjolnir, yet he was not raising the hammer of the thunder god, but rather an unassuming long bow. However, I am not particularly skilled with a bow, and this is your grandmother's possession. Keeping it serves as a cherished memory. Rocco glanced between the long bow and Little Red Riding Hood, contemplating the weight of the moment. Never mind, since you do not desire it. Perhaps it is true that you two are not suited for one another. Little Red Riding Hood stacked the bowls and began to tidy up the table. For her, this bow indeed held a certain sentimental value, as it was the only connection she had with her grandmother, whom she had never met. After the meal, Rocco inquired about the hunters' competition. Are you going to participate in the hunters' competition as well? At that moment, Little Red Riding Hood appeared somewhat excited. Observing her expression, Rocco hesitantly nodded. Haha, who knows? We might even face each other as rivals. It was then that Rocco realized Little Red Riding Hood had also signed up. Subsequently, she began to share detailed information about the competition. The Hunters' Competition is a grand event open to all hunters of novice level and above, commencing from the town and advancing through various challenges until reaching the final competition in the capital, where the true champion will be determined. By the way, what level of hunter are you at now? Chapter 41. Hunter Ratings. What level of hunter are you? Indeed, every hunter registered with the Hunter Alliance possesses a rating. For instance, I am a formidable novice hunter. When discussing her hunter rating, Little Red Riding Hood's face radiated with pride. However, at that moment, Rocco was preoccupied with another point that Little Red Riding Hood had mentioned. Must one be registered with the Hunter Alliance to be considered a hunter? Indeed, only those who are registered can participate in the hunter tournament. Observing the seriousness on Little Red Riding Hood's face, Rocco felt a sense of foreboding. He had assumed that anyone could enter the tournament, but it appeared that only registered hunters could enroll. This situation was akin to individuals who can drive but are not permitted on the road, while others, despite lacking the skill, can legally drive because they possess a license. The distinction lay solely in having or lacking that license. Is the registration process arduous? Rocco inquired again, knowing that the hunter tournament was imminent. If he failed to register, he would have to wait another 2 years for the next opportunity, and he certainly could not afford to wait that long. It is rather challenging. At that moment, Little Red Riding Hood displayed a look of distress. The registration process for the Hunter Alliance is exceedingly stringent. Firstly, one must possess the strength to draw a standard bow of 50 kilograms. Upon passing this, one must then perform live shooting at a target from a distance of 100 meters, achieving 6 valid hits. A valid hit means your arrow must strike the target, regardless of the scoring rings. Upon hearing this, Rocco felt a wave of relief. By these standards, obtaining hunter certification seemed quite feasible. In terms of strength, he could easily exceed 50 kilograms. His maximum strength was 50 tons, and his shooting accuracy, honed during his time in America, boasted at least an 80% success rate. By the way, what qualifies one as a novice-level hunter? At this juncture, Rocco suddenly grew curious about the grading system. He had a vague understanding of the classifications, but lacked specific knowledge. Noticing Rocco's curiosity, Little Red Riding Hood began to enumerate once more. What she had just described was merely the entry-level status of a hunter. To achieve novice level is considerably more challenging. One must possess the ability to draw a progression bow of 100 kilograms. After accomplishing this, the same live shooting at 100 meters is required, with 6 scores of 10 rings. This alone proves insurmountable for many hunters. Lastly, to surpass the entry level, one must independently hunt and accumulate 10 beasts to officially ascend to novice hunter status. Upon reaching this point, Little Red Riding Hood's expression reflected her own trepidation. The daunting nature of these requirements made her ponder how she had succeeded in the past, and the thought alone was terrifying. The 10 rings are relatively manageable. However, to hunt those wild beasts alone in the wilderness poses a perilous risk to one's life. In stark contrast to Little Red Riding Hood's anxious demeanor, Rocco exhibited an extraordinary sense of ease at this moment. Each of the 3 challenges seemed trivial to him. Whether facing 10 beasts or even 100 or 1,000, it would pose no difficulty whatsoever. He had even slain numerous mutated creatures. Had he not pulverized the corpses of those beasts, he could have simply presented them to obtain his hunter certification without a second thought. After grasping the entry-level and novice classifications, Rocco's curiosity piqued regarding the hierarchy beyond that. He recalled that the professional level was exceedingly rare, with scarcely a handful of individuals in the entire town having attained such a status. The professional level is a pinnacle that eludes the grasp of many, a daunting challenge indeed, with each evaluative criterion far beyond the reach of ordinary humans. As he broached this topic, a rare expression of fear flickered across Little Red Riding Hood's face. A strength of 1,000 kilograms, an accuracy rate of 80 over a kilometer, and a cumulative total of 10,000 beasts hunted, alongside 100 mutated creatures. Each of these requirements is a feat that many hunters would struggle their entire lives to accomplish. At this moment, the light in Little Red Riding Hood's eyes had completely dimmed. Once, she was the youngest individual in their town to achieve entry-level hunter certification. Subsequently, she earned her novice certification within a mere year. During that time, many hunters hailed her as a prodigy, a sentiment she herself shared. However, the subsequent trials of hunting and combat revealed to her that genius is merely a laughable title. What kind of genius could meet the demands of the professional level? None at all. Even those novice hunters she had encountered, who had achieved the requisite strength, accuracy, and number of beasts slain, faltered when they attempted to hunt mutated creatures. Discovering the formidable nature of their adversary, this power felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing up at the moon. Alas, the professional level may be an echelon I can never hope to attain. At that moment, any trace of confidence had vanished from Little Red Riding Hood. She appeared utterly deflated, her youthful vigor extinguished. Rocco regarded her and was reminded of himself just a few months prior. At that time, he possessed nothing, no wealth, no extraordinary abilities. His attempts to join various superhuman alliances were met with outright rejection. And the only thing that reminded him of his existence was drowning his sorrows in the tavern. Had he not been inadvertently swept into the conflict among superhumans, he might still be living in that fog of confusion. Now, awakened to his system, Rocco had unwittingly grown to such a level of strength, even ranking among the elite of superhumans. Thus, he could profoundly empathize with Little Red Riding Hood's sentiments, yearning for strength yet hindered by numerous obstacles. Why am I sharing this with you? He pondered. Since you wish to participate in the hunter competition, let me take you to register at the Hunter Alliance tomorrow. Little Red Riding Hood smiled wryly, her earlier disappointment skillfully concealed in that moment. Upon hearing her words, Rocco refrained from exposing the truth. Indeed, he needed to successfully register with the Hunters Alliance first. The Hunters competition loomed ahead, and he would not allow this opportunity to complete his mission to slip away. The night passed without incident. In the solitary confines of the room occupied by a lone man and a woman, nothing transpired. The following day, as the rising sun cast its gentle rays upon the ancient town of Sitter, Rocco and Little Red Riding Hood awoke from their slumber. After a night of shared companionship, they had grown considerably more familiar with one another. After preparing a simple breakfast, Rocco and Little Red Riding Hood tidied up and set out. This time, their destination was the Hunters Alliance. Chapter 42. The Hunters Guild in the heart of Zitter Town, a bustling center of opulence. Numerous magnificent edifices stand proudly. Jewelers, weaponry shops, and luxury boutiques, all selling precious commodities, populate this vibrant area. Yet, amidst this splendor, there exists a singular structure, ancient and stoic, positioned at the core of the shops. Its body is constructed from myriad bricks and tiles, its walls forged from robust metal, and its ceiling meticulously carved by master artisans. An air of shadowy allure emanates from it, starkly contrasting the resplendent, colorful establishments surrounding it. At its entrance, a grand stone sign proclaims, Hunter's Guild. Here we are, Little Red Riding Hood remarked, pointing towards the entrance. Following her gesture, Roko gazed upon the entrance, dominated by a towering wall that forms the imposing gateway of the Hunter's Guild. Even at a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, Roko found himself craning his neck to glimpse the top of the gate. It seemed the Hunter's Guild employed this formidable facade to instill a sense of awe in the masses below, quelling any flicker of rebellion within their hearts. Is this truly the Hunter's Guild? Roko murmured, as a throng of individuals clad in hunter attire emerged from the gates. Each wore a distinct expression. Some appeared exuberantly thrilled. Others bore a hint of disappointment, while a few collapsed to the ground, weeping in anguish. Clearly, the registration process at the Hunter's Guild was far from the simplicity it appeared to promise. Come on, let us try the entry-level registration point first, Little Red Riding Hood declared, leading the way to the nearest registration area, where a large crowd had gathered. This was the most populous spot within the guild. It was hardly surprising. Despite the apparent multitude of hunters, ordinary citizens still constituted the majority in the realm. Roko surveyed the lengthy queue, his brow furrowing slightly. With this many people, by the time it's my turn, it'll likely be evening. I don't have that much time to waste here. Where's the professional level registration point? The professional level is supposedly over there. Let us queue at the entry level for now. She replied. Oh, I wish to head straight to the professional level, Roko asserted. I can understand your eagerness. The professional level is indeed enticing, but suddenly, Little Red Riding Hood seemed to realize something, turning to him in disbelief. What did you just say? I want to go directly to the professional level registration point, Roko reiterated, his tone as calm as if discussing an everyday matter. You. Little Red Riding Hood fell into a profound silence. After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately led Roko to the professional level registration point. Her emotions a complex tapestry of thoughts. In all of Zitter Town, only a handful of individuals existed at the professional level. In the town of Zitter, the individuals present are indeed prominent figures. Wherever they go, they are treated with the same reverence accorded to the mayor. However, the man beside me, who is utterly oblivious to the significance of the Hunters Tournament, dares to seek entry directly at the professional registration point. This is, quite frankly, ludicrous. At this moment, Little Red Riding Hood embodies such sentiments, and she has even prepared herself to console Roko when he faces ridicule after his inevitable failure. While Roko may have saved her, it does not imply that he possesses the qualifications to become a professional hunter. The professional registration point is staffed by merely 2 individuals, Rain and Shabo, both of whom have reached the pinnacle of novice hunters and are thus capable of working here. However, their daily duties tend to be rather monotonous. Given the inherent difficulty of professional level hunting, visitors typically come merely to observe. Consequently, when they noticed Little Red Riding Hood and Roko approaching, the 2 did not acknowledge them and continued with their tasks. Hello, I am here to register as a professional hunter. Roko's voice suddenly resonated. Given the sparse crowd, Rain and Shabo easily heard his proclamation. Pardon? What did you just say? Rain set down his pen and slowly raised his head. Upon seeing merely 2 young individuals, a look of disdain crossed his face. He had encountered many like them before. Typically, it was young men attempting to assert their prowess before women, only to leave in utter embarrassment. Ah, young man, you should really reconsider. Shabo chimed in, lifting his gaze and advising like an elder. It was not that he was unwilling to give the youth a chance, but every attempt at professional hunter certification attracted a throng of spectators. This was understandable, as the general populace rarely had the opportunity to engage with such a level of expertise. Thus, any event concerning professional certification sparked immense curiosity. A few instances of spectatorship might be manageable, but as the crowd grew, chaos ensued. Even with order-maintaining personnel from the Hunters Alliance, it was impossible to control such a multitude at once. Moreover, the disruption of order was one concern. The inevitable humiliation of failure was another, one that could brand an individual with lasting disgrace. Previously, a young man, unashamedly eager to try for professional certification, met a devastating failure, and thereafter, he vanished from the town. It was rumored that he had suffered social death and had gone into hiding in another town. Thus, the fate of those who recklessly challenge professional hunter certification is indeed grim. Young man, perhaps you should try your hand at the novice level instead. Acting on impulse to challenge this will lead to regret. Shabo murmured once more, making his point abundantly clear. Any sensible individual in Roko's position would surely recognize the futility of his endeavor. Yet, the following moment, Roko's voice remained unperturbed. I understand, yet despite this, I still wish to give it a try. Starting from the novice level is not Raka's style, and the gradual progression through the ranks is undeniably tedious. He does not possess the luxury of time to squander on a single certification. Given his current prowess, aside from a slight inaccuracy in the shooting segment, he faces no difficulties in other aspects. Thus, it is only natural for him to commence at the professional level. Upon hearing this, Rain and Shabo sighed in exasperation. It is futile to counsel a stubborn soul, and they have already exhausted their patience. Further admonishments would be impolite. In the realm of adulthood, what need is there for excessive words? If guidance proves ineffective, let experience serve as the teacher. Subsequently, Shabo inquired about Raka's fundamental information. After completing the necessary details, he retrieved a stone from a box and handed it to Raka. The first task, strength assessment, crush it. Chapter 43, the hunter's assessment. The first task, crush it. Accompanied by the sound of sandglass, Roko gradually received the stone. Before him, the stone appeared unremarkable, light as a feather in his grasp. Could such a seemingly ordinary stone truly withstand a force of 1,000 kilograms? Roko pondered, filled with doubt. Hearing this, Sandglass let out a cold laugh. Young man, after you crush that stone, then we shall talk. Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying scene unfolded. The stone in Roko's hand slowly disintegrated into powder. Remarkably, Roko had barely exerted any force. The stone simply crumbled into dust. What did you say? Roko looked at Sandglass, feigning innocence. He genuinely hadn't heard what Sandglass had said. He hadn't even applied pressure, merely toying with the stone, and it had transformed into powder on its own. How could this be possible? At that moment, Sandglass snatched the powder from Roko's hand, meticulously examining it. He wondered if there was something wrong with the stone. Perhaps he had mistakenly selected the wrong one, or if the stone had somehow expired. While the likelihood of a stone expiring was slim, it was not impossible. With this thought, Sandglass scrutinized the powder from every angle, even tasting a small amount. Yet, without exception, the powder before him was indeed the stone designated for assessing strength. Could it truly have expired? What expired? Roko inquired. The stone has expired, Sandglass replied. Little Red Riding Hood. Immediately, Sandglass retrieved another stone from the box, subjecting it to his own examination and a secondary assessment by Rain before placing it into Roko's hand. Ahem, that previous one doesn't count. Let us try this one, Sandglass said, covering his mouth, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although his request seemed somewhat excessive, for the sake of professional fairness, he deemed it necessary. Very well, Roko did not refuse. As it was merely a stone, even if he were to crush 100 of them, the outcome would invariably be the same, reduction to dust. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the once unyielding stone began to fracture, ultimately crumbling into powder. Standing before the table, Roko watched as he sprinkled the powder bit by bit onto the surface. Now, can we declare my assessment a success? Upon hearing this calm voice, Sandglass and Rain could not help but swallow hard. If one stone was an anomaly, what of two? They had no doubt that should they dare to question Roko's strength again, this young man would swiftly demonstrate the formidable nature of 1,000 kilograms of force. Ahem. The first task has been passed, Sandglass cautiously nodded, no longer daring to harbor any semblance of disdain. Good, shall we proceed to the second task? Roko regarded Sandglass, his tone remaining unperturbed. In that fleeting moment, he had already perceived the shift in the other's attitude towards him. The former condescension had transformed entirely into trepidation. This exemplifies the might of strength within a society governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. Once one exhibits sufficient power, rumors and gossip cease to hold any weight. The second item on the agenda is the shooting test. Please follow me. At this moment, Shabo's demeanor towards Roko has transformed into one of courteousness. Guided by Shabo, Roko and Little Red Riding Hood made their way to the shooting range. Inside, a novice-level shooting test was underway, requiring participants to hit 6 bullseyes from a distance of 100 meters. This feat is exceedingly challenging, rendering it nearly impossible for first-time novice hunters. Yet, there are always exceptions. For instance, Little Red Riding Hood. Clear the area. Hunters currently engaged in testing, please vacate immediately. In addressing those undergoing evaluation, Ryan and Shabo began to clear the range. The contrast between their brusque manner and their treatment of Roko was stark. Upon hearing this command, the hunters present grew irate. Such disruptions can adversely affect a hunter's performance, ultimately leading to unsatisfactory outcomes. Consequently, many began to murmur amongst themselves. Nevertheless, a number of seasoned hunters recognized Ryan and Shabo at once, though both were classified as novice hunters within the Hunter Alliance. The distinction lay in the fact that 99 of novice hunters merely existed in the realm of the inexperienced, while the remaining one were exceptional. Let us move on and avoid any trouble. Yes, we are leaving. Gradually, a segment of the crowd chose to depart. However, a greater number remained in hopes of obtaining an explanation. In response to this situation, Ryan and Shabo exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. Without uttering much, they set up the targets and subsequently guided Roko to the designated position. At this juncture, many began to sense something amiss. Both the entry-level and novice shooting distances were 100 meters, yet the distance from Roko to the target was a staggering 1,000 meters. Was this a mistake? No. The The staff here are highly professional and would not err in such matters. Have you noticed? Those two are from the professional registration point. What? Professional level. At this revelation, the hunters present were taken aback, fully aware of what professional status entails. From the moment they embarked on the path of a hunter, they understood the formidable nature of this classification. It represents a level of prowess that is virtually unattainable, with countless individuals spending their lives only to remain novice hunters. While a few prodigies, like Ryan and Shabo, have reached the upper echelon of novice status, they are painfully aware that even a mere one separation from the professional level renders it an unattainable dream. Let us commence. Shabo addressed the young man before him. All right. Rocco replied with a gentle nod, then grasped the longbow in his hands. At the archery range, one is permitted to use their own bow and arrows. However, Rocco did not possess his own equipment and thus had to rely on what was provided at the venue. After much deliberation among the assortment of dilapidated gear, Rocco selected a bow that felt somewhat comfortable in his grasp. Yet, even with this choice, as he drew back the string, he felt as though it might shatter at any moment. In light of this, Rocco exerted careful control over his strength as he pulled the bowstring taut. The distance of 1,000 meters was precisely within Rocco's current visual range, allowing the 10 targets in the distance to appear distinctly clear. However, clarity of vision did not guarantee accuracy in shooting. Indeed, Rocco's first arrow soared wide of the mark. Observing the miss, a chorus of laughter erupted from the spectators at the range. Huh, what a shot. My grandmother could aim better than that. A professional, you say? Perhaps he's merely a pretender trying to appear impressive. Oh, do hurry and get down. You're making a fool of yourself. Chapter 44, the second test of the hunter's assessment at the shooting range. Rocco was entirely focused on the target 1,000 meters ahead. The murmurs from the spectators outside faded into oblivion. Even if he had heard them, he would have merely smiled in indifference. If he were so concerned about others' opinions, he would not have arrived at this point in his journey. It would have been better for him to find a wall and crash into it. From this distance, Rocco could indeed see the target, yet he could not guarantee his accuracy. Lacking professional training, he resolved to employ a slight trick to ensure all 9 arrows would hit the mark. What was he dawdling for? Hadn't he just released an arrow? Perhaps he felt embarrassed and considered giving up. If that were the case, it would be too late. Daring to challenge a professional certification meant awaiting ridicule from the entire city. In the observation room, Rain and Shabo exchanged puzzled glances. Logically, the archery portion of the professional hunter certification was supposed to be simpler than that of physical strength. In this nation, regardless of age, from the elderly to infants just learning to crawl, everyone possessed a natural advantage in archery. Thus, in the hunter certification, archery was often the easiest task to complete. This was the assumption Rain and Shabo had formed based on their preconceived notions, yet they could hardly fathom that Rocco was not from this world at all, and therefore lacked such inherent advantages. On the sidelines, observing Rocco's stillness, Little Red Riding Hood felt a twinge of anxiety, perhaps aware of her psychological shift. She feigned composure and remarked nonchalantly, "Humph, starting from the beginner level and still trying to act like a hero. Serves you right." Yet, despite her verbal dismissal, her gaze drifted unconsciously towards Rocco. Taking a deep breath, Rocco exhaled slowly, placing his fingers on the bowstring and drawing it back gently. With the force he exerted, the arrow soared through the air like a rocket. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. Now was the moment. With a mental command, an invisible, colorless light surged from his body and infused the arrow. Teleportation. At that instant, Rocco activated his teleportation ability, and under the influence of this seemingly absurd skill, the arrow flew straight towards the target as if guided by a navigation system. A perfect score, 10 rings. In the observation room, Shabo's voice broke the silence, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. At this 1,000-meter distance, even with their innate advantages, they knew well the challenge of hitting the target. Just the sheer distance of 1,000 meters had thwarted many with poor eyesight, and the subsequent archery process required a sufficient amount of strength to ensure the arrow could travel such a distance. Finally, the most formidable challenge lay in achieving precision. These 3 factors combined were enough to dissuade most present. Had he truly hit the target? Goodness, I can scarcely believe it. Who is this person? It's still uncertain. What if that arrow was merely a stroke of luck? Upon uttering this remark, many knowledgeable individuals in the vicinity erupted into laughter. Such outrageous claims are akin to debating whether 13. 8 is greater than 13. 11. A question so elementary that even a child could answer it. Yet, there will always be those who stubbornly argue over such trivial matters. Moreover, engaging in such debates only serves to squander one's precious time, yielding no substantial gain. Thus, the astute observers deemed it beneath them to engage with the foolish pronouncement of the ignorant individual. Whoosh! With the success of the previous attempt fresh in their minds, Rocco wasted no time and launched the remaining 8 arrows, one after another. The arrows sliced through the air in a graceful arc. At a distance of 500 meters, Rocco employed his teleportation ability once more. The advantage of teleportation lies in its capacity to transfer any object to any location, albeit with a maximum range of 500 meters. This explains why Rocco did not utilize it from the outset. As the arrows soared, Rocco took a moment to observe the onlookers. Their skills were notably weak, predominantly consisting of novice to beginner-level hunters. Apart from the two individuals in the observation room, Rocco discerned no one of considerable prowess. It appeared that the upcoming hunter competition in 5 days would be rather effortless. With a cold smirk, Rocco awaited the final results of the target practice. After 8 shots, the results were astonishing. Each one scored a perfect 10. Inside the observation room, Shabo reported this with palpable astonishment. At his level, he understood just how challenging that feat was. At a distance of 1,000 meters, achieving an effective target score of 80% is no small task, even for someone who prides themselves on their archery skills. Yet, here stood a young man who effortlessly accomplished just that. Rain, we are truly aging. This world belongs to the youth. Shabo exclaimed with a laugh. Indeed, Shabo. One cannot deny the passage of time, Rain replied. Descending from the shooting range, Rocco hastily sought out Rain and Shabo, as only 2 tasks remained for his professional hunter certification. These tasks were, without a doubt, the most difficult and perilous of the entire certification process, to cumulatively slay 10,000 beasts and 100 mutated creatures. Ah, young Rocco, you have performed admirably, Rain remarked with a smile as he entered the observation room. Rocco noted that this was a stark contrast to Rain's previous demeanor. However, he paid it no mind. Time was of the essence, and he had little to spare for idle chit-chat. Ahem, about those 2 tasks. Must I bring the slain beasts and mutated creatures here? Upon hearing this, Rain and Shabo exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily at a loss to comprehend Rocco's inquiry. Well, theoretically, it is required to bring the slain beasts and mutated creatures here. Rain began, only to trail off, contemplating the practicalities involved. In truth, if you possess the strength to eliminate the majority in one fell swoop, we can accompany you to the site of the hunt. Listening to the response of Sandwave, Locke formulated a plan in his heart. The final 2 tasks, in terms of difficulty, were quite simple for him, yet the sheer quantity posed a significant challenge. If he were to transport all of them to the Hunters Alliance, it would likely take him a month to complete the task. Therefore, if it were possible to tally the numbers directly at the scene of the hunt, it would be much more convenient. Very well, please change locations, and I shall entrust both the beasts and the mutated creatures to you. Huh? Upon hearing this, Rain and Sandwave appeared utterly astonished, as if they had encountered something terrifying. To confirm his suspicions, Sandwave incredulously inquired, "Are you saying you intend to surrender all of these prey at once?" Locke assessed his fingers thoughtfully and replied nonchalantly, "What? Is there a problem?" Chapter 45, The Valley of Death Within the Observation Room. A profound silence ensued after Rocco's words were spoken. After a while, Shabo nudged Rain beside him, drawing him aside. Rocco stood still, observing the subtle movements of the two. He was aware that his remarks might have elicited surprise. Yet his current preoccupations overshadowed such thoughts. Upon arriving in Zitter Town, Romans had entrusted him with a map, prominently marking numerous locations teeming with beasts. In total, there were approximately 20 such places. These gathering spots for the beasts were categorized by their numbers. 8 locations boasted over 500 creatures, 5 exceeded 1,000, 4 surpassed 4,000, and 2 contained more than 5,000. Moreover, there existed a particularly unique gathering point. According to Romans, this place was densely populated with beasts, so numerous that it defied measurement, and it was the only site where the number remained unknown. This clearly indicated the perilous nature of the area. Rocco's objective this time was to venture towards the 2 locations harboring 5,000 beasts each, which would sum up to the requisite 10,000 for a professional hunter's assessment. As for the mutated beasts, encountering them was purely a matter of luck. It was not guaranteed that they would come across as many as they had previously. Cough, cough. We have reported to the higher-ups, and the Hunter Alliance has decided to allow both of us to accompany you to the site, Shabo stated, somewhat uneasily, as he put down the communication device. Such an outing was exceedingly rare in his professional career, as neither of them had ever witnessed the emergence of a professional-level hunter. This was precisely why they wished to follow. From a professional standpoint, they aimed to verify the number of beasts and prevent Rocco from cheating. Yet, on a personal level, they sought that slender chance of transcending into professional-level hunters themselves. Aspiring for greater heights, they had lingered in the novice tier for far too long, naturally yearning to break through the final shackles. Is that so? Then let us depart. Rocco nodded, expressing no doubts regarding their decision. A colossal organization like the Hunter Alliance would not jeopardize its reputation by engaging in overt manipulation. Off we go, Little Red Riding Hood. Ah, woof woof. In the corner, upon hearing her name, Little Red Riding Hood appeared momentarily stunned before finally realizing it was time to leave. However, observing Rocco's empty-handedness before their dangerous expedition left her somewhat perplexed. Was it truly wise to venture into such peril without any preparation? The Valley of Death. Situated on the western side of the Almas jungle, is a grand canyon characterized by darkness and damp chill. Here, a towering mountain, soaring 10,000 meters high, cleaves the earth in twain, forming a colossal gorge approximately 1,000 meters long and 10,000 meters deep. The towering rock walls ensure that this place remains perpetually shrouded in shadow, and it is within this sinister and humid domain that a host of creatures thrive, living in the depths of darkness. Scorpions, snakes, toads, and centipedes. These seemingly feeble creatures appear to have undergone a remarkable transformation in this realm, growing longer, larger, and stronger. Beneath the natural barriers, a congregation of 5,000 has emerged. Few dare to venture into this perilous domain, and even fewer would provoke any of its savage inhabitants. Yet, it is within this exceedingly treacherous locale that 4 uninvited guests arrived today. "Ah, we have arrived," Rocco declared as he stowed away the map and turned to face the 3 companions behind him. "Have we truly arrived?" Little Red Riding Hood stepped forward. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the towering canyon before them. At that moment, a chill swept through the air, causing her to sneeze involuntarily. It's quite cold here." "Indeed, it is a bit chilly," Rocco replied nonchalantly, then removed his coat to drape it over Little Red Riding Hood's shoulders. "Ah." As she felt the warmth emanating from Rocco's coat, a blush crept onto Little Red Riding Hood's cheeks. Meanwhile, Rocco remained oblivious to this, shifting his gaze to the other 2. "You two should be all right? Rin and Shabo exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. "Huh, it's nothing to worry about. If a couple of tough men can't handle this slight chill, what kind of tough men would we be?" Rocco nodded in agreement, not wishing for his verification team to succumb to the cold before he even commenced hunting the beasts. If that were the case, he would have to wait for the Hunter Alliance to send a new verification officer. "Since there are no issues, please wait here. I will soon return with the beasts' carcasses." "Ah, wait." However, before Shabo could finish, Rocco plunged into the canyon. Outside the canyon, the 3 exchanged glances, each wearing a bittersweet smile. None of them possessed the courage to follow Rocco into the Valley of Death. Just the sight of the imposing canyon was enough to extinguish any flicker of bravery within them. "Let us just wait here, then." The darkness, dampness, and foul odors enveloped Rocco, a stark contrast to his previous surroundings. After plunging into the canyon, he had traversed approximately 40 to 50 meters. Along the way, he encountered a few centipedes, each small enough to be squashed underfoot, far from the size of a human. "Could it be that I have come to the wrong place?" Rocco murmured, though his feet continued onward. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time and countless unpleasant scents, a hissing sound abruptly broke the silence. "They're here." Suddenly, a multitude of entwined black snakes surged before Rocco. Each of these serpents boasted heads as large as basins, their bodies approximately 50 centimeters wide and stretching several meters in length. In comparison to the constrictors from the calamity of the pythons, these creatures were truly formidable. The black serpents entwined, incessantly spewing forth blood-red apricots. Rocco gazed upon them, his right hand gradually closing. Then, with a powerful strike capable of shattering stone walls, he swung his fist with great force. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind surged through the air. With that single blow, the entwined black serpents shattered, their segmented bodies and heads raining down like droplets within the canyon. After dispatching these serpents, Rocco casually flung their remains beyond the canyon's edge. Given Rocco's current strength, casting objects over great distances posed no challenge. Outside the canyon, the 3 individuals, previously engulfed in boredom, were suddenly startled by a tremor that shook the very earth. "Get down," Sandwave exclaimed, sensing the impending danger, prompting Rain and Little Red Riding Hood to swiftly take cover behind the rock face. Once they had secured their positions, the trio turned their gaze to the mouth of the canyon. In the next moment, a heap of black serpent carcasses amassed like a small mountain, blanketing the entire open space. Witnessing this spectacle, the 3 stood frozen in astonishment. Chapter 46, The Divine Palm of Heaven and the Golden Strike. An annihilating attack, is this the black serpent? At the mouth of the canyon, Little Red Riding Hood gazed in astonishment at the mountain of black serpent corpses. Indeed, it appears to be a century-old black serpent. They are notoriously difficult to deal with, Rain remarked as he picked up a severed serpent's head, beginning to enlighten them. Could all of these be the result of his single-handed hunting? Sandglass suddenly exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Upon hearing this, the remaining 2 turned their gazes toward the canyon's entrance. The black serpent's tenacity is legendary. Even novice hunters require the collaboration of 5 seasoned veterans to bring one down. Yet, here lay the corpses as if carelessly discarded. He has grown to such an extraordinary level of strength. Little Red Riding Hood stared blankly at the canyon, her heart whispering a realization. Yes, I should have understood this earlier. That deep chasm, most would find it impossible to descend, let alone with me in tow. Even with such power, carrying me must have posed considerable strain. Little Red Riding Hood murmured, her eyes inexplicably filled with hope toward that figure. With determination, Rocco pressed onward. Having slain over 100 beasts, yet the daunting goal of 5,000 still loomed far beyond reach. As he surveyed the seemingly endless canyon ahead, a sense of weariness washed over him. Though endowed with immense power, he had yet to wield a weapon of mass destruction, were he to possess such an instrument. There would be no need for him to dispatch each creature individually. At this rate, I may perish from exhaustion before these beasts manage to do so. Rocco gradually came to a halt as darkness began to envelop the sky, the original obscurity now rendering the surroundings utterly indistinguishable. This only heightened the ominous aura of the Valley of Death. It seems time to employ genuine methods. Rocco's gaze hardened, as though he had resolved upon a decisive course of action. In the next moment, his aura surged dramatically, causing the surrounding rock walls to tremble and develop fissures under its overwhelming influence. At a certain instant, this energy reached its zenith, unable to rise any further. Slowly, Rocco extended his palm, the terrifying aura converging upon it. Gradually, it coalesced into a hand of 10 meters in diameter. Now airborne, Rocco observed the writhing mass of serpents, insects, and vermin below, their eyes gleaming with a covetous glint, as if poised to swarm and devour him at any moment. Let me cloak my palm with the golden strike and test its might, he declared. With that, a golden radiance enveloped his palm, merging the most resilient of materials with the most formidable of attacks. The divine palm of heaven. With a swift motion, Rocco unleashed the luminous wave from his palm. Boom! A powerful force, accompanied by a fierce gale, surged forward from the canyon's mouth, where the divine palm of heaven passed. The flanking rock walls began to crack under the weight of this terrifying power. On the road, the rocky cliffs and the beasts clinging to the branches shattered into fragmented corpses before that mighty palm, offering no resistance. Subsequently, they scattered to either side. Witnessing this, Loco propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, weaving through the remnants of the fallen beasts and hurling them one by one beyond the canyon's edge. At the mouth of the canyon, 3 individuals had unknowingly kindled a fire, deep within the jungle, where the air was already heavy with humidity. The arrival of night rendered the atmosphere even more frigid. Little Red Riding Hood curled her body tighter, leaning towards the warmth of the fire while her gaze remained fixed on the canyon entrance. Do we really not need to venture in a search for him? With so many beasts in the treacherous terrain of the canyon, not to mention the darkness, it seems the most unfavorable conditions for a hunter are all present. Although I believe in Loco's formidable power, can one truly face such an environment alone? Let us wait a little longer. It's 7 o'clock now. If there is no sign of him by 8, we shall enter to look for him, Shabo said, his eyes resolutely fixed on the canyon entrance. Regardless of the situation, Loco was the most likely candidate to become a professional-level hunter, and should such a figure emerge from their town of Zitter, the benefits would be immeasurable. Even their Hunter's Alliance would reap unimaginable rewards. Yes, Little Red Riding Hood nodded, knowing that all she could do now was pray for Loco's safety. Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly erupted, shaking the ground at the canyon's mouth as if an earthquake had struck. What is happening? Little Red Riding Hood asked in confusion. Quickly, it seems something is about to emerge, Shabo shouted, and the 3 swiftly darted to safety. Just as they found refuge, a segment of a centipede corpse suddenly shot out from the canyon, followed by a continuous stream of corpses. One after another, they poured forth without respite. This phenomenon persisted for over an hour, only ceasing at 8 o'clock, by which time the canyon's mouth was completely filled, towering nearly 10,000 meters high. The mound of corpses amassed to a height of 1,000 meters. With so many beasts, he must be a devil, exclaimed Rain, his eyes wide with horror. For a novice hunter, even one beast could pose a significant challenge. Now, there were thousands of bodies. Is this truly something a single person can accomplish? Shabo echoed, equally astonished. All that Loco had done was reshaping his understanding of reality. Yet at that moment, only one person was concerned for Loco's safety. It's 8 o'clock. And he still hasn't emerged. We must go in to find him, Little Red Riding Hood said, her face a mask of anxiety as she frequently glanced at the canyon entrance. While they were all aware of Loco's strength, it was only she who, for reasons unknown, felt a deep concern for his well-being. Prompted by Little Red Riding Hood's reminder, the 2 men quickly gathered their gear and rushed towards the canyon entrance. Be careful. We're going in, Rain warned as he led the way. At that moment, a colossal figure soared above the trio. In an instant, it struck the ground behind them, creating a substantial crater. Ryan turned around, questioning what had just occurred. I have no idea, replied Shaba. Wait, it seems to be Rocco. He has emerged, exclaimed Little Red Riding Hood. Upon hearing this, the 2 turned and followed Little Red Riding Hood back to the clearing. In the clearing, Rocco stood amidst a mound of corpses, towering like a canyon, nodding in satisfaction. By his estimation, The heap before him contained approximately 5,000 carcasses, with even a few extra. All right, half of the task is complete. 5,000 beasts remain. At that moment, Little Red Riding Hood and her companions reunited with Rocco. Observing Rocco, drenched in blood, Little Red Riding Hood felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Although he appeared lively, she could only imagine the horrors he had endured within. Congratulations. You have accomplished half of the requirements. Now we can finally return and enjoy a restful slumber. Shaba expressed admiration for Rocco, then eagerly attempted to pull Ryan back. However, Rocco stood before them, stating, "You two have worked hard. I fear you may need to work a night shift now." Chapter 47. The Concealment Stone. Another night shift. On the open ground, Sambo exclaimed. "Indeed, is there any issue?" Rocco looked at him, speaking in a calm tone. No problem at all." Samba averted his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. For some reason, despite being a young man, a mere glance from him felt akin to confronting an abyss of darkness, stirring a sense of turmoil within. Sigh. At our age, we still have to accompany you young ones in a bout of madness. As Rain verified the numbers, he sighed. After a brief moment, having confirmed the count of beasts, they resumed their journey. Samba, is it all right to leave the carcasses of those beasts just lying there? On the path ahead. Little Red Riding Hood suddenly turned her head, her curiosity piqued. At her question, Rocco too found himself intrigued. Indeed, with so many beast carcasses, it would not only lead to decay but surely attract other beasts to scavenge. It is worth noting that formidable beasts can fetch a handsome price, and those that Rocco had slain were of considerable value. Although a portion must be submitted to the Hunters' Alliance, the majority of the proceeds would remain with the Hunters. If those carcasses were to be taken by other beasts, it would result in significant loss. Haha, no need to worry. As if anticipating her question, Samba and Rain chuckled. Then, Rain produced a small stone from his pocket. This stone was a deep shade of purple-black, speckled with vibrant red, looking quite exquisite. This is a proprietary item of our Hunters' Alliance, the Concealment Stone. As the name suggests, it can mask the presence of various entities, beasts, humans, food, and so forth. With just one stone, it can cover all objects within a radius of 100 meters. As Rain spoke, a sense of pride crept into his demeanor as he tossed the stone into the air. However, as it descended, it was suddenly snatched away by a hand. Hey, my concealment stone! Rain cried out in alarm. Hee, let me have a little fun with it. Rocco smiled, playfully toying with the stone. Upon realizing it was Rocco who had taken it, Rain refrained from reaching for it. Although it was precious when displayed openly, it was relatively common within the Hunters' Alliance, so allowing Rocco to play with it was not a concern. In his hands, Rocco examined the stone closely. It was remarkably light, about half the weight of an ordinary stone. Aside from its appearance, which was merely that of a rather attractive stone, he wondered, can this truly conceal one's presence? Rocco pondered aloud while holding it. Indeed, as long as you hold it in your palm and gently tap it 3 times, it will take effect immediately. Rain turned around, his expression turning serious as he shared his knowledge. Within the Hunters' Alliance, he was not only a hunter at the novice level of 99, but also well-versed in various hunting techniques. After absorbing Rain's explanation, Rocco promptly began his experiment. He held the stone in his palm and gently tapped it 3 times. In the next instant, the air around Rocco trembled slightly, and he vanished before the eyes of the 3. Where did he go? Saba instinctively queried upon witnessing Rocco's disappearance. Suddenly, a voice emerged from a shadowy corner that blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Can you truly not see me? At this, the 3 exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed. We cannot see you, nor can we sense your presence, Little Red Riding Hood murmured, scrutinizing the spot. Hearing this, Rocco felt a surge of joy. With this ability, it seemed he had gained the power of concealment. Not only could others not see him, but they could also not detect his scent. Such a remarkable item existed within the Hunters' Alliance. Just as Rocco prepared to indulge in this newfound ability a little longer, his figure unexpectedly reappeared, and the effect of the concealing stone abruptly ceased. Why is this happening? Rocco pondered, staring at the powdery remnants of the concealing stone in his hand. Haha. At that moment, Ryan burst into laughter, then began to enlighten them. This concealing stone, when used on inanimate objects, can last for up to a day. However, when used on living beings, its effect diminishes to approximately half an hour. Then just as Rocco was about to inquire further, Ryan interrupted him. What you wish to ask is why, after your use, it failed to last even 10 minutes. Yes, Rocco replied. With a slight smile, Ryan continued, as if he had anticipated the question. The duration of the concealing stone's effectiveness is determined by the host's strength. If the host possesses great power, the stone will lose its effect swiftly. Conversely, the weaker the host, the longer it lasts. Upon hearing this, Rocco finally comprehended. However, this meant that relying on this item for constant concealment would be impractical. It might serve a critical purpose on rare occasions, but it could not be utilized regularly. Reflecting on this, Rocco's gaze shifted to Ryan's backpack, from which he had observed the stone being retrieved. Noticing Rocco's sudden interest in his backpack, Ryan felt an ominous premonition. "I warn you, do not entertain any mischievous thoughts regarding my backpack," he cautioned, covering it with his hand. In response, Rocco beamed and nodded earnestly. In the Black Wolf den, darkness, eeriness, and silence prevailed. Beneath towering ancient trees, a thick, blood-red aura permeated the air. As the most perilous gathering place for beasts within the Almas jungle, it was home to a formidable pack of black wolves, the apex predators of the food chain. The Black Wolves, as the mightiest beings in the Almas jungle, were fierce, united, cunning, and skilled in cooperation. Thus, even the solitary, powerful tiger and leopard clans dared not provoke them lightly. Naturally, human beings were even more unwelcome in such a domain. Not even the boldest of hunters would dare to set foot here. Yet, amidst this boundless tranquility, rustling sounds began to echo from within the depths of the jungle. After a while, the rustling sound abruptly ceased, and 4 human figures gradually emerged. "Ah, we have arrived." Looking at the Black Wolf den before him, which resembled the descriptions he had heard, Rocco couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This was his second destination, where it was said that a staggering 5,000 black wolves resided. Hence, this place became Rocco's second location to accomplish his task of hunting 10,000 beasts. "Haha, Ryan. Why do you appear so discontent?" At that moment, Rocco playfully teased Ryan, who stood beside him with a sullen expression. In response, Ryan turned his head and shot him a heavy glare. "Humph." Seeing this, Rocco burst into laughter. He was well aware of the reason behind Ryan's displeasure. Earlier on the road, he had taken a substantial portion of the concealment stones from Ryan's backpack, which was why Ryan was so irate. "Ah, Ryan. Don't take advantage and then act innocent. The value of that 10% of the 10,000 beasts is enough to purchase several concealment stones," suddenly interjected Shabo, who had been observing the scene. Upon hearing this, Ryan finally ceased his complaints. Indeed, Rocco had agreed to exchange 10% of the 10,000 beasts for the concealment stones, which was why he had consented. After all, who would freely give away such valuable items? Nevertheless, Ryan still huffed in discontent. "You chatter too much, Shabo." Chapter 48. The One-Sided Massacre in the Black Wolf Cave. "Stop talking so much, Sandglass." Upon Ren's sarcastic remark, a wave of laughter erupted in the open space. Amidst the joyous cacophony, the once menacing atmosphere of the Black Wolf Cave began to dissipate. Suddenly, a series of faint sounds pierced the air. "Be cautious, everyone," Loco advised as he slowly advanced toward the thicket before him. Taken aback by Loco's unusual behavior, the 3 present momentarily froze, but their hunter's instinct soon kicked in, prompting them to follow closely behind. As Loco moved forward, the faint sounds intensified, and soon, black wolves began to emerge sporadically from the surrounding woods. However, Loco swiftly dispatched each of these wolves in an instant. At that moment, the dense forest began to yield to an open expanse of land, revealing a vast, bottomless pit beneath. The Black Wolf Cave. "My goodness," Little Red Riding Hood exclaimed in astonishment. "All right, you all wait here. I will return shortly." After instructing his companions, Loco nimbly leapt down the edge of the pit. Judging by his keen eyesight, he estimated the cave's depth to be around 300 meters, a distance his physical prowess could withstand. At this moment, Loco maintained a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour, plummeting downwards in free fall. The wind rushed past him with a deafening roar. In a mere 0.18 seconds, he crashed violently at the bottom. As he landed, the once tranquil ground could no longer bear the impact and fractured with a resounding boom. The earth collapsed, forming a massive crater. Unfazed by this, Loco realized that his fall had resulted in the demise of a small mountain's worth of black wolves. Their bodies lay strewn about in a grotesque spectacle, many reduced to mere pulp. The extent of destruction wrought by Loco's descent was evident. Despite the gruesome sight before him, Loco felt little emotional turmoil. In fact, he found the situation somewhat bothersome. The scattered carcasses would be a hassle to collect. I'll just toss them up," he muttered, subsequently gathering the remains with fervor amidst the debris. Whoosh! The corpses of the black wolves were hurled one by one, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. However, just as Loco became engrossed in his task, he noticed that he had been encircled by a throng of unexpected guests, standing atop the mound of earth. Loco was surrounded by a dense swarm of black wolves. Every black wolf bared its formidable fangs, glaring menacingly at Rocco. He could faintly perceive droplets of saliva cascading from their teeth. It seemed they had mistaken him for a delectable prey. Rocco chuckled bitterly to himself as he slowly retrieved a revolver from his coat. After enduring numerous battles, this revolver had gradually become inadequate for his escalating demands. Nevertheless, it was still more than sufficient to deal with the beasts before him. "If there is a prey here, it must be you," Rocco declared coldly. And the surrounding black wolves seemed to comprehend his intent, charging towards him in a frenzy. Countless gaping maws suddenly encircled Rocco from all directions, filling every available gap with their ravenous presence. However, Rocco remained unperturbed by the encirclement. In an unexpected move, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a bullet with explosive force akin to that of a missile, which instantly struck the nearest black wolf. A violent explosion ensued, shrapnel flew, and the unfortunate wolf was reduced to mere remnants in an instant. Seeing the audacity of this human to resist, the pack of black wolves erupted in fury, lunging at Rocco. At that moment, however, Rocco seized the opportunity presented by a gap in their formation and swiftly maneuvered his way out. As he darted back and forth, he continued to pull the trigger. Bullets rained down upon the bewildered wolves, each shot producing a terrifying explosion that reverberated through their ranks. This entire spectacle unfolded in the blink of an eye. Mere moments later, the once menacing wolves, intent on devouring Rocco, lay scattered in disarray. In one heartbeat, they had transformed from ferocious predators into fragmented remains strewn across the ground. Organs, blood, and bones adorned the small mounds of earth, now littered with the remnants of the black wolves. Upon witnessing this scene, even the inherently savage and fearless wolves began to exhibit signs of trepidation. Fear, once ignited, spreads like wildfire. The emergence of such thoughts signified an uncontrollable wave of panic. The once aggressive wolves, which had charged forth, now retreated like frightened hounds, scattering in disarray. Swift in their approach, they were equally swift in their retreat. Rocco gradually came to a halt, his body splattered with blood, presenting a rather fearsome visage. Observing the retreating wolves, he furrowed his brow slightly. When the wolves had initially charged him, he had remained calm, but now anxiety crept in. When they were assembled, he could eliminate many at once. However, with them now dispersed, it became increasingly challenging to strike them down. Moreover, he was but one man, armed with merely 2 hands. No matter how fast he moved, it was impossible to annihilate them all at once. It seems that the coming moments will demand considerable effort, Rocco murmured to himself, before selecting a direction and sprinting forward. In the pursuit, he employed his revolver to take down several more black wolves in quick succession. Yet those fleeing black wolves seemed to have sprouted wings, continuing their frenzied escape. Thus, yet again, the hunt for Rocco was fraught with complications. However, Rocco found himself bereft of superior alternatives, resorting to slaying dozens of these creatures in a single stroke. Just as he was reveling in the hunt, a sudden unease gripped him. The black wolves, once in flight, began to wail in agony as if they had undergone a sudden transformation. At that moment, a radiant beam of moonlight gradually emerged from the heavens, illuminating the once shadowy den of the black wolves. Countless carcasses and dismembered limbs lay strewn across the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. This gruesome scene rendered the already terrifying wolf den even more sinister. Gazing at the luminous moonlight, Rocco was reminded of the previous mutation of the black wolves, which had unfolded under similar circumstances. It appeared that the moonlight was indeed the catalyst for their transformation. Rocco murmured to himself, as before his eyes, the very wolves that had escaped were beginning to undergo their metamorphosis. Chapter 49. The mutated werewolves strike again. At this moment, the limbs of the black wolves began to elongate, and their fur surged forth in wild growth. Each black wolf's fangs grew longer and sharper, until a certain point, this transformation gradually ceased. Before Rocco stood a multitude of mutated beast werewolves, their numbers beyond reckoning. Humans have killed so many of our kin. Let them die. A stammering voice emerged from the front ranks of the werewolves. Rocco was taken aback by this scene. It was noteworthy that although the werewolf spoke with a stutter, it could articulate human words. This fundamentally transcended the realm of mere beasts. Should this evolution continue, the transition to full humanity would not be far off. Is this where the pseudo-humans originate? Rocco suddenly recalled the pseudo-humans mentioned by Romans. Beings that bore a striking resemblance to humans in appearance. They possessed human thoughts, articulated human speech, and could even reproduce with humans. Imagine a scenario where a girl dreams of a future with a man before her, only for him to suddenly reveal a mouthful of wolf-like fangs. The horror of that revelation would be unfathomable. However, thus far, only one instance of a pseudo-human had been noted. This indicated that the journey from mutated beast to pseudo-human must be a lengthy and arduous one, and thus, there was no immediate cause for alarm. Ignore us. Despicable humans, die. Upon witnessing Rocco's complete disregard for its words, the werewolf leader was suddenly filled with rage and let out a fierce howl. As the howl echoed, the surrounding werewolves began to howl in unison. In an instant, a terrifying atmosphere enveloped the area. Observing this, Rocco furrowed his brow slightly. While he had previously been able to effortlessly dominate the beast without a hint of concern, he recognized that he must exercise caution against the werewolves before him. Nevertheless, this caution was merely a slight measure. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Rocco took the initiative. Given the overwhelming numbers of his foes, he saw no reason to hold back. His revolver once again unleashed a rapid barrage of shots. With each bullet fired, the werewolves fell to the ground as if made of paper. From beasts to werewolves, as long as they remained carbon-based creatures, Rocco's revolver would remain effective. In principle, mutated beasts were stronger, with tougher hides that posed a greater challenge to defeat. However, the principle was now firmly in Rocco's control. Thus, the outcome was evident. Waves of werewolves collapsed, devoid of any means of resistance. Witnessing this scene, the werewolf leader erupted in fury. It forcefully stomped its foot against the ground, causing the already fractured earth to shatter anew. With a surge of ferocity, the werewolf leader charged towards Rocco. The ferocious velocity swiftly surpassed the surrounding werewolves, reaching an astonishing 70 kilometers per hour. Yet, even at such a speed, it paled in comparison to the prowess displayed before Rocco, effortlessly dispatching the werewolves in his path. The werewolf leader had already lunged towards Rocco. Die. With a guttural roar, a formidable claw swiped through the air at that moment. This strike possessed the potential to shatter walls. One could only imagine the destruction it would wreak upon a human body. However, Rocco merely raised a hand, effortlessly blocking the claw imbued with immense power. How is this possible? The werewolf leader's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. But it was too late. Rocco's other fist had already been unleashed. With vibranium enveloping his fist, Rocco held nothing back. Boom! A deafening sound resonated as the werewolf leader was sent hurtling away. It soared through the air for several meters before colliding with a stone wall, coming to a halt. At that moment, its limbs lay shattered, and a gaping hole marred its chest. It had completely lost its breath, dead beyond revival. Too weak. Still too weak, Rocco bellowed, embodying the visage of a deity of death as he careened through the throng of werewolves. Defense was unnecessary. With each collision, he hurled himself into the fray. Skill was redundant, invulnerability was unwarranted, evasion was superfluous. At that moment, Rocco transformed into a being of pure physical might, slaughtering the werewolf horde. Oh, I'm so tired. At the edge of the black wolf den, Shaba, having waited for an eternity, could not help but yawn and murmur. Beside him, Rain was also struggling against sleep, his eyes growing heavy. The corpses Rocco had previously discarded lay heaped not far from them. Having witnessed Rocco's formidable strength, the two, after tallying their numbers, found themselves irresistibly drowsy. I can't take it anymore. Little Red Riding Hood, please keep watch for a bit. After instructing the girl beside him, Shaba could no longer hold on and collapsed to the side in slumber. At this moment, only Little Red Riding Hood remained awake, battling her own fatigue. Her eyes wide open. Understood, Shaba. She replied with a nod, then stretched to shake off her drowsiness, rising from the ground. From now on, she needed to summon every ounce of focus. The Almas jungle was fraught with peril, especially under the cloak of night. The level of danger had increased manifold. Gazing at the mound of black wolves not far away, Little Red Riding Hood could not help but blink in astonishment. Even a second glance left her awestruck by the sheer number of black wolves. It was crucial to note that even she could only contend with a single black wolf. Should she encounter 2 or more, her only recourse would be flight. And if faced with 10 or more, she would need to prepare herself, adorn her attire, and await her demise. That individual, indeed, possesses extraordinary strength. Upon recalling the figure of that individual, a sudden blaze of fervor flickered in Little Red Riding Hood's gaze. The admiration for the strong is a sentiment that transcends realms, and in this world, where power reigns supreme, it is particularly pronounced. Little Red Riding Hood's perception of Rocco has undergone a profound transformation. Once viewing him as merely a charming rogue to whom she owed her life, she now regards him as a formidable force. Regrettably, his ambitions lie within the Hunter's Tournament, a pursuit that signifies his journey towards greater horizons, where he will encounter even more exceptional individuals. For someone like her, a strikingly beautiful girl who has just emerged as a novice hunter, the vast capital is teeming with others of her ilk. Perhaps only a princess, with her extraordinary beauty, could be deemed worthy of him. Little Red Riding Hood murmured softly, the fervor in her eyes gradually dimming at that moment. Suddenly, a piercing sound pierced the air, followed by the sight of numerous werewolf corpses soaring forth from the black wolf's den, landing before Little Red Riding Hood. Were these werewolves? A look of astonishment flashed across her eyes. At this moment, she found herself utterly immobilized on the ground. The terrifying visage of the werewolves was overwhelmingly shocking, naturally. Little Red Riding Hood, having encountered them for the first time, was rendered speechless and collapsed to the earth. So many of them are indeed werewolves? Yes. I am impressive, aren't I? Chapter 50. The Pretender as a Werewolf Indeed. I am formidable. Following closely behind the lifeless body of the werewolf was the somewhat disheveled figure of Rocco. At that moment, his entire being was smeared with a viscous, indistinct bloodstain, as if he had emerged from a sea of blood. Witnessing this scene, Little Red Riding Hood was instantly petrified, sitting on the ground in shock. It's me, Little Red Riding Hood, Rocco exclaimed, aware of how frightful he must appear. If only there were a mirror on the scene, he would have realized just how terrifying his current visage was. As the familiar voice reached her ears, Little Red Riding Hood hesitantly ceased her retreat, cautiously scrutinizing the blood-soaked figure before her, trying to discern Rocco's features amid the thick blood. After 3 minutes of meticulous observation, she finally cried out, "Ah, Rocco." With the recognition from Little Red Riding Hood, a sigh of relief washed over Rocco. It was merely a matter of appearing disheveled. How could she not recognize him? Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Rocco inquired about the whereabouts of the other 2 companions. "You mean those 2? Look over there." Little Red Riding Hood pointed towards a makeshift shelter. There, illuminated by the flickering campfire, Shabo and Rain were soundly asleep. "Damn, these 2 have fallen asleep," Rocco grumbled, feeling both exasperated and incredulous. While he was engaged in a bloody battle, they were leisurely slumbering, leaving a young girl to keep watch. Truly, it was outrageous. After a moment's contemplation, Rocco decided to play a prank on the 2. He picked up a werewolf's head, hollowed it out, and placed it atop his own. In the dim moonlight, Rocco, drenched in sticky blood, resembled a genuine werewolf, exuding an aura of terror. "Rocco, this isn't right." Little Red Riding Hood voiced her concern from a distance. After all, the 2 are not as young as they once were. A fright could have dire consequences. "Don't worry. They are accomplished hunters, at least among novices. Such a trivial trick cannot possibly frighten them," Rocco reassured her. Hearing this, Little Red Riding Hood complied and moved to a vantage point from which she could observe the unfolding scene. Now, adorned with the werewolf's head, Rocco stood silently before Shabo and Rain. Blood dripped from his body, landing on the stones beside them with a crisp, echoing sound. He maintained a steady breathing pattern and remained eerily silent, as the surroundings fell into an unsettling stillness, save for the crackling of the fire consuming the dry timber. Heightened by the instincts of a hunter, Shabo slowly opened his eyes to check on Little Red Riding Hood. However, what he beheld was a chilling sight. A werewolf stood before him, staring blankly, its body dripping with viscous blood. The head of the werewolf appeared rather fearsome, with one eye exposed and its jagged teeth gaping wide. In such a tranquil atmosphere, it was truly terrifying. Witnessing this scene, Shabo was jolted awake, immediately feeling an overwhelming urge to rise. Yet, paralyzed by extreme terror, he trembled uncontrollably, unable to stand even for a moment. "Wolf, werewolf." Shabo attempted to cry out, but his words came out stuttered and barely audible, as if something lodged in his throat prevented him from voicing his distress. He continued to shrink back, when suddenly he thought of Ren. Ren was sleeping right beside him. He had been so engulfed in fear that he hadn't noticed him at all. At that moment, Rocco was crouching down, reaching out toward Ren. In Shabo's eyes, this scene morphed entirely into a vision of the werewolf intending to devour Ren. Ren. Shabo whimpered in anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks, though he was unaware of when they had begun to flow. "No, that is my companion." Suddenly, Shabo's gaze began to drift, and he reminisced about the shared memories with Ren, practicing archery together, climbing mountains, courting girls, and engaging in nonsense. "Regardless, Ren, you cannot die." A surge of inexplicable resolve coursed through him, enabling Shabo to finally rise to his feet. Grasping his trusty bow, he knocked an arrow and released it with all his might, infused with courage, camaraderie, and the profundity of their bond. As the arrow flew forth, Shabo tightly gripped his longbow, casting a cold stare at the werewolf. However, the creature lightly bit down on the arrow, snapping it in two. Broken. A look of horror flashed in Shabo's eyes. This arrow was perhaps the strongest he had ever loosed, yet it was effortlessly shattered by the foe. How infuriating. Is this truly the end? Is my strength so limited? Ha. While he was caught in his own thoughts, he suddenly noticed the werewolf trembling and heard a few mocking laughs. How dare they mock me? Is my weakness truly so laughable in their eyes? At that moment, Rocco could hardly contain his laughter, having merely intended to frighten the creature. How had it devolved into such childish taunts? Is this not a fairy tale world? Why then do we hear the melodrama of a youthful fool? Hey, Shabo, stop being so melodramatic. Reaching this juncture, Rocco found the situation tedious and wished to conclude it. Thus, he began calling out to Shabo. Yet, Shabo remained entrenched in his battle stance, still gripping his longbow, muttering to himself. Observing this, Rocco shook his head in resignation. He then removed the werewolf's head from its body, placing it on the ground. At that moment, Rocco's face came into clear view before Shabo. Seeing the familiar visage, Shabo's expression turned from shock to torment. Has it truly come to this, that even Shabo has been consumed by you? Is death truly the only fate that awaits? After uttering these words, Shabo could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Witnessing Shabo's sudden fall, Rocco grew anxious and promptly called upon Little Red Riding Hood to assist in tending to him. Fortunately, upon thorough examination, it was discovered that Shabo was merely unconscious. Rocco exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed such jests could not be entertained again in the future. At that moment, Ren also awakened from his slumber. Upon seeing Rocco covered in blood, he was not particularly surprised. Oh, is Shabo still asleep? He remarked, instinctively mistaking Shabo's prone form for one at rest. Hearing this, Rocco and Little Red Riding Hood exchanged an awkward glance. Ahem, indeed, Senior Shabo is simply too tired. Chapter 51. One mutated beast equals 10 wild beasts. Ah. Let him sleep a little longer. A smile graced Ryan's lips as he murmured. Seeing that the explanation had been reluctantly accepted, Rocco nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ryan finally beheld the multitude of corpses that had suddenly appeared in the clearing. The task is complete. Let me take a look. With that, Ryan approached the heap of bodies, and upon closer inspection, his expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Is this a werewolf? Indeed, a werewolf. My heavens, all of these. As he recognized that the corpses before him were all werewolves, a fervent excitement ignited within Ryan's eyes. It was akin to a wolf spotting a sheep. A rogue encountering a beautiful woman, or myself, beholding Senior Mai. Ryan then began to verify the werewolf corpses before him. Meanwhile, Rocco had found a small stream and was casually washing himself. However, after finishing, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. He had no change of clothes. And since he preferred not to carry much when venturing out, he had left his backpack behind. Thus, the notion of having extra clothing was utterly out of the question. If only I had a spatial storage device. With such an item, I could retrieve and use things at will, without the burden of carrying them. Such objects are fundamentally extraordinary, taking up no physical space while allowing for immense storage. Alas, these things exist only in novels. I am not in one. Rocco lamented, reluctantly washing his current outfit and donning it while still damp. Upon returning to the temporary camp, daylight had fully broken. The environment, which had only been discernible by the flickering campfire, now revealed its clarity under the sun's rays. It was only at this moment that the corpses of the Black Wolf and the werewolves were fully unveiled. Phew, verification complete, Ryan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Rocco approach. So, does this mean I have now become a professional grade hunter? Rocco inquired anxiously. After all, he had worked so hard for the title of professional grade hunter, although he was uncertain of the specific advantages that came with it. The absence of any professional grade hunter in the entire town of Zeit suggested that the potential was indeed vast. Perhaps he would not even need to participate in the local trials and could directly compete in the capital. Seemingly perceiving Rocco's thoughts, Ryan waved his hand dismissively. What are you thinking? You are not yet a true professional grade hunter. Ah, Rocco exclaimed in disbelief. Why not? Haven't I completed everything? At that moment, Rocco was filled with questions. He had accomplished every task, so why was he not considered a professional grade hunter? Cough, calm down. I merely stated that you are not yet an official professional grade hunter. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Rocco slowly closed his mouth. Judging by Ryan's demeanor, it seemed there was more to this than met the eye. Could it be that I must resort to bribery to claim this title for myself? How detestable. This wretched society of human connections. Yet, within the realm, one must endure the trials that await. Subsequently, Loco beckoned Rain aside, discreetly producing a bill from his pocket. Upon the sight of the currency, Rain erupted in laughter. Is this insufficient? This old fellow is quite the opportunist. Just as Loco prepared to extract additional bills, Rain promptly halted him and began to recount the matter at hand. Upon my verification, there are a total of 2,000 Black Wolf carcasses here. And when combined with the beasts from Death Valley, the count reaches a staggering 7,000, leaving us still 3,000 short of the mandated 10,000. At this revelation, Loco was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in his fervor the previous night, he had overlooked the fact that many black wolves had mutated into werewolves, which, by nature, no longer qualified as mere beasts. Must I truly venture elsewhere? Stop, let me finish. Rain interjected, quelling Loco's rising frustration. Though the beast count falls short by 3,000, your tally of mutated creatures has astonishingly soared to 1,500, exceeding the stipulated 100 by several multiples. According to the Hunters Alliance regulations, one mutated creature is equivalent to 10 ordinary beasts. Therefore, your 1,500 mutated creatures, minus the original 100, translates to a remarkable total of 14,000. 14,000. At this juncture, Loco comprehended the implication. One mutated beast equated to 10 ordinary ones. Had he known this from the outset, he could have sought out mutated creatures directly, rather than exhausting himself hunting ordinary beasts. Ah, Rain, why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known, I would have gone straight for the mutated beasts. Rain, slightly taken aback, mused. So it can indeed work this way? It seemed this individual was rather exceptional. With the issue of numbers resolved, the focus shifted to the disposal of the carcasses. The sheer volume of werewolf and black wolf bodies, combined with the previous 5,000 beasts, represented immense value. A rough estimate suggested that selling these at market value could yield tax revenues for the town of Sita for half a year. Such wealth was beyond imagination. It appears we will need to rally some assistance. The coming days may be quite demanding, Rain murmured, subsequently retrieving a communication stone to resolve the matter. Can we return now? Loco inquired, feeling quite uncomfortable in his damp attire. Yes, but only the two of you shall return. Shabo and I must remain here to await the arrival of the Hunters Alliance personnel." At this, Loco hesitated, pondering the fate of his professional hunter certification and the funds derived from these carcasses. Truth be told, while Loco was not lacking in financial resources, he had yet to reach the status of one as opulent as Stark. With a mere wave of his hand, he could effortlessly acquire an entire building. Yet now he struggles even to purchase a villa. The only spacious flat he possesses is rented. The disparity between people is truly infuriating. I have relayed the information back, and by tomorrow at the latest, you will be able to obtain certification from the Hunter Alliance. However, the funds will require some time to be processed, as our team still needs to handle it. Rest assured, it will be completed within the 2 days leading up to the Hunter competition. At that point, you may simply collect your funds from the Hunter Alliance. Upon hearing this, Rocco nodded. With 4 days remaining until the commencement of the Hunter competition, there is ample time. Initially, he thought it would take several more days to finalize everything. All right, you all have worked hard. Little Red Riding Hood and I will take our leave. No problem, replied Rain. Subsequently, Rocco and Little Red Riding Hood embarked on their journey home. After their departure, Rain gazed at Rocco's relaxed countenance. A young professional hunter such as he certainly promises an intriguing spectacle in the upcoming Hunter competition. Chapter 52, Little Red Riding Hood's toy in the quaint town of Set. After rounding the final street corner, a slightly dilapidated house emerged before the two. Finally back. Little Red Riding Hood exclaimed joyfully as she pushed open the door and gazed at the familiar furnishings within. Their journey had spanned a day and a night. A brief duration, yet they had garnered substantial rewards. Rocco had successfully completed all 4 tasks required for professional hunter certification, and now, all that remained was to await the completion of the Hunter Alliance's paperwork before he could register for the Hunter tournament. So, what to do in the next 4 days? Naturally, it was time for a good, long sleep. Although Rocco's current physical condition allowed him to go for days without rest while maintaining peak performance, he was not a machine. A proper respite was essential for rejuvenation. Moreover, through his one-sided slaughter over the past day and night, he had become quite adept at utilizing various abilities. Techniques such as the Celestial Palm and Revolver were now formidable weapons in his arsenal. Unfortunately, his mental prowess had not increased, preventing him from employing the power of the Sacred Dream Seed during last night's battle. Such a power left one feeling extraordinarily fatigued after each use. Phew, Little Red Riding Hood. I'm heading off to sleep now, Rocco mumbled, preparing to leap onto the bed. Wait, Little Red Riding Hood suddenly called out to him. What is the matter? Rocco paused, looking at her with curiosity. At that moment, Little Red Riding Hood pinched her nose and spoke with a hint of disdain. You're filthy all over. Shouldn't you hurry and take a bath? I don't want my bed to be sullied by you. Upon hearing this, Rocco chuckled awkwardly. He took a whiff of his own scent and indeed found it slightly sour. Although he had washed in the creek the previous night, the conditions had been far from ideal, leaving him less than clean. All right, I'll go wash up. By the way, miss, would you care to join me? Rocco said with feigned seriousness as he glanced at Little Red Riding Hood. At his words, her face flushed crimson. Humph, you rogue. Seeing Little Red Riding Hood's adorably flustered expression, Rocco couldn't help but chuckle. Teasing such a girl was genuinely delightful. He then turned away and swaggered into the bathing area. In the living room, Little Red Riding Hood covered her face with her hands, feeling a rush of warmth that was unmistakably conveyed through her palms. This person was truly insufferable. Yet, despite voicing her annoyance, she found it impossible to genuinely resent that figure. I suppose I should start cooking, she said, turning towards the kitchen, where the sound of clanging pots soon echoed. After his bath, Rocco instinctively reached for the door, only to realize, after a lengthy search, that he had no change of clothes. Oh no, I forgot that I have no fresh clothes. Panic struck him as he stood frozen in place. After a brief moment, he suddenly recalled that Little Red Riding Hood must have some spare clothing. After all, her parents had passed away, and their garments were still preserved. With this thought in mind, Rocco stealthily exited the bathroom and made his way to the bedroom. In the living room, he indeed saw no sign of Little Red Riding Hood, which emboldened him to venture out in his bare state. While in the bath, he had heard sounds emanating from the kitchen. Best to hurry, lest he be discovered. Soon, Rocco began to rummage through the bedroom. His initial target was the wardrobe. Upon opening it, he was taken aback by the sight within. Hanging on the shelves were delicate pieces of feminine attire, little dresses, dainty undergarments, and more. To Rocco's surprise, he estimated that the size of the undergarments was a full D cup. Goodness, what has this little girl been consuming to grow so large? After pondering for a moment, Rocco hastily closed the upper section of the wardrobe. After all, he considered himself a man of virtue. Such impropriety was beneath him. He then opened the lower section of the wardrobe and, indeed, found several pieces of men's clothing. The styles appeared somewhat outdated, yet they were neatly folded and impeccably clean, indicating that Little Red Riding Hood frequently took the time to wash them. What a dutiful girl she is, Rocco mused, as he picked up 2 garments from the selection. He promptly donned them. Standing before the mirror, he smiled slightly at his antiquated appearance. Though old-fashioned, the clothes were intact and clean enough to wear. After a final look in the mirror, he approached the wardrobe to close it. However, at that moment, he unexpectedly discovered a round object nestled inside. Curiosity piqued. Rocco reached out to grasp it. What are you doing? A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Little Red Riding Hood stood at the edge of the bedroom, her eyes wide with urgency. But it was too late. Rocco had already picked up the object. Only then realizing what it was, a toy that nearly 70 of girls would use, while the remaining 30 would stubbornly refuse to admit it. At that moment, Rocco held the toy, and Little Red Riding Hood stood in the doorway, witnessing the scene unfold. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the room. After a pause, Rocco awkwardly chuckled. Ahem. Little Red Riding Hood, I assure you it was an accident. Do you believe me? Little Red Riding Hood remained silent. The tension persisted, but in an instant, she had rushed to Rocco's side and snatched the toy from his hands. With a swift motion, she exerted her strength and crushed it. Clang. The sound echoed as it landed in the trash can. Little Red Riding Hood, let me explain. Rocco desperately sought to clarify, but she merely smiled, pushing him out of the room while swiftly closing the wardrobe. Upon completing these tasks, Little Red Riding Hood let out a slight sigh of relief before turning her gaze towards Rocco. Well, the meal is ready. Come and eat. The dining table was adorned with an exquisite array of 4 dishes and a soup, each emanating an enticing aroma. However, at that moment, neither of the 2 diners made an effort to partake in the meal. Ahem, these dishes certainly smell delightful, Rocco remarked, pointing to one of the dishes in an attempt to spark a conversation. He felt exceedingly awkward. Had there been a hole in the ground, he would have wished to hide within it. If it smells good, you should indulge a bit more, Little Red Riding Hood replied with a gentle smile. This pork rib is delicious. You must try it, Rocco urged. You should eat more, she responded. This soup is quite good as well. Let me serve you some. Rocco insisted. Do drink more, she encouraged. Finally, Rocco could bear it no longer and exclaimed loudly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Feel free to scold me if you wish. Following his outburst, he entered a torturous state of waiting. After a while, Little Red Riding Hood burst into a fit of giggles. All right, let us leave it at that. No more talking about it from now on. Okay. Chapter 53. A romantic encounter in the Hunter's Alliance. This meal was undoubtedly the most excruciating one for Loco, although Little Red Riding Hood had already promised to forgive him. The lingering effects of the misunderstanding left him unable to eat more than a few bites, thus wasting a splendid feast. After the meal, a sudden warmth emanated from Loco's embrace. Sensing the shift, he retrieved a stone from his bosom. At that moment, a small red dot flickered upon the stone's surface. It was a communication stone, given to him by Rain when they parted ways at the Black Wolf Denver. Its purpose was to notify Loco upon the acquisition of his certification. To his surprise, the message had arrived sooner than expected. Noble Sir Loco, congratulations on officially becoming a professional hunter. Please come to the Hunter's Alliance within 3 days to collect your certification. The message concluded with a grand signature, Hunter's Alliance. Ah, the efficiency is rather impressive. They promised it would be ready by tomorrow at the latest, yet here it is today. This surpasses the efficiency of those institutions in America by a considerable margin. Little Red Riding Hood, I shall visit the Hunter's Alliance. Loco called out to the kitchen before departing. After all, he was temporarily residing in her home, and it was only courteous to inform her. All right, return swiftly. By the way, could you bring me a candied hawthorn on your way back? I suddenly have a craving. Upon hearing this, Loco readily agreed. No problem. Is there a reward awaiting me upon my return? Little Red Riding Hood replied with a playful huff. Then I shan't eat it. Loco chuckled. Come now. I was merely jesting. Do not worry. With that, Loco left, a satisfied expression gracing his face. After his departure, Little Red Riding Hood stepped out of the kitchen, gazing dreamily at his retreating figure. Her cheeks flushed. She shyly murmured, when you return, I shall have a surprise for you. With that, her face turned a deeper shade of red, and she hurried back into the house. Moments after Little Red Riding Hood's exit, a subtle movement stirred in a previously quiet corner. The Hunter's Alliance. This marked Loco's second visit to this place. His last visit was to participate in an assessment, and this time he had come directly to collect his hunter certification. Upon entering through the grand doors, the Hunter's Alliance buzzed with activity as usual. The entry-level assessment area was still crowded with a throng of people, while the novice assessment point was slightly less populated. As for the professional assessment area, it was entirely deserted, with not even the staff in sight. Ah, it seems they have yet to return. Where am I to go for my certification? Let me take a look. Loco then pulled out the communication stone, which contained information about whom he should seek. Supervisor Amanda. So I am to find her, Loco muttered as he began his search within the Alliance's grand hall. Despite the spaciousness of the hall, it was merely equipped with 4 simple windows. Aside from the 3 assessment points, there remained only one other area, the the purpose of which was unclear. Well, I suppose I shall inquire. In front of the consultation window, Amanda languidly crossed her long legs, observing the individuals in the hall with a hint of boredom. This was her usual pastime during moments of ennui. Although it was designated as a consultation area, she was not responsible for any inquiries. As the supervisor, her daily tasks consisted of lingering here and wandering there. When approached with questions, she adeptly redirected them to her subordinates. After all, her position afforded her such privileges. At this moment, Amanda's gaze was fixed upon a young man in the center of the hall. He stood tall, approximately 6'3", adorned in an outfit that appeared to be a relic from over a decade ago. Yet, he exuded no sense of embarrassment. His sharp eye seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly, it appeared he was approaching her. In an instant, Amanda felt a surge of anxiety, caught between sitting and standing. However, she quickly remembered her status as the supervisor, the apex of this hunter alliance. The security that came with her role restored her confidence, and she awaited the young man's arrival with quiet anticipation. "Hello, I'm looking for Supervisor Amanda. Do you know where she might be?" At that moment, Rocco stood at the consultation window, addressing the individual who appeared to be a staff member. Yet, was this person truly a staff member? During work hours, she was brazenly lounging with her legs crossed, even resting them atop the desk. Nevertheless, one could not deny the elegance of her long legs, fair, straight, and lengthy. They were notably more exposed than the pair belonging to Little Red Riding Hood, which he had glimpsed only once. Moreover, her attire was audaciously revealing. She wore a crisp white blouse, which ideally should have been fastened completely, yet she had deliberately left the top 2 buttons undone, allowing a glimpse of her alluring cleavage. The deep neckline showcased a pronounced décolletage. Below, she sported shorts that barely reached her hips, her slender, straight legs draped lazily over the desk, creating a striking tableau. "Hey, are you done staring?" Just as Rocco leaned in for a closer look, she spoke up. Hearing her words, Rocco wiped his mouth, smiling as he replied, "In this quaint town of Sitter, such beauty is a rarity. Thus, it would be a shame not to take a few moments to admire it." With that, he gazed intently at the woman before him, his eyes neither lecherous nor crude, but rather appreciative, as if he were beholding a magnificent landscape. Amanda chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Typically, she encountered many bold men, yet they were often either lustful without the courage to act or lecherous older men. Today's young man, however, proved to be quite intriguing. With a silver tongue, isn't it said to seek the supervisor Amanda? Yet, upon encountering a beauty, how does one forget the matter at hand? Amanda cast a glance at Rocco, silently reflecting. Although she is indeed Amanda herself, the identity of her supervisory role is not one to be divulged lightly. Moreover, the thrill of wielding control in such a situation is rather intriguing, is it not? Huh. The beauty jested. In comparison to my own matters, would it not be more delightful to engage in pleasant conversation with you, my lovely miss? With this thought, Rocco stepped closer to the window once more. At this moment, he was separated from Amanda by merely a wall. This proximity exceeded the comfort zone she typically maintained against the odious men who encroached upon her space. Under normal circumstances, she would unhesitatingly kick the intruder away. Yet at present, such a notion eluded her. "Huh, with that silver tongue of yours. However, I must admit, I am intrigued. Let us find a place where you may elaborate further." Chapter 54, The Professional Hunter, Reward from the Hunter Alliance, Private Chamber. Opulent and extravagant. The entire room was constructed from exquisite stone, with a soft golden silk carpet adorning the floor, and the ceiling embedded with precious pink gemstones. Dim lighting illuminated the space, making the golden decoration shimmer radiantly. At the center, a grand bed echoed with enchanting sounds that persisted for several hours, accompanied by the creaking of the bed. Ultimately, the encounter concluded with a piercing scream from the woman. Exhaling softly, Rocco lay back on the bed, catching his breath. Beside him, the woman reclined languidly like a kitten, her bare form stirring a ripple of emotions within him. He had not anticipated encountering such exquisite beauty in this fairy tale realm. If his speculation about her identity was correct, she was undoubtedly Amanda, the supervisor he had been seeking. At that moment, Amanda was blissfully asleep, having experienced the longest and most exhilarating encounter of her life. In the past, she had met many handsome young men, yet none had possessed the vigor she craved, leaving her wanting more. However, this young man not only captivated her with his looks, but also possessed remarkable prowess that had sent her to the brink of ecstasy. "Amanda, wake up." Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name and instinctively responded. However, she quickly realized that there were only 2 individuals in the room, and the one who could call her by name was none other than him. "You know my name?" Amanda awoke, gazing curiously at the young man before her. "Yes, Supervisor Amanda," Rocco replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Amanda rolled to the side, swiftly wrapping herself in the blanket, feeling a sudden sense of vulnerability. She had assumed he was unaware of her identity, relishing in the feeling of control. Yet now, it seemed he was fully aware. "Who are you? And how do you know my identity?" Amanda asked, maintaining a vigilant stance, one hand clutching the blanket while the other stealthily reached under the bed. Rocco noticed her subtle movements but chose not to intervene, for he had no intention of threatening her. My name is Rocco. If you recall, I am the professional hunter mentioned by Rain. Rocco, the professional hunter. At that moment, Amanda's memory returned. Indeed, Rain had informed her of Rocco's existence. The certification for a professional hunter was exceedingly complex, requiring the completion of 3 arduous tasks, followed by her approval for successful certification. Her presence in the Hunter Alliance's hall today was to await the arrival of the young man destined to become a professional hunter. Is it truly you? At this moment, Amanda was filled with astonishment. She had anticipated the other party's youth, yet she had not expected them to be so remarkably young. Moreover, in this ambiguous situation, she had shared a night with them. How embarrassing. However, despite not revealing her identity, how had the other person deduced that she was the supervisor, Amanda? A person lounging with their legs crossed during work hours, seemingly devoid of any industrious demeanor, is hardly inconspicuous. Furthermore, their familiarity with the Hunter Alliance's architecture and their ability to effortlessly enter this opulent residence speaks volumes. Clearly, only someone of Amanda's standing could accomplish such feats. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Amanda's confusion began to dissipate, only to be replaced by a deeper sense of astonishment. This young individual had attained the status of a professional-grade hunter at such a tender age, a rarity in the entire nation. Their logical reasoning and calm demeanor in the face of adversity surpassed even her own. Such a person is undoubtedly dangerous. Yet, paradoxically, they also exude a sense of safety. The danger lies in their formidable strength. There may be nothing they cannot achieve in this country. Conversely, the safety stems from their apparent lack of malice towards the Hunter Alliance. As long as this holds true, it suffices. As the supervisor of the Hunter Alliance, Amanda naturally considers matters from the perspective of the Alliance's interests. Now can our beautiful supervisor Amanda bestow upon me the certification of a professional-grade hunter? Rocco gazed at Amanda, fully aware of the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, whether she sought to recruit him, remain cautious, or even eliminate him outright. Regardless of her intentions, Rocco felt no concern. This confidence emanated from his own formidable strength. In this world, the pinnacle of combat prowess is often referred to as the master level. Though Rocco remained uncertain of the true extent of such power, nevertheless, based on his current estimations, he believed his strength was on par with that echelon. Thus, he harbored no fear of anyone or any organization in this world. The certification of a professional grade, that will depend on whether you still possess the strength. At this point, Amanda deliberately traced her hand across her chest, pausing to rest her gaze upon Rocco's face. Witnessing such an enticing display, Rocco understood her implication. Truly, as a mature woman, her desires were rather pronounced. However, since she appeared unperturbed by the potential cost, why should he decline? With this thought in mind, Rocco seized her clothing and gently pressed Amanda beneath him, showering her with affection once more. Later that evening, on his way home, Rocco found himself gazing at a golden plaque in his hand, lost in thought. This was the certification awarded by the Hunter Alliance following his recognition as a professional-grade hunter. However, despite its significance, the Alliance maintained thorough records, ensuring that one would not be dismissed as a professional-grade hunter simply for misplacing the plaque. After all, while the plaque could be lost, one's strength would remain unchanged. In addition to the 2-kilogram plaque, Rocco had also reaped various other benefits. For instance, the Hunter Alliance is willing to provide Rocco with a villa estate in any city above the level of a town across the nation. As for the residence, Rocco finds little necessity for it, given his transient nature. After all, what purpose does such a grand house serve if he does not intend to stay long? Nevertheless, having it is still a benefit. In addition to the property, Rocco would also receive the unwavering support of the Hunter Alliance, encompassing financial assistance, political backing, business opportunities, and even matrimonial support. Naturally, the condition for this exchange is that when the Hunter Alliance faces an invincible enemy, he must step forth to aid them. Such terms were not something Rocco would decline. Who knows how long he would remain here, and the Hunter Alliance, having stood resilient for so long in this nation, is unlikely to suffer a significant blow easily. Therefore, this transaction is undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, he would have the liberty to utilize special stones within the Hunter Alliance, such as the Stone of Concealment and the Stone of Messaging, which possess unique capabilities. This aspect particularly pleases Rocco. Lastly, he would be able to bypass the preliminary selection rounds for hunters and advance directly to the final competition. This certainly alleviates many of his concerns, as competing one by one would be an utter waste of time. It is time to return. He must not worry Little Red Riding Hood at such a late hour. Chapter 55, Little Red Riding Hood is in trouble. As Rocco turned the final corner, the familiar house came into view, yet the sight before him rendered him speechless. The brick walls bore a gaping hole, and beside it, the wooden doorframe lay shattered, with bricks and tiles strewn across the ground. Dust lingered in the air, and the house stood precariously amidst the haze. What had transpired here? A flicker of confusion crossed Rocco's eyes, but soon a thought struck him. Little Red Riding Hood! Rocco shouted, plunging recklessly into the swirling smoke. Though he was unaware of the events that had unfolded, he knew that Little Red Riding Hood must not be in peril. Where could she be? Rocco's voice echoed as he sifted through the debris. Yet, despite the limited confines of the house, he could find no trace of her. Where is she? Even in death. There should be a body. With a final effort, Rocco overturned the last brick, shouting in frustration. How could someone he had known for so long simply vanish without a trace? Damn it, who could be responsible for this? His composure shattered, Rocco's desperation surged. The bond he shared with Little Red Riding Hood was profound, and in the face of such calamity, who could maintain their composure? After a moment of frantic breathing, Rocco compelled himself to regain his calm. Whatever had occurred was already in the past. If he could not find her body, it indicated she was still alive. With his current abilities, perhaps he could uncover her whereabouts. Resolving himself, Rocco closed his eyes, invoking the power of the sacred dream seed. In the next instant, amidst the enveloping darkness, traces of a struggle materialized. These impressions intertwined, forming a simple image. Within this vision, Little Red Riding Hood was tidying up the room when a sudden, immense force obliterated the wall. From the smoke emerged a man clad in black, lunging towards her. Realizing the danger, Little Red Riding Hood fought desperately to defend herself, but her novice hunter's strength was as fragile as paper, leaving her utterly defenseless. In an instant, she collapsed into the arms of the black-clad figure, who then embraced her and vanished into the unknown. As the vision faded, Rocco slowly opened his eyes, the exertion of manipulating the sacred dream seed leaving him slightly pale. Yet, he paid no heed to his condition. The image of the black-clad man was indelibly etched in his mind. Regardless of the man's motives, Rocco vowed to track him down. Acknowledging the limitations of his solitary strength, he quickly considered the Hunter's alliance. With his current standing, he could mobilize certain resources within the alliance. Upon this reflection, Rocco retrieved the communication stone and conveyed a message within. After last night's events, he set the stone down, his gaze turning cold and detached. Were it not for his involvement, perhaps Little Red Riding Hood would have never encountered such peril. Had he not lingered so long at the Hunter's alliance, the assailants might not have dared to audaciously abduct her in such a manner. It is my fault, all my fault. At this moment, Rocco's heart was engulfed in infinite regret. Suddenly, amidst the ruins, Rocco's eyes fell upon an object. He approached and gently picked it up. It was the longbow. The very one that Little Red Riding Hood had once spoken of, the bow that no one could wield. Amidst the wreckage of collapsed structures, many items lay destroyed. Yet this bow remained remarkably intact. His mother had once said that if he ever saw someone capable of drawing it, he should allow them to take it. Now, if you can draw it, then it rightfully belongs to you. Alas, since you do not wish for it, perhaps you and I are indeed incompatible. The memories of the past flooded back as Little Red Riding Hood's words seemed to echo before him. At that time, he had refrained from taking the bow, disliking its use. Yet now, the bow had not been claimed by that cloaked figure, lying instead in solitude beneath the debris. If left unclaimed, it might be buried along with the ruins. Is this fate? The last time I drew you, I did not take you. Now, I am compelled to claim you in this manner. Rocco murmured, gripping the bow tightly in his palm. Regardless, this was a cherished possession of Little Red Riding Hood, a legacy from her parents. Therefore, he would safeguard it until he could present it to her as a gift upon their reunion. Suddenly, the air around the ruins was pierced by the sound of whistling projectiles. Figures clad in peculiar attire emerged atop the surrounding rooftops. At that moment, a lithe woman appeared before Rocco as if she had materialized from thin air. Instantly, he sensed an ominous atmosphere enveloping him, laden with the essence of slaughter and death. Who are you? Rocco inquired, feeling the encroaching presence of the crowd. A powerful force emanated from him, stirring the dust on the ground. Tension hung thick in the air, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. Cough, cough, it is I, Rocco. The woman at the forefront, shrouded in smoke, suddenly spoke. At her words, Rocco paused in surprise. He recognized that voice. It belonged to Amanda, whom he had encountered just that day. It was precisely because of the time spent with her that he had missed Little Red Riding Hood and allowed her to be abducted. Amanda, do you know who is responsible for this? He asked urgently. I do not know, Amanda replied, shaking her head. She had rushed to this location only after receiving news from the communication stone. The message stone merely alluded to the turmoil that had erupted here, and it was suspected that Little Red Riding Hood had been abducted by a figure clad in black. Beyond this, she possessed no further knowledge. Do not know, is it? Rocco murmured, standing in a daze. However, perhaps I can locate that person through the eyes of our Hunter Alliance. Amanda interjected, and then proceeded to convey something to her subordinates nearby. Upon receiving their orders, the subordinates promptly sprang into action, conducting an investigation of the scene. Meanwhile, Rocco stood quietly, contemplating the identity of the one who had taken Little Red Riding Hood. As far as he understood, Little Red Riding Hood had not offended anyone, and her relations with the neighbors were generally harmonious. Thus, he could eliminate those familiar faces from his inquiries. Consequently, he was left devoid of further clues. His knowledge of Little Red Riding Hood was limited to these facts. Her parents were deceased, and her grandmother had vanished. Wait, her grandmother. Suddenly, Rocco recalled Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. In the original fairy tale, this character held significant importance. Little Red Riding Hood, carrying a basket of treats, ventured into the forest to visit her grandmother, who lived alone. However, upon opening the door, she discovered that her grandmother had already been devoured by the big bad wolf. Just as the wolf intended to consume Little Red Riding Hood, a hunter appeared and killed the wolf on the spot, rescuing her. That was the traditional tale of Little Red Riding Hood. Yet, upon arriving in this world, the narrative had deviated from its original course. Chapter 56, A Forgotten Document Before the Ruins. Amanda's team was conducting an investigation, while Rocco stood to one side, lost in thought. Since his arrival in this world, the original tale had undergone certain alterations. Orphaned, the once happy Little Red Riding Hood found herself alone in this realm. The forest harbored no grandmother, and thus, there were no scenes of delivering treats to her. Furthermore, the hunter who rescued Little Red Riding Hood from the clutches of the big bad wolf never materialized. Could all these changes be somehow linked to Little Red Riding Hood's abduction? The false persona, the longbow, the vanished grandmother, the kidnapped Little Red Riding Hood. Everything before Rocco left him feeling bewildered. To be candid, he loathed this sensation of being out of control. Rocco, there is a document I need to share with you. At that moment, Amanda's voice broke through his reverie. Rocco turned to see Amanda holding a parchment envelope in her hand. What is this? Rocco inquired, regarding the scroll with curiosity. The envelope appeared somewhat antiquated, its yellowed paper bearing witness to the passage of time. Nevertheless, its exterior remained impeccably preserved, as if signaling to Rocco that within lay something of considerable importance. This is a long-sealed document from the Hunters Guild of Sittertown, Amanda explained. It has been carefully stored in the guild for a century, containing information about a female hunter. Upon hearing this, Rocco remained perplexed, feeling that this information bore no connection to Little Red Riding Hood's plight. Sensing Rocco's confusion, Amanda slowly unfurled the envelope and handed it to him. Read while I narrate, she murmured, beginning her tale. Yet, Rocco's attention was already captivated by the contents of the envelope. It narrated a story of a fallen genius. A century ago, an extraordinarily gifted hunter emerged in Sittertown, becoming a novice at the tender age of 10 and advancing to the rank of apprentice hunter within a mere 2 years. It is noteworthy that most hunters at that age are still mere children, mentally immature. In another 2 years, she reached the pinnacle of the apprentice level, joining the ranks of the elite. Rhine and Chabot currently occupy this tier. At this juncture, this prodigious hunter had garnered the utmost attention in Sittertown. Even the higher echelons of the Hunters Guild were eager to recruit her. Another year passed, and she became a member of the guild. However, thereafter, her talents seemed to be retracted as she stalled in her progress. Yet, this stagnation was not unusual, for the chasm between apprentice and professional levels is a formidable one. Even a genius may find it insurmountable. In the ensuing 2 decades, this hunter married and bore children, leading a life of serene happiness. They welcomed a daughter into their lives, who, it seemed, had inherited the hunter's innate talent, manifesting remarkable prowess in archery at such a tender age. Henceforth, the hunter's life flourished even more splendidly. On the day his daughter reached adulthood, the hunter's aura surged dramatically, and merely 5 days later, he ascended to the rank of a professional hunter. That day, the entire town of Sitter was astounded. However, after the hunter achieved this esteemed status, she mysteriously vanished, as if she had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace in Sitter. The grand house she once inhabited collapsed without warning at an unknown time. Gradually, the hunter's daughter also faded from sight until one fateful day when a couple appeared in Sitter. They were accompanied by a little girl with golden hair and settled in the town. Yet, fate proved unkind. This blissful couple suddenly succumbed to illness, leaving the little girl to navigate life alone amidst hardship. At this juncture, the contents of the envelope concluded. Loco's heart was filled with shock. As anticipated, the hunter in the tale was indeed Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother, while the couple must have been her parents. Their family, starting with the grandmother, exhibited extraordinary talent, with the grandmother achieving the rank of a professional hunter. Under normal circumstances, a hunter at such a level would possess formidable strength, impervious to ordinary threats. Moreover, such an individual would be fiercely protected by the hunter's alliance, preventing any harm from befalling her. Yet now, this professional hunter had vanished without a trace. Following this, her daughter married, only for the couple to meet with a mysterious demise. Now, in Little Red Riding Hood's generation, she had been abducted by a cloaked figure. Each of these events reeked of conspiracy. After finishing, Amanda approached Loco, inquiring if he had any insights. Loco shook his head, equally perplexed. Regarding Little Red Riding Hood, he realized he felt strangely unfamiliar with her. He had anticipated that the protagonist of a fairy tale would lead a peculiar life. Yet he had not expected it to be so bizarre. This was entirely beyond Loco's control. That cloaked figure, do you have any records? Loco exhaled slowly, gazing at Amanda. Based on his current knowledge, the only lead was the shadowy figure that had appeared in the footage, the one who had stormed in and abducted Little Red Riding Hood. Thus, if he could uncover the identity of this individual, it might illuminate the events that had transpired. As Amanda began to respond regarding the cloaked figure, she suddenly paused, casting a glance at Loco. In that moment, Loco discerned her thoughts. Promptly, he summoned the power of the Holy Dream Seed, ensnaring all the attendants around them into a deep slumber. Now you may speak, Loco stated, beads of sweat visibly trickling down his forehead after executing this task. Upon witnessing this scene, Amanda expressed her concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. I can speak now, came the reply. Subsequently, under Rocco's eager anticipation, Amanda slowly articulated her thoughts. I suspect it was someone from our Hunters Alliance who did this. At this revelation, Rocco displayed little reaction, instead gesturing for Amanda to continue. What? Do you not question my judgment? Perhaps I am overthinking this? At that moment, Amanda's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Logically, one would expect anyone to question such a statement regarding an organization that symbolizes justice. Yet, the young man before her appeared utterly indifferent, as if he had foreseen this occurrence. What is there to question? Such shades of gray exist within any organization, Rocco retorted. Upon hearing this, Amanda nodded in agreement. Indeed, the nation's largest organization, while ostensibly representing justice, peace, and hope, inevitably harbors darkness beneath its facade. This is particularly evident in certain factions. Chapter 57. The complicated situation in Sittertown. Whom do you suppose could be responsible within the Hunter Alliance? Is it possible that someone from Sittertown is involved? Rocco expressed his concerns before the ruins. Given the unsettling developments within the Hunter Alliance, it stands to reason that their influence may extend to various branches across the nation. Although their intentions remain unclear, it appears they are abducting those who exhibit talent from a young age through various means. Should they fail to capture their targets, they resort to other, more sinister methods to eliminate them. From Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother to her parents, and now herself. It seems they have all fallen prey to this malevolent grasp. Recently, Rocco feared that someone from the Sittertown Hunter Alliance could be implicated. After all, proximity breeds suspicion, especially with the example of Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. Indeed, you make a valid point. There might very well be individuals engaging in such covert actions within Sittertown. Here is the plan, Rocco. Give me a few days, and before the hunter competition commences, I shall provide you with an answer. With that, before Rocco could respond, Amanda swiftly organized her team, vanishing into the shadows as discreetly as she had arrived. Rocco exhaled a breath of exasperation. Having just unleashed the power of the sacred dream seed, he discerned no peculiarities among Amanda and her entourage. Everything appeared secure. It seemed these individuals were Amanda's trusted allies, untouched by the malign influence of the cloaked figures. Redirecting his gaze, Rocco surveyed the ruins before him. Just days prior, a house had stood here, though dilapidated. It offered shelter from the elements. Most importantly, within its walls resided a girl who prepared meals for him. Now, however, all that remained was a haunting emptiness. Cloaked once, I shall seek your trace in the days leading up to the hunter competition. With that, Rocco vanished like a wraith from the spot. The grim tidings of Little Red Riding Hood's abduction weighed heavily upon him, and he possessed no knowledge of the dark figure's whereabouts. Yet, there was a silver lining. Rocco now concealed himself in the shadows. Some mysteries elude discovery on the surface, but when one delves into the darkness and observes closely, peculiarities often reveal themselves. In the ensuing days, as the hunter competition approached, Sittertown welcomed an influx of visitors. Some were hunters from nearby villages eager to participate, while others sought to capitalize on the occasion by conducting small businesses. After all, where there are people, there is a market, and these arriving hunters would require numerous supplies. Amidst this bustling atmosphere, the inspection efforts of the Sittertown Hunter Alliance escalated to the highest level. Every incoming outsider was subjected to identity verification, while those attempting to leave faced stringent restrictions. Under the rigorous scrutiny, the town of Zeitz swiftly regained its order, while those engaged in illicit activities were promptly apprehended. However, the figure clad in black seemed to have vanished without a trace. Inside the tavern, Amanda reclined, her exquisite legs crossed, lazily observing the patrons entering through the door. In recent days, the intensity of her work had surged dramatically due to the upcoming hunters' competition, leaving no room for the leisurely demeanor she once enjoyed. To alleviate the mounting pressure, Amanda found solace in a drink each day at the tavern. The intoxicating effects of alcohol effortlessly ushered her into a state of pleasant inebriation. a sensation she cherished. Yet, there were always outsiders who misread the situation, occasionally approaching her with unwelcome advances. Just moments ago, Amanda had swiftly dealt with an old rogue attempting to take liberties with her, breaking his arm in the process. Now, the men in the tavern regarded this thorny rose with a respectful distance. At that moment, as Amanda gazed toward the entrance, her eyes lit up. She rose abruptly, stretching languidly, her alluring figure fully revealed. This action naturally captivated the attention of many men around her, though Amanda was disinterested in their gazes. Grasping a wine glass, she sauntered leisurely toward a corner. There sat a man, dressed in tattered clothing, appearing rather unkempt. Witnessing Amanda approach him, the men present exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude. In sight, the presence of vagrants was strictly prohibited, and this man's ragged appearance clearly marked him as one fallen to such a state. It was certain that Amanda would issue a stern reprimand, possibly even expelling him from sight. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Amanda settled beside the so-called vagrant, her elegant legs resting nonchalantly upon his. How could this be? The man undeniably bore the semblance of a homeless person. Had Amanda's taste shifted to favor such a disheveled style? Whispers rippled through the tavern as many turned their curious eyes toward the scene. However, Amanda paid no heed to their judgments, for the disheveled individual before her was not a vagrant at all. It was Rocco, who had concealed himself for days and had finally emerged. Amanda's legs draped over him, her eyes shimmering with a seductive allure. Rocco, having been in a deep slumber, suddenly awakened as if from a long dream. He regarded the woman before him, his gaze as clear as gemstones. "Have you discovered anything regarding that matter?" Rocco inquired, choosing to sip his drink rather than engage in small talk. Noticing his indifference, Amanda leaned in closer, their bodies now intimately connected in an unspoken bond. Nevertheless, Rocco maintained a stoic demeanor, showing little reaction to Amanda's flirtatious gestures. How tedious. Observing this, Amanda felt a wave of disheartenment wash over her, retracting her elegantly long legs with a swift motion. However, recalling Rocco's inquiry, she spoke again. Still, there was no news. Within the confines of our town of Sita, nothing peculiar had been uncovered. Yet, the more flawless the Fade appeared, the more I sensed an underlying darkness lurking everywhere. Amanda sighed, acknowledging that despite her prominent position within the Sita Hunters Alliance, she felt an acute frustration in her inability to grasp the unknown. She had once believed that the Hunters Alliance she led was united in purpose, yet now, disappointment clouded her heart. At that moment, Rocco poured more wine into Amanda's glass, and, gazing at the dejected woman before him, he spoke with unwavering conviction. "Do not fret. On the day of the Hunters' competition, he will surely reveal his true colors." Chapter 58. The Emergence of the False Alliance. The Hunters' tournament officially begins. After departing from the tavern, Rocco gradually made his way into a secluded area. His conversation with Amanda had not been devoid of insight. Firstly, he was now entirely convinced that there existed a degree of elitism within the town of Sitter. Otherwise, given the current vigilance of Sitter's patrols, how could a living person so effortlessly escape the city? Secondly, Rocco was certain that Amanda was under surveillance. He had sensed it the moment he entered the tavern. Thanks to Amanda, he too had become an object of scrutiny. Thus, his immediate objective was to unearth the individual responsible. As he turned a corner, Raynor was momentarily taken aback by the sudden disappearance of a figure. In recent days, he and many others in Sitter had remained on high alert, and that ridiculous Amanda, indeed, had failed to notice them. In fact, she had been observed by their people. Today, while surveilling Amanda, Raynor had witnessed her in intimate proximity to a vagabond. Fueled by indignation, he had decided to follow. Damn it, that wretched woman. Too enamored with a drifter to heed my advances. Once this hunter's tournament concludes, I shall ensure she experiences my affections most intensely. The thought of Amanda's exquisite form writhing beneath him ignited a malicious delight within Raynor. However, as he indulged in such fantasies and let his guard down, the streets around him began to transform ominously. Houses were upended, and the very roads twisted beneath him, burying him in the earth, rendering him immobile. What is this? Raynor seethed, unleashing his strength to shatter the soil and leap into the air. Upon witnessing the inverted structures before him, he swung his fist with ferocity. Yet, the force rebounded upon him, crashing down with devastating effect. In an instant, Raynor collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. Though his novice strength had reached 99, he remained far from the prowess of a professional hunter, yet was perilously close to 1,000 kilograms of might. Such power was beyond the capacity of his ordinary physique to withstand. Cursing vehemently, Raynor shakily rose from the ground, only to be confronted by a multitude of disheveled corpses. Each figure bore the marks of a gruesome demise. Some were missing limbs, others half a face, their flesh a chaotic mess. Each corpse extended its hand, clawing towards Raynor. Witnessing this horrifying scene, he struck out once more. Yet these undead seemed to possess an uncanny resilience. reconstituting themselves moments after being shattered. Damn it, you've already died. Remain in hell where you belong. Raynor roared in fury, relentlessly continuing his assaults until, ultimately, he succumbed, overwhelmed by the relentless tide of the dead. In the shadows, Rocco observed the crumpled form of Raynor sprawled upon the ground. The recent illusion was a manifestation he imposed upon his adversary. Although it inflicted no physical harm on Raymond, his psyche was left in utter disarray. Fortunately, Rocco unearthed the desired information from Raymond's memories. The term false alliance was how these individuals referred to their organization. They concealed themselves within the Hunter Alliance, each driven by personal motives, employing any means necessary, be it wealth, power, or status. As long as they executed the directives issued by their superiors, they would attain their coveted rewards. According to Rocco's investigations, the actions of the false alliance invariably targeted those youths who exhibited latent talents from an early age. Towns such as Longguan, Windmill, and Zeit. Their presence was felt in nearly every corner of the nation. However, Rocco found no leads on what transpired after these prodigies were apprehended, as Raymond's memories yielded no revelations. Was it due to his lowly status, rendering him oblivious to the higher-ups' decisions? Rocco murmured, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. What he had anticipated to be a significant catch turned out to be a mere pawn. Nevertheless, Rocco was not overly concerned. Within Raymond's memories, he had also glimpsed another individual who might possess more knowledge. With this thought, Rocco's figure abruptly vanished from the scene, leaving behind a thoroughly disoriented Raymond. The sacred dream seed could conjure illusions for the target, and once these illusions dissipated, Rocco had the option to inflict mental harm. Evidently, he had opted for the latter in this instance. As the preparations in Zeit Town reached a fever pitch, the Hunter competition finally commenced on this day. In the heart of Zeit Town, where the Hunter Alliance is located, the sun shone brightly, unmarred by clouds. Under such splendid weather, the Hunter competition unfolded with fervor. Countless individuals congregated in various venues of the Hunter Alliance, some making their own preparations, others accompanying friends, while many simply reveled in the spectacle. After all, events of this magnitude are a rarity. The Hunter competition, renowned as the most prestigious contest nationwide, held the promise of transforming lives, not merely for the champion, but even for those who secured respectable placements, providing a pathway to ascendancy. The notions of class elevation, sudden wealth, and marrying into affluence could all find fruition here. Consequently, the competition for the Hunter competition was exceedingly fierce across the nation. To say it was akin to a multitude of warriors traversing a narrow bridge would not be an exaggeration. At this moment, the Hunter competition in Zeit Town was unfolding amidst this tumultuous tide. As a professional-grade hunter, Rocco was exempt from participating in such a low-tier selection. His rank was far too elevated, and it was entirely unnecessary. The number of professional-grade hunters in the entire country could be counted on one hand, let alone within a single town. It was merely by fortune that Zeit Town boasted a professional-grade hunter like Rocco, as otherwise, it would scarcely make a mark in the final national finals. In the stands, Rocco concealed his form amidst the throngs of people. The more raucous the atmosphere became, the easier it was for one's tale to be revealed. Thus, Rocco would not let this fortuitous opportunity slip away. At the heart of the stands resided the leaders of the Hunter Alliance, affording them a panoramic view of the happenings within the various venues. Whether it was the athletes' moments of glory or instances of cheating, everything was laid bare before their eyes. Consequently, the Hunter Alliance could be deemed the most impartial competition in the entire nation. At this moment, Amanda was fixated on the arena, searching for Rocco's silhouette. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged from her left. Amanda, it is said that a professional-grade hunter has appeared in West Town a few days ago. Why is he not present here? Upon hearing this voice, Amanda turned her gaze to the left, where a middle-aged man with a beaming smile was seated. Abby, although I am the supervisor, I have not curtailed anyone's right to freedom, have I? Chapter 59, The Conspiracy Unveiled. Farewell, Little Red Riding Hood. Before him stood the individual who ranked second only to Amanda within the Hunter Alliance of Citter Town. When Amanda first descended upon Citter Town, the greatest obstacle she faced was none other than Abby. Abby had diligently cultivated his position over the years, ascending to the pinnacle of the Hunter Alliance in Citter Town, mere steps away from becoming the chief. Consequently, his influence here was profound, which is why it took Amanda considerable time to gain control over the alliance. However, this control was not absolute. Ostensibly, she was the chief, able to command all hunters in Citter Town. Yet astute observers could clearly discern that Abby and his faction were resisting her authority. This dynamic fostered a palpable animosity between Amanda and this individual. Haha. The chief is correct. Professional hunters are as proud as solitary eagles. Even we cannot interfere too much in their affairs, Abby remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. To Amanda's cold rebuke, Abby responded not with ire but with the poise of a gentleman, a demeanor Amanda found particularly loathsome. His gentlemanly facade appeared entirely contrived. And this hypocrisy was what she detested most. Yet, occupying her position, she found herself unable to act entirely according to her own desires. Amanda lightly nodded, choosing not to engage further with Abby. In truth, she preferred to avoid any contact with him. Noticing her silence, Abby remained unperturbed, maintaining his customary smile. At that moment, one of his subordinates approached, seemingly bearing a work report. "Chief, I must step away for a moment," he announced. Upon hearing this, Amanda glanced at them, observing nothing unusual. As was typical. "Very well, go ahead," she replied, her words airy and indifferent. Once Abby departed, Amanda exhaled a sigh of relief. Every second spent in his company felt like an arduous trial. Nevertheless, Abby's comment did prompt her to ponder why she had yet to catch sight of Rocco amidst the festivities. Meanwhile, Rocco, the object of Amanda's concern, was leisurely wandering the backstage of the Hunter Alliance. From his observations, most individuals were either in the stands or within the venue. Therefore, those remaining backstage warranted scrutiny. After all, while everyone else busied themselves in front, the sudden appearance of a few individuals in the back could indicate clandestine activities or some nefarious plot. With this thought in mind, Rocco retrieved a concealment stone and began his search, item by item. Half an hour later, he came to a slightly disheartened halt. Throughout his exploration, he had anticipated uncovering something significant, only to find that those lingering backstage were either idling away or stealthily pilfering from the Alliance's resources. To his astonishment, he even stumbled upon a couple engaged in a romantic escapade within an office. Truly absurd. Am I overthinking this? Rocco murmured to himself, when suddenly, he detected hushed whispers emanating from a nearby column. Something was afoot. Adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape, Rocco stealthily approached the scene with a piece of concealment stone in hand. By the pillar, two figures gradually came into view. "Oh, I feel as though I've encountered that individual before." At the very first glance, Rocco felt a twinge of familiarity. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It was indeed the person seated to Amanda's left in the viewing area. What is he doing here? Could it be him? In an instant, excitement surged within Rocco. After days of searching, he finally had a lead. He then held his breath, straining to eavesdrop. "I will cause a disruption at the venue shortly, which will surely capture the attention of the majority. During that commotion, you must discreetly escort that individual away. Remember, once you exit the town's gates, head west for 10 miles to meet the contact," Abby whispered, casting vigilant glances around. After he spoke, the person before him nodded in agreement. "Very well. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option." "You are well aware of the consequences of failure," Abby warned, his expression cold. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed the other person's face. It was evident that the repercussions of failure would be dire. After finishing his words, Abby watched the individual depart, then revealed his gentlemanly demeanor, slowly making his way toward the venue. Once the two had left, Rocco gradually revealed himself. "At last, I have discovered your trail." At that moment, Rocco's face contorted with ferocity. Had it not been for the pursuit of Little Red Riding Hood, he would have charged forth to crush the two individuals. As for the venue, Rocco need not concern himself. It was teeming with members of the Hunters Alliance, and should any issues arise, they would undoubtedly manage it. Abby had aptly stated that he would draw the majority away, enabling his allies to carry out their tasks. This also implied that Rocco could unleash his full potential and wreak havoc. With this thought in mind, Rocco swiftly followed the path taken by the departing figure. Turning down a certain street, he trailed the individual to a dead end. There, he witnessed the person produce a key and unlock a section of the wall. With a resounding clang, a grand door revealed itself within the wall, and the figure stepped inside. Just as the wall began to revert to its original form, another figure suddenly leaped out and slipped in. In the secret chamber, Rocco, clutching the concealment stone, advanced cautiously. Before him lay a lengthy corridor, dimly illuminated by a few scattered torches, which provided the sole light within this hidden space. Following the shadowy figure, Rocco proceeded step by step. Along the way, he observed numerous iron cages, each containing the silhouettes of imprisoned souls. Some sat expressionless, while others were devoid of limbs, numbly bleeding with hollow eyes. In some cages, there was nothing but remnants of bloodstains and fragments of bone. As he journeyed onward, the shock in Rocco's eyes grew incrementally. He could scarcely fathom the torment endured by those confined within the cages. He dared not contemplate the implications. All he wished was that Little Red Riding Hood would not be among them. The thought of what he might do, in a moment of impulsive recklessness, was too daunting to entertain. Yet, at long last, he beheld the golden-haired girl. Before him, Little Red Riding Hood knelt on the ground, filthy and disheveled. Numerous scars marred her body, while her garments had been reduced to tattered strips of fabric. Her golden locks had transformed into a matted, unkempt mess. Her cloak and hood had lost their original form, tainted by an ominous darkness. Nevertheless, on her face, Rocco still discerned an indomitable spirit, an unwavering belief that she would never surrender, never be vanquished. Chapter 60, Friends? Lovers. In the dim confines of the chamber, the unfortunate Little Red Riding Hood found herself helplessly imprisoned. Through the haze, she heard a sound, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with a visage that filled her with revulsion. Clay, you madman, what do you intend to do? You have confined the hunters of our town, torturing them beyond recognition. What scheme do you harbor? Little Red Riding Hood's voice rang out in a desperate roar, and in her fervor, the scabs on her wounds began to crack open anew, crimson blood seeping forth once more. Yet, as if accustomed to the pain, she paid it little heed, fixating instead on the figure before her. Clay, unfazed by her fury, stood a short distance away, a smirk playing upon his lips as he gazed at her. At last, when Little Red Riding Hood could no longer muster the strength to speak, Clay produced a key and slowly unlocked the cage that confined her. Oh, can you no longer contain yourself from acting against me? She managed a bitter laugh at the sight. Ever since her abduction to this wretched place, she had endured relentless torment at his hands. Upon her arrival, she had discovered numerous young hunters, much like herself, subjected to the most inhumane of tortures. Despite this, Clay's cruelty showed no sign of abating. Initially, she sought to glean their intentions, yet despair settled over her as she realized these captives scarcely exchanged a word. They bore the hallmarks of a deranged sadist, coldly enacting their torturous whims. She had heard whispers among the captives that, in a few days, one or two would be taken away, only to vanish without a trace. And now, witnessing the cage door swing open, a chilling thought crossed her mind. Is it finally my turn? In that moment, her eyes held not despair, but a strange sense of acceptance, tinged with regret. If only she could convey her true feelings to that person. Yet, such a thing was entirely out of reach. What was he doing now? As Clay opened the cage, he placed a mask over Little Red Riding Hood's face and bound her with iron chains. Throughout this process, he exchanged not a single word with her, functioning like a soulless automaton. Once she was secured, Clay led her to the entrance of the chamber. Just as he was about to open the door, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to swiftly turn and hurry away. Clang, clang. The sound of Clay's footsteps echoed sharply against the floor until they faded entirely into the darkness. Where am I to be taken? Little Red Riding Hood whispered, her lips barely moving, a sound only she could hear. The weight was excruciating, and the uncertainty of her fate loomed even more ominously, enveloping her in despair. At this moment, Little Red Riding Hood seemed to possess a myriad of words, yet found herself unable to articulate any of them. Ding! A faint sound reached her ears. Ah, could it be that Clay has returned? At this instant, Little Red Riding Hood sealed her lips, awaiting his guidance into an unfamiliar future. However, she soon heard a familiar voice. Little Red Riding Hood, it is I. After Clay's departure, Rocco seized the opportunity to approach Little Red Riding Hood, utilizing the stone of concealment. Yet, he did not intend to whisk her away immediately. Rather, a plan was brewing within him that required her cooperation. Is that you, Rocco? Little Red Riding Hood's voice trembled, disbelief coursing through her as she could scarcely fathom his presence here. Indeed, it is I. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Little Red Riding Hood could no longer maintain her composure and began to tremble. Witnessing this, Rocco felt a pang of empathy and enveloped the girl in his arms. A foul, acrid odor emanated from Little Red Riding Hood, filling Rocco's nostrils. Yet, in that moment, he was wholly unconcerned by such trivialities. He held her tightly, hoping to impart a semblance of warmth. His expression was one of deep anguish, unable to fathom the inhumane torments inflicted upon this joyful, beautiful girl in just a matter of days by those fiends, those demons. His fists clenched tightly, instinct urging him to obliterate this chamber and eradicate those malevolent beings one by one. Yet reason counseled him to endure a little longer. Soon, the truth would be revealed. Ultimately, Rocco managed to suppress his fury and gradually articulated his plan. He disclosed to Little Red Riding Hood the conspiratorial machinations of Abby and Clay, informing her of his intention to stealthily trail them to their rendezvous. Upon arriving at that location, he vowed to exterminate those demons in the most brutal manner and subsequently rescue Little Red Riding Hood. This is my plan, but it requires your consent. If you cannot endure another moment, I shall immediately upend this place, slay those villains, and take you away. Rocco's voice resonated with conviction, each word deliberate. Should Little Red Riding Hood express a desire to leave at that instant, he would act without hesitation, disregarding any conspiracies or false alliances in the safety of Sitter Town. Those wretched beings were of no concern to him. At worst, he would find a new haven for them to settle in. With his current prowess, accomplishing this was utterly feasible. As for the system's task, he would pursue the title of Master Hunter once Little Red Riding Hood was secure. Oh, it brings me joy to hear you say that. Just as Rocco clenched his fists, poised to wreak havoc, Little Red Riding Hood finally spoke. As long as you are by my side, that is enough. Upon hearing these words, Loco was momentarily taken aback. At that very moment, the system's prompt resonated. Ding. Detection of Little Red Riding Hood's affection for the host has surpassed 100. Task 1 completed. Affection? Surpassed 100? Wasn't the first task for Little Red Riding Hood to become friends with herself? Could it be that the system's interpretation of friendship is, in fact, a romantic relationship? Ding. The host is quite astute. The answer is correct. However, there is no reward. At this, Loco was rendered speechless. Her system resembled a lifeless entity, rarely engaging with her. Aside from completing tasks or triggering new ones, it seldom made an appearance. An occurrence like today felt as rare as the sun rising in the west. After Little Red Riding Hood uttered those words, a subtle blush crept across her face, hidden beneath her mask. Just then, the clattering sound echoed once more. Hearing this, Little Red Riding Hood hastily urged Loco to hide. However, before she could finish her warning, she realized the ominous figure was already approaching her. Chapter 61. The Intermediary, Lord of the Divine Messenger. Ah, beautiful Little Red Riding Hood. What are you saying? For the first time, Krya spoke a complete sentence in front of Little Red Riding Hood. Naturally, the sound was grating to the ears, were it within her power. She would never wish to hear that voice again. Nothing much. Can I utter a few more words before I meet my end? Little Red Riding Hood replied coldly. In response, Krya let out a derisive laugh. Meet your end? It seems your wish shall remain unfulfilled. I am about to take you to a place that could alter the course of your life. Trust me, once you arrive, you will be grateful to me. As he spoke, a fervor flickered across Krya's visage. After a moment, perhaps sensing that his emotions had been too transparent, he quickly reverted to his usual enigmatic smile. Then, Krya produced a stone and gently tapped it 5 times before placing it upon himself and Little Red Riding Hood. At that moment, the door to the secret chamber finally creaked open. Dim sunlight poured in, yet it was severed in half the instant it reached the threshold. With a clang, the wall closed once more, and that feeble light vanished entirely. Within the secret chamber, darkness reigned once again. If left undiscovered, this chamber might persist indefinitely, with the young hunter imprisoned inside subjected to inhumane torment for all eternity. However, witnessing all of this, Rocco would not allow such a fate to unfold. While trailing Krya, he had utilized a communication stone to inform Amanda of the situation. Yet, when Amanda ordered an immediate strike, Rocco intervened, insisting that action should only commence once he had dealt with Krya and his associates. Premature action would only serve to alert the enemy. At the city gates of Sitter Town, Krya, holding Little Red Riding Hood, strode out without a trace of life. The soldiers stationed at the gates could not perceive their presence at all. Observing this scene, Rocco felt a flicker of astonishment. The stone Krya had produced was indeed a concealment stone. However, unlike any he had encountered, Krya's stone possessed the remarkable ability to render its wielder completely invisible for an indefinite duration. Ordinary concealment stones could cloak a living being for no more than half an hour, while this one seemed to defy such limitations. It appeared that concealment stones varied in rank and capability. Perhaps Krya's stone could be utilized without any temporal constraints. Contemplating this, a fervent spark ignited in Rocco's eyes. The functionality of the concealment stone was extraordinary, capable of masking one's form and concealing one's aura. This was precisely what Rocco desired, which is why he had pilfered dozens from Rain. Yet, the ordinary stones he possessed had a fleeting duration, and now he was left with only 5. Once these were expended, he would need to return to the Hunter's Guild for more. However, the back and forth seemed excessively troublesome. If there were an unlimited time resource available, it would undoubtedly yield greater results with less effort. Thus, Rocco resolved that after rescuing Little Red Riding Hood, he would also seize the opportunity to plunder from Clay. Upon exiting the city gates, Clay indeed adhered to the prior plan and headed westward. Time passed, and soon the figures of Clay and Little Red Riding Hood came into view. At this moment, the surrounding scenery had transformed into a primitive and chaotic wilderness. Not a single building or passerby was visible. Instead, towering trees grew in a disorderly manner, as if intentionally arranged into peculiar shapes. Amidst this strange formation, a narrow path gradually revealed itself. Observing this scene, Rocco was taken aback. From a distance, it appeared to be a dense thicket of chaotic trees, and anyone who ventured inside would surely be disoriented by its odd configuration. While one could hardly become trapped within, it would certainly deter hunters wishing to enter. Had it not been for following Clay, Rocco might never have discovered this path in his lifetime. Nonetheless, the emergence of the path piqued Rocco's curiosity about the individual orchestrating these clandestine abductions of talented hunters, who possessed such power to establish a false alliance within the nation's largest organization, operating unnoticed across the country for such an extended period. Perhaps the end of this path would unveil the answers he sought. With that thought, Rocco maintained a heightened sense of vigilance and continued to follow closely behind Clay. After an indeterminate duration on this path, a small stone house unexpectedly appeared before them. Upon sighting the dwelling, Clay's face lit up with joy, and he promptly took Little Red Riding Hood's hand and made his way towards it. Just then, a strange voice, uncharacteristic of a human, suddenly echoed, "Clay, have you brought the person?" Upon hearing this voice, Clay was seized by terror. as if confronted with something dreadful. His lips quivered as he responded, "Yes, esteemed envoy. I have brought Little Red Riding Hood." Shortly after Clay's words, the figure referred to as the esteemed envoy emerged from the stone house. Bathed in sunlight, his form became fully visible. He was tall, towering even above the house behind him. Beyond that, no other features were discernible. A flowing black robe enveloped his entire being. His arms, legs, chest, and head were all concealed beneath the shadowy garment. Like a bat of the night, he instilled an invisible sense of oppression upon the clearing at his mere appearance. In the presence of such a formidable figure, Clay harbored no thoughts of resistance. It was not due to a lack of desire to fight back, but rather the overwhelming strength of the envoy, which was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Each esteemed envoy possessed a level of power that could rival that of a professional-grade hunter. The figure, known as the messenger of the gods, clad in black, slowly advanced, his towering form momentarily concealing both Clay and Little Red Riding Hood within the shadows. He lowered his head slightly, directing his gaze towards Little Red Riding Hood, who still wore her mask. Witnessing this, Clay hurriedly lifted the mask away. At that moment, Little Red Riding Hood's face was finally revealed to the light of day. The sudden brilliance momentarily blinded her, but as she acclimated to her surroundings, her eyes eventually met those of the enigmatic figure in black. Little Red Riding Hood, aged 18. A novice hunter with a strength of 500 kilograms, capable of achieving a perfect score of 100 in the shooting range. The voice of the black-clad man resonated softly, each utterance enveloping Little Red Riding Hood in a profound sense of despair. What is despair? If not the encounter with the unknown? At this juncture, all her details were articulated with clarity by the figure before her, yet she remained utterly oblivious to his identity, name, and intentions. The weight of this uncertainty pressed heavily upon her, ultimately driving the young girl to unleash a piercing cry. Enough. After all you've said. Who on earth are you? Chapter 62. The Fury of Little Red Riding Hood. Who are we? Haha. Do not be anxious, Little Red Riding Hood. Once you arrive at our headquarters, all will be revealed to you, the man in black remarked with a faint smile, though his expression was more unsettling than human. Dry and chilling. After this utterance, Clay finally mustered the courage to voice the thoughts that had been festering within him. Divine Envoy, I have brought the person you requested, but I am uncertain about the matter of my. Clay trailed off, for he dared not continue and sensed that no further words were necessary. Upon hearing his words, the figure known as the Divine Envoy suddenly emitted a peculiar laugh. This sound instilled fear in Clay, as the mood of the Divine Envoy was utterly inscrutable. Previously, when he accompanied a mentor to meet the Divine Envoy, he had witnessed a moment of joviality, only for the next instant to see the envoy crush his mentor to death with bare hands. The grim spectacle did not end there. The envoy produced an object from within his robes and placed it upon the lifeless body, which then visibly shriveled before his eyes, transforming a living being into a desiccated skeleton devoid of life. Divine Envoy, it is an honor to serve you. I should not dare to desire anything, Clay stammered, his demeanor reflecting the utmost humility. Desire? Oh no, Clay, you have performed admirably. These rewards are rightfully yours, the man in black intoned softly, extending his arm as a dark mist began to rise from it. This mist rapidly enveloped Clay, entering his very being at an astonishing pace. In that instant, Clay experienced an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. This sensation surpassed the ecstasy of winning the affection of countless beautiful maidens, acquiring immeasurable wealth, or attaining the highest echelons of power. Moments later, Clay's body quivered violently as the dark mist dissipated entirely. Ah, thank you, Divine Envoy, Clay exclaimed, his face alight with happiness. Bowing slowly like the most devoted of acolytes. All of this is rightfully yours, the man in black gestured towards him. With a half-bow, Clay bid farewell and departed from the scene. Once he vanished, the black-clad figure let out a cold chuckle. Ha, foolish humans. At this moment, Loco, concealed by a cloaking stone, was hidden at the side of the stone house, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. The dark mist released by the man was indeed strange. He could not discern its nature merely through sight. However, observing Clay's ecstatic reaction after its absorption suggested it was something that could impart immense satisfaction. I had thought it to be something extraordinary. Such feelings of fulfillment are within my capabilities to create. Loco scoffed inwardly. When it comes to the art of creating illusions, the visions conjured by Rocco are not only vivid but also adaptable to the thoughts of others. However, Rocco feels a twinge of regret as he watches Clay depart, for he possesses the precious stone that Rocco covets. Nevertheless, rescuing Little Red Riding Hood must take precedence. Before the stone house, the cloaked figure extends its fingers, gently caressing Little Red Riding Hood's face. A moment of nostalgia washes over him as he remarks, "You bear a striking resemblance to them." My appearance? Little Red Riding Hood is momentarily stunned by his words, which evoke memories of her parents. If anyone in this world resembles her, it must be them. Indeed, they were once as youthful and vibrant as you. Unfortunately, the latter part of his sentence remains unspoken. At that moment, Little Red Riding Hood is consumed by a frenzy. What do you mean, unfortunately? What have you done to my parents? Tell me. Please, tell me. She screams, her voice echoing with desperation as the chains binding her body rattle violently. That force has reached 600 kilograms? The cloaked figure seems intrigued by her resistance. However, Little Red Riding Hood is oblivious to his musings. Her fury blinds her to everything but the singular desire to break free from her chains and eliminate the figure before her. As this thought intensifies, the clanking of the chains grows louder, resonating throughout the clearing. It is at this moment that faint cracks begin to appear in the chains. The cloaked figure does not intervene, watching her like a curious observer would a plaything. Indeed, it has reached 800 kilograms. Alas, the childish game must come to an end. Now, let me show you what true power is. With a mere wave of his hand, an invisible force envelopes the clearing, pressing down with an overwhelming weight. This force ascends to a staggering 2,000 kilograms, the strength of a professional-grade hunter. Under such immense pressure, the fury within Little Red Riding Hood begins to dissipate, and ultimately, she collapses to her knees, unable to withstand the force. Witnessing this, the cloaked figure smirks coldly. Let us conclude this childish banter. I still have to take you back. With that, he grasps Little Red Riding Hood firmly in his hand, and the oppressive gravitational force gradually dissipates. It is time to return, he murmurs, gazing at the stone house. Just then, the air beside the stone structure distorts abruptly, accompanied by a sonic boom as a fist strikes out with ferocity. Boom. The force of the fist stirred a tempestuous gale, hurtling towards the figure cloaked in black. After delivering this powerful strike, Luaka's form became visible. He had been gathering strength for a considerable time, and unless faced with something extraordinarily formidable, this punch was sufficient to obliterate his adversary. At this moment, Luaka stood in the open, quietly awaiting the dispersal of the swirling smoke. Such terrifying power. I must have underestimated it. Before the smoke had fully cleared, a parched voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing this voice, Luaka's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it. This can't be real. That last punch would have been insurmountable, even for Hulk. Could it be that there truly exists a law of smoke and invulnerability? Bang. Experience the might of my fist. As the smoke dissipated, a fierce gust from a powerful punch surged towards Luaka with tremendous force. Chapter 63. The master who can fulfill all wishes. In the midst of the fierce wind generated by a punch, Rocco sensed an unusual force. Confronted with this unknown strike, he had no choice but to muster all his strength to block it. Bang! A resounding shockwave echoed across the clearing, reminiscent of metal colliding. The voice of the figure clad in black revealed a hint of confusion. Haha, this punch is sufficient to obliterate you. At that moment, Rocco clenched his fist once more and charged towards the dark-clad figure. The earlier shockwave had been caused by his covering his arm with vibranium, which produced the metallic sound. Now, with vibranium enveloping his fist, he unleashed a powerful blow, fueled by his formidable strength of 50 tons. This strike was aimed at claiming his opponent's life. Finally, the black-clad individual sensed the taste of death within the gust of Rocco's punch. However, the opponent's speed was so rapid that he could not react in time. Consequently, with a solid impact, Rocco's fist collided with the figure's body. Boom. The tremendous force instantly sent the dark figure flying, and even the stone house behind them crumbled to dust at that moment. The ground cracked slowly, and trees splintered as the figure soared several meters backward before crashing violently into a large rock. Yet, this was not the end. Rocco activated his teleportation ability. In an instant, the black-clad figure, now completely out of control, was transported into Rocco's grasp. At that moment, the once lofty and enigmatic figure appeared utterly disheveled, with Rocco gripping his neck tightly, rendering him immobile. Weren't you quite formidable? Why the silence now? Rocco lifted him while fixing a fierce gaze upon him. The figure in black disregarded Rocco's taunts and began to laugh. However, due to Rocco's grip, his laughter took on an increasingly sinister tone. Well, still defiant, are we? The dark figure's attitude incensed Rocco. Nevertheless, for someone so stubborn, he had countless ways to inflict suffering. Not afraid of death, are you? Then how about this? With that, Rocco reached out and tore off one of the figure's arms. A sharp sound echoed as blood arched through the air. Red blood. How delightful. Aren't you just an ordinary person? Why pretend to be so mysterious? Once more, Rocco struck, severing the other arm of the dark figure. But he was not finished. After dismembering both arms, Rocco set his sights on the figure's legs. A crack resounded as bones shattered, and in that moment, all four of the figure's limbs were broken. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall from his body. Yet, Rocco still discerned no sign of submission from the figure. Well, with such a hard mouth, let's see what you truly look like. With that, Rocco forcefully stripped away the figure's robe. In an instant, illuminated by the sunlight, The visage of the other person was unveiled. Beneath the black robe lay a face that appeared somewhat delicate, the skin as fair as snow, and a pair of clear eyes sparkled with an extraordinary vitality. With short black hair and petite lips, this was undoubtedly the visage of a youthful boy. In a crowd, he would undoubtedly be perceived as an adorable child. To describe him, he resembled a youth even more youthful than Loco. At that moment, Loco's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Is this truly your appearance? Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure twisted into a grin, as if accustomed to such reactions. You didn't expect me to be so young, did you? Fear not. I can take on many forms. A pure maiden, a black-haired seductress, a muscular brute, or even an elderly man with snowy hair. Ha ha, you cannot kill me. As he uttered the last sentence, his laughter grew more intense, yet constrained by Loco. His laughter echoed eerily, akin to the sound of buried bones aged a century. Despite possessing such a youthful visage, the unpleasantness of his laughter remained. How ludicrous. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall grant you your wish. With that, a slight smile graced Loco's lips. Hearing Loco's acquiescent words, the cloaked figure felt a swell of pride. My lord, I have not disappointed your expectations. Allow me to accompany you. However, before he could finish, the cloaked man sensed something amiss. Memories, which he had long suppressed, surged forth uncontrollably, and his mouth, as if no longer under his command, spilled forth those very thoughts. In the chaotic clearing before them, Loco meticulously reflected upon the information he had just acquired. The divine envoy was a crucial figure within the false alliance. There were 10 of them, each overseeing their respective territories. Each possessed strength comparable to that of elite hunters. Their duty was to escort the talented hunters captured from various regions to the headquarters. What transpired at the headquarters thereafter remained a mystery even to the envoys. Only the Supreme Being, referred to as the Master, held knowledge of all these matters. Yet, no one had truly seen the Master. They had only caught glimpses of his outline. A primary reason for the organization's seamless existence and continual expansion was the Master's ability to fulfill the desires of all, be it wealth, status, beauty, honor, power, or even immortality. He could grant it all. All desires? Loco regarded this claim with skepticism. For instance, the envoy he had just slain, despite possessing a spirit that was undeniably aged, bore the body of a youth. Moreover, according to his words, he could assume many bodies, which seemed to be his interpretation of immortality. Yet, this immortality had not spared him from death at Loco's hands. While Loco could not physically kill him, there were countless methods available to him in the realm of spirit. However, this master is indeed formidable. Even the Ancient One cannot assure the fulfillment of every wish. I cannot fathom how that individual accomplished such feats. Rocco mused, stroking his chin, and soon he conceived a more critical thought. Little Red Riding Hood. Moments later, the bonds that held Little Red Riding Hood captive were finally undone, granting her the long-awaited freedom. At that moment, the girl knelt upon the ground, gazing at the figure before her, rendered speechless. Witnessing this scene, a wave of discomfort surged within Rocco. Had it not been for his prolonged delay outside, he would not have allowed the adversary to seize such an opportunity. Observing Little Red Riding Hood's sooty visage, Rocco instinctively gathered her into his embrace. It is all right now. The villains have been vanquished. Allow me to escort you home. Chapter 64. A new ability. Concealment. The warm glow of candlelight flickered in the luxurious room, where an array of exquisite decorations were artfully arranged. A plush carpet adorned the floor, while a table laden with delicacies beckoned invitingly. The soft, somewhat ambiguous candlelight mingled with the gentle sounds of nearby musical instruments. Observing this scene, Rocco shook his head in resignation. Initially, he had requested Amanda to find a clean and aesthetically pleasing room, yet what lay before him resembled a romantic hotel for couples. Nevertheless, if it provided a serene environment for Little Red Riding Hood to recuperate, that would suffice. With that thought, Rocco turned his gaze toward the grand bed. There reclined a girl clad only in form-fitting garments. She possessed an exquisitely delicate face and a graceful figure that could incite temptation. Yet, at that moment, her body, akin to a jewel, bore numerous jagged scars, long and short, scattered across her face and legs, marking every inch of her form. You have endured much, Little Red Riding Hood. Now, you shall rest here in peace. The Hunter-S competition in Sittertown would last for another 10 days, ample time for her wounds to heal. Although the technological advancements in this world were not particularly sophisticated, its medical science was remarkably developed. For such extensive injuries, there existed a peculiar potion that, when taken daily, could restore her within 10 days, leaving no trace of scars. Taking a deep breath, Rocco pondered over the spoils he had acquired from that man. Retrieving a small box from his pocket, a treasure extracted from the dark-clad figure, he had ensured its complete destruction post-retrieval. He even utilized the power of the sacred dream seed to obliterate any trace of the individual. Hence, the notion of immortality was merely a matter of inadequate means. Now, let us unveil the contents of this box. Roko slowly opened it, revealing a stone radiating a soft white glow. Another stone? Is this world solely composed of stones? Despite his musings, Roko lifted the stone, delicately toying with it in his hands. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly recognized its aura. This was a concealment stone. He then retrieved the only remaining concealment stone from his possession. Placing the two stones side by side, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, their energies bore a striking resemblance. Albeit the one he held was not as potent as the one extracted from the box. Could it be the original? With this thought, Roko commenced an experiment. He first activated his own concealment stone. Within 10 seconds, his figure and aura became apparent. Next, he turned his attention to the stone from the box. Gently tapping it 3 times, he whispered incantations, but the stone remained unresponsive. Could it be that my conjecture was incorrect? At this moment, Roko reminisced about a previous scene and finally recalled that Clay had tapped 5 times. Yes, let us try 5 taps. With this thought, Roko immediately began his experiment. And indeed, after numerous taps, the stone emitted a radiant glow. Subsequently, this luminescence enveloped Roko entirely. In an instant, both his form and presence vanished from the room. 10 seconds, 1 minute, half an hour, 3 hours, until, at last, Little Red Riding Hood began to stir on the bed. Witnessing this, Roko hastily released his concealed state and promptly stowed the stone away. At that moment, Little Red Riding Hood, as if trapped in a nightmare, thrashed violently upon the bed. Her fingers clenched the sheets tightly, her feet frantically scuffled across the bed, and her body convulsed as if in a seizure. Within moments, the once pristine bedding was left in utter disarray due to her turmoil. However, Roko was too preoccupied to mind this chaos. His brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on Little Red Riding Hood. What had transpired? What was happening? In his concern, Roko forgot entirely about the sacred dream seed he possessed, which was precisely the remedy for such afflictions. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He placed his hands upon Little Red Riding Hood's forehead and activated the powers of the sacred dream seed. The sacred dream seed, known for creating illusions that could inflict mental distress, held capabilities far beyond that. In addressing nightmares and mental disturbances, it could yield astonishing results. Under the intervention of the sacred dream seed, the once trembling Little Red Riding Hood gradually calmed down until, like an obedient child, she peacefully fell back into slumber. Observing this scene, Roko finally exhaled in relief. After ensuring Little Red Riding Hood was indeed at ease, he gently covered her with a blanket. It appeared she would not awaken today. Very well, I shall sit with her for a while. As tranquility returned, Roko retrieved the stone from his pocket once again. Previously, through his experimentation, he discovered that its effect lasted over 4 hours. And that was only because Little Red Riding Hood had experienced an unforeseen incident that caused him to withdraw prematurely. Clearly, this object had no constraints in terms of time. Roko murmured to himself, quickly formulating a brilliant idea. The concealment stone was diminutive and remarkably convenient to use. However, it still did not suffice for his desires. He sought a form of invisibility that responded to his very thoughts. Devour. Roko activated a long-unused skill, one that had transformed him from an ordinary individual into the formidable being he was now. Revolvers, teleportation, strength, speed. These were all gifts bestowed upon him by this ability. Now, if his judgment proved correct, consuming the stone before him would grant him an equivalent effect of concealment. Whoosh! A soft glow radiated, and in the next moment, the wondrous stone vanished completely from Roko's grasp. However, Roko did not feel anger at the disappearance of the stone. Rather, he was filled with immense joy, for he truly sensed the remarkable transformation within him. Concealment. With a mere thought, Roko's form vanished from the room, his presence perfectly masked. Reveal. With another thought, his form and essence re-emerged. Concealment. Once more, he disappeared. Reveal. He appeared again. Concealment. Reveal. Within the confines of the room, Roko, akin to a curious child, repeatedly engaged in this enchanting process. Until weariness overcame him, he yawned and soon fell asleep beside the bed. The opulent room descended into silence. It was not until Little Red Riding Hood gradually awoke that the tranquility was disturbed. Gazing upon the face beside her, she managed a faint smile, her complexion somewhat pale. Her lips stirred, and a gentle voice echoed in the room. Thank you, Roko. Chapter 65. Matters behind this period of adjustment lasted for a full 9 days. During this time, Luoku observed the wounds on Little Red Riding Hood's body healing at a visibly rapid pace. Meanwhile, members of the Hunter Alliance frequently visited. The first to arrive were Ryan and Shabo, who came the following day bearing good news for Luoku. They informed him that all the beasts and mutated creatures he had hunted had been completely processed, and the silver coins obtained from their sale were securely stored in a warehouse of the Hunter Alliance. Due to the substantial amount, Luoku had no immediate plans to retrieve all of it. Instead, he took a portion for his personal needs and left the remainder, as he had yet to devise a suitable plan to transport them back to his own world. After addressing the matter of the silver coins on the fourth day, Supervisor Amanda paid them a visit, bringing a plethora of gifts. During their conversation, Luoku learned that the secret chamber he had discovered had been thoroughly dismantled, and the young hunters previously imprisoned there were now being cared for in a hospital, recuperating in peace. As for Clay and Abby, who had long been exposed in front of Luoku, they were swiftly apprehended. Under Amanda's direct interrogation, these two obstinate individuals yielded within 3 days, divulging a wealth of valuable information. Consequently, a list of individuals was compiled, initiating a top-down investigation within the ranks of hunters in Zeit Town. Anyone appearing on the list was found to have connections with the False Alliance and faced rigorous scrutiny during this investigation. Even the stone house located 10 miles west of the town was subjected to inquiry led by Amanda. However, perhaps due to the cleanliness of Luoku's methods, there was little useful information left behind, which prompted Amanda to express her frustration towards him for several days. On the 6th day, Little Red Riding Hood, who had been in a deep slumber for an extended period, finally began to recover, able to rise slowly from her bed. With Luoku's attentive assistance, her condition improved dramatically. By the 9th day, she had fully regained her normal state, yet to prevent any lingering after-effects, Luoku insisted that she rest for an additional day. The 10th day marked the conclusion of the hunter competition in Zeit Town. After over half a month of selection, numerous hunters had undergone rigorous evaluations, ultimately culminating in the emergence of 5 seed contestants. These 5 individuals would represent Zeit Town in the final competition held in the capital. Achieving a commendable rank in Zeit Town would grant them local fame, but performing well in the capital's finals would ensure national recognition. The champion could ascend social ranks to become a noble and marry a beautiful princess, while the rewards for the runner-up and 3rd place, though slightly less, were still significant. For those who ranked lower, as long as they demonstrated exceptional talent, being noticed by a noble lord could secure them a prosperous life ahead. Thus, these 5-seeded players are fully prepared to face the ultimate final. The 10th day also marks the true day of recovery for Little Red Riding Hood. After spending nearly half a month confined to her room, she finally stepped outside on this day and basked in the warmth of the long-missed sun. "Ah, it's all your fault. I was nearly suffocated by boredom over these 10 days, she exclaimed. "Well, I did this for your own good. You are so beautiful. What if you were to be left with a scar? That would be quite unsightly," he retorted. "Humph, with all this care, who knows if you have ulterior motives?" She teased back. "Me? I have always been after your lovely figure." On the bustling streets, the two figures playfully traversed the vibrant district, weaving through the bustling intersections and the cacophony of the theater, until they finally halted before a bakery wafting with the scent of honeyed fruit. "What's the matter? Craving something?" Rocco quipped, noticing the glimmer of desire in Little Red Riding Hood's eyes. She nodded gently. Having lost her parents at a young age and relying solely on herself, she meticulously calculated the worth of every item. As such, she would never indulge in purchasing a sweet, fragrant loaf of bread. Its price was sufficient to sustain her daily meals. However, after surviving a great calamity, she had come to many realizations. The unexpected and the delightful future are always unpredictable. So she thought it best to seize the moment and enjoy a freshly baked loaf of bread. "All right, I wholeheartedly support this notion. Go ahead. Take as much as you desire. Today's expenses are on Prince Rocco." At present, Rocco's wealth could be considered among the most affluent in Citter Town. Even Amanda might not possess as many silver coins as he did. So what were a few slightly overpriced loaves of bread? He could afford to indulge without a hint of remorse. Hooray! With that, the two figures, resembling individuals starved for days, dashed into the bakery and commenced their frenzied feast. An hour later, observing the satisfied expression on Little Red Riding Hood's face, Rocco approached the counter to settle the bill. "Good day to you both. 30 loaves of bread amount to a total of 3,652. 3 silver coins. What?" At that moment, Rocco's fingers trembled slightly. He had anticipated the bread to be pricey, yet he had not expected it to be this exorbitant, averaging 127 silver coins per loaf. This cost could easily afford a person a week of comfortable living. Even in America, he had never encountered such outrageous prices. "Can I get a discount?" he inquired. "I'm sorry, sir, but that is not possible." "Have you heard of Hitler?" he asked. "I'm sorry, sir, I've only heard of Citter Town." Ultimately, Rocco exhausted all his silver coins to pay for the 30 loaves. On the way back, had it not been for Little Red Riding Hood by his side, he would have unleashed a torrent of complaints. With over 3,000 silver coins, he could have hired someone dressed as a baker to prepare bread for him at home. The province is indeed a place of extravagance. He has truly suffered a significant loss this time. "Oh, are you still angry?" At this moment, the voice of Little Red Riding Hood softly emerged. Upon hearing this, Rocco nodded and immediately began to express his grievances. observing Roko's demeanor. Little Red Riding Hood let out a resigned sigh. As if a thought had crossed her mind, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Without further hesitation, she gently took Roko's hand in hers. Feeling the softness radiating from her palm, Roko was momentarily taken aback. Little Red Riding Hood, what do you intend to do? In response, she smiled shyly. What do you think I want to do? Don't you already know? How annoying. Seeing this, Roko, as if anticipating what was to come, raised the corners of his mouth and replied, No, I am but a pure-hearted young man who blushes at the sight of a girl. Humph. I don't believe that for a second. Chapter 66, Swift Elephant, Departure from Zitter Town, Hunter Alliance. As the sun began to rise, casting its golden rays upon the scene, a cacophony of lively voices erupted at the entrance of the Alliance. Behold the 5 chosen contenders of this selection. They truly embody the essence of excellence. It is said that each of them stands out among novice hunters. I have heard whispers that Zitter Town has produced a professional-level hunter. Why have we not seen him? Professional-level hunter? Surely you jest. I assure you, this is credible gossip I have come across. At the Alliance's entrance, a throng of spectators engaged in animated discussions. Some were recounting the thrilling matches of the hunting competition, while others exchanged tidbits of hearsay. In front of them stood a neatly arranged line, making final preparations for departure. Amanda, as the supervisor, joined the ranks heading towards the capital. Ordinarily, she could have delegated this task to her subordinates. But ever since the incidents involving the false alliance and the hidden chamber, an urgent sense of responsibility had compelled her to report the situation to the highest authority of the Hunter Alliance, alleviating her own concerns. Speaking of that individual, Amanda recognized his esteemed position throughout the nation, second only to the Sovereign King himself, and sure to check if anything has been overlooked. The journey to the capital would take no less than 10 days, and any mishap was unacceptable. Amanda furrowed her brow, surveying the unfamiliar and fresh faces, and spoke sternly. In that moment, she shed her usual relaxed demeanor for a visage of strict professionalism. Her admonition instilled a palpable tension among the 5 contenders present, prompting them to hastily verify their belongings, fearful of any oversight. They recalled the previous selection, where a contender lost his seed qualification due to forgetting an essential item en route. That individual had appealed to the Hunter Alliance, but was met with a singular response. If you can return to Zitter Town within the next 3 days to retrieve the item and arrive 1 hour before the finals, we shall restore your seed qualification. Consequently, the contender ceased his appeals, for the task was indeed insurmountable. The journey from Zitter Town to the capital spanned a daunting 600 kilometers, accessible solely via the Hunter Alliance's unique mode of transportation, necessitating guidance from their staff. The average citizen lacked both maps and the means to navigate the myriad challenges along the way. Thus, for most inhabitants of this nation, life unfolded within the confines of their birthplace, living and dying in the same place. Are you prepared? Amanda inquired, glancing at the time with a commanding tone. Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals present simultaneously voiced their enthusiastic agreement. Very well, let us await the arrival of 2 more. Which 2? Such grandiosity. The moment this was uttered, a chorus of protests arose from the group. Observing their reactions, Amanda feigned ignorance, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Eventually, at a certain moment, 2 voices resonated from the imposing gates of the Alliance. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. We have arrived. Upon hearing these words, both the 5 individuals and the gathered crowd instinctively looked upwards. The grand entrance of the Alliance towered several dozen meters high, a height that compelled most to gaze in awe. Even the most accomplished novice hunters could only lament in admiration at its grandeur. Consequently, faced with what they perceived as an insurmountable barrier, astonishment etched their faces. Who could possibly ascend such a lofty gate? Could it be that renowned professional hunter? Do we truly have a professional hunter in our little town of Zeit? Look, they are descending. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, the 2 figures gracefully descended like swallows, landing steadily amidst the 5 individuals. We thought you would soar past with her. Amanda parted the crowd, a ray of genuine delight illuminating her expression. Only this man could inject a modicum of intrigue into her otherwise mundane existence. Come now, supervisor, no need for jest. No matter how swift I am, it cannot compare to our mode of transport. Comfort is key, Rocco replied with a subtle smile, taking in Amanda's words. Following this, as the supervisor, Amanda introduced both parties, sharing names, ages, and other details. However, she refrained from mentioning the matter of professional status, which only piqued the curiosity of the 5 present even further. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Amanda suddenly whistled, a crisp sound that echoed as several colossal figures began to emerge from the depths of the Hunter Alliance's underground lair. What is that? Is there an earthquake? I can feel the ground trembling, exclaimed one of the bystanders. Look at those massive forms. Could it be the rapid elephants? As the mountainous figures drew nearer, within mere seconds, they stood before the crowd. Only then did the true appearance of these creatures fully reveal itself. towering at 6 meters, with a lengthy trunk, legs as sturdy as columns, and a tail as powerful as a horse's. They dwarfed everyone present, rendering them diminutive by comparison. The rapid elephant, a remarkable blend of the elephant's defense and the horse's speed, is our mode of transport to the capital, Amanda explained, gently stroking the trunk of the rapid elephant. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers displayed immense curiosity, boldly reaching out to caress the creature's majestic form. Upon witnessing this, Rocco grasped Little Red Riding Hood's hand, and together they experienced the formidable sensation of the swift elephant. Its skin was exceedingly tough, akin to that of a wall, and Rocco surmised that ordinary blades would scarcely inflict any harm upon it. Moreover, observing the faint indentations left on the ground where it stood, he estimated its weight to be approximately between 10 to 15 tons. Such a mass far surpassed that of an adult elephant in America. An elephant of this weight would undoubtedly possess immense strength. Yet, one could only wonder about its speed. If it were sufficiently swift, it would undoubtedly be the epitome of a terrestrial war chariot, surpassing even tanks in perfection. Rocco gazed at its robust form, a fervent glimmer igniting in his eyes. Very well, esteemed guests. Please take your seats in the carriage at the rear. Our journey is about to commence. Chapter 67. The slightly out-of-place Rocco under the guidance of the specialists from the Hunter Alliance. The swift elephant embarked on its journey, carrying the participants with remarkable speed. As the expedition commenced, everything was imbued with a sense of novelty, the vibrant scenery, the unfamiliar fauna, and the azure sky above. For those who seldom ventured far from their hometowns, this experience was filled with wonder. Along the way, laughter erupted from the 5 contestants, and amidst their joviality, Little Red Riding Hood gradually integrated herself into their camaraderie. In contrast, Rocco, shrouded in an air of mystery due to his enigmatic identity and his tendency to remain aloof from the group, found himself encased in an invisible barrier that distanced him from the others. However, Rocco paid little heed to this separation. While the others were captivated by the sights along the route, he focused his gaze on the swift elephant. It was not until the creature truly accelerated that he witnessed its astonishing velocity. With a speed of 70 kilometers per hour and a weight of 10 tons, its movement caused the very ground to tremble beneath its might. Rocco harbored concerns about whether the seemingly fragile Earth could withstand such weight. Nonetheless, his worries were soon alleviated. According to Amanda, the soil here was exceptional, possessing remarkable resilience and strength, capable of withstanding minor earthquakes. Thus, the destruction wrought by the swift elephant was negligible in comparison to the ground's fortitude. After 3 days of travel, the contestants' curiosity about the foreign landscapes began to wane. Although the swift elephant boasted numerous advantages, its shortcomings were equally apparent. The intense vibrations made even the comfortable sedan seats feel rather jarring. Initially, it maintained a high speed, but as the journey progressed, it reduced its pace to half, ensuring arrival at their destination within 10 days. On the 5th day, they reached the Iron Forest. At this juncture, they had covered more than half of their journey, prompting the group to request an early camp to rest. The Iron Forest was home to exceptionally sturdy trees known for their hardness, hence the name Ironwood. However, under the hunter's weaponry, such hardness proved insufficient. Before long, the group had felled dozens of ironwood trees, their straight and towering trunks ideal for constructing temporary shelters. With the assistance of several seasoned Alliance staff members, a series of makeshift lodgings capable of accommodating everyone were swiftly erected. With the shelters complete, the prospect of roasting meat could not be overlooked. In response to the enthusiastic requests of the 5 contestants, Amanda, in a rare show of agreement, acquiesced. Upon hearing this, the 5 participants eagerly ventured into the forest to hunt. Having emerged victorious from a local selection, their hunting prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Once they departed, the campsite fell into a tranquil silence, leaving only a few staff members to tend to the swift elephants. At this moment, Rocco leisurely reclined against a grand tree, a blade of grass held delicately between his teeth. As he gazed skyward, pondering the boundless expanse of the universe, a voice suddenly broke his reverie. "What is this? Everyone has gone hunting, even your little girlfriend. Why aren't you joining them?" Turning his head slightly, Rocco beheld a familiar face adorned with a gentle smile. Amanda, clad in a snug work outfit, gracefully settled beside him. Her curvaceous figure was accentuated, and as she leaned against the tree, her beautiful legs hung effortlessly to one side. In this untamed wilderness, she radiated a primordial charm. With such a beauty like you around, why would I bother hunting?" Rocco remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he surveyed Amanda. In response, Amanda let out a cold laugh. You simply prefer solitude." At her words, the smile on Rocco's face vanished in an instant. "Indeed, I am quite accustomed to my own company," he murmured, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. He held a distinct perspective on Amanda, recognizing her exceptional decisiveness and keen insight. These strengths had propelled her, at a young age, to a position of authority within the town's Hunters Guild. Yet, Such individuals often bore a fatal flaw. They could easily be led astray, finding themselves in dead ends. This was precisely why Rocco felt no apprehension towards Amanda. She was not someone he deemed worthy of excessive concern. As for Little Red Riding Hood, he had not interfered with her decision to join the group of 5, for it was her freedom to choose. He was destined not to linger here for long, and his current actions were merely rooted in the execution of his mission. Thus, he refrained from imposing limitations on others. The Little Match Girl and Little Red Riding Hood were no exceptions. After his departure, these individuals would continue their lives as usual, and he would merely be a transient presence in their stories. We're back. Tonight's feast will be delightful. Wait until you see what we've hunted. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the edge of the camp. Rocco and Amanda turned to see the hunting party returning triumphantly with a robust wild boar. The creature's fur was a deep, dark hue, its solid flesh remarkably substantial, and most striking were its formidable tusks, approximately 5 centimeters long, glistening with sharpness. The barbecue is here. I can't chat any longer. I must join them, Amanda exclaimed, a smile playing on her lips as she rose and made her way toward the jubilant group. At this moment, a group of individuals gathered together, preparing for a barbecue. While Rocco sat alone beneath an iron tree, appearing particularly desolate. Here I am, sitting like this, truly feeling out of place, Rocco remarked with a self-deprecating smile before gradually rising to join the assembly. Among the group, several men wielded knives, engaged in the task of slaughtering pigs, while Little Red Riding Hood and Amanda were responsible for kindling the fire. Joyful smiles adorned the faces of everyone present. Even the usually stern Amanda revealed a rare smile. Everyone seems quite busy. Is there any task I could assist with? At that moment, amidst the harmonious atmosphere, a voice suddenly broke through, causing the air to tense momentarily. However, after a brief pause, Little Red Riding Hood's sweet voice chimed in. Yes, Rocco, could you help us make a stand? Of course. With the utterance of these two voices, the tension dissipated instantly, restoring the ambience of harmony once more. Chapter 68, The Lair. The law of the jungle. In the tranquil darkness of the iron woods, a warm glow began to rise, illuminating the surroundings. Within this flickering light, a group of individuals gathered, relishing roasted meat and sharing amusing anecdotes. At that moment, a serpent, as thick as an arm, coiled itself on the path, hissing menacingly towards me. Amidst this urgent predicament, listening to the tales being recounted, Rocco tore a piece of meat from the grill and savored it. Indeed, the flavor of this wild boar, infused with stories, was quite delightful. Compared to the water-laden pork found in America, this wild delicacy was far more aromatic and flavorful. Even without any seasoning, Rocco enjoyed it thoroughly. Ah, this is what life is about. The outdoor barbecue continued until 10 in the evening. After burying the bones and remnants, everyone returned to their shelters, drifting into a peaceful slumber. After stoking the last embers, Rocco gazed at the myriad stars before slipping into the warmth of the blanket. However, he nestled into Little Red Riding Hood's cozy bedding. In the dead of night, having just concluded a skirmish, Rocco observed the disheveled yet blissfully sleeping figure of Little Red Riding Hood beside him and smiled softly. He then stepped outside the shelter, approaching a nearby iron tree to relieve himself. Suddenly, amidst the stillness of the jungle, a faint grunting sound broke the silence. The sound was subtle, vanishing after a single utterance. Could it be that fatigue had clouded my senses? Rocco murmured to himself, beginning to doubt his own condition. His body had already endured several days and nights without rest. Of course, he had yet to test the exact duration. Oh well, best to get some sleep. Perhaps the night has caused me to hallucinate. Ultimately, Rocco attributed the sound to mere auditory illusions. Just as he finished his business and prepared to return to the shelter, the grunting noise echoed once more. This time, Rocco heard it distinctly. He paused momentarily, deducing that the sound emanated from the depths of the iron woods. In the stillness of night, such a noise could only originate from two sources, beasts or humans. The latter was impossible, as there were no villages or human settlements nearby. Thus, it could only be the former. As for beasts, he thought, the more, the merrier. With that, Rocco drew his revolver from his pocket and swiftly ventured into the depths of the jungle. After approximately 5 minutes, the grunting grew louder, indicating that he was drawing nearer. What kind of beast would he encounter this time? Rocco pondered, activating his camouflage ability as he approached stealthily. Having consumed a special concealment stone, Rocco had gained the power of invisibility, allowing him to obscure his form and scent without time constraints. This ability would prove invaluable when facing creatures with a keen sense of smell. In the blink of an eye, a colossal cave suddenly materialized before Rocco. The cavern, hewn from immense boulders, bore a striking resemblance to the shape of a house. Such a natural wonder was indeed a rare find. With a mix of astonishment and curiosity, Rocco pressed against the rocky wall and ventured slowly inside. Moments later, as he beheld the scene before him, a profound sense of horror washed over his face. Within the cave lay a space that appeared remarkably orderly. The walls and floor exhibited a polished appearance. Yet, at the center, there existed a rectangular structure crafted from wood. Upon his first glance at this peculiar object, Rocco felt an overwhelming incredulity, for it resembled a bed. Had this place once been inhabited by humans? Confounded. He approached the bed with cautious steps. The soft whimpering sounds he had previously heard emanated from that very spot. What was this? Rocco stood before the wooden bed, where a dozen piglets were curled up in a tight huddle. Though they were a single litter, their behavior was shockingly ruthless. Several piglets were viciously attacking one, gnawing on their own kin in a display of savagery. The weaker victim, unable to withstand the assault, bled profusely, its cries of anguish echoing the sounds Rocco had heard earlier. Beside the beleaguered piglet lay several lifeless companions, carelessly sprawled in the surrounding area. Clotted blood had congealed around them, indicating that the tragedy had unfolded before Rocco's arrival. Was this the primal law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong? This brutal principle has been recognized since the dawn of civilization and continues to persist even in today's highly modernized society. 3% of the affluent possess 65% of the world's resources, while the remaining 97% are left to vie for the scant 35%. As the wealthy sip fine wines and feast upon exotic delicacies worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, the impoverished toil under the scorching sun, laboring for meager wages. The struggle for survival remains a constant in human society. Yet, under the psychological dominance of the wealthy, the impoverished are led to believe that their plight is a result of their own lack of effort. But do they truly lack diligence? The piglet, desperately fighting for its life, certainly does not lack effort. No, it suffers solely due to its frailty, falling victim to the aggression of its own kind. They share a common lineage, having emerged from the womb of a wild boar, yet oppression and injustice persist unabated. As expected, the beleaguered piglet succumbed, collapsing in a pool of its own blood. Its companions feasted upon its severed forelimbs, gnawed at its ear, and even defiled its lifeless head. Even in death, they offered no reprieve. The law of the jungle, mercilessly and starkly real. Where, then, are your parents? Rocco gazed at the few remaining piglets, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Moments later, he departed from the cave. The remaining piglets lay in a pool of blood, in the relentless struggle for survival. They had slain their own kin. In turn, Rocco had eliminated them. Once they matured into adulthood, humanity would inevitably face their wrath. Thus, Rocco acted merely as a precautionary measure. Oink, oink. Yet, this sound did not dissipate. Instead, it grew increasingly cacophonous within the tranquil jungle. This sound, a sense of foreboding struck. Animals exhibit profound concern for their offspring and typically do not stray far from them unless in extraordinary circumstances. However, the absence of the piglet's parents could only signify one thing. They were elsewhere. In this desolate wilderness, there exists but one location that could potentially capture their attention. With this realization, Rocco hastened towards the chapter 69. The despair of the overwhelmed in the camp. Chaos reigned supreme. The sturdy shelters crafted from ironwood lay in disarray. Some collapsed entirely, while others leaned precariously. Broken wooden pillars were strewn haphazardly, remnants of their once secure refuge. The ground, previously trampled into a flat surface, was now upturned, revealing deep craters and small pits scattered about. Amidst this devastation, several figures huddled together, each wielding weapons, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Even the weakest among them was a competent novice hunter, while the most powerful boasted peak novice hunter status, mere steps away from achieving professional hunter rank. Yet, despite their prowess, despair clouded the countenances of every individual present. What shall we do, supervisor? Are we destined to perish here? A man grasping a hunting bow trembled with fear as he cast a worried glance at the stern-faced woman beside him. Amanda paid him no heed, her focus fixed on the towering, mutated beast looming before them. A grotesque creature, standing nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a monstrous pig. Its grotesque visage was matched only by its formidable size, imposing a palpable sense of dread. From its maw protruded a pair of razor-sharp tusks, each measuring 50 centimeters, capable of piercing rock and timber alike. The destruction of their shelter was a direct consequence of this creature's ferocity, and several of their comrades had fallen, lifeless in pools of blood due to those lethal fangs. A rare glimmer of sorrow flickered in Amanda's eyes at the thought, only to be swiftly suppressed. She glanced at a girl beside her, also armed with a long knife. The aura of peak novice hunter emanated from the girl, whose unwavering gaze was fixed upon the beast. Blood stained her body, some splattered from the creature, while more came from her own wounds. Despite reaching the pinnacle of novice hunter strength in an instant, she was acutely aware that without ascending to professional rank, she stood no chance against a mutated beast. Such creatures transcended mere wildlife. They possessed the power to effortlessly overpower humans. No matter how skilled, if one had not attained professional status, they were vulnerable to annihilation. What deepened the girl's despair was the unmistakable intent of the beast. It had come solely to eradicate them. What have we done to deserve such a brutal fate? She lamented, recalling the monstrous sow from earlier that day. Just as the girl voiced her thoughts, Amanda's voice resonated, confirming her fears. It is indeed the sow from earlier. The realization struck the girl like lightning, igniting a spark of recollection within her. As they were engaged in hunting, the sow seemed to deliberately present herself before them, offering no resistance as they effortlessly brought her down. Reflecting on this, it appeared as though the sow was safeguarding something precious. What could possibly warrant such protection from a sow? After much contemplation, it became evident that it must be her piglets. This led to the unsettling realization that the mutated beast now confronting them, intent on their destruction, could very well be the sow's mate. In her demise, the beast was filled with fury, seeking vengeance upon them. To think they had committed such a grievous error. A flicker of hesitation crossed Little Red Riding Hood's eyes, yet there was no remedy for regret at that moment. The pig-headed mutant, wielding a root of ironwood, charged toward them with unrelenting force. Duck! Amanda's voice rang out sharply, and instinctively, the group scattered to either side. Having survived previous assaults from mutated beasts, their reflexes had undoubtedly sharpened. Yet, how many more instances of sheer luck could they endure? When the mutant struck next, how long could they possibly hold out? Frustrated by its initial failure, the beast let out a furious roar that reverberated throughout the ironwood grove. With an astonishing speed that surpassed all present, it lunged forward, quickly identifying a new target. In a swift motion, it hurled the ironwood root with a velocity exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. It was only at that moment that Little Red Riding Hood realized the attack was aimed directly at her. With no time to evade, she summoned all her strength to brace herself with her arms. The impact was catastrophic. In that instant of contact, she was overwhelmed by a terrifying force and was violently propelled away. Blood erupted from her mouth as she found herself in a state of critical injury. Her arms a mangled mess of flesh and bone. With just a single blow, she had fallen into a perilous condition. Should the mutated beast strike again, she would undoubtedly perish on the spot. Human, die. Though the beast's words were slurred, every survivor understood its intent. As the creature drew closer, a sense of despair enveloped Little Red Riding Hood, and she closed her eyes, bracing for the impending attack. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, and the once mighty mutant was hurled away as if struck by an unseen force. The ground trembled from the violent collision. Amanda and the others, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, saw a figure emerge, having dispatched the beast with a single kick. But who possessed such formidable strength? Confusion spread among them until Amanda finally voiced her suspicion. Rocco, is that you? It is I. Loco responded with a loud voice, then suddenly leapt from the ground, sprinting towards the mutated beast with the speed of 100 meters. In a nearby grove, Loco beheld the creature sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise. At this moment, the surrounding ironwood trees lay shattered, and a sizable crater marred the earth, an outcome of Loco's recent kick. Roar. The mutated beast, refusing to submit, stood up and emitted a series of defiant growls. It was evident that it was seething with rage at Loco's unexpected ambush. Daring to roar at me? You seek your own demise. Loco scoffed, then unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the beast. As the attack approached, the creature retaliated with its own fist, as large as a sandbag. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted once more, and as anticipated, the mutated beast was sent flying, due to Loco's use of vibrating gold. The creature's body was now a disarray of limbs, utterly devoid of any intact parts. Chapter 70, Can One Grow Stronger Through Adversity? After vanquishing the mutated beast, Rocco returned to the scene. That mutated creature, in his estimation, was indeed the father of the group of piglets. And the sow they had encountered earlier was likely their mother. It was due to a momentary lapse in judgment that they had nearly met their demise. Had Rocco not arrived in haste, he would have been the sole contestant left in West Town. Are you all right? Rocco inquired, glancing at the few remaining individuals present. We are fine. You should check on Little Red Riding Hood. She took a solid hit from the mutated beast, Amanda replied, shaking her head anxiously while casting her gaze towards Little Red Riding Hood. Upon hearing this, Rocco hurried to Little Red Riding Hood's side. However, the girl who had sustained a grievous blow from the mutated beast, who should have been bloodied and barely clinging to life, appeared oddly transformed. All her wounds had vanished, and even her previously fractured bones had returned to their normal state. The injuries, fractures, and fatal harm had inexplicably healed. What perplexed Rocco even further was the surge of energy radiating from Little Red Riding Hood's body. Originally at the pinnacle of novice level, her aura now soared to that of a professional level hunter. How curious. She was on the brink of death just moments ago, yet now her vitality has surged? Rocco observed her closely, reflecting on past incidents where Little Red Riding Hood had encountered peril. It seemed that every time she faced adversity, her strength would dramatically increase. This had been the case before the stone house, and now it was even more pronounced. What sort of constitution is this? Is it possible to grow stronger merely by enduring blows? Rocco pondered, aware that his own strength had been cultivated through a gradual process of absorption. Yet Little Red Riding Hood merely needed to endure a beating to enhance her power. This. Rocco's eyes flickered with uncertainty. But he quickly shook his head. Never mind. Between enduring blows and absorption, it seemed that absorption was far more effective. The notion of growing stronger through pain felt excessively masochistic. Rocco, it's you. Little Red Riding Hood opened her eyes, realizing that Rocco stood before her, having shielded her from danger. With the mutated beast now gone, she understood that Rocco had rescued her from her predicament, remembering the times he had come to her aid. Gratitude swelled within her heart. Suddenly, she embraced Rocco tightly. Feeling the girl's excitement, Rocco found himself both amused and bewildered. She was so overwhelmed with emotion just from being saved. He could only imagine how much more ecstatic she would be upon discovering her newfound abilities. However, being embraced was rather pleasant, soft and fragrant, inviting one to indulge in temptation. After a lengthy embrace, Little Red Riding Hood reluctantly released Rocco. At last, she became aware of the changes in her own body. How has my strength increased? This is professional level. Upon this revelation, Little Red Riding Hood erupted in ecstatic screams. Observing her exuberance, Rocco could only shake his head in resignation. The prophecy he had just uttered had indeed come to fruition. At that moment, the few remaining individuals present also gathered around, having noticed the transformation in Little Red Riding Hood's physique. Amidst the excitement, the pain from the recent loss of their comrades dissipated considerably. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had begun to rise, illuminating the ironwood forest entirely. Following this incident, no one mentioned the need for a break. After a brief regrouping, Amanda led the remaining members onward. This barbecue incident had tragically claimed the lives of 3 of Amanda's colleagues, and 2 of the 5 seed candidates had also perished. Once a large group of dozens, their numbers had dwindled to a mere 8. Among these 8 were Amanda and 3 of her colleagues, Rocco and Little Red Riding Hood, along with 3 remaining seed candidates. As their numbers dwindled, the previously prepared swift elephants felt empty without the staff to operate them. Consequently, Amanda had no choice but to release the excess swift elephants along the way. Watching them depart, Amanda felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. And this sense of emptiness was not hers alone. The shadow of the mutated beasts loomed over everyone throughout the journey. Thus, no one dared to broach the subject of rest. They pressed on tirelessly down the path. Everyone present was at least a novice-level hunter, their physiques markedly superior to that of ordinary individuals. Several days and nights without sleep had little impact on them. With such relentless travel, what was originally a 10-day journey was completed by the 8th day. Have we arrived? A voice inquired from the long silent group. Almost. There's just a line stretching several dozen meters ahead. At the towering gates of the city wall, a lengthy queue was formed. From their vantage point, it extended impressively far. Even at such a distance, the wall appeared monumental in Rocco's eyes, towering far above the highest building in Hunter's Alliance at West Town. From their perspective, the wall resembled a colossal tree in the jungle, reaching for the clouds. It was hard to fathom how such a wall could be constructed in a world devoid of advanced technology. Let us enter from that side. Just as Rocco was contemplating this, Amanda, walking ahead, directed the group towards another passage. What, do we have privileges? Rocco asked, somewhat astonished. It's not exactly a privilege. At least I am a supervisor within the Hunter's Alliance, which affords me some convenience, Amanda murmured, leading the group to an alternate gate. Here, indeed, there were very few people queuing, with most of those present adorned in splendid attire, accompanied by impressive steeds. However, the group led by Loco appeared rather shabby in comparison. We hail from Zeit Town, and these are our competitors for this event, Amanda said as she approached the gatekeeper, gesturing towards her companions. Yet, the guard barely glanced in their direction and, with evident impatience, retorted, away with you. People from small towns should queue over there. As he spoke, he prepared to physically shove Amanda aside. Witnessing this, Loco felt a surge of anger and was ready to teach the guard a lesson. In this world, he truly believed no one could surpass him in strength. Had it not been for his relatively composed state of mind, he might have already resorted to unruly behavior. Just as Loco was about to take action, a hand intervened and halted him. Confused, Loco turned to Amanda, who had stopped him. Is there a problem I should resolve? He inquired. No need for that. Some matters can be addressed without resorting to violence, she replied, producing a metal piece from her sleeve. At the sight of the metallic object, the guard's previously impatient demeanor instantly froze. In the blink of an eye, a broad smile spread across his face. See, could we enter now? Before he could finish his sentence, Amanda cut him off. Upon hearing her words, the guard eagerly nodded and repeatedly assured them they were welcome to proceed. Chapter 71. The City of Hystelia. 3 Popes. Amanda, what was that you just presented? And why did I hear someone calling you Duke? On the path into the city, Rocco casually inquired as he observed the bustling crowd around him. Oh, it was merely a stamp of authority, nothing of significance. As for the title, you must have misheard, Amanda replied indifferently, strolling along the street. Not wishing to press further, Rocco decided to let the matter rest. Perhaps he had indeed misunderstood, overthinking the situation. After a brief journey, Rocco and his companions finally arrived at a hotel. Here, they encountered numerous contestants from various towns, much like themselves. In addition to this hotel, the capital boasted several establishments prepared by the Hunters Alliance, specifically for these participants. Upon completing the check-in process, Rocco and the others dispersed to their respective rooms. The accommodations were rather standard, featuring a sofa, a bed, and a bathroom, among other essentials. Though not luxurious, they were certainly an improvement over the cardboard beds in the Olympic Village. At least one could rest without fearing the bed might collapse. After a brief moment of mild complaint, Rocco set down his luggage and stepped outside, as it was his first time in this unfamiliar city. His primary objective was to gather a variety of information. He sought to learn which teams were participating in the Hunters competition and how many elite competitors there were, as such knowledge could significantly influence his ultimate performance. After all, his goal was to secure the championship. In the hotel lobby, several individuals from Sittertown were already waiting. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of their journey, they appeared unusually exuberant, clearly eager to indulge in some leisure activities. Rocco, we're planning to explore the city. Would you care to join us? One lean young man invited upon spotting Rocco. Nodding in agreement, Rocco considered his intentions. He had planned to gather information in the city, and a leisurely stroll could serve both purposes, research and relaxation. Sure, let us wait for Amanda and Little Red Riding Hood. As girls, they should be quite interested in shopping, he remarked, eliciting smiles from the group. Within 5 minutes, 2 young women emerged from the edge of the lobby. One donned a fitted shirt and denim jacket. Though her attire was quite ordinary, her alluring figure could not be concealed. The snug clothing accentuated her graceful curves. The other possessed a pure and lovely visage, clad in a stylishly proportioned skirt that not only highlighted her beauty but also emphasized her innocent charm. The contrasting styles of the 2 women were distinctly different, yet they shared one striking similarity. Both possessed exceptionally captivating long legs. Unsurprisingly, as they made their entrance into the lobby, the passers-by collectively directed their attention towards them. It's the supervisor and Little Red Riding Hood. They are absolutely stunning. Indeed, after changing into a new outfit, I was momentarily blinded by its brilliance. Regrettably, the supervisor remained aloof and uncharming, while the pure and adorable Little Red Riding Hood had already captured someone's heart. At this point, several individuals turned their gaze toward Rocco, and from their stares, Rocco distinctly sensed a pang of jealousy. Nevertheless, let the envy linger. Subsequently, Rocco approached and naturally took Little Red Riding Hood's hand. As for the other hand, Rocco had intended to grasp Amanda's, but this cool and distant girl coldly evaded Rocco's touch. Seeing this, Rocco tactfully held onto Little Red Riding Hood and stepped before the group. At that moment, the atmosphere was filled with raucous cheers, including playful shouts of "kiss her, hug her, and let's have fun." Hearing these teasing remarks, Rocco noticed that Little Red Riding Hood's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In response, he waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. "Well, now that we are all gathered, let us proceed to explore the streets," exclaimed the slender young man from the group. Upon hearing this, Rocco and the others prepared to set off. However, a sudden voice interrupted them. "You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to," Amanda stated. At this, the group instinctively turned their attention to her. Amanda's expression remained cold, and she did not acknowledge their curious stares. "What's wrong? Does the supervisor have something too?" The slender young man began, but Rocco interjected. "Ahem, since Amanda has business to handle, you may go ahead. I will keep a watchful eye on them." Amanda nodded and walked in the opposite direction of the group. Once Amanda departed, the group's enthusiasm noticeably waned, yet they were determined to continue their shopping. Although lacking their supervisor, they were not helpless children and were capable of enjoying their outing. Thus, under the guidance of the slender young man, Rocco and the others meandered through the bustling streets. By the afternoon, feeling weary from their exploration of the capital, they paused at a restaurant. The culinary offerings in this world were not abundant, leading Rocco to seldom dine out in Sittertown. However, the capital, as expected, was a melting pot of diverse delights. Even if gourmet dishes were scarce, a variety of foods could be found here. Each of them ordered several dishes, and soon the table was overflowing with an array of unidentifiable delicacies. Without hesitation, they began to feast. Delicious. And this one too, everyone should try," said one. "Hey, leave some for me. Don't snatch it all. It tastes just like home." Observing their enthusiastic consumption, Rocco and Little Red Riding Hood exchanged amused glances and could not help but laugh. After their meal, having settled the bill, Rocco and the others began their journey back toward the hotel. During this shopping excursion, although we have yet to traverse half of the city, Rocco has managed to gather substantial information. The name of this capital is Australia. Its peculiar pronunciation remains a mystery, yet it is indeed the name. Within the city of Australia, The king and his army wield absolute dominion, and beneath them lies the formidable Hunters' Alliance. This alliance is overseen by 3 leaders, collectively referred to as the papacy, though they are known by various titles. For instance, one with a crimson beard is called the Scarlet Pope, while another, of considerable stature, is known as the Bear Star Pope. These 2 are frequently seen and are thus accessible to the public. The final pope, shrouded in mystery, only emerges during the Hunters' Grand Tournament, earning him the title of the Northern Dipper Pope. Chapter 72, The Search for Amanda and the Power of the Sacred Dream Seed. Beneath the 3 popes lies the hierarchy of the Hunter Alliance, with positions such as Amanda's supervisor representing a relatively high rank within the organization. However, the influence wielded by individuals of the same rank varies significantly across different towns. After acquiring this knowledge, Rocco learned about the basic details of the ongoing competition. A total of 200 towns have dispatched teams to this event, with 150 teams actively participating. Collectively, these teams comprise over 2,000 individuals, with some teams boasting more than 40 members, while Rocco's team consists of a mere 8. Despite the considerable number of participants, it appears that the count of those who have reached the professional level is exceedingly low. According to current official statistics, only 7 individuals have achieved this status. Nevertheless, Rocco suspects that the actual number may be higher. For instance, in their town of Sitter, the registered information indicates that only Rocco has reached the professional level, yet the members of the team are aware that Little Red Riding Hood has also attained this rank. This suggests the possibility of encountering even more professional hunters in this competition. That evening, after returning to the hotel, the group dispersed to their respective rooms for rest. The 8 days of intense travel had left them physically and mentally exhausted. Coupled with the indulgences of the day, they yearned for a good night's sleep. However, while the others slumbered, one individual remained awake, searching for something. Upon returning, Rocco noticed that Amanda had yet to arrive. Indeed, after a brief investigation, he confirmed that she was not in her room. Initially, Rocco presumed she was simply delayed, perhaps still outside, but as the clock struck 10, there was still no sign of her. In this world, people generally rise with the sun and retire at dusk, meaning that by 7 or 8 in the evening, most have already succumbed to slumber. Even in the city of Estelia, this pattern holds true. While one might speculate that Amanda was out enjoying herself, the streets were now shrouded in darkness, with shops and businesses having long since closed. Her absence thus appeared rather unusual. Should he seek her out? Rocco pondered this dilemma. Though he had acquired some understanding of the city, he was still largely unfamiliar with it. Consequently, venturing out alone at such a late hour could pose potential dangers. Yet, he wondered, was there truly anything in this world that could threaten him? After a moment of contemplation, Rocco made his decision. He chose not to inform anyone and ventured out alone into the night. His reasons were twofold. First, he possessed sufficient strength to navigate the situation independently, and second, he preferred to keep his movements private. The night in Estelia felt markedly desolate. The streets were lined with tightly shut shop fronts, and very few pedestrians could be seen. Those who did wander the streets were hasty in their steps, eager to return home. Rocco's solitary figure was certainly among the rarest of sights. Nevertheless, this profound solitude harbors its own advantages. For instance, Rocco can traverse the city with unrestrained swiftness. After all, he is in search of someone, and naturally, the quicker, the better. When they parted ways, Amanda did not disclose her destination. However, as a representative of the Hunter Alliance's headquarters, the likelihood of locating her there is considerably higher. With this thought in mind, Rocco hastened in a specific direction. The Hunter Alliance headquarters, being the second largest edifice in Hysteria City, is not difficult to find. In a mere 5 minutes, Rocco arrived at the entrance of the headquarters. It was only upon standing before this grand portal that he truly appreciated the building's magnificence. The doorway alone spanned nearly 100 meters, its height soaring into the clouds, a stark contrast to the structures in Sector Town. But that was merely the beginning. Beyond the grand entrance lay an endless expanse of buildings. If Hysteria is a majestic capital, then the headquarters resembles a miniature metropolis. In this small city, an array of structures stretched as far as the eye could see, large, small, pointed, oval, and in myriad shapes. Yet, despite their varied forms, these edifices emanated a singular essence, profound, shadowy, and mysterious, evoking an irresistible curiosity in those who beheld them. This encapsulated Rocco's entire impression of the place. After surveying the architecture, Rocco turned his attention to the task at hand, locating Amanda. Although the headquarters was closed at night, this posed no challenge for Rocco, effortlessly vaulting over a wall. He formally entered this diminutive metropolis. The headquarters at night was aglow with numerous bright lights. However, whether due to the darkness of the night or the somber architectural style, these luminous beams appeared significantly dimmed. Utilizing this subdued illumination, Rocco navigated through the complex. Indeed, The inhabitants of this world adhere strictly to the custom of rising with the sun and retiring at dusk. Even within the headquarters, Loco encountered no rooms that were lit. Consequently, his search yielded no results. Pausing beside a railing in front of a church, he stopped. This was the only illuminated room he had come across thus far. However, the church was devoid of any human presence, merely a flickering light illuminating its interior. Goodness, did the people in this world retire so early? In America, young people would just be beginning their revelries at this hour. If an attack were to occur now, he could scarcely fathom how to thwart it. Yet, such thoughts were naive. As the largest organization in the nation, even an empty Hunter Alliance headquarters would deter anyone from causing trouble. Sleep? Then perhaps I can utilize that ability. With this notion in mind, Loco sought a secluded corner and activated the power of the Sacred Dream Seed. The Sacred Dream Seed, as a formidable ability capable of manipulating the psyche, is seldom wielded by Rocco. However, each instance of its use brings him immense astonishment. Whether it manifests as mass slaughter or the creation of illusions, it can be said that this is among the most extraordinary powers he currently possesses. Yet, the corresponding toll it exacts upon him is substantial. After merely a brief period of usage, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. Just a little longer. I must continue my search. Rocco murmured to himself, delving deeper into the realm of dreams. Every individual, while asleep, invariably experiences dreams, which profoundly reflect one's innermost thoughts. The adage is one thinks by day, so one dreams by night is certainly not a mere platitude. At this moment, Rocco traversed through these dreams, seeking information about Amanda. Work is truly exhausting. A new colleague joined today, and she is strikingly beautiful. If only. What shall I have for breakfast tomorrow? Fried dough sticks paired with coffee. The goddess finally responded to me today. I wonder, is it possible she harbors feelings for me? Given that she seems quite amiable. Chapter 73. The Captive Princess. What on earth is going on? Loco exclaimed, a look of indignation on his face within the confines of the church. The recent exploration of dreams had yielded nothing but mind-numbing trivialities. He had not encountered a single piece of information regarding Amanda. Despite the lack of useful insights, he found himself utterly fatigued. The utilization of the Sacred Dream Seed demanded not only immense physical strength but also a vigorous mental fortitude. After a brief period of searching, both his stamina and mental energy had been nearly depleted. He estimated that this last vestige of strength would suffice for a mere 10 minutes more. Damn it. I hope these final 10 minutes bear fruit. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Loco closed them once more and plunged into the realm of dreams. In this ethereal space, he floated like a star amidst the void. Around him, luminous orbs flickered intermittently, each conveying a spectrum of emotions. Some radiated joy, while others emanated anger. Regardless of the sentiment, each orb was a reflection of the dreams of slumbering souls. Loco navigated through these luminous manifestations, searching for any trace of Amanda. In his mind, as a member of the Hunters Alliance with a supervisory role, she must be known to numerous individuals at headquarters. However, despite the considerable expenditure of his stamina, he had yet to achieve any meaningful results. A flicker of frustration crossed Loco's eyes. Although he still possessed some physical energy, his mental reserves were perilously low. Just 3 more minutes. He cursed under his breath, intensifying his search within the dreamscape. At that moment, sweat had thoroughly soaked his collar, clinging to his skin. Yet, Loco paid no heed to his discomfort. He gasped for air, his breaths heavy and labored, his hands trembling slightly. It was evident that his mental energy was on the brink of exhaustion. He had previously experienced the ramifications of completely draining his mental reserves, which had left him sleeping for an entire day, only awakening the next afternoon. But now, he found himself on foreign ground. Should he succumb to sleep here? The consequences were too dire to contemplate. Although he had entered headquarters as a contestant, his current status resembled that of a thief. Enough, it's time to stop. Just as Loco opened his eyes, preparing to withdraw from the dream realm, a familiar face came into view. Wait. 3 minutes later, Loco collapsed onto the ground. His clothes were entirely drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to his body. He gasped for breath, inhaling the fresh air as if it were free and abundant. This disheveled state epitomized Loco's current condition. Yet, despite his predicament, a look of elation graced his features. He had found what he sought. After resting for a few moments, Loco managed to partially restore his physical strength, though his mental acuity would require a considerably longer period to recuperate. Nonetheless, in his current state, he felt sufficiently prepared to confront the impending challenges. With this thought in mind, Loco concealed his presence and swiftly made his way to another sector of the headquarters. Within the recently traversed dreamscape, he had glimpsed Amanda confined within a room. However, to label it as imprisonment felt more akin to being sequestered by a loved one. Not only was Amanda devoid of any visible shackles, but the room itself exuded an air of opulence. A variety of delectable foods and beverages adorned the table. akin to a refined young lady being kept in her father's custody. Resolute in his intention to find her and inquire about the circumstances, Rocco swiftly arrived at the highest floor of the towering headquarters. The edifice stood like a blade piercing the sky, and from his vantage point on the ground, the summit remained obscured from view. Choosing a wooden door at random, he effortlessly stepped inside and began his ascent. 1 floor, 2 floors. As he climbed, he lost count of the meters traversed, yet the stairs continued to lead upward. A glance out the window revealed that he had likely ascended 100 or 200 meters above the ground. At this altitude, the entirety of the headquarters spread out before him, encompassing the recently seen church, the dim streetlights, and the buildings shrouded in darkness, all within his sight. Yet, he had not yet reached the pinnacle. The engineering marvel of this structure perplexed him. Even in America, such architectural prowess was unparalleled. In this age of rapid technological advancement, where humanity had even constructed warships that soared into the skies, the tallest buildings barely reached 200 or 300 meters. The renowned Stark Tower in New York, for instance, stood at a mere 347 meters, a height that already eclipsed many surrounding structures. Yet, the building beneath his feet seemed to defy comprehension in its extraordinary height. Continuing his climb, Rocco followed the images from the dreamscape, ascending further. In that vision, Amanda was confined within a room brimming with life, yet during his ascent, he had not encountered such a space. This could either indicate a misdirection on his part or suggest that Amanda was located on a higher floor. Resolving to proceed, Rocco chose to believe the latter. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full speed and ascended. After 5 minutes, he made a notable discovery. This room differed from the others. Adorned with several pots of fresh flowers at the entrance, decorated with stickers on the door, and even accompanied by a small cat cage beside it. Inside, a tiny kitten slumbered peacefully. This was it. Rocco was certain. No other room in the vicinity exuded such a lively ambience, and from his observations, it appeared that a girl likely resided here. He could hardly believe that a rough and rugged man would tend to several pots of flowers and even keep a cat. Confirming his thoughts, there lay before Rocco but a solitary door. Yet, how could such a mere door possibly impede him? With a decisive push, the door swung open with a resounding thud. As Rocco peered inside, he was met with the sight of a familiar face. However, the Amanda before him was unlike any he had encountered before. She was adorned in a voluminous princess gown. Rocco, what brings you here? Never mind. We must leave this place at once. Why are you staring at me so intently? At last, Amanda noticed Rocco's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. It was as though he beheld some treasure upon her. I'm admiring your dress. Well, if a princess isn't wearing a princess gown, what else should she wear? Chapter 74. The true identity of Amanda within the confines of the hotel. Rocco gazed at the composed Amanda beside her, a look of perplexity etched upon her face. Just moments ago, while departing from headquarters, Amanda had navigated the surroundings with an uncanny precision, seemingly as if guided by a built-in GPS, traversing the shortest path with ease. Even Rocco, despite her familiarity with the locale, felt overshadowed by Amanda's remarkable adeptness. Furthermore, Amanda had proclaimed herself a princess. If Rocco's understanding was correct, a princess was the daughter of the reigning king, belonging to the most exalted echelon of the nation. Setting aside the lofty status, one would typically envision a princess as gentle and demure, proficient in the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting. Yet, upon glancing at Amanda, adorned in a princess gown, yet exuding a carefree demeanor, Rocco found the image of a princess rather incongruous. Hey, you've been wearing that expression for a while now. Have you had enough? Amanda raised her fist, her impatience evident. All right, I've seen enough. No, I haven't. You're simply too beautiful. I could gaze upon you endlessly, Rocco retorted playfully. Such nonsense. Not a single word of truth, Amanda quipped without reservation. Yet Rocco could distinctly perceive the corners of her mouth curling into a smile, a sign of her concealed delight. It seemed that even the most stubborn of girls had a penchant for sweet compliments. With Rocco's light-hearted banter, the atmosphere between them grew considerably more relaxed, thus enabling Rocco to embark on her inquiries. Currently, her mind was brimming with questions. Amanda, are you truly a princess? Why else would I be dressed like this? If I am not a princess, then who is? Fair enough, but why were you confined? Perhaps under house arrest would be more fitting. Why were you sequestered in that room? Rocco pondered before articulating her query in what she deemed appropriate terms. Sequestered? It's all the fault of those 2 old men. They claimed my father was waiting for me, but once I was tricked inside, they locked the door. They even ordered that no one is to let me out. Regardless of what I say, as she spoke, Rocco could clearly discern Amanda's expression shift to one of irritation, reminiscent of a child's petulance before their elders. It appeared that Amanda had a close familiarity with the 2 old men she mentioned. Very well, my next question is, who are those 2 old men? Old men? Rocco, do you genuinely wish to know their identities? Amanda suddenly adopted a cautious demeanor, her voice laced with intrigue. Of course, do tell me. Are you not afraid? Not at all. Not in the slightest. Just tell me. Faced with Amanda's somewhat threatening expression, Rocco chose to disregard it entirely. Amanda's temperament is something he understands quite well. Typically, when she adopts such a whimsical tone, the ensuing matter is rarely of grave concern. Very well. Amanda, donning an expression of boredom, acquiesced. Let me ponder where to commence. Amanda fiddled with the headband in her hair, abruptly pausing. Perhaps I shall begin with my identity. Subsequently, Amanda recounted her lineage, revealing her royal father and her numerous siblings, transitioning from there to her childhood education, and then to her first encounter with the Hunter Alliance headquarters. At the headquarters, I encountered two elderly gentlemen, even more austere than my father, forbidding me from touching this and viewing that. Then, inexplicably, they suddenly began to instruct me. Those previously prohibited subjects were poured into my consciousness as if they were filling a bottle with water. As I grew day by day, my abilities swiftly ascended, though I was still only of a slightly elevated status among novice hunters. Suddenly, I was informed that I was to travel to West Town, leading me to meet you all. It was at this juncture that Amanda's narrative ceased. There was a wealth of information, albeit rather disordered. Yet Rocco managed to distill several useful insights. For instance, Amanda has a total of 30 siblings, comprising 13 princes and 17 princesses, with herself ranking as the 17th. The two elderly gentlemen she mentioned are the two esteemed popes, one being the Cardinal Pope and the other the Bear Star Pope. This context elucidates why Amanda refers to them as old men. After all, with her status as a princess, addressing them in such a manner is rather courteous. After summarizing this information, Rocco still harbored numerous uncertainties. First, the two popes had previously vehemently obstructed Amanda's acquisition of hunter knowledge, yet later seemed to have undergone a sudden transformation, imparting wisdom upon her. Furthermore, they dispatched her to West Town as soon as her abilities reached a slightly higher level among novices. While they claimed it was for her training, it appeared more as though they wished to shield her from something. Second, why were these two popes confining Amanda to a room? Logically, shouldn't she be reunited with her father? Subsequently, Rocco conveyed all his queries to Amanda, who quickly provided her responses. Regarding the first point, I do not know. As for the second, I am also unaware. Upon hearing this, Rocco was momentarily taken aback. So, was my inquiry in vain? However, I suspect it pertains to the matter of the false alliance. The mere mention of the false alliance sent a chill down Rocco's spine. Indeed, Amanda's subsequent words only served to confirm this suspicion. Initially, I had intended to inform my father about the false alliance and the happenings in West Town. Yet, the two old men intercepted me midway, and after I concluded my explanation, they cunningly confined me. Their expressions suggested that they had encountered something of utmost significance. Moreover, they both stated that once the hunter tournament concludes, they would refrain from inquiring about my thoughts or aspirations. Initially, I presumed I would remain confined until the end. Yet unexpectedly, I encountered you. At this juncture, Amanda's narration reached its conclusion, and Rocco once again fell into silence. According to Amanda, those two popes were evidently aware of the existence of the false alliance. Yet, why did they not permit her to inform the current king? Either they had joined the false alliance or succumbed to its nefarious influence. However, that would not align with their actions. If that were the case, they would not merely have imprisoned Amanda, but would have eliminated her outright. Yet, as it stands, Amanda is undeniably alive and well cared for. Thus, only one possibility remains: Amanda's father, the reigning king, has encountered some form of trouble. Could it be that he has already fallen under the control of the false alliance? This is the gravest scenario that Rocco could conceive. However, in the presence of Amanda, he refrained from voicing his suspicions. Firstly, he feared that Amanda might react impulsively. And secondly, this matter warranted further investigation. On the eve of the impending hunter tournament, the ruler of a nation is under someone else's control. What, precisely, are they plotting? Chapter 75, the grand finale of the hunter competition officially commences. For the past 2 days, Rocco and Amanda have remained ensconced in their hotel. With the imminent arrival of the hunter competition, the city of Histrelia has become even more vibrant than in the preceding days. The streets are teeming with throngs of pedestrians, the air filled with the shouts of vendors, the footsteps of passers-by, and the delightful sounds of visitors from distant places. However, none of this concerns Rocco. At this moment, he sits contemplatively by the window, lost in thought. Outside, the bustling streets contrast sharply with his furrowed brow within. In these 2 days, no one from headquarters has sought out Amanda, indicating that the two popes are indeed perceptive. It is evident that they have not overlooked her absence. Amanda has not ventured outside the hotel even once, which may have led the popes to conclude that she would remain hidden until the conclusion of the competition. Yet, Rocco knows that Amanda would never passively remain in the hotel. On the day the competition begins, she will undoubtedly take action. What, then, is this so-called false alliance? What are their intentions in abducting talented hunters from across the nation? Moreover, why do the popes prevent Amanda from meeting her father? Could it be that the current king has fallen under the influence of the false alliance? A myriad of questions swirls in Rocco's mind, leaving him perplexed about the conspiracies lurking behind these events. My objectives are straightforward. 2 tasks remain: to seize victory in the hunter competition and to eliminate the imposters. Why overthink matters? Completing these tasks and departing from this place is all that truly matters. As he gazes out the window, Rocco suddenly recalls his initial purpose. Yet, a sense of dissatisfaction lingers within him. The feeling of being unable to control his circumstances is indeed disheartening. It is best to wait until the competition begins for clarity to emerge. 2 days later, at the headquarters of the Hunter Alliance, the most prestigious and eagerly anticipated hunter competition is set to unfold. Entering through the grand gates, Rocco observes 2 rows of armored soldiers standing in perfect formation along the pathway. Their silver armor glistens brilliantly under the sun's rays. Further inside, lampposts and various buildings are adorned with a multitude of colorful banners and ribbons, transforming the predominantly dark architecture into a celestial display, akin to stars shimmering amidst the night sky. As he progresses deeper, Rocco finally arrives at the heart of this architectural marvel, a vast plaza capable of accommodating thousands. Although the construction of this plaza remains a mystery to him, he distinctly notices several platforms suspended in the air, their purpose yet unknown. Upon entering the plaza, he finds it already filled to capacity with eager spectators. Within the city of Hysteria, spectators gathered to witness the competition, accompanied by contestants hailing from various towns. Among them was Rocco's team, situated in this very area. Amanda, however, was notably absent today. Upon leaving the hotel, this steadfast woman claimed to be unwell and in need of rest. Such an excuse might deceive the ordinary person, but Rocco was well aware that something was amiss. It was entirely possible that Amanda was, in fact, concealing herself amidst the crowd, biding her time. Nonetheless, he resolved to wait for the commencement of the hunters' competition, for his aim was none other than the coveted championship title. At this thought, a rare glimmer of excitement flickered in Rocco's eyes. At noon, the opening ceremony officially commenced. The headquarters showcased a variety of performances, including dance, martial arts, and archery. Although the displays were not particularly elaborate, they were nonetheless impressive in this era, capturing Rocco's attention. The performances lasted a full half hour, and as they concluded, the host gazed skyward. At that moment, a melodious tune filled the air. Accompanying this music, Rocco observed several hundred individuals materializing in the open spaces above the square. Clad in uniform attire, they stood in stark contrast to the competitors seated below, exuding an air of unity, elegance, and formidable strength. From among these 3 formations, 3 figures gradually emerged. One bore a long red beard, and beside him stood an exceptionally large individual, towering over all others present. These 2 appeared to be the Cardinal of the Red Robes and the Bear Star Cardinal, aptly named in accordance with their imposing presence. The third figure, however, was draped in a deep blue cloak, concealing both his physique and visage. From Rocco's vantage point, he could discern no trace of the man's aura. It seemed that he was indeed the most enigmatic of them all, the North Star Cardinal. Strangely, however, Rocco felt an inexplicable familiarity emanating from this individual, a sensation that left him pondering in uncertainty. He decided to reserve further judgment until an opportunity for direct interaction arose. With this thought, Rocco shifted his gaze back to the arena. In that very instant, the North Star Cardinal, positioned high above, appeared to sense something, subtly redirecting his gaze toward Rocco's team. Was that sensation merely a figment of his imagination? As the opening ceremony drew to a close, the host extended a warm welcome, leading to the grand entrance of the true sovereign of the nation, the king, who ascended to his throne amidst a throng of admirers. The atmosphere within the venue reached a fever pitch, as countless voices erupted in cheers and applause. Some extolled his benevolence, others expressed their gratitude, while many openly declared their admiration. Rocco, puzzled by this fervor, glanced at the girl in the little red hat, only to find her leaning close to his ear, recounting the king's notable achievements. In the beginning, this nation was plagued by ferocious beasts, rendering it weak and vulnerable. The common folk struggled to find adequate sustenance and warmth, lacking even a secure place to call home. However, with the ascension of a new king, the tides began to turn. He led his army to vanquish the onslaught of beasts, expanding the territory and establishing habitable lands for the people. With the assistance of 3 esteemed popes, he also founded the Hunters' Alliance. Thus, hunting became the most prevalent profession in the kingdom, empowering the populace for the first time to stand against the beasts. In a mere 50 years, the nation transformed from desolation to a place where all could eat, dress warmly, and find shelter. It is no wonder that the people hold him in such high regard. Upon hearing this, Rocco nodded slightly. recognizing that he is indeed a king who cherishes his subjects. Chapter 76. The king and the pope make their appearance at the heart of the venue, upon the throne. The king, adorned with a crown and draped in imperial robes, sat with an air of nonchalance. Yet, even in such a casual demeanor, Rocco could sense the formidable aura emanating from him. This was a king forged in the crucible of battle. Such a figure possessed cunning, capability, and an understanding of sacrifice, yet he was undoubtedly perilous. Rocco murmured to himself, grasping the reason behind Amanda's strictness and tenacity, traits undeniably inherited from this king. However, his current demeanor seemed quite ordinary. Why then did the two popes prevent Amanda from meeting him? This was a mystery beyond Rocco's comprehension. Of course, this was not the time for him to dwell on such uncertainties. The finals had commenced, and it was now his turn to take the stage. As anticipated, Rocco effortlessly secured victory in all his matches within the group. The prowess of a professional hunter was overwhelmingly dominant among the competitors. Some might question the fairness of pitting novice-level contenders against a professional, yet the discerning understood that this was indeed equitable. Professional prowess is not merely a product of status or wealth. It cannot be amassed through shortcuts. If any shortcuts exist, they are equally accessible to all, relying solely on fortune. Indeed, the only shortcut to becoming a professional hunter is luck. Other factors, such as hard work and talent, amount to naught. No matter how hard one strives, they remain confined to the pinnacle of novice level. No matter how gifted, they cannot transcend the shackles to achieve professional status. Luck, however, presents an almost equal probability for everyone. Yet, this is merely the rule of the land. Rocco, not being a native, found this rule irrelevant to him. With a sigh, he claimed another victory. Setting down his bow, he turned his gaze to the other arenas. There were hundreds of fields, each hosting dozens of participants, where only one victor could emerge from each. Ultimately, these victors would face off to determine the final champion. Rocco's matches had concluded, while victories in other arenas remained undecided. Oh well, he thought, let us observe the proceedings elsewhere. As he shifted his focus, he noted the fierce competition in the other arenas, where hunters from various towns sought to seize this rare opportunity to shine. In this nation, one could only participate in the hunter's tournament once in a lifetime. This reality was both unjust and just. It curbed the aspirations of ordinary individuals seeking immediate elevation, while simultaneously preventing professional hunters from repeatedly amassing accolades. Thus, not every tournament featured professional hunters. The previous tournament crowned a contender who had reached the pinnacle of novice status, transforming from a sparrow into a phoenix, thereby altering their social standing irrevocably. This time, it was inevitable that victory would lie among a select few: Rocco, Little Red Riding Hood, and the remaining 7 participants. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the left side of Rocco, drawing the attention of a large crowd. Curious, Rocco turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. There, a massive pit had formed, plunging 3 to 4 meters deep, swallowing everyone in the vicinity. One of the challenges in the hunter competition involved a test of strength, where contestants were required to strike the ground with a punch. The severity of the ground's fracture would determine the competitor's strength. Rocco had just completed this task, deliberately moderating his power to only cause the ground to crack incrementally, which was sufficient to secure him the title of the strongest in his group. This was not to imply that the others in his group were weak. Rather, the ground had been specially modified with a material unknown to Rocco. 4 novice-level competitors. Even a single punch would struggle to leave a mark, let alone create a 3 to 4 meter deep crater. Such power was indicative of a professional level. Even among the elite, shattering reinforced ground was not something achievable with mere 1,000-kilogram strength. It appeared that victory belonged to his group. Rocco muttered to himself, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Subsequently, the cacophony of thunderous sounds ceased, as professional-level competitors were indeed rare, and even among them, few could create such a significant breach in the fortified ground. Look over there. Incredible. A perfect shot from 1,000 meters. No, he fired 10 arrows simultaneously. Suddenly, a chorus of excited shouts erupted within the venue. Following their gaze, Rocco spotted a man who had indeed launched 10 arrows, all striking the bullseye 1,000 meters away. 10 rings, all 10 rings. Rocco observed that the specially designed target had even cracked from the force of the arrows. Is he a demon? If the earlier competitor, who had created a 3 to 4 meter pit, had piqued Rocco's interest, this marksman, hitting all 10 arrows from 1,000 meters, truly astonished him. At that distance, even he could not achieve such accuracy, and most would struggle to shoot an arrow that far. How was he able to accomplish this? It required not only exceptional eyesight but also immense strength and an almost ethereal precision. Just as Rocco contemplated this marvel, the competition at that site concluded, and, as anticipated, the 10-arrow shooter emerged victorious. This hunter competition was indeed a gathering of hidden talents. Even Rocco had to concede the impressive caliber of this contest. Fortunately, there were no overly exaggerated performances that followed. All were rather normal in nature. At this point, Luo finally found solace. After all, if one's adversary were exceedingly formidable, securing the championship would indeed be quite the challenge. Little Red Riding Hood's team also achieved a resounding victory. The moment her professional-level prowess was unveiled, she captured the attention of everyone present. While many may have encountered professional-level hunters, a female professional-level hunter was an unprecedented phenomenon. Such individuals have been exceedingly rare since the establishment of the Hunter Alliance. This current cohort is impressive, featuring 7 professional-level hunters, including 1 female. Indeed, professional-level hunters are vital entities capable of becoming the lifeblood of a nation. In midair, the Scarlet Pope and the Bear Star Pope exchanged smiles as they offered their commentary. Their expressions revealed their profound satisfaction with this year's hunter competition. However, at that moment, a faint voice drifted from beside them. Indeed, they are all promising candidates. How wonderful it would be if I could study them in depth. Chapter 77. Is the king an impostor? Be careful, Beidou. These individuals are the future pillars of the nation, exclaimed Pope Xiongxing candidly, while Pope Hongi gazed at him with evident concern. Cough, just a jest. Look at how startled you are. Beidou chuckled, breaking a prolonged silence. The joking tone of his voice caused both Hongi and Xiongxing to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, Beidou was the most enigmatic among the 3, so much so that even they occasionally found it difficult to discern his actions. However, one fact remained clear: Beidou had the highest number of professional hunters under his command. Conversely, he also bore the most losses among talented hunters in his employ. This had stirred quite a commotion within the Hunter Alliance, yet Beidou clarified in person that those who had perished had died of natural causes, even after thorough examinations. No anomalies were discovered. Lacking evidence, Beidou continued to hold his position as Pope, though Hongi and Xiongxing remained vigilant around him. Let us continue watching the match. Pope Xiongxing laughed heartily, redirecting his attention back to the ongoing competition. The subsequent matches primarily featured other groups, rendering the participation of professionals like Little Red Riding Hood unnecessary from the outset. Consequently, he spent most of his time in the stands, observing everything within the arena. It was during this moment that he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Amanda. At that moment, Amanda was clad in an elegant black outfit, a large hat obscuring her features entirely. Were she to wear a mask as well, she would undoubtedly resemble a shadowy figure. Unfortunately, such attire was uncommon in this world. Amanda tilted her head to the side, seemingly focused on something, and from Little Red Riding Hood's perspective, it appeared as though she was gazing towards the throne. Could it be that she was yearning for her father? Little Red Riding Hood pondered, naturally attributing Amanda's behavior to nostalgia for her father. After all, according to Amanda, she had not returned to Hysterlia since her departure for Zitter Town, indicating that she had not seen her biological father for over a decade. As night descended, the first day's contests concluded swiftly amidst fierce competition, with dozens of groups having already determined their victors across hundreds of arenas. Naturally, many groups remained undecided in their outcomes. They would need 1 to 2 more days of competition to ascertain their winners. As for the groups that had already claimed victory, they could now enjoy a period of rest over the next couple of days, including Little Red Riding Hood's group. That evening, within the hotel, Little Red Riding Hood and his companion were engrossed in an entertaining game, punctuated by bursts of delighted laughter. Just as the game reached its climax, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? Rocco, quite irritated, inquired with a hint of annoyance, as he was deeply engrossed in his game and found the interruption exceedingly vexing. A familiar voice soon resonated through the door's partition, exclaiming, "It's me, something has happened." Upon hearing this, both Rocco and Little Red Riding Hood exchanged glances before reluctantly setting down their scratchers. Within the room, Amanda exhibited little interest in their game. At that moment, she appeared as though she were owed $1 million, radiating profound despondency. Observing Amanda in such a state, Rocco felt a sense of foreboding. He had never witnessed Amanda like this before. Typically, she showed little genuine concern for anything, yet now her demeanor was undeniably peculiar. Rocco placed a cup of hot water on the table and offered it to Amanda, saying, "Drink some hot water. I'll listen to you." As she gazed at the cup, a wave of emotion surged within Amanda, prompting her to seize the cup and gulp it down hastily. Soon, the scalding water caught in her throat, leading to a fit of violent coughing. "Father, he has gone," she uttered softly, releasing the cup as her lips parted slightly. "Gone? Could you elaborate a bit more?" Both Rocco and Little Red Riding Hood exchanged another glance, their eyes revealing a shared perplexity. They were puzzled by Amanda's words, yet the gravity of the situation required her to articulate the truth. The one who appeared on the throne today was not him. Subsequently, Amanda laid bare everything she knew and did not know. After a moment's pause, Rocco sat at the table, lost in contemplation. According to Amanda's observations, the individual who had appeared was not the true king. At least, from her perspective as his own daughter, he was certainly not her father. Rocco was uncertain how she had disowned this, yet he chose to believe her. Initially, Amanda had merely speculated, but later, when the event concluded, she pretended not to recognize the king as she passed by him in the backstage area. Remarkably, the king had walked past her as if she were a mere stranger, an ordinary passerby. This was highly unusual. A father, regardless of his elevated status, would surely recognize his daughter after such a long separation. This recognition stems from the bond of blood. Even though Amanda had departed from Hysteria long ago to reside in Zeit Town, the connection between family members would inevitably prevail. Later, I pretended to be a servant, carrying a platter of fruit past him. Even at such a close distance, he failed to recognize me. As she recounted this, Rocco distinctly noted the quiver in Amanda's voice, a reflection of profound sorrow and despair rooted in familial ties. Eventually, I revealed my identity, and at that moment, the king's eyes lit up, and he became notably warmer towards me. Yet I could tell, that moment was an act. He is not my father. At this point, Amanda nearly broke down in hysteria. Subsequently, Little Red Riding Hood poured Amanda a glass of water to help her calm her nerves. From Amanda's account, it was evident that today's king exhibited certain peculiarities. However, she had never encountered the former king, nor had Little Red Riding Hood. In fact, it seemed that only Amanda had witnessed him in person. Faced with such a reality, Rocco realized that uncovering the truth would necessitate a visit to the palace. Amanda, do you know how to gain entry into the palace? Rocco murmured, as if making a crucial decision. Upon hearing this, Amanda's expression turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, she divulged the method for entering the palace. The palace is secured by a total of 16 gates, each guarded by dedicated sentinels. Generally, only those who reside within the palace or those summoned may gain access. As it stands, you do not qualify for either category. However, do not despair. I possess a key that can unlock the first 15 gates. As for the final gate, you will have to devise your own means to overcome that obstacle. Chapter 78. The opening of 15 doors. Can the royal palace achieve this? Amanda's face clouded with concern as she gazed anxiously at Rocco. Indeed, that very night, Rocco followed the guidance to the location of the royal palace. The palace was not difficult to locate. The second largest structure in Astoria City was the Hunters Alliance headquarters, while the largest was the royal palace itself. Unlike the Hunters Alliance, which was situated near the city's heart, the palace lay closer to the outskirts. At this moment, Rocco stood before a lush, verdant grove. This grove was unlike any ordinary forest, radiating an even more vibrant green and a palpable vitality. Merely inhaling the fresh air here filled Rocco with a sense of serene exhilaration. In the center of the grove, a pathway several meters wide stretched forth. This path appeared to be constructed from a unique material, emanating a soft luminescence reminiscent of fireflies, even in the darkness. Perhaps it was designed to prevent travelers from stumbling during the night. Despite the obscurity of night, the path was guarded by 2 rows of armored soldiers. Each soldier wielded a weapon, positioned every 5 meters apart. Occasionally, a small patrol unit would traverse the area. Rocco calculated that this patrol passed through every hour. Truly, the palace was well guarded. However, a smile crept across Rocco's lips as he activated his cloaking ability, concealing his form and masking his presence. He now moved as if he had vanished entirely, striding confidently along the path. The soldiers, divided into their ranks, remained steadfast in their posts, utterly oblivious to Rocco's presence. This invisibility is indeed effective, Rocco mused as the first door soon came into view. This door was grand, making Rocco appear diminutive in comparison. Moreover, he realized that he had only just reached the outer wall of the palace. The path he had traversed continued onward, leading to yet another imposing wall. This wall towered even higher than the first door, nearly matching the height of the Hunters Alliance headquarters walls. Goodness, why are these walls constructed so high? Are they guarding against thieves? While an ordinary thief might be deterred, what would the guards do if I produced a key? With that thought, Rocco retrieved the key from his pocket. The first door was located 10 meters from the soldiers, meaning if he could just open the door a crack and swiftly slip inside, he would remain undetected. Without hesitation, Rocco continued to cloak himself, inserting the key into the lock and slowly turning it. As the key turned, a faint sound emanated from the first door. The moment the sound was produced, Rocco froze, halting in his tracks. However, when he glanced back at the soldiers, he found them unperturbed. Phew, they haven't noticed, Rocco exhaled, patting his chest in relief as he resumed turning the key. After a brief mechanical rotation, a crisp sound resonated. The door swung open. Rocco dared not hesitate. He swiftly opened a narrow passage in the door, just wide enough for a single person to slip through, and quickly inserted himself within. He exhaled, a hint of nervousness escaping as he caught his breath. Though this was not his first endeavor of such nature, for reasons unknown, his heart raced with unease. After calming his thoughts, Rocco pressed forward along the path before him. Having crossed the first threshold, he had truly entered the palace. Here, numerous edifices began to emerge. Unlike the expansive flatness beyond the first door, which had offered little more than a broad pathway, the structures here were grander and more exquisite. Adorned with traditional Chinese architectural elements such as bracket sets, tiles, and sweeping eaves, all of which suggested a high level of craftsmanship in this realm. The impressive height of the city walls had already hinted at this. Following a straight path, Roko continued onward, soon encountering the second door, towering 3 meters high. This door was composed of an unknown material that shimmered with a golden hue under the moonlight. Could it be fashioned from pure gold? A flicker of astonishment crossed Roko's eyes. If it were indeed solid gold, selling it could yield a fortune. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. His primary objective remained to pass through 16 doors and meet the king. Inserting the key, the second door swung open effortlessly, allowing Roko to enter the next area. This space resembled the previous one, with its magnificent architecture and intricate decor, but was enhanced by stone columns lining the path, each topped with a lantern that served as a streetlight. The third door soon came into view, radiating a silvery glow as if crafted from silver itself. With a gentle creak, Roko unlocked it with ease and pressed on without pause. He proceeded to unlock the bronze, iron, wooden, and stone doors in succession, until the 8th door, which bore a resemblance to the very first. Oddly, the materials of these doors seemed fragile, easily susceptible to damage. Such insecurity seemed inadequate for fortification. Roko inserted the key, his confusion deepening, yet he remained unable to fathom the reasoning behind it all. One door after another, he continued to open them. This endeavor consumed 5 hours of his time, with just 2 hours remaining until dawn. He realized he must unlock the final 2 doors and meet the king within that time frame. With a deep breath, Roko pushed open the 15th door. The prior 15 doors had yielded to him with surprising ease, though they had still taken a considerable amount of time. However, with 2 hours left to open just one more door, it seemed he had ample time at his disposal. As he walked along a gravel path, the 16th door soon came into view for Roko. This door was entirely unlike the previous 15. It did not emanate any light. Standing at approximately 2 meters tall, it adhered to the standard dimensions commonly found in this country. From the exterior, Roko could discern no indication of the material from which it was crafted. Of course, this might also stem from Roko's limited exposure to various materials, as he could only identify a few. Nonetheless, it was worth attempting the key. Before his journey, Amanda had informed him that the key would only unlock the first 15 doors, yet he still resolved to give it a try. With a deep breath, he inserted the key and began to turn it gently. Unlike the crisp sounds of the previous locks, a heavy clunk resonated from within the lock this time. Was it truly unable to open? Chapter 79. Opening the 16th door, Roko made several attempts, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The door would not yield. Leaning gently against the doorframe, he pondered a method to unlock it. Not being a locksmith, the notion of crafting a key on-site from the lock cylinder was beyond his capabilities. Thus, it appeared that his sole recourse was to forcibly break it open. Although he was unaware of the material composition of the door, he felt confident that, with his current strength, even the hardest diamond could be crushed with a single hand. Surely, this unremarkable door could not withstand his might. However, mere moments later, Roko's thoughts shifted. This was the royal palace. Any commotion, no matter how slight, would attract attention, risking discovery. If he were to be found out, the very purpose of his secret infiltration would be rendered futile. It was entirely possible that the usurper king could already be on guard. Disheartened, he resolved to contemplate alternative solutions. Suddenly, an excellent idea struck him. Teleportation. This ability, acquired after defeating Wayne, allowed him to transport himself to any designated location within a 500-meter radius. How could he have overlooked such a formidable skill? With renewed determination, Roko focused on the door's location and activated his teleportation ability. Whoosh! He sprang into action, only to collide directly with the 16th door. A dull thud echoed as he fell to the ground. What just happened? Rubbing his head, Roko gradually rose to his feet, bewildered by the lack of any change in position. From past experiences, teleportation was an absolute skill, effective under any circumstances. Yet here he was, perplexed by the situation. He decided to try again. After observing for a while without discernible results, he resolved to be as stubborn as a bull and attempt once more. As he spoke, he activated his teleportation ability again. This time, his body moved swiftly once more, but the result was the same. He crashed against the door again. Bang! The dull sound reverberated once more, yet this time he remained standing. Frustration began to ignite within him as he gazed at the door. Since ascending to the ranks of the extraordinary, he had seldom experienced such emotions, but this peculiar door was certainly inciting his ire. Damn it, once more. He repeated the teleportation attempt, time and again, yet regardless of his posture, he found himself colliding with the door, unable to pass through. Ultimately, Roko resigned himself to defeat as he recognized that only this door resisted his passage. The previous 15 had yielded to his teleportation trials. Why was that? lost in contemplation. He began to search through all that he understood, seeking the answer to this enigma. Soon, he found a plausible explanation to rationalize the situation. Within the narrative framework, vibranium is regarded as one of the most resilient metals in the Marvel universe. Not only is it characterized by its extraordinary hardness, but it also possesses the ability to absorb heat and energy. This implies that it can withstand nearly all forms of assault without sustaining damage. Logically, such an invincible weapon should remain unscathed. However, during the climactic battle, Thanos managed to shatter that shield. This is inconsistent within the established lore. Yet there exists a theory that could elucidate this phenomenon. Either it was a plot necessity, or Thanos' assault exerted a force beyond that which vibranium could endure. Compulsion. Could it be that the compulsion of this door supersedes my ability to teleport? After considerable contemplation, Rocco arrived at this singular, rational explanation. Yet, this is merely a fairy tale realm. How could such formidable laws exist? Why? What could be the reason? Before the 16th door, Rocco fell into silence. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to depart from this place. As a member of the royal court, Amanda might possess knowledge regarding this door. Perhaps inquiring with her could reveal a method to unlock it. With this thought, Rocco no longer hesitated and intended to employ his teleportation skill to leave. However, at that moment, with a creak, the previously closed 16th door swung open. Following this, several women clad in identical attire emerged, each holding various toiletry items. It appeared they had just attended to the king and were preparing to return. They cautiously pushed the door open with gentle movements, slowly stepping out. Just as the last person was about to close the door, a faint breeze suddenly wafted through. The breeze was so subtle that the woman did not perceive anything amiss, and she continued to shut the door, subsequently departing. Creak. The 16th door closed, and Rocco seized the opportunity to enter. As the last woman closed the door, he swiftly slipped through. His speed was remarkable, generating a slight gust. Yet, the wind was so gentle that the woman remained oblivious to any difference. Finally, he had made it inside. Rocco exhaled in relief, feeling an unfamiliar tension that had long been absent from his life. The last time he felt so anxious was. Once he steadied his emotions, he directed his gaze forward and began to walk deeper into the space beyond the 16th door. The interior was far more opulent than the exterior. Pools adorned with gemstones, decorative pieces crafted from golden threads, exquisite artifacts, and structures made of gold were in abundance. Witnessing this scene made it difficult for Rocco to reconcile the image of the king with that of a benevolent ruler. After all, this appeared to be the epitome of a lavish monarch. However, what if the king merely had a penchant for luxurious living, yet his actions were beyond reproach? Never mind. Rocco could not discern these complexities at that moment. Since the women were carrying toiletries, it indicated that the king had already awakened. Yet, it was only 5 o'clock, and dawn was still some time away. This king certainly rises early. As Rocco advanced, a magnificent castle gradually came into view. Towering and resplendent, the castle sparkled with gold. Yet Rocco found himself devoid of the inclination to count the golden bricks that adorned it. He had stealthily entered the castle in darkness and soon encountered the king he had seen during the day. After enduring countless trials, he finally laid eyes upon him. Now, it was time to observe him closely, Rocco mused, seeking a favorable angle to scrutinize the monarch. The king, clad in a robe woven with golden threads, sat at a table, seemingly engrossed in reviewing documents. Occasionally, his brow furrowed, only to relax moments later. He appeared to be a king utterly devoted to his responsibilities. As Rocco continued to watch, boredom began to creep in, followed by a wave of drowsiness. Soon, darkness enveloped him, and he gradually slipped into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 80. The Sovereign? The King? A profound darkness enveloped the surroundings, an abyss of unfathomable blackness. The atmosphere was saturated with a heavy, metallic scent of blood, mingled with the stench of decay and death, an olfactory assault beyond imagination. A dull ache began to creep through his being, and as the oppressive darkness gradually lifted, a dim and hazy world materialized before his eyes. Where am I? Rocco opened his eyes, only to discover that his limbs were bound, and his body bore numerous wounds of varying severity. These marks were plentiful, a tapestry of injuries scattered across his form. Yet, in his current state, they did not appear to be life-threatening. As he contemplated the restraints on his hands and feet, as well as the wounds, Rocco began to recall the events that had transpired. He had entered the castle, intending to observe the king, but fatigue had overwhelmed him, and he had unwittingly succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, he found himself in this nebulous, gray world. Strange, that scent. He remembered the faint fragrance he had detected upon entering the castle, initially dismissing it as mere incense. However, it now seemed likely that it was a tactic devised specifically to ensnare outsiders like himself. Although he was uncertain why the king and those women appeared unaffected by this aroma, it was clear that he had suffered as a consequence. Damn it. I didn't expect to face such adversity here. Rocco broke free from his restraints, striking the ground with force. The bindings appeared to be nothing more than ordinary ropes, which, to him, were as ineffective as nothing at all. Surveying the surrounding murky landscape, Rocco realized that his immediate priority was to locate an exit. Yet, in this shrouded expanse, visibility was non-existent, and no structures could be discerned. The prospect of finding an exit seemed utterly absurd. Let us try the sacred dream seed. Muttering to himself, he settled into a cross-legged position. Closing his eyes tightly, he activated the sacred dream seed, and the world before him was instantly illuminated. He found himself in a space reminiscent of a warehouse, filled with numerous boxes, and at the center of this arrangement lay a path that stretched straight into the distance. It appeared to be the exit he sought. A glimmer of hope sparked within him as he activated his teleportation ability. This time, he was whisked away to what seemed to be an exit. Here, a small lamp flickered, casting a crimson glow. Unlike any light he had encountered before, this one radiated a red hue, akin to blood, ominous and viscous amidst the prevailing gray. I must leave. There are matters to discuss with Amanda. With that thought, Rocco placed his hand upon the door before him, preparing to step outside. Just then, a conversation broke the silence. There are quite a few professional-grade hunters this time, and among them, 3 are notably young. They are our targets. Rest assured, I trust your abilities. Once the competition concludes, I shall offer them conditions to gain entry into the royal palace. I comprehend. Once one enters the royal palace, it becomes your domain. 2 figures pushed open the door and slowly made their way inside. As they walked, one of them, with a voice as parched as the desert, began to speak while gesturing towards the boxes on either side. This one belongs to Qingchuan Town. That one is from Lake Town. And that, during his discourse, the other figure, possessing a more resonant voice, nodded in agreement, seemingly quite pleased. At that moment, the 2 figures abruptly halted, gazing at the vacant spaces where the boxes ought to have been. The figure with the robust voice snorted coldly. What is the meaning of this? Why is the one from Zittertown empty? Upon hearing this, the dry-voiced individual immediately trembled, his speech faltering. My lord, there has been an incident in Zittertown. An incident? Be clear, Beidou, and explain it well. Beidou then recounted the events that transpired in Zittertown to his lord. A mysterious man had suddenly appeared, not only discovering the hidden chamber, but also tracking down the stronghold outside the city, where he eliminated the divine envoy. Consequently, all the false alliance members in Zittertown were eradicated. A mysterious man? What does he look like? The lord pondered for a moment, perplexed. Subsequently, Beidou produced a portrait from his bosom and presented it to his lord. Upon seeing the image, the lord became visibly agitated. Quickly, go check the confinement point and see if anyone is there. The lord's voice thundered throughout the space. Without delay, Beidou sprang into action, departing from the scene. Moments later, he stood before his lord, anxiety etched across his face. Trembling, he reported, My lord, there is only a pile of ropes there. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted, followed by a blinding fist descending from the heavens, crashing down at the very spot. The ground, composed of an unknown material, could not withstand the pressure and fractured instantly. As the earth split apart, plumes of smoke rose ominously. Amidst the haze, a figure stood poised above the boxes. Arms crossed behind his back, Rocco fixed his gaze intently on the swirling smoke. The sudden assault had originated from him. Upon hearing the titles exchanged by the 2 men, he had been seized by a murderous intent. The False Alliance, Zittertown, Divine Envoy, Lord Beidou. These pieces of information he had gathered from various sources were finally voiced at this moment by the 2 men before him. Undoubtedly, these 2 were the instigators of the False Alliance, the malevolent puppeteers orchestrating all the chaos. The abduction of Little Red Riding Hood, the misfortunes of her family, and the torment endured by the geniuses within the hidden chamber. All of this was orchestrated by the 2 standing before him. Hence, death was their only just end. Moreover, even if he refrained from taking action, the Lord had already discerned his presence. Rather than waiting for them to strike first, it would be wiser to act preemptively. At last, the smoke dissipated, revealing a figure lying shattered within the vast pit. Beidou, gazing at the figure before him, grotesquely unattractive and with skin parched to the brink of desiccation, Luoku uttered the name of his counterpart. Yet, what of the other individual? A chilling laughter echoed, revealing the depths of his own oversight. From behind Luoku, an eerie chuckle suddenly arose, followed by a resonant voice. As Luoku turned around, it was only then that he beheld the visage of the one referred to as the master. Adorned with a crown and draped in a robe of golden threads, he resembled the King Luoku had previously encountered, the benevolent ruler who cherished his subjects as his own children, or perhaps the enigmatic master. Luoku regarded him coolly. The master, undeterred by being seen through, erupted into a sinister laugh. This laughter persisted for an extended duration, abruptly ceasing at a certain moment. Following this silence, the master's words, laden with menace, echoed forth. Call me as you wish. for this may very well be your final utterance. Chapter 81. The Master of Infinite Resurrection. In an instant, the two individuals present sprang into action. The Master, suspended in the air, clenched his fists while Loco stood firmly on the ground. Surrounding the Master was a swirling mass of an unknown dark mist, enveloping his entire being, his body, arms, every inch of skin. His robes billowed dramatically with the mist, and an overwhelming aura of danger surged forth from him. Under the shroud of this black fog, his form hurtled toward Loco like a high-velocity projectile. Unfazed, Loco's eyes blazed with fury as he tightened his fists, which had inexplicably become encased in vibranium. With no semblance of technique, he unleashed a punch that embodied the full force of his being, sending it forth with an almost effortless grace. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, the immense power radiating outward like a miniature missile. The sturdy ground could not withstand the impact, fracturing into countless pieces. And a cloud of smoke began to rise from the epicenter of the collision. Following this clash, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Ding-dong, ding-dong. At a certain moment, this silence was abruptly shattered. As the smoke cleared, Loco stood resolutely at the center of impact, where a vast pit had formed. Beyond that, no trace of others remained, not even a single corpse. Had they perished so easily? A sense of doubt flickered in Loco's mind. Logically, this lofty master, the leader of the Pseudo-Alliance, should not possess such frailty. Moreover, had he truly lacked any backup strategies after years of scheming? It was all too peculiar. Creak. Suddenly, Loco caught a faint sound. Initially imperceptible, it soon escalated into a cacophony, akin to something being unsealed, accompanied by a series of sharp squeaks. Finally, Loco discerned the source of the noise. A sealed box was being opened. Around him, a multitude of boxes began to resonate as if awakened from slumber. One by one, the boxes sprang open, revealing emaciated figures with skin devoid of color. Humans. A chill of horror flashed through Loco's eyes. It was not fear of these beings, whether human or ghostly, but rather the sheer number of corpses that surrounded him, reaching an astonishing magnitude. In a typical village, the population would number around 200 to 300, yet here, the bodies present were in the hundreds of thousands. What had the Pseudo-Alliance done? Hee. How laughable. Humans, are you afraid now? You have no inkling of my true power. From the center of this grim assembly of corpses, a rotund figure began to levitate slowly. This figure bore the same voice as the master before. It was evident he was indeed the master. Rocco gazed at him, though somewhat astonished by his resurrection. He felt no fear. If one can be slain once, a second occasion is inevitable. Ah, the naivety of humanity. As the master's voice faded, the ground became a swarm of bodies, lunging toward Rocco like a horde of zombies. Their numbers were vast, and their speed was astonishing. In an instant, the vanguard surged before him. Is this all you have? Rocco remained undaunted, drawing a revolver from his pocket and commenced firing indiscriminately. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets traced elegant arcs through the air, until, upon striking the corpses, the explosions erupted with ferocity. Fiery serpents, akin to demons, mercilessly consumed each lifeless form. The sound of crunching echoed as the devoured bodies disintegrated. Nevertheless, the onslaught of the undead persisted. Observing the relentless tide of corpses, Rocco enveloped himself in vibranium. Previously, he had merely coated specific areas, yielding substantial power. Now, let us witness the might of a high-speed missile. As he spoke, a golden radiance emanated from him, and at nearly 100 kilometers per hour, Rocco charged into the throng of bodies like a missile. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions erupted in succession, illuminating the space with a dazzling display reminiscent of fireworks. Amidst the brilliance, Rocco gradually discerned the layout of his surroundings, spanning a vast expanse akin to the hunter's headquarters. The area was cluttered with countless crates, with simple pathways weaving between them, dividing the space into 3 sections. The recently shattered crates appeared to originate from the first section. In less than 10 minutes, the multitude of corpses that had gathered were all sprawled upon the ground. Some lay shattered into fragments, others reduced to mere powder, and some even vaporized completely. In that moment, only Rocco and the rotund figure suspended in the air remained. Now, it is your turn, Rocco bellowed, vaulting from the ground with sudden force. Boom. The tremendous power shattered the Obi's form, causing it to vanish in an instant. Hiss. Now, you must perish. Oh. Is that so? Hee. That familiar voice resonated once more, like a stubborn adhesive, as the individual resurrected again. Rocco clenched his fists tightly. Truth be told, the opponent's tenacious tactics were exceedingly irksome. Damn it, just. Before he could utter the curse, a series of squeaks echoed. In an instant, the crates from the second section burst open, and a horde of bodies, exuding the aura of novice hunters, leaped forth. In terms of numbers, this new wave did not match the previous horde, comprising only a few thousand, yet their presence was significantly more formidable. Through close observation, Rocco discerned that these corpses were no longer as desiccated as before. Their skin bore a trace of flesh and blood. Yet it was still evident at a glance that they were lifeless. "My lord, how many have you truly slain? How is it that you still draw breath?" In the next moment, Rocco's figure surged forth with immense velocity. To him, there was no fundamental distinction between novice and intra-level. At least, that was his perception. Therefore, he required no alteration in his tactics, merely continuing to navigate through the horde of corpses like a human missile. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds resonated once more, akin to fireworks, as these bodies could not withstand even a moment, collapsing to the ground. Limbs, powder, indistinguishable from the first wave, scattered about. Before the Lord in the Sky could utter a word, Rocco promptly dispatched him with a single shot from his revolver. Subsequently, a familiar screech echoed, signaling the opening of the third compartment. Endless, is it? Rocco clenched his fists tightly and propelled himself forward once more. However, upon confronting the new batch of corpses, he discovered a divergence. Chapter 82. An unexpected discovery. The pseudo-human boxes were opened one after another, yet emerging from them were beings that resembled humans in every aspect. Each figure possessed skin and flesh so lifelike that, had they not emerged from the boxes, Rocco would have undoubtedly mistaken them for actual humans. Apart from their pallid faces, there was no discernible difference between them and the living. Their numbers had dwindled to less than 100, yet the aura that emanated from each was extraordinarily potent. That familiar sensation. Indeed, they all bore the hallmark of professional-grade individuals. A look of astonishment flickered in Rocco's eyes as he realized just how rare such professionals were in this world. Until now, he had encountered only 7, including himself. And now, there were a full 100 of them, all at the professional level. Such a terrifying quantity. "Ah, humans, you must be frightened. Submit to me, or else." The familiar voice echoed once more, yet this time, Rocco lacked the patience to endure its drivel. What did it matter if they were novice or professional? In his eyes, they were merely entities that could be crushed with a flick of his hand. At worst, confronting a professional would only require a bit more effort. "You speak far too much, and I prefer swift resolutions." No sooner had he spoken than Rocco's missile-like form surged forward with incredible speed once again. The simplest method of killing was to combine the greatest velocity with the hardest object, and he possessed both. Boom. The familiar sound of an explosion resonated once more. But this time it was brief, lasting less than 10 minutes before Rocco's rapid movement ceased. Panting lightly before the ruins, Rocco gazed at the desolate scene and murmured, "Master, can you still be revived?" "I am immortal." The voice, akin to an incessant pest, rang out once more. Rocco sighed in exasperation. He was weary of this endless chatter. He had lost interest in the appearance of his adversary and was consumed by irritation. Like a persistent bug, the master seemed impossible to eradicate. Sensing Rocco's disregard, the voice took on a more animated tone. "Hey, don't you want to see my new form?" "Not in the slightest." "How vexing. Changing costumes is exhausting." "Still not interested." At last, faced with Rocco's blatant indifference, the master grew irate. "Human, I can reveal a secret to you. Would you like to hear it?" "Not at all." Rocco coldly waved his hand in rejection, his curiosity now only piqued by how he might completely annihilate the master. As for secrets, what could this mere costume changer possibly possess? Seeing that Rocco was unresponsive, the master became increasingly impatient. The once snow-white visage suddenly flushed a vivid crimson. "Imposter. I am an imposter." A soft sound escaped. Loco's brow furrowed momentarily, yet soon relaxed back into its previous calm demeanor. "Imposter, what is that?" Loco maintained a composed facade, feigning ignorance of the term as he conversed with the figure before him. However, internally, his emotions surged with fervor. Among Loco's system tasks, the final objective was to eliminate the imposter. Previously, he had possessed no information regarding such beings, thus relegating this task to the back of his mind while focusing on the 2 preceding missions. Yet now, it appeared that the seemingly indestructible figure before him had unexpectedly revealed their true identity as an imposter. How could this not excite Loco? The pressing question, however, was how to stabilize the situation and extract the other's vulnerabilities. Upon hearing Loco's inquiries, the figure's expression softened. They leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, "In human records, beasts are regarded as powerful entities, and those that undergo mutation are collectively termed aberrant beasts." "I am aware of this." Loco displayed a hint of impatience. The figure continued, seemingly enthralled, "It is well known that beyond aberrant beasts lies a more formidable tier, the imposter. Upon reaching this stage, one completely sheds the form of a beast. The skin becomes as smooth as that of a human, and the appearance resembles that of a human as well." Listening attentively, Loco nodded subtly. This information aligned with what he had previously gleaned from the villagers. However, the crux of the matter lay in the transformation from aberrant beast to imposter. Time. That seemed implausible. Since the inception of recorded history in this nation, over a millennium had elapsed. Yet only one imposter had ever emerged, and they had been slain. How many lives had been consumed? That too seemed inaccurate, for certain aberrant beasts had likely claimed many more victims than the solitary imposter. What then was the catalyst for this transformation? Loco found himself perplexed, yet the self-proclaimed imposter before him appeared capable of elucidating this mystery. Many believe that imposters evolve incrementally from beasts, but I posit that they are hybrids of humans and aberrant beasts. A palpable tension enveloped the air as Loco's nearby iron object was indented by his grip. Surprised? Are you? The figure, now referred to as the imposter, continued. Indeed, Loco is astonished. He had never contemplated that an imposter could be the offspring of a human and an aberrant beast. This implies that a human engaged in copulation with an aberrant beast, resulting in a pregnancy that ultimately brought forth a child. Suddenly, Loco recalled the origins of a certain virus, rumored to have emerged from interactions between specific ethnic groups and the gorillas of the grasslands. It was said that such exchanges had catalyzed the virus's emergence. Originally, had they refrained from indiscriminate interactions, the contagion would not have spread. Yet among certain individuals, peculiar psychological dynamics often arose. The intertwining of male and male began henceforth. And that virus, initially confined to a small area, commenced its insidious spread across the globe. Perhaps one day, it may even extend its reach to the vastness of outer space. Who would have thought? Amidst the laughter of the imposter, a hint of resignation seemed to linger. Nevertheless, his narrative did not cease. In the beginning, there existed a formidable human on this land, one who conquered all, mountains, rivers, and even the beasts. At that time, the beasts became subservient to humanity, yet soon the mutated creatures among them were discovered by that very man. These aberrations were more sentient, possessing a degree of intelligence and remarkable strength. Such extraordinary beings were destined to rule over all. Yet, it was that human who, wielding his immense power, subdued the mutated beasts. From that moment onward, the beasts ceased to cause any disturbances, fully surrendering to humanity. As he recounted this, the imposter's brow furrowed suddenly, for the nightmare belonging to the beasts was only just beginning. Chapter 83. The week with the transition of the royal family. A number of absurd individuals gradually emerged among the nobility and the royals. Wealth, status, and beauty no longer sufficed for them. Their gaze turned towards the mutated beasts. It was a ludicrous chapter in history where seemingly illustrious humans committed unspeakable acts against these creatures. The involvement of multiple participants, sadomasochism, and bondage was beyond my imagination, leaving me bewildered at the myriad of methods conjured by those within the royal circle. Pregnancy became an unavoidable consequence, as female mutated beasts conceived, and even more absurdly, women of the royal family found themselves with child. Loco felt the ground beneath him tremble slightly, his brow furrowing in disbelief upon learning of such a debauched history within the royal lineage. From his perspective, it was incomprehensible to grasp the thoughts of those in power. A normal individual, no, perhaps one could no longer refer to them as human. Even in the hedonistic, chaotic lands of America, he had never heard of such outrageous happenings. Perhaps only those from the land of Asan could be compared. Loco stumbled upon a blind spot. In Asan, female lizards endured horrific violations, and yet, within the royal family, there existed similar accounts of debauchery involving multiple participants. Did this not suggest that they were all equally depraved? The false being paid no mind to Loco's reaction and continued to speak for himself. Naturally, due to the inherent genetic differences between humans and mutated beasts, many pregnant females perished on the day of childbirth, with their unborn children meeting the same fate. However, exceptions exist. One woman of noble birth gave life to a furry offspring just before succumbing to death. This marked the first living being born of both human and mutated beast, a record from a millennium ago, that of the false being. A millennium ago, the false being. Loco murmured, uncertain of the veracity of the claims made by the entity before him. Perhaps some were indeed true, while others were pure fabrication. Who could ascertain the reality? In the chaotic tales he had heard, such events had indeed transpired. The noble aristocrats and high society were no longer satisfied with ordinary pleasures. Their insatiable curiosity led them to explore homosexuality, murmuring, bestiality, incest, and more. It was an exceedingly absurd history, and ironically, as society progressed, these lascivious tales were deliberately concealed and altered. Thus, Loco found merit in some of the false being's assertions. Yet, did his sharing stem merely from a laughable desire for attention? For now, let us refer to that individual, neither human nor beast, as the weak. From birth, the weak was distinct from ordinary humans. He neither cried nor caused a ruckus, effortlessly speaking human language without instruction, and possessed strength comparable to that of an adult male. However, had he been born among the mutated beasts, perhaps his existence would have been more favorable. Among humans, he was utterly unwelcome. They wholly denied his existence. And he was regarded with even less regard than pets, with the status of noble dogs surpassing his own. From a young age, human children bullied and humiliated him. Yet he grew despite this harsh environment, and thus commenced his transformation. At this juncture, the faux human seemed to become agitated, trembling as if on the brink of metamorphosis. Were it not for his human visage, Rocco might have believed this creature was about to undergo a dramatic change. And then, on the day he reached adulthood, the transformation became starkly evident. His strength, speed, and endurance far exceeded those of humans, outstripping even the mutated beasts. Humanity finally recognized the profound might of the seemingly weak, leading to a remarkable shift among the royal court. They granted him titles, bestowed wealth, showered him with affection, and offered him all the finest treatments that humanity could conceive. Yet one thing was conspicuously absent: human women. Suddenly, the weak had everything he desired, and in that moment, he felt a tumultuous joy, yet the hatred he had harbored since childhood began to morph under the weight of complex emotions. He began to depend on humans, this dependency spiraling into an almost frenzied obsession. Every command they issued, be it to harm his kin, wage war, or slay beasts, he fulfilled with the devotion of a sycophant. Hiss. At this revelation, Rocco's expression tightened. This psychological state, it seemed, could be categorized in psychology as dependent personality disorder. When applied to the weak, it ought to be termed as bestial. Oh, but no. Given that his father was a mutated beast and his mother human, it seemed no label could aptly capture his essence. In a fleeting moment, the weak became a formidable asset to the royal family. However, as he grew stronger day by day, those humans who sought to control him began to seek another individual or organization to subdue him. Thus, the Hunter Alliance was born. Initially, the weak's circumstances remained unchanged, but as the Hunter Alliance steadily gained strength, the royal court abruptly turned against him, a process that unfolded over a protracted period. During his time as a sycophant, he gradually developed feelings for a human girl who reciprocated his affections. Yet, they were ultimately doomed to remain apart. For she was the daughter of the reigning king. Logically, a marquis who fought for his country and a king's daughter should find union relatively uncomplicated. However, the insurmountable barrier lay in the weak's lineage. He was a hybrid, forever unrecognized by humanity. The tide turned, and actions against the weak commenced, a lengthy chapter in history, during which humanity persistently underestimated his formidable power. His skin, his strength, his speed, everything about him was astonishingly powerful. And even the onslaught of the Hunter Alliance proved futile against him. Logically, one would assume that a prolonged stalemate would ultimately favor the weaker party's survival. However, at this juncture, the pseudo-human paused, his gaze transforming into an almost indifferent stare. Rocco astutely perceived this shift. What could have instigated such a psychological transformation? Was it the notion of weakness? Rocco remained oblivious, just as he was unaware of the detailed historical narrative that had been revealed to him that very day. On that fateful day, the Hunters' Alliance abruptly withdrew their forces, only for the royal court to send forth a human envoy to negotiate, a figure who was none other than the princess, who had once cherished the weaker individual. It appeared that the king had long since uncovered their clandestine relationship, yet he had refrained from taking any decisive action until the day of negotiations. The once invulnerable weaker party, unexpectedly softened, quickly acquiesced to the princess's propositions. 3 days later, he relinquished all defenses and weaponry, arriving at the designated rendezvous with the princess, brimming with joy and a radiant smile. Yet, what awaited him was not the princess, but a meticulously orchestrated trap laid by the Hunters' Alliance and the royal court. In this instance, he finally met his defeat. Chapter 84. The peculiar Little Red Riding Hood. Often, failure leads to but one outcome: death. Within the Hunter Alliance, an unknown method has been discovered that can utterly extinguish the lives of the weak. Their flesh, skin, blood, hair, bones, everything has been stripped away and repurposed. The history of the first generation of the pseudo-beings reaches its conclusion here, yet every circumstance is subject to change. The countenance of the pseudo-being abruptly darkens, and in the next moment, as Rocco registers the shift, an attack is launched. A hand enveloped in an eerie mist suddenly materializes behind Rocco, then shoots forward with ferocity. Should it make contact, Rocco's chest would surely be rent asunder. However, the pseudo-being had prepared in advance. How could Rocco, ever vigilant, be caught unawares? The instant the hand strikes, Rocco activates his teleportation ability, evading the assault. Faced with the pseudo-being's sudden intent to kill, Rocco no longer holds back and retaliates with explosive force. Ah, such swiftness of response. Yet, today, you shall meet your demise. The pseudo-being snorts derisively, its aura surging at that moment, as it charges straight towards Rocco. Thus begins the direct confrontation between the pseudo-being and Rocco. After a tumultuous clash that defied both heaven and earth, the ground lies in ruins, and the overhead warehouse has shattered, revealing the brilliance of the outside light. Beneath this radiance, two figures stand opposed. One, clad in tattered robes, flutters in the wind, suspended in midair. The other, grounded, stands with hands clasped behind, After a pause, a voice resonates slowly. You have lost. Rocco opens his eyes, curiously. He does not gaze skyward, but rather at the expanse of earth before him. Thud. The figure in the air finally succumbs, crashing heavily to the ground. The master. The pseudo-being, the king, its identities are manifold, yet now it bears a new title, the vanquished. Cough, cough. Rocco approaches the pseudo-being, observing it quietly. The figure before him is utterly depleted, limbs shattered, scars laid bare, blood pooling profusely. Ah, the crimson essence. A hint of mockery laces Rocco's voice. It appears this entity is merely a typical living being. Initially, he suspected it would be a formidable adversary, requiring mental prowess to subdue. Yet now, it seems brute strength suffices. The pseudo-being lies prostrate, unable to rise, forced to gaze up at Rocco's towering form. Ha ha. A derisive chuckle escapes its lips, tinged with a sense of unwillingness, yet perhaps also a hint of liberation. Rocco regards it with indifference. He possesses no patience for the idle chatter about pseudo-beings, pseudo-alliances, or the absurd and pitiable history. It is all of no concern to him. His sole focus is on the mission at hand. Swish. A gun barrel, exuding an aura of black metal, emerged from Luaka's grasp. The revolver he had previously acquired still held its utility even at this moment. Without a trace of hesitation, Luaka squeezed the trigger. The sound of gunpowder igniting resonated clearly. And as anticipated, he expected to hear the system's notification. Yet, silence enveloped him, an eerie stillness pervading the air. Luaka, it's time to eat. A familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, Luaka noticed that the surroundings had subtly transformed. A quaint, familiar room materialized before him. The room featured simple furnishings. A longbow hung on the wall, and a dining table adorned with a feast of 4 dishes and a soup. At the table sat a smiling girl. Red Riding Hood. What are you doing here? Luaka inquired. The girl's lips curled into a smile as she replied. Luaka, have you lost your mind? Haven't we always been together? With a hint of confusion, Luaka picked up his chopsticks and delicately lifted a piece of chicken, placing it in his mouth. The tender, fragrant flavor instantly flooded his palate, spreading throughout his mouth. It was a taste he recognized all too well. He could never mistake the flavor of the meals prepared by Red Riding Hood. Ha! The girl opposite him chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells. What is with your peculiar behavior today? Peculiar? Luaka thought it odd, for he felt quite normal today. What could be deemed strange about him? He was uncertain, and the girl before him could not provide clarity. After their meal, Luaka went through his usual post-dinner routine, preparing to rest. This was a customary practice during his stays at Red Riding Hood's home, and so he felt no deviation in his actions. Lying in bed, an inexplicable sense of confusion washed over him, as if he had lost sight of his life's purpose. Questions swirled in his mind. Where had he come from? Where was he headed, and how had he ended up here? What are you thinking? At that moment, a soft hand brushed against Luaka's chest, gentle as the touch of white jade. Red Riding Hood, what are you doing? Luaka recoiled slightly, gazing at the girl before him. Her flowing golden hair, radiant smile, and the hidden allure beneath her clothing, complemented by her strikingly long legs, seemed like the familiar Red Riding Hood. Yet there was an undeniable difference. Why are you going to bed so early today? She murmured, effortlessly lying down beside him, as if they were a loving couple. Luaka remained at the edge of the bed, sensing that this version of Red Riding Hood had indeed transformed. She was now proactive, passionate, and tender, traits that starkly contrasted with the girl he once knew. Her soft hand did not retreat. Instead, it glided down from his chest to his waist, soft and smooth. A miraculous sensation coursed through Luaka as she lay beneath. This feeling was immensely pleasurable, more exhilarating than any experience she had encountered before. When had Little Red Riding Hood learned such a technique? Luaka pondered with curiosity in her heart. Her long, cascading hair gradually fell downward, and then, hissing. Even with Luaka's years of composure, she found herself momentarily overwhelmed. How peculiar! It was utterly strange that Little Red Riding Hood had become so proactive. Moreover, these actions were ones she had previously shown aversion to. No, what was amiss? The movements beneath her continued, yet in that instant, Luaka forcefully pushed Little Red Riding Hood away. What was wrong? The girl with disheveled hair still wore a smile upon her face. What's the matter? You insincere one. Must you be so repulsive? In the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted from within Luaka's body. Then, with a swift punch, Luaka struck out at the girl before her. Instead of crimson blood spilling forth, there came a sound akin to shattering glass, a series of sharp cracks resonating. Subsequently, everything in the vicinity began to fracture slowly. Chapter 85. An eye for an eye in the desolate expanse, fractured stone pillars, upheaved earth, and scattered mounds of ash lay testament to the chaos that had transpired. A solitary figure gradually emerged, cautiously surveying the surroundings in search of a perilous target. Rocco glanced around. No longer was there the diminutive room, nor the familiar red cloak. Instead, he found himself amidst the remnants of the previous battle. How infuriating! He had almost fallen for the ruse. The scene that had just unfolded appeared to be an illusion crafted by the doppelganger, strikingly realistic in its execution. The senses of touch, sight, and even sound had been manipulated to the point of indistinguishability. Yet, despite this, Rocco discerned the subtle flaws that betrayed its authenticity. Ultimately, an illusion is rooted in the perceptions, experiences, and thoughts of an individual. A rudimentary illusion can merely replicate a scene from one's life, serving as an empty shell easily pierced by anyone with a modicum of intelligence. However, the sophisticated illusion he had just encountered transcended this limitation, achieving a semblance of reality across all three sensory modalities. Had he not been so well acquainted with the character of the Red Cloak, he would have struggled to identify its falseness so swiftly. Cackling echoed ominously once more, yet this time Rocco could not pinpoint its origin. It was undeniably irritating, a vexing sensation akin to an indelible adhesive. Regrettably, his understanding of the doppelganger remained limited. From what he had gathered, these entities could alter their appearance at will, manipulate corpses, soar through the air, and possessed formidable strength and speed. Furthermore, they wielded the ability to conjure illusions. It could be said that this doppelganger was not significantly inferior to Rocco in terms of capabilities. Now, with the illusion shattered and the doppelganger's form vanished, he found himself at a loss for how to vanquish his foe. For the first time, Rocco felt a tinge of difficulty. Human, you are the most extraordinary individual I have ever encountered. Your immense strength, speed, instantaneous displacement, ability to see through illusions, and that peculiar firearm. The voice of the doppelganger resonated, emanating from the shadows, unknown corners of the domain. Rocco appeared slightly taken aback, for the entity had indeed discerned some of his abilities. In combat, one must always value the element of surprise. Yet, he realized that his advantages were slowly eroding. However, this advantage was mutual, as the unfamiliar doppelganger too began to emerge from obscurity. Doppelganger, you might as well reveal your true form. True form? I'm not so foolish. Clearly, the doppelganger was not falling into his trap. Had it revealed itself, Rocco could have employed physical means to eliminate it. But at present, the mental realm. I possess a formidable weapon there as well. With a sudden realization, Rocco slapped his forehead, recalling the sacred dream seed. Since acquiring this ability, he had utilized it sparingly. Yet now, it seemed the opportune moment for its manifestation. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Rocco's lips as he activated his stealth capability. The enemy lurks in the shadows while he stands in the light. Should he employ the sacred dream seed in such a manner, it would be all too easy for the adversary to detect him. Thus, Luo chose to conceal himself first. On a corpse in the corner, the pseudo-man reveled in his own abilities. For Luo had been unable to locate him precisely because he had affixed his spiritual essence to that very corpse. This was also the reason he could continually alter his appearance. His spiritual essence was exceptionally potent, even if the physical form perished. As long as the spiritual essence remained unscathed, he could endure indefinitely. Yet now, where had the shadow of the opponent vanished to? Where could it have gone? Just as the pseudo-man pondered this, a bizarre scene unfolded. The warehouse, once a desolate ruin, remarkably reverted to its former state, and the pseudo-man transformed from a corpse back into a king. All the open boxes returned to normal, and even the deceased Beta stood alive before him, reporting the situation. My lord, Beta spoke in the same tone as before. The pseudo-man scoffed at this. An illusion? Yet this was far too poorly crafted, devoid of any emotion in its speech. Ridiculous. Just as the pseudo-man basked in his own self-satisfaction, Beta suddenly morphed, drawing a knife to thrust at him. This scene was startling, but the pseudo-man managed to react and evade. Subsequently, with a light blow, he shattered Beidou into fragments. So weak. This kind of illusion I could have easily dealt with a century ago. Suddenly, the pseudo-man's words were cut short as he noticed the surrounding boxes opening one by one, and the corpses surged towards him, much like they had previously attacked Luo. A tidal wave of corpses came crashing down, recklessly charging at him. Initially, the pseudo-man could fend them off with his strength, but gradually he began to feel overwhelmed. It was at this moment he realized the true extent of Luo's power. The opponent effortlessly dealt with his horde of corpses, while he himself could hardly withstand the first assault of the most ordinary kind. What kind of monstrous being is this? Outside the illusion, Luo orchestrated and observed everything personally. All that had just transpired was of his own making, since the pseudo-man resorted to illusions against him. He would return the favor and let the pseudo-man experience the might of illusions. His current mental prowess had significantly improved compared to before, ensuring that he would not succumb to exhaustion before even commencing his efforts. Pseudo-man, let this illusion torment you to your demise. Blood once again oozed from the pseudo-man's mouth. However, fulfilling its purpose, the first wave of ordinary corpses had all been vanquished. Yet, before he could express his triumph, the second wave of corpses commenced. Thousands of newly empowered corpses surged towards him like a swarm of ants, buzzing as they advanced. They lunged at his arms, gnawed at his head, and feasted upon his flesh and blood. This time, the pretender could no longer be impeded, unable to be thwarted. Gradually, vivid images began to unfold before the pretender's eyes. It was a midday beset by an impending storm. Despite being the height of day, the heavens were shrouded in ominous, dense clouds, creating a rather foreboding atmosphere. Within the opulent confines of a royal chamber, a princess was in the throes of labor. Surrounding her was a cadre of anxious faces, her father, her husband, and her brothers. With a resounding clap of thunder, the princess triumphantly gave birth. Thus, a healthy male infant entered the world. Upon witnessing this, the previously tense group finally exhaled in relief. A son for the king, and a robust one at that. The midwife, cradling the swaddled infant, knelt before the king. Joyous, the king appeared immensely delighted. As his most cherished daughter, the birth of this boy heralded an extraordinary destiny. Chapter 86. The memory of the impostor from a tender age. The male infant was cherished as a precious jewel, showered with affection from all quarters. The king adored him. The queen favored him, and his mother doted upon him. Everyone who crossed his path smiled warmly at him. His lineage destined him for a life distinctly different from that of his peers. He enjoyed a superior existence, with the finest sustenance, possessions, and attire. Throughout his youth, he lived a life of unbridled happiness. However, upon reaching adulthood, he gradually became aware of his divergence. On nights when the moon was full, he would succumb to a frenzy, his body sprouting a thick coat of hair, and his nails and teeth sharpening to resemble the fangs of a beast. Driven by a primal instinct, he developed a voracious appetite for fresh blood. Initially, he managed to suppress his transformation, returning to normalcy once the full moon waned. Yet, as time passed, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his baser nature, and he began to take lives, targeting only the lowly servants, whose deaths would go unnoticed. During this period, the number of servants in the royal household dwindled at a terrifying rate, yet no one discerned the cause. Eventually, he escalated to attacking another noble. Once the desire for bloodshed was ignited, it became insatiable. Gradually, members of the royal family began to take notice of his actions. On the day he revealed his true form, his mother appeared before him, disclosing the identity of his biological father, the first impostor who perished during negotiations. It was revealed that the princess had long since engaged with the impostor, yet remained unaware of her pregnancy until after his death, when she married another. Thus, "I am a bastard, am I?" he remarked bitterly that day. His mother, the princess of a nation, wept and nodded in affirmation. From that moment on, he was engulfed in rage. By nature, he regarded himself as fully human, for he had been raised in accordance with human values. His mother's revelation was met with vehement rejection. In the heat of their dispute, he took his mother's life with his own hands. Suddenly, the child born of this human woman found himself ensnared in self-doubt. Yet, inexplicably, a fervent ambition ignited within him. He yearned to ascend to the throne, to propagate his bloodline, to seize control of the kingdom. Becoming king was no simple feat. In this realm, even with the current monarch's demise, succession fell to his uncles. Should they perish, their children would inherit the throne. Thus, he was compelled to methodically build his own power until, over a decade ago, he seized an opportunity to imprison the reigning king. He then fashioned himself to resemble the king, governing in disguise ever since. Loco stood outside the illusion, observing the vivid scenes of memory unfolding before him. All of this originates from the false being, memories residing deep within the mind. Oh, it turns out he was a parasite. No, he can hardly be considered human. Rocco shook his head, feeling a twinge of sorrow for the man who, in his joy, married a princess and fathered a child, only to discover the offspring belonged to another. After painstakingly raising the child, he ultimately found his wife unfaithful, and the child was a mongrel. The mere thought of it is infuriating. Moreover, Rocco uncovered some peculiarities within the memories of the false being. For instance, a century ago, he began to gather prodigies, stealthily consuming them. However, mere brilliance does not equate to formidable strength, and none of those prodigies survived. Eventually, he encountered a woman whose archery skills were nothing short of exceptional, and her prowess had reached the rare level of a professional. Naturally, he could not let such a talent slip away, so he dispatched his subordinates to capture her. Yet, all those sent were slain. The woman then vanished, only to later re-emerge in the town, disguised and accompanied by a daughter. This time, Rocco took matters into his own hands, and during their confrontation, the woman unleashed astonishing power, leading to a fierce battle that left him wounded. In the end, however, she was defeated. Prior to her downfall, she had prepared for the worst, hiding her daughter away. Even in his quest for total annihilation, he could not locate her. Rocco surmised that this woman was indeed the grandmother of Little Red Riding Hood. It became evident that she had possessed remarkable strength even back then. According to the memories of the false being, she was already deceased, and it was indeed they who were responsible for the fate of her parents. Sighing softly, Rocco reflected on the revelation of Little Red Riding Hood's lineage. Her grandmother had been a prodigious talent capable of severely wounding the false being. This formidable genetic legacy seemed to have persisted, tracing from her mother to herself. Kill. Kill. In the illusion, the false being clung to the last vestiges of life, resisting the tide of corpses. This was the third wave he faced, and despite his strenuous efforts, he managed to withstand the onslaught of thousands of novice-level undead. This feat was indeed astonishing to Rocco. However, when the next wave arrived, he could not endure. As predicted, the first professional-level foe charged at him, bringing the false being crashing to the ground. Silence reigned in the illusion. It is time to end this. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Rocco commanded the Holy Dream Seed to continue its assault on the false being. At this moment, the false being had reached a state of utter desperation, barely clinging to life, as if it could cease to breathe at any moment. Witnessing this, Rocco opened his palm and extended his right hand toward the figure before him. Devour. A hum resonated as the false being's form gradually began to vanish from existence. Subsequently, there was blood, bones, and eventually, a fine powder. At the very end, there lingered a swirling cloud of black mist. Hiss. Is this his spiritual essence? Unlike the entities consumed before, this pseudo-being's spirit was far more substantial and exuded a more formidable presence. What might one gain from devouring such a thing? Curiously, Rocco unceremoniously consumed it. Moments later, Rocco examined his body, glancing to the left and then to the right. It seems there's no noticeable change. Yet, at that moment, a sudden warmth surged between his brows. Subsequently, within his mind, Rocco sensed an abundant surge of power. This power, unlike the strength of his physical form, felt ethereal and insubstantial, yet undeniably concrete. As he embraced this transformation, Rocco gradually closed his eyes. Before him lay a hazy world, shrouded in gray. Yet within that haze were numerous luminous orbs. This was the realm of dreams, a space he had previously entered while searching for Amanda. However, at that time, the area had been quite limited, whereas now, it seemed extraordinarily vast. The entire palace, even the whole of Hysteria City, fell within his reach. Hiss. Has his mental prowess truly intensified? Chapter 87. The True King. The mental energy had unexpectedly intensified. At the center of Rocco's brow, the azure gem that had been suspended there was now tinged with a crimson hue. This was the location of the sacred dream seed, and since Rocco acquired it, it had remained unchanged. However, now, after consuming the spirit of the imposter, it had undergone a transformation. Hiss. This change undoubtedly signified an enhancement. The mental energy that had perplexed him for so long had finally been amplified. What a delightful surprise. Rocco murmured to himself, a smile gracing his features. At that moment, another piece of good news arrived. Ding. Task 3. Eliminate the imposter has been completed. World Conquest Level 70. The system panel marked the third task with a triumphant conclusion. Alright, next comes the second task, seizing the championship in the Hunters Tournament. Once accomplished, the world's conquest level would reach its zenith. He wondered what the final, most precious treasure could be. Rocco rubbed his hands together, growing increasingly curious about the ultimate prize. Cough, cough. Just then, a faint sound echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Rocco immediately shifted into a state of alertness. During his previous inspection, he had found himself alone in this place, alongside the imposter and Beidou, with the remainder being corpses in the boxes. Now, with everyone else dead, where could this sound be coming from? Could there be an accomplice? In an instant, Rocco sprang into action. On the open ground, amidst the ruins, he appeared in various locations. Eventually, he came to a halt in front of a specially designed box. The box before him was intact and not made of any ordinary material. It was a deep brown color, exuding an eerie aura. Rocco had overlooked it earlier, obscured by the dim lighting of the area. However, as the ceiling collapsed, a beam of white light filtered through, illuminating the ominous box before him. Cough, cough. The coughing grew more pronounced. Gazing at the peculiar box, Rocco was convinced that it concealed another person within. Yet, why had the imposter not summoned him during the beast tide? Among the ranks of hunters present, ordinary, novice, and professional, could it be that this final box held a master-level hunter? In Rocco's recollection, master-level hunters existed only in the realm of legend. No one had ever witnessed their presence, nor was there any record of them. It was only known that at the pinnacle of professional-level hunters, one might faintly sense another realm. This realm was referred to as master-level. No one knew the extent of a master-level hunter's power, but in everyone's hearts, it was an invincible domain. Hiss. Let me see if it truly is a master-level. With that declaration, Rocco drew his revolver and pulled the trigger at the edge of the box. At this moment, who would still elegantly unbox? Naturally, one would resort to forceful destruction. Under the fire of a revolver, the peculiar box could not withstand the impact and underwent a transformation. A significant hole was blasted through one of its corners, and soon, This breach expanded, causing the entire box to shatter like glass in an instant. With a crisp sound, the box fragmented piece by piece, revealing the figure within. Crowned and adorned in a robe of gold thread, the figure stood tall and majestic, exuding a solemn and sacred demeanor. This attire seems remarkably familiar in the palace. Within the grand hall, the ceiling gleamed with gold and brilliance, and the glass floor sparkled as if it could reflect the light. Golden candelabras flickered with flames that shimmered brightly. Amidst this opulent setting, two figures sat. So, you were imprisoned by the impostor over a decade ago? Indeed, for these past years, darkness enveloped my existence. I had resigned myself to the belief that my life had come to an end, yet unexpectedly the king glanced at Roko, who responded with a slight smile. It was merely a fortunate accident that led me to rescue you. The figure previously ensconced in the box was none other than the king himself. Unlike the impostor who masqueraded as royalty, this was the true king, authentic in every sense. To confirm his identity and guard against deception, Roko had utilized the power of the sacred dream seed, revealing the unmistakable memories of the legitimate monarch. A fortunate accident, indeed. How could the annihilation of that dreadful entity be mere chance? The king stroked his beard, chuckling. Upon hearing this, Roko neither shook his head nor nodded. Since the king comprehended the situation, there was no need for further elaboration. Very well, your majesty, the matters here have concluded, and I must return to partake in the hunters' tournament. Seeing that there was nothing more to be discussed, Roko prepared to depart. Although it felt like only a single night had passed, he discovered upon arriving at the palace that 3 days had already elapsed. Certainly, the hunters' tournament must have progressed to its final stages by now. If he delayed any longer, the champion might already be crowned. The hunters' tournament? Haha. It has been many years since I last heard that name. The king appeared genuinely pleased, laughing heartily. Indeed, Roko nodded, perceiving the king's delight. It was no wonder. After being confined for so long and believing his life was effectively over, being rescued and reintroduced to the world could only evoke joy. Well then, your king, I shall take my leave now. Roko began to speak, intending to address him as your majesty, but reconsidered, opting for king instead, which also felt inappropriate. This was understandable, as there was no king in America. Having met a true king for the first time, he was uncertain how to address him. Just call me Tak. Perhaps sensing Roko's awkwardness, the king smiled warmly. Tak. Roko softly murmured, this name is rather peculiar. He had initially anticipated it would be similar to Amanda's name. All right, Long. I shall take my leave. Roko rose to his feet, preparing to turn away. However, at that moment, the other party suddenly called out to him. Wait. In an instant. Roko froze in place. Unconsciously, his right hand had reached towards his bosom. Indeed, they do not intend to let me off easily, Roko sighed inwardly. Knowing such a clandestine matter within the palace could very well lead to his demise at the hands of that proud king. Nonetheless, I am not one to be easily subdued. Haha, by the way, what is your name? Creaked. Roko nearly stumbled to the ground, for he truly did not expect the king to pose such a question. Moreover, judging by the other's demeanor, there were no signs of malevolence directed towards him. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. Having realized this, Roko retracted his hand and lightly exclaimed, Roko. Chapter 88. A Grand Entrance. Now, we are approaching the final contest of this year's hunter competition, where the champion shall be determined. I implore all qualified contestants to prepare themselves. The atmosphere at the competition venue has reached a critical juncture. Over the past few days, victors from various groups have been consecutively identified, culminating in a total of 20 distinguished winners. Among these, 7 are professional hunters who were selected on the very first day of the tournament. These individuals epitomize the frontrunners for this year's title, having garnered significant anticipation from the outset. However, this does not preclude the remaining 13 from having a chance at victory. After all, this world is never devoid of exceptions. At this moment, as the final match unfolds, contestants take to the stage one after another. Some wear beaming smiles. Others exhibit palpable excitement, while a few maintain a stoic demeanor, exuding an air of superiority. Indeed, the adage that every individual is unique is vividly illustrated among these contestants. With merely half an hour remaining before the competition begins, the atmosphere within the venue escalates to a crescendo. Each spectator's face is alight with anticipation, clearly eager to discover who will emerge as the ultimate champion. However, amidst this collective focus, there exists a particular team that appears beset with concern. Have you found him yet? It's been days without a word. One member exclaims. No, not even a single trace of him. Another replies, anxiety palpable in their voice. Without Roko, our chances of securing a top position in this tournament seem bleak. This anxious dialogue emanates from the team representing Sitter Town. With 2 professional hunters among their ranks, they are deemed the most promising candidates for the championship. Yet, their prospects have dimmed due to the absence of one crucial member, Roko. Ever since he returned to the hotel 3 days ago, they have not caught a glimpse of him. Initially, they assumed he had a temporary matter to attend to. But 3 days have passed without any news. Even Little Red Riding Hood, who shared a close bond with him, has not received any word. Rocco, could something have truly happened to you? In a corner, Little Red Riding Hood curls up, her face etched with worry. She should be on the competition floor. Yet her longing to see Rocco has compelled her to remain here, waiting for him. The others, resigned to her choice, acknowledge that with half an hour until the match, they cannot interfere with her decision. Director, do you have any idea where he might be? A man inquires, hope glimmering in his eyes as he looks towards Amanda. Yet, Amanda remains silent, her gaze coldly fixed on the competition arena. Observing this, the inquirer hesitates, unsure of what further questions to pose. Amanda was not unaware of the anxiety that enveloped the crowd. In fact, she might have been the most anxious person present, for she knew precisely where Rocco had ventured. 3 nights prior, she had entrusted him with a mission to the royal palace to ascertain information regarding the current king. Yet, his absence had stretched into 3 days. During this time, not only had Rocco failed to reappear, but the king himself had also been conspicuously absent. Initially, Amanda had harbored no concern for Rocco. Confident in his extraordinary abilities, he was an entirely different individual, consistently displaying unparalleled strength. Thus, she had faith that he would remain unharmed. However, 3 days had proven to be an interminable duration, long enough for her to cease placing bets on his safety. Her understanding of the false alliance was limited, leading to a sense of trepidation rooted in the unfamiliar. There is a saying that the unknown is the most terrifying of all. Amanda was presently engulfed in such a mindset. Was Rocco truly so formidable that even he could not? The latter half of her thought remained unspoken when a sudden cacophony erupted from the competition arena. Supervisor, look. Directed by a teammate, Amanda turned her gaze towards the field. Initially, she expected to witness that tedious individual showcasing his uniqueness, but instead, she was met with a familiar figure. A silhouette descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a gaping crater nearly 8 meters wide upon impact. This massive pit sent shockwaves through the onlookers. It is essential to note that this was a specially designed surface. Even a professional-grade hunter, exerting all their strength, could only create a hole measuring 5 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep. These figures were derived from meticulous measurements, achievable only under ideal conditions. Yet now, this unknown individual had effortlessly created such a substantial pit. How could this not astonish everyone? Who was this person? He was unfamiliar. His presence had been absent for the past 3 days. Wait, I recall seeing him on the first day. Is it true? He seems to be from Sitter Town, and his name is Rocco. On the arena floor, Rocco gradually emerged from the crater, though the term crater seemed more fitting, fearing he would miss his moment. Rocco had opted for this flamboyant entrance. One could hardly blame him. When he attempted to enter through the main gate, the staff had blocked his way, insisting he required identification to gain entry. Clearly, he was not in possession of any credentials. Thus, the staff denied him entry, prompting Rocco to recall the open ceiling above the venue. And so, this grand, aerial entrance was born. Hey, who are you? Do you have an athlete's identification? Without credentials. He's an intruder. Just then, the staff guarding the main entrance rushed in. Upon witnessing the destruction he had caused, the staff members swiftly gathered around him. Oh, I am a contestant. Luoku scratched his head, exclaiming helplessly. You claim to be a contestant? Produce your credentials. Otherwise, you are trespassing on the competition grounds. The staff remained resolute, disregarding Luoku's protests, for they were adamant that he lacked the necessary identification. This was, of course, entirely reasonable. After all, they were unfamiliar with who Luoku was. In fact, many present did not recognize him at all. His actions could indeed be deemed as an intrusion. Damn it. This staff member is challenging me, isn't he? Where am I supposed to fetch my credentials? Just then, another figure leapt from the stands. Her movements were in stark contrast to Luoku's. If his style was one of brute force, hers was characterized by grace and elegance. Soon, the figure gracefully came to a halt beside Luoku. Luoku, here are your credentials. The girl in the red hood produced an identification card and handed it to him. Without hesitation, Luoku accepted it and presented it to the staff for verification. During this exchange, he gazed at the girl with a gentle smile and said, I have returned. Chapter 89. The championship contest. The bustling arena was filled with over half the residents of Hysteria City, all gathered in the square for the final match of the Hunters competition. In the midst of this spectacle, a golden-haired girl flashed a radiant smile at the handsome figure beside her. Ladies and gentlemen, the last match of the Hunters competition is about to commence. As the host's voice echoed through the square, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd. Influenced by this electrifying atmosphere, the dozens of competitors at the center of the square were eagerly preparing, their expressions brimming with excitement, as if victory was within their grasp. Yet among these contenders, 2 figures stood apart, wearing serene smiles, seemingly indifferent to the fervor surrounding them. Are you ready? Rocco murmured, glancing at the girl beside him, who stood a head shorter. Reflecting on his arrival in this world, the first striking impression he had was of her in her little red hood. This girl was resilient and optimistic, managing to maintain a positive outlook despite her modest means. Given her appearance, she could easily acquire wealth, whether as an escort or a mistress. Such paths were straightforward. All one needed was to adorn oneself beautifully to earn considerable riches. However, she chose the harder route, working diligently. Foraging for herbs, every legal and righteous means was her source of income. It was arduous work, often yielding meager rewards, yet she never complained. This was what truly defined her as an independent woman of the new era, far surpassing the so-called independent ladies of America who merely spoke of equality and empowerment. Unfortunately, despite her strength, life had not been kind to her. Those despicable faux allies had taken her parents from her and destroyed the only home she had left. Suddenly, Rocco recalled that upon successfully certifying as a professional with the Hunters Guild, he would be awarded a manor. At the time, he had no use for it and had not redeemed it. But now, it seemed an opportunity to offer it to Little Red Riding Hood. Even if she later succeeded in her own certification, having 2 estates would only enhance her chances of a secure life. Ready? Little Red Riding Hood nodded, her excitement causing her cheeks to flush a delightful crimson, making her appear quite endearing. All right. Rocco shifted his focus. Thoughts of estates and future comforts were secondary. The paramount objective now was to seize the championship. Only by claiming victory could he deem his quest in this world a resounding success. All 20 contestants, prepare yourselves. The first event officially begins. With the judge's command, all 20 competitors, Rocco included, surge forward. This final contest required them to depart from the square and venture into the wilderness to hunt beasts. Before darkness enveloped the square, the contestant standings would be determined based on 3 criteria: the time taken, the number of beasts hunted, and the grades of those beasts. The top 3 would emerge as the champions of this hunting competition. Furthermore, 1 mutated beast would equate to 100 ordinary beasts. To prevent any foul play, each contestant would be accompanied by 2 judges. Additionally, to thwart the possibility of bribery, all judges would be randomly reassigned prior to the competition, thereby ensuring a fair and just outcome. And so, the call to commence was made. A voice among the contestants shouted, prompting dozens to spring forth into action. Rocco, I'm off. This time, I shall claim the championship on my own. Little Red Riding Hood teased Rocco with a playful smile before confidently dashing away. Following her departure, the 2 judges assigned to her also set off. In the center of the square, Rocco found himself alone. The spectators in the stands directed their gaze towards Rocco's distinctive figure, their faces a canvas of confusion, curiosity, excitement, and encouragement. Among them were familiar faces as well as strangers. Yet, none of this affected Rocco. In fact, he himself seemed unaware of what was causing his hesitation. Was it the false alliance? The leader of the impostors had been dealt with, and the remaining forces would likely be eradicated swiftly. Was it Amanda? Though they had shared a night of passion, he regarded her more as a friend. Was it Little Red Riding Hood? It did not seem so. Hey, why isn't that person set off yet? Surely, they cannot just stand here awaiting the outcome, shouted a figure in the stands, raising a clenched fist in frustration. Indeed, it was time for Rocco to embark on his own journey. As night approached, the sky transformed from white to a muted gray. This, however, was merely a precursor to its ultimate hue, which would gradually darken until complete nightfall. In summary, twilight was drawing near. The first contestant began to return to the square. A professional hunter who had slain 10 mutated beasts along with 100 ordinary ones. This tally was nothing short of astounding. Within a mere 4 to 5 hours since their departure at noon, they had achieved a remarkable feat. Typically, novice hunters might manage to kill only 2 ordinary beasts, while a standard professional hunter could expect to take down just 1 mutated beast. Such a pace was already an extraordinary accomplishment. Many hunters, upon entering the jungle, faced not easily subdued beasts, but rather a labyrinthine terrain. For those unfamiliar with the jungle, that was the true challenge. This was yet another reason why every contestant was accompanied by 2 judges. After a while, several novice contestants returned, luckless, with only one bringing back the carcass of a beast, while the others returned empty-handed. As the sky gradually darkens, a series of piercing sounds reverberates through the air, heralding the arrival of 4 professional-level players who descend from the heights above the square. Accompanying their descent, a multitude of beast carcasses is deposited onto the ground, marking their triumphant return. Each professional contender has claimed 5 mutated beasts and a total of 50 ordinary beasts. After a brief interval, the remaining novice-level players also return, proudly bearing their own achievements. Each has successfully slain 3 beasts, a commendable feat among novice hunters. Now, only 2 competitors remain. Their timely return with their quarry will determine the champions and placers of this contest. Suddenly, a resounding crack pierces the air, followed by gasps of astonishment as hundreds of beast carcasses rain down from above. Yet, the spectacle does not cease there. More than 20 mutated beasts follow suit, accumulating in the center of the square, causing an uproar among the gathered crowd. Chapter 90. Waiting for the king's appearance. Who is that girl? How could she have slain so many beasts? And 20 mutated creatures, no less. How has she achieved such prowess? Is this truly the capability of an ordinary professional? Remarkable. It appears she is poised to claim the championship this time. Not necessarily. There remains one individual who is yet to return, and he possesses professional-level strength as well. He must return first, after all. In the stands, there were expressions of surprise, astonishment, and skepticism. Undoubtedly, the only female present is the most likely candidate for the championship. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she is destined to be the victor of this hunting competition. And she may very well be the first female champion in the history of the event. Such prestige, a rarity throughout the ages, has never been witnessed before. In the center of the square, Little Red Riding Hood did not feel elated by her accomplishments. Instead, she was engulfed in confusion. Her gaze wandered across the square, searching for that familiar figure, but to no avail. There remained just 10 minutes until nightfall. Of the 20 contestants, only 19 had arrived, leaving one missing. Let us announce the results. We cannot wait for him alone. Indeed, even if he hurried, he could not return in these last 10 minutes. Why disregard the remarkable performance of a woman for once? Even if he were to return, could he alter the current outcome? Voices occasionally echoed from the stands. Although they were few, it was undeniable that patience was wearing thin in this wait. Even among the contestants in the square, some began to show signs of impatience. Let us declare the results already. Indeed, what is there to wait for? At the judges' table, influenced by such remarks, several judges conferred and decided to announce the results directly. However, just as one judge stepped forward to proclaim the results, a voice suddenly resounded. Has the Hunters Alliance abandoned its principles? 10 minutes, no more, no less. Was that not the very creed proclaimed by the Alliance itself? Who dares question the Hunters Alliance? As the largest organization in the nation, it had never faced such doubt, especially in a public setting. Angered by the disrespect, the judge intended to retort, but upon realizing the identity of the speaker, he was struck silent by the weight of authority that neither he nor the entire Hunters Alliance could afford to challenge. Your Majesty, dozens of silver-armored guards flanked the sides, each maintaining a vigilant and solemn demeanor. Their armor symbolized the highest honor of the realm. Only one individual in the entire nation could command such respect, and that was the king. From the center of the silver-clad guards emerged a tall figure adorned with a crown and draped in a golden robe. I say, it would not hurt to wait a little longer in these final 10 minutes. The king spoke softly, his voice unremarkable, yet none in attendance dared to contradict him. As you command, Your Majesty. This silenced the referee, who had just intended to announce the results prematurely, before this figure. Not even a pope would presume to utter a word of dissent. With the king's arrival, the spectators grew noticeably subdued. The murmur of dissent diminished, as did the sounds of impatience. From this moment on, the audience awaited the final participant's appearance. Among the team from Zeit Town, Amanda initially felt a wave of impatience, only to be swiftly overtaken by surprise. She sensed a familiar aura emanating from the king, a feeling rooted in the profound bond of blood and kinship. It was her father. For reasons unknown, Amanda's eyes began to glisten with tears. Since leaving the city of Hysterlia and the palace over a decade ago to come to Zeit Town, she had not laid eyes upon her father. This grand hunting competition was intended to provide a glimpse of him, yet she realized he was no longer the man she remembered. Disheartened, she had almost given up hope. But her father's unexpected presence stirred her deeply. Years had not diluted their familial bond. Rather, it had intensified over time. Consequently, Amanda stepped away from her team and approached the judges. Time passed, each second ticking away, and darkness enveloped the sky. The square, illuminated by lights crafted from special stones, took on an enchanting quality under their glow, appearing like a tranquil pool of azure water. In the final minute, many spectators had lost their patience. At the judges' table, they exchanged resigned glances, acutely aware of the outcome that was now evident. They could hardly fathom how this king, known for his impatience, could endure a full 10 minutes of waiting. Previously, even a minute of unnecessary chatter would earn one a swift dismissal. The contrast was stark. Your Majesty, regarding the results. One judge began, but the king interrupted, casting his gaze over the square. Let us wait until the time is concluded to announce the results. He understood that the absent figure was the one who had rescued him, Rocco. He was also aware of Rocco's desire to claim victory. Thus, he had intervened to ensure the judges adhered to the rules. However, time was running short, and it seemed that Rocco's chance at the championship was slipping away. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the previously tranquil square, the sound striking and commanding everyone's attention. Is it an earthquake? Why is it shaking so violently? Is the square about to collapse? Murmurs of uncertainty and confusion rippled through the crowd. Even the Hunters Alliance, responsible for organizing the event, exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss regarding the source of the disturbance. At that moment, the trembling sound finally ceased, only to be replaced by a series of even more intense noises. It was as if something had collided violently. In the center of the square, a multitude of objects suddenly plummeted down. "Look above the square," someone exclaimed, pointing skyward. From the heavens, dark silhouettes descended, landing in the heart of the square. Illuminated by the lights, it became apparent that these were the carcasses of beasts. The speed and sheer number of their descent was nothing short of terrifying. Countless beast bodies fell from the sky, accumulating in the square. Yet this was not the end. Following the beasts were the remains of mutated creatures. Before the eyes of all, there were over 100 corpses of these aberrations. What could this mean? Where had these beastly remains originated? Some were perplexed, others bewildered, but soon, a realization struck. These corpses belonged to none other than Locke, the contestant who had remained absent until now. Chapter 91. Award Ceremony and the Matters Behind in the Heart of the Square. The champion of the hunter competition has been unveiled. With an overwhelming numerical advantage, Rocco has claimed the title. Upon tallying the results, his final score stands at 100 mutated beasts and 1,200 wild creatures. Such a staggering count places him far ahead of all present, even surpassing the combined totals of his competitors. Thus, the championship has seamlessly found its way into Rocco's possession. Upon the podium, 3 contestants radiating a professional aura stand elevated. On the right is the third-place winner, the first to return, exuding confidence and remarkable strength. Most believe that had he returned a moment later, he might have achieved an even better outcome. Nonetheless, this contestant offers no elaborate explanations, embodying a carefree and uncontentious demeanor. To the far left stands the runner-up, the sole female contender in this, and perhaps all previous competitions, donned in a red cloak. She appears elated, enveloped in a buoyant atmosphere. Her cheeks flush with excitement and shyness as she faces the thousands of spectators. Observing her somewhat clumsy demeanor, Rocco smiles gently. Though she has secured only the second position, he believes that a bright future awaits this girl. It is likely that shortly after the award ceremony, someone will approach her with enticing opportunities. With each hunter competition concluded, the championess rewards are the most substantial, followed by those for the runner-up and third place. However, these accolades are merely the offerings from the Hunter Alliance and the monarchy. Myriad noble factions and affluent entrepreneurs seek to recruit such talent. The generous terms they extend could sustain an ordinary person for several lifetimes. Therefore, Rocco harbors no concerns for Little Red Riding Hood's future. As for himself, after claiming the championship, he contemplates departure. The host announces the arrival of His Majesty, the Supreme King of this nation, to present awards to our 3 contestants. Upon the host's invitation, the king ascends the stage to bestow honors upon Rocco and the others. As he steps forward, the audience erupts in thunderous cheers. On the podium, Rocco gazes at the king's imposing figure. This marks the 3rd occasion he has encountered this man, each meeting evoking distinct emotions. The first was at the opening of the hunter competition, where he made a grand entrance, escorted by silver-armored guards, before taking his seat on the throne to observe the competition for a while before departing. At that time, he was unaware of the king's true nature. The regal presence he exuded indeed conveyed an air of authority. However, upon reflection, it now seems a mere facade. The king lifts the medal symbolizing 3rd place and approaches the 3rd contestant. With a smile, he shakes the contestant's hand and offers a few words of consolation. The second encounter occurred after the resolution of the imposter situation, when Rocco discovered the ominous dark box. At that moment, he had rescued a man who was on the brink of despair, yet fortunately, he persevered. Though the means by which the king has endured for over a decade remain a mystery, he stands before all, resilient and unwavering. At that moment, he introduced himself as Loco, while the other party requested to be addressed as Ryu. "Call me Ryu," he said. The king approached Little Red Riding Hood, lifting the silver medal that signified the 2nd place. It was a finely crafted piece, devoid of any impurities, sculpted by the most skilled artisans of the realm. The king smiled benevolently, gazing at the young girl before him. She was the only woman in history to receive such an honor, symbolizing immense significance. Now, in this 3rd instance, the king stepped before Loco. Their eyes met, and a silent understanding passed between them. "Loco, congratulations," the king said softly, placing a hand on Loco's shoulder, an act that conveyed both admiration and respect. Ryu. Loco, at a loss for words, could only utter the other's name. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the staff holding medals shifted noticeably, and the host stepped forward to admonish Loco for addressing the king so casually. Loco was unaware, as it was the king himself who had permitted such familiarity. "Did I say something wrong?" Loco waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. It is perfectly fine for you to call me that," the king replied nonchalantly, then picked up the gold medal that represented the champion. It was an exquisitely carved piece of pure gold, remarkably beautiful. Loco took the medal, weighing it in his hands. It felt substantial, likely weighing 3 to 4 pounds, and could fetch hundreds of thousands of dollars in America. The awards ceremony lasted for half the day before concluding. The king had already exited, and many high-ranking members of the Hunter Alliance had also departed. Most of the audience had long since dispersed, and everything returned to its original state. Those who achieved notable standings had been swiftly claimed by various factions. To Loco's surprise, Little Red Riding Hood did not leave. Faced with generous offers from many powerful forces, she chose to decline. In a subtle way, Loco began to understand her thoughts. After spending a few more days in the capital, the team from SIT began their journey home. Amanda sat as usual at the front, leading the way, while the remaining team members continued to share laughter and joy. 9 days later, on the eve of their arrival in SIT, Loco approached Amanda. He intended to depart, but needed to clarify a few matters beforehand. I still cannot comprehend why you turned down the rewards offered by the royal family. Positions of power, princesses, those rewards are far more substantial. Yet you chose only a few treasures. To me, you do not seem particularly avaricious, Amanda remarked, observing Loco's figure from a corner with confusion. In response, Loco refrained from elaborating further. Amanda, do I still possess a manor within the Hunter Alliance? He inquired. Yes, she confirmed. Upon seeing Amanda nod, Rocco felt a slight sense of relief. Henceforth, I willingly bequeath that estate to Little Red Riding Hood, granting her unconditional ownership. Why? Amanda appeared perplexed, clearly. Rocco possessed better alternatives, so why choose this path? Rocco offered no explanation, but reiterated a few words of caution to Amanda. Why do I feel as though you are bequeathing your final wishes? You aren't contemplating death, are you? Amanda frowned, gazing at Rocco in confusion. You're the one who may meet your end. Rocco retorted in annoyance. Well, now that sounds like you. The two exchanged glances, sharing a smile. It's late. You should rest. Indeed, it is time to sleep. In the dead of night, as everyone drifted into slumber, Rocco left a letter for Little Red Riding Hood and hastened toward West Town. Before departing, he still had a fortune stored in a warehouse, something he had long coveted and could not afford to forget. Imagining the wealth he would amass if he transported it all to America was beyond comprehension. At West Town, Rocco gently pushed open the warehouse door, and an intoxicating scent of riches wafted out. Ah, this is the aroma of wealth. Rocco spread his arms wide, exhaling deeply. In the next moment, a double door rose behind him. Chapter 92. 3 million. Leave me in the heart of Manhattan, New York, within a spacious 300-square-meter apartment. Rocco held a wine glass, indulging in the services of the girl beneath him. Since the return from the world of Little Red Riding Hood, 5 days had elapsed in America. During this time, he had transferred all his wealth from the fairy tale realm, employing the dual technology. Subsequently, within 2 days, he sold all the silver coins he had brought back. Antique shops across New York State became his marketplace, and due to the swiftness of his transactions, he managed to sell them at remarkably high prices. Now, a staggering sum of $1 billion lay cold and silent in his bank account. This fortune catapulted him into the ranks of billionaires. He had purchased the expansive apartment outright, for although renting was convenient, possessing such vast wealth made it feel peculiar to him. With $1 billion at his disposal, his current spending habits would ensure he could never exhaust it in 10 lifetimes. Thus, why not purchase a home outright? Human beings possess a profound obsession with property. The girl beneath him was Linda, the agent who had previously assisted him in renting, since he had bought the apartment in full, bringing her considerable commissions. This ambitious girl had become noticeably more attentive. She frequently visited him, and even on days she did not come, she would send warm messages through her phone. This incessant adoration was beginning to irk Rocco. He now understood why so many girls, regardless of the flattery they received, would not reciprocate love. The allure always lies in the unattainable. No one values what is easily accessible. Linda, perhaps you should freshen up first. A moment later, Linda, her hair slightly damp, stood before Rocco with an obedient demeanor. He had to admit, among the girls he had encountered, her appearance ranked quite highly. However, now was not the time for such musings. Check your phone, Rocco said nonchalantly. Confused, Linda picked up her phone, and upon seeing the message, her excitement surged. $3 million. Indeed, Rocco had just transferred her $3 million. This amount would ensure she would no longer need to work at the real estate agency and could purchase a villa in a pleasant area to begin her retirement. Unlike those who toy with infatuated suitors, Rocco's method of severing ties was far more generous. There was no humiliation or hardship. Instead, he offered a sum substantial enough to secure her future. You and I? At this moment, Linda began to grasp Rocco's intentions. He meant to part ways with her. However, they had never truly been a couple, so the term dumping seemed inappropriate. Perhaps compensation was a more fitting description. $3 million, is that the price for my body? Linda asked, her expression neutral, posing her question with deliberation. Upon reflection, Rocco found himself perplexed. Wasn't the individual before him always perceived as someone with a materialistic disposition? In light of the current circumstances, could it be that he had misjudged? Rocco mused that despite the shabby attire he donned, only one person harbored no disdain for him, patiently elucidating matters and meticulously guiding him through property viewings. For his sake, she had relinquished her own leisure time, wholeheartedly endeavoring to secure him a place to reside. Even in inclement weather, she had rushed to his side, traversing a 2-hour journey from her workplace at the mere utterance of his name. And yet, 2 million. Rocco extended 3 fingers, then lowered one. Stop. 3 million, and I shall depart immediately. With that, Linda altered her previously affectionate demeanor, hastily gathering her belongings before making a swift exit. Watching her enter a nearby Porsche dealership, Rocco shook his head, a wry smile escaping his lips. Indeed, his initial impression had not been erroneous. After listening to her lengthy declarations of affection, he was taken aback to discover that the mere mention of 2 million had unveiled her true nature. She had taken the money and left. Alas, what a world of stark realities and insincerity. Once Linda had departed, Rocco cast his gaze upon the imposing Stark Tower, standing not far from him. Truth be told, he yearned to explore its grandeur. If he could procure some valuable items from there, that would be even better, for he was well aware that Stark possessed numerous treasures. With this thought in mind, Rocco changed into a different outfit and made his way to the entrance of Stark Tower. Standing at the base, he looked up at the magnificent structure, marveling at its sheer height. He could scarcely imagine the sensation of standing atop the building, sipping wine while gazing down at the bustling masses below. When the opportunity arose, he would surely inquire about it with Stark. In a concealed corner of the surveillance system, Rocco glanced around before his form began to shift. His towering height of 6 feet 3 inches diminished to 5 feet 11, his muscular arms slimmed down, and his once youthful skin aged, wrinkles creeping into the corners of his eyes. Prior to the transformation, he had retained his own visage. Post-transformation, he had entirely assumed the appearance of another individual. This was the reward he had received after achieving a 100 completion rate in the Little Red Riding Hood realm. The ability to change his appearance at will. Essentially a flawless form of disguise. Initially, Rocco had harbored some dissatisfaction with this newfound power. After all, the shape-shifting abilities were also present in Mystique. He could simply absorb her to gain that capability. The rewards in this world seemed rather paltry. He had expressed such sentiments at the time. However, after a few days of utilization, he had come to accept it with equanimity. While this ability did not enhance his offensive capabilities, it proved immensely useful in other respects, such as disguise, just as he was doing now, masquerading as a plumber to gain entry into Stark Tower. Due to the absence of an invitation, Rocco is compelled to disguise himself as a laborer in order to infiltrate Stark Tower. Inside the elevator, he dons a cap and carries an inconspicuous tool bag of unknown origin, patiently awaiting his ascent. He recalls that Stark's office is situated above the 70th floor. Thus his destination lies there. As the elevator ascends steadily, it encounters a multitude of individuals, many of whom, upon catching sight of Rocco's worker attire, instinctively distance themselves, wary of any potential contact. This reaction is understandable, for the employees in this establishment are predominantly clad in expensive suits, and a mere speck of dirt would be most unbecoming. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Rocco draws nearer to the 70th floor, while the influx of passengers dwindles. Eventually, he finds himself alone in the elevator. With a cheerful chime, the elevator announces its arrival at the 70th floor. Chapter 93. First encounter with Stark. As Rocco prepared to descend the elevator on the 70th floor, a figure approached him. The individual bore a somewhat unruly mane of hair. Yet adorned upon his eyes was a pair of glasses that seemed incongruous with such an aesthetic. The black-framed spectacles, coupled with their technologically advanced appearance, framed a gaze that was both seasoned and vibrant. Below, stubble graced his chin, neatly kept, suggesting he had only recently shaved. He donned a tailored black suit, markedly distinct from the impeccably dressed individuals Rocco had encountered in the elevator. This suit exuded an air of luxury and refinement, unmistakably custom-made. On his feet were polished black shoes, reflecting enough light to illuminate Rocco's face. Rocco's brow arched slightly in recognition. This visage unmistakably belonged to Stark, the CEO of Stark Industries, famously known as the Playboy Iron Man clad in nano armor. As he contemplated his own purpose for visiting Stark's office floor, anxiety crept in. Had Stark discerned his intentions? Yet, Stark's expression remained unchanged as he continued his approach, drawing nearer and nearer until their figures overlapped. Rocco's heart raced. Had his true identity been uncovered, thus jeopardizing his mission today? But logically, this could not be the case. From what he understood, Stark possessed no means to see through disguises. Otherwise, they would not have been misled by the false nebula during the endgame. If that had not been the case, the Avengers' plans would have succeeded. In the present moment, their proximity was fleeting as they brushed past one another. Watching Stark ascend the elevator from the corner of his eye, Rocco exhaled in relief, continuing his forward motion. It appeared that Stark had not detected his masquerade. Perhaps he had been overly apprehensive. Just as he resumed his stride, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Wait. Rocco halted abruptly, turning partially to face the source of the sound. In that instant, 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, and his hand instinctively moved toward the revolver concealed in his backpack. Should the individual choose to attack, he would retaliate without hesitation, aiming to secure the opponent's life in a single strike before making a swift exit. Yet, Rocco had not anticipated a confrontation with Stark today. But the situation now demanded attention. Joe, while you're fixing the plumbing, could you also take a low as the words fell? Rocco cast a wary glance at his companion. It seemed that his remarks posed no issues and should suffice to deceive. Indeed, such a possibility existed. Yet would you kindly assist me in examining this matter? Stark adjusted his glasses, murmuring softly. Subsequently, Rocco observed him retrieving several $100 bills from his wallet. You've earned this, Stark said, placing the cash into Rocco's hands before stepping into the elevator, departing from the scene. Before the elevator, Rocco gazed at the bills in his grasp, his anxious demeanor gradually easing. This marked his first encounter with the individual in the real world, and to be honest, it was quite akin to his imaginings. Although the other was dressed formally, Rocco could still discern a certain dandy quality in his voice and mannerisms. Compared to the hero from the climactic battle, one who bore the weight of all with a profound sense of justice and responsibility, there were marked differences. Alas, such carefree days would soon come to an end in a few years. Rocco remarked softly, then tucked the bills away into his pocket. Yet, when the universe neared destruction, he would take action. Let Stark, the dandy, continue in his frivolity for now. In the elevator, Stark's thoughts lingered on the recently encountered plumber. For reasons unknown, he had felt a twinge of danger upon meeting the individual. This sensation was peculiar, prompting him to engage in conversation out of caution. However, the responses provided posed no issues at all. Perhaps it was merely the overwhelming events of recent days that had left him feeling somewhat frazzled. As Stark removed his glasses, intending to place them in his pocket, his phone vibrated against the inner lining. Upon checking, he found a message from Black Widow. There has been a change, hurry. Upon reading that message, Stark's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, transformations began to occur within him. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in iron armor soared into the air, departing the confines of Stark Tower. On the 70th floor, Rocco began to explore the premises, recalling the scenes he had witnessed in the film. According to his memory, this floor housed numerous Iron Man suits, along with various other technological marvels. Clang, clang, clang. Intermittent metallic sounds echoed throughout the floor. The noises were rather intense. Yet Rocco felt no concern about being discovered. Firstly, this place seldom saw visitors. Secondly, the soundproofing was exceptional. Even a minor explosion would struggle to be heard outside. Venturing further inside, Rocco beheld a specially designed wall, upon which dozens of Iron Man suits were displayed. Mark I, Mark II. An array of advanced armors stood in stately formation, presenting a spectacular sight. Impressive, Rocco exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. After all, what man does not yearn for a sleek, airborne suit capable of launching missiles? Wait a moment. Rocco suddenly pondered whether he could persuade Stark to customize an Iron Man suit for himself. Although he finds contentment in his current state, Loki cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. He wonders whether he has succeeded in developing the nanosuit, which he believes would serve a greater purpose. The image of Stark donning the nano-armor and confronting Thanos ignites his curiosity about such advanced technology. Today, however, yields no fruitful discoveries. A stroll around fails to reveal anything of interest. The office of the tech enthusiast is filled with metal and computers, accompanied by an array of welding tools. These items hold little value for Loki. Perhaps he shall return another day, hoping that by then, the nanotechnology will be realized. With this thought, Loki restores everything to its original state before heading to the restroom to assess the leak. It would be rather unreasonable to accept payment without offering assistance. Fortunately, the situation is not complicated, merely a loose pipe. After tightening it, Loki grabs his backpack and presses the elevator button. Thus, he departs from the imaginative Stark Tower. Chapter 94. The infiltration of the Black Widow spider into the home. Chapter 95. The suppressed Natasha in the room. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Had she not been discovered, the Black Widow might have already opened the door and departed. Yet, whether her adversary had awakened or had never truly slept, her movements had been detected. For a seasoned operative who had never faltered, this was indeed a source of embarrassment. Cough, Rocco. Natasha. Rocco leaned against the sofa, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the woman before him. Clad in a form-fitting black suit, her alluring figure was accentuated, rendering her even more captivating. Her signature golden hair, tied up elegantly, sparkled like sunlight, harmonizing beautifully with her porcelain skin. Her eyes, clear and as blue as the ocean, held a depth that drew one in, while her full, sensual lips, when slightly curled upwards, exuded an irresistible allure. The pronounced curves of her chest were impossible to conceal, even beneath the tight fabric. Below, her long, shapely legs were poised like a coiled serpent, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Beautiful, alluring, an absolute marvel. Rocco marveled, recognizing that the grace and allure of Natasha were indeed rare in the realm of reality. Without a doubt, among the women he had encountered, Natasha ranked high. It was no wonder that some claimed a night with Natasha was worth dying for. Truly, to perish beneath the peony blossoms is to linger in elegance even in death. However, Rocco had no desire to become that ghost. You feigned sleep, luring me into a false sense of security, and then emerged. Indeed, Rocco continued to scrutinize her, his gaze unabashedly tracing her curves. This sensation was delightful for him, yet for Natasha, it was far from pleasant. Despite her enchanting physique, she despised the raw, primal glances from others. Those who gazed upon her in such a manner had invariably met their demise. This imposing figure before her would not be an exception. Do you recognize me? Of course, the illustrious Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, employed by S.H.I.E.L.D., under the command of the Bald Fury. A member of the Avengers, known for her stubbornness and icy demeanor, willing to resort to any means to achieve her objectives, fond of. At this juncture, Rocco hesitated. He was uncertain whether her affections lay with Hawkeye or Banner, only aware of the ambiguous feelings entwined within. Nevertheless, such details were inconsequential. What mattered was that he had ensnared this little spider. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Natasha, who had been leaning against the door, sprang forth with the swiftness of a viper, her movements flowing with an uncanny grace. A glimmer of cold steel flashed in her hand, indicating that she intended to subdue him. Moreover, should he resist, she might very well end his life right then and there. Had this been a previous encounter, Rocco might have felt fear, but now, such ordinary physical tactics seemed trivial to him. Rocco remained motionless, merely observing Natasha's swift movements as she approached him in an instant. He even discerned a victorious expression upon her face. Not so fast. Rocco scoffed, slightly shifting to the left to evade her attack. Then, to her astonishment, he effortlessly seized her arm. Ouch! Natasha emitted a soft grunt as she found herself restrained. Does it hurt? Rocco inquired, gripping her arms firmly while pinning her legs down with a single knee, pressing her against the sofa. Noticing her discomfort, he showed no signs of relenting. He would not easily release the spider until she complied. The allure of beauty would not ensnare him. Stripped of her exterior, she was merely a collection of bones. And viewing a beautiful woman as nothing more than that rendered him devoid of desire. Thus, Rocco chose to continue observing her beauty, remaining unperturbed. Who are you, really? What do you intend to do to me? Natasha, firmly subdued, weakly protested. Ouch! Feeling the pressure increase, she let out another sharp breath. Please comprehend the current situation. You have intruded upon my home uninvited. Shouldn't the question be what you intend to do? Rocco intensified his grip slightly. This was not a moment for tenderness. He had seen in a film how a man tasked with guarding Natasha had become careless and was ultimately strangled by her. As Rocco spoke, Natasha realized her fault. Indeed, her actions constituted an unlawful entry, and given the covert nature of her mission, she had not informed the police. If he were to call for assistance, her actions could be classified as trespassing with the intent to harm the homeowner, while his actions would be deemed self-defense. Of course, this was assuming neither possessed any influential background. Had she such connections, Natasha would not fear the consequences. Let me remind you, Natasha, my approach has been rather gentle. And I harbor no malice toward your organization, Rocco continued, observing the woman beneath him. He merely sought to understand why she had invaded his home and whether they had already acquired any information about him, including any supernatural feats he had previously displayed. If such evidence existed, he wished to ascertain the Alliance's current stance toward him, whether it be amicable or hostile. The former would allow for peaceful coexistence, while the latter would necessitate a strategic response to dismantle their stronghold. Can you loosen your grip? No. Hey, I'm asking you. Fine. Rocco slightly relaxed his hold, yet his body remained steadfastly pinning Natasha against the sofa. Although she verbally acquiesced, he knew she would not remain compliant. Indeed, within the Alliance, certain photographs had been captured, though they had not documented any display of his extraordinary abilities. It is precisely in the places where steel has vanished, where the underground kitchen has collapsed, and where a great chasm has inexplicably formed in the building, that your presence is discernible. A solitary individual may appear at these locations once. However, should they manifest thrice, it is irrefutable that something nefarious is afoot. Natasha articulated, word by word, the information she had gathered to Rocco. Her purpose for this investigation was initially to ascertain whether Rocco possessed supernatural abilities. She had presumed otherwise. Yet, upon closer observation, it became evident that he was indeed an extraordinary being. In light of certain circumstances, it seemed she had gleaned valuable insights from this endeavor. Rocco furrowed his brow. having previously focused solely on enhancing his abilities, completely oblivious to the existence of surveillance. Was it not said that the surveillance systems in America were far from comprehensive? Yet here, the clarity was astonishing. It appeared that the Alliance had begun to harbor suspicions regarding him, and upon Natasha's return, his identity as a superhuman would undoubtedly be compromised, given these developments. Chapter 96. The Capitalist Fury. What do you intend to do? Natasha suddenly sensed that Loco above had exhibited a new movement. Reflecting on the information she had disclosed, did her counterpart intend to silence her? After a moment, Loco stretched languidly, seating himself on the sofa while observing Natasha, who sat across from him, rigid and composed. Do not be anxious, I assure you. I have no intention of devouring you. He lifted a glass of juice and offered it to her. Though she might not partake, basic courtesy must still prevail. You. Natasha hesitated, her gaze fixated on the glass of juice. To be honest, she found Loco's behavior perplexing. Initially, she had believed he was poised to eliminate her. Yet he had unexpectedly released her. Now, he was even pouring her a glass of juice. Haha, drink up. I am a good person, Loco declared, taking a sip with a smile. Seeing him drink, Natasha felt reassured and gently took a sip of the juice. It was sweet and tangy, exceptionally refreshing. Since she had infiltrated the place and been discovered by Loco, she had not had a drop of water. Despite being a highly trained operative, she was still human, and dehydration was inevitable. This single sip of juice proved to be the most gratifying thing for Natasha. Is it poisoned? She jested. Not at all. As the juice flowed down, the peculiar atmosphere between them eased considerably, and Loco finally voiced his curiosity. What is the internal stance of the Alliance towards me? If I were to release you, would you not rally forces to besiege me? Cough, cough. At this, Natasha, who was sipping the juice, was caught off guard and sputtered. She cast a reproachful glance at Loco. Could it be that I was indeed correct? Cough, cough. Just as she regained her composure and took another sip, Loco's words caused her to choke once more. No more drinking, she declared, setting down her glass. At this moment, she could not shake the suspicion that he was doing this intentionally, thwarting her enjoyment of the juice. However, Loco harbored no such intentions. He interpreted Natasha's 2 coughing fits as confirmation of his suspicions. If they indeed planned to besiege him, he need not hold back. As for Natasha, he could not allow her to leave. With this thought, Loco's expression hardened as he gazed at the woman before him. Though she was beautiful, he was no stranger to the notion of crushing delicate flowers. Yet, he had never truly acted upon it. Fury summoned me to investigate your identity as a superpowered individual. As for our Alliance's attitude, we have always welcomed superpowered beings. If you wish to join us, you are welcome to do so. The rewards within the Alliance are quite substantial. Regular hours, intermittent time off, travel reimbursements, accommodation and meals covered, regular health checkups. Loco found himself somewhat flustered. How had their conversation shifted to matters of compensation? Moreover, did superpowered individuals adhere to regular hours? And not even a standard weekend off, but rather an unpredictable schedule. It was well understood that an unpredictable schedule often meant no time off at all. In essence, joining the Alliance could potentially lead to a year-round commitment without respite. May I inquire, rather presumptuously, how many days one might take off in a month with a regular time off? Natasha was taken aback by Rocco's sudden inquiry. Hesitating for a moment, however, she soon responded candidly. In principle, we can take a whole month off. But in reality? Well, we work all month long. Rocco's question stirred something within Natasha, prompting her to feel that something was amiss, though she couldn't quite place it. Damn, the Fury Alliance is truly exploitative. Rocco slammed the table in frustration, having believed that the Alliance offered favorable treatment, only to discover this disheartening reality. Isn't Fury inherently exploitative? Natasha queried, somewhat puzzled. In her memory, Fury was predominantly dark except for its teeth and eyes. Rocco was momentarily speechless. Natasha's response seemed rather dull. Surely your salaries must be substantial. Natasha struggled to answer this question. What even was a salary? It seemed that the Alliance had never issued one. She dedicated every waking moment to Alliance duties. And with no time for herself, there was nothing to discuss regarding compensation. Suddenly, Natasha felt that she had been deceived by Fury. Within the Alliance, it appeared she was the most diligent, undertaking the dirtiest and most arduous tasks, yet the benefits seemed far from satisfactory compared to others. I must inquire with Fury upon my return. Unbeknownst to Rocco, their casual conversation would inadvertently spark a movement for change regarding salary conditions within the Alliance. Returning to the present, Rocco realized that the other party merely sought to ascertain his capabilities, without any malicious intent, and that he could choose to join if he wished. However, Rocco had no intention of joining. Under such conditions of perpetual toil without pay, no one could endure. How on earth does Natasha manage to persist? He pondered. Was this what they referred to as greater responsibility entails greater ability? Honestly, Rocco found this notion to be a form of moral coercion. Naturally, he neither endorsed nor opposed it. Natasha, you are free to go. Having come to this conclusion, Rocco no longer felt conflicted and decided to release her. After all, having one more friend in this world is preferable to having one fewer enemy. Furthermore, since the alliance bore no ill will towards him, there was no reason to seek out unpleasantness. Natasha hesitated, wondering if she was truly being dismissed. She looked towards Rocco, who displayed no signs of wanting to restrain her. So, may I leave? Well, why not stay a while longer to foster our rapport? Rocco teased. No. Natasha shook her head vigorously in refusal. She then stood up, approaching the door, her foot hovering at the threshold. Wait, a sudden voice rang out, causing Natasha's previously relaxed demeanor to tense up instantly. Have you changed your mind? Well, for the next week. No, rather, for the entire month. I may not be here. If you wish to reach me, you will have to wait. After much contemplation, I could not devise a means to do so. Tomorrow, he is set to embark through the double portal, and undoubtedly, the other party will find it impossible to locate him. In that fantastical realm, devices such as mobile phones are rendered useless. Thus, after considerable thought, I could not conclude on a viable method of communication. Never mind, here is my number, do take note of it. Oh, I already have your number. Bang. The sound of the door locking abruptly resonated, and Natasha departed. In the elevator, Natasha felt somewhat dazed. Everything that transpired today seemed rather peculiar. An agent infiltrating, being discovered, and the usually undefeated self being subdued with such ease. Two individuals, once in conflict, now seated on a sofa sipping juice. Moreover, without inquiring about anything else, he displayed a keen interest in the alliance's treatment. That person, in every regard, appears rather strange. Furthermore, upon my return, I must consult with Fury. What kind of situation is this? Not only can I not see my salary, but I also have no vacation. How infuriating.